You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 3601 Flowing Strength, Part 2. Chapter 3601 Flowing Strength, Part 2. At the same time, Axarin pulled out a crimson flask from each of the ample sleeves of his mage robe. Lith wondered what use an undead could have for alchemical potions until the blood warlock popped the corks with his thumbs and released 2 crimson rivers. Until Menadian's words echoed in his head. Blood witches used blood magic to obtain the same effects as spirit magic that non-awakened lacked. Once they awakened, however, blood magic became far from useless. No matter if it was stored inside their blood cores or a glass vessel, the deep connection of the blood witches with the vital essence combined with their mastery over spirit magic allowed them to extract the 7th element from blood. The red rivers turned emerald green as Axarin released 2 of his best Tier 5 spirit spells, Raging Phoenix and Crimson Dragon. 2 majestic constructs stood by the side of their master, protecting him from both his enemy and alleged allies. The energy tendrils stretching from the nearby mines seeped inside the spells, fueling them with an endless supply of mana and leaving Axarin free to prepare new spells. Lith instead kept the eyes on flowing strength to steal its secrets and stepped aside. Nalrun jumped inside the room with a furious snarl and conjured a second daymare. 4 luminous spheres formed around him and flooded the safe house with pulsed waves of light element. With the sun shining bright above the mines, Solmon's spell from behind, and Nalrun's from the front, the blood warlock fell to his knees. Weakness washed over him as his body cried for the sweet relief of slumber. An undead needed decades of training and unbending will to move during the day. Yet the fact that it became possible didn't make it easy. Even a firstborn like Vladian had his powers weakened since staying awake drained part of his focus until sundown. One daymare made Axarin feel like an invisible enemy was bashing his skull with an adamant bat. The second turned his body into lead and dampened his mana flow. The blood warlock's eyes almost rolled back, and his focus faltered. It took him everything he had just to keep the constructs from fading. The noise alone sent Axarin sprawling on the ground and stopped Iraka in her tracks. She and her disciples instinctively covered their bleeding ears even though it was too late, their eardrums already burst. His attack halted as suddenly as it had started, leaving Iraka alone in her charge. Freya attacked right after Nalrun to exploit the moment of confusion. She extended her arm from around the corner into the room and shot with Thundercrash. The noise alone sent Axarin sprawling on the ground and stopped Iraka in her tracks. She and her disciples instinctively covered their bleeding ears even though it was too late, their eardrums already burst. The electromagnetic bullet pierced through 6 spirit barriers and 1 centimeter-thick enchanted adamant armor, yet still had enough power to cave Iraka's skull. If not for the blood maelstrom and flowing strength empowering her, she would have died on the spot. Her disciples healed her with invigoration and wrapped her with more barriers to protect her until her vision cleared. Lith and the others were insulated by a hush zone that stopped both the noise and the shockwave produced by the railgun. The blood warlock wasn't so lucky, and even though the bullet only passed near him, he was sent crashing against the wall. His constructs shattered, and he had to employ every iota of willpower he could spare to reform them before they faded into nothingness and soulless. Fury struck. Crimson Dragon shielded its master with its massive body and shattered again. Yet the failed attack left Solus open to a counterattack from the Raging Phoenix spell. The second construct turned into a searing wave of emerald flames that Menadian blocked with a spirit spell of her own before shattering them with her fury. "You fucking bastard!" Iraka resisted the attacks of Lith's demons only thanks to the combined efforts of her disciples. "You said I had the advantage of numbers." "I lied," Lith shrugged as he spirit blinked to Solmon's side. Ragnarok made short work of the stretched arrays and the spells cornering the Razar. With Iraka and Axarin too busy saving their lives to control the magical formations, Lith carved a path to bring the Razar to safety. "Do you realize the trouble you put me through to save your sorry ass, you stupid creature?" Nalrun's voice almost cracked with emotion. He put everything he had into daymare, conjuring a barrage of highly compressed heat rays from the spheres. Each ray was small and focused, allowing Nalrun to control their trajectory at will. They were no different from laser pointers until they reached their target, and the Agni increased their mana output. "Nalrun," Salaman froze on the spot. The voice was different, the form was different, but the Razar could recognize that smell amid thousands. "Is that really you?" His eyes misted with tears and Daymare started to fade. At least until Lith slapped him back to his senses. "Less talking, more fighting, you idiot," he snarled. "You just blew our cover, now we can't afford to escape and have to kill these assholes." "What do you mean?" The Razar wasn't used to subtleties, and until a moment ago, he had believed Lith and the Agni to be just more enemies. Only now did he realize that they were on his side, and that with those few words, he had just destroyed any chance they had to leave without a fight. "Nalrond," so great was his fury that Axarin managed to stand up out of sheer spite. "How do you know his name?" "You still don't get it." Iraka hated Lith with the intensity of 1,000 suns. "Look at them, you senile old fool, perfect fusion of human and emperor beast, my ass. The Agni is an evolution of the Razar." Nalrond's beast form was bigger, his scales gray instead of sandy, and he had bone blades coming out of his forearms, but the resemblance with the Razar was undeniable. "I'm sorry." Lith cut Sulman short again as he blocked a barrage of spells that would have otherwise turned Sulman into mush. "No talking, Daymare." He pointed at the 4 wobbling spheres and the blood warlock who was finding his bearing again. Sulman inwardly cursed himself for his stupidity and restored his spell. Axarin fell on one knee, but his back remained straight. "Begone, weaklings." A wave of his hand conjured a wave of blood flames that washed over the demons, forcing them to retreat. A full red blood core was stronger than a bright violet core, and the blood warlock was further empowered by the blood maelstrom. Between that and his arrays, Axarin would have been the most powerful individual in the room if not for his weakened state. "I'm sorry our assault failed, but we did our best," Locrius said via the black chains. "Their equipment is better than ours, and that woman is a skilled fighter. With the support of those kids and the red lightning boosting their abilities, we are not their match." Iraka unleashed Mana Storm, Phoenix Smash, and Breakdown in quick succession. She used her apprentices' minds and mana to cast her spells and their senses to have a complete grasp of the battlefield. Chapter 3602, Bleeding Out Part 1. Chapter 3602, Bleeding Out Part 1. Each of the 6 awakened was surrounded by a full guard spell that gave them full spatial awareness of their surroundings within 20 meters, 66. Flowing Strength allowed Iraka to combine the information gathered by her 5 disciples, and use it to adjust the trajectory of her 3 spells at the same time without suffering from sensory overload. Menadian stopped Iraka's Mana Storm with one of her own, while the other demons hurled void flames at the Phoenix Smash to destroy it before it reached Lith. Yet they had no answer to the rumbling sphere of Breakdown. Especially not while dealing with Axarin's blood flames. The demons kept them at bay with Tier 5 spells, knowing that the blood warlock would regain his strength if the blood flames dispelled the Daymare. "Fall back," Lith recalled the demons to his side as he quickly analyzed the root of the problem. "You too, soulless, now." Why? She was the only reason Axarin's constructs couldn't interfere with the fight, yet she didn't hesitate to answer Lith's call. "That's why." The moment soulless spirit blinked to his side, Lith and the demons converged their origin flames in a burst of primordial flames. The red tide of blood flames crashed against the white one, producing a massive explosion that shook the mines to their core. All 3 sides had prepared air barriers in case Thundercrash shot again, so neither the resulting noise nor shockwave dealt any damage. Yet the primordial flames overpowered the blood flames despite the boost from Blood Maelstrom and roared their way toward the Blood Warlock. "You owe me one, jackass." Iraka threw Breakdown at the surviving white fire, sacrificing her spell to turn the tides of the clash. The second explosion surged against Lith and the others, blinding their physical and mystical senses for a second. "I owe you nothing, hag," Axarin replied. "If they kill me, you're next. Try to remember that in the next 5 seconds. He used the respite to conjure more energy from his arrays, and stabilize the Crimson Dragon and Raging Phoenix spells before sending the constructs forward. Gods, this would be the perfect moment to kill him. Iraka gnashed her teeth in frustration seeing the groggy blood warlock leaving his flank exposed to her. Yet he's right. If I kill him, Verhin will kill me. Then she turned her attention to her disciples. Listen closely, because if we come out of here alive, this will be one of the most important lessons I'll ever give you. This is how you defeat a divine beast. 1. You bring them in a place where their size is a disadvantage. She telepathically highlighted the limited space of the cave. 2. You don't allow them to come anywhere near you. 3. Hit them fast and hard without ever giving them time to recover. No matter if you are big or small, a violet core is a violet core. Now breathe, you suckers. Iraka opened her right and left hands, unleashing 2 Tier 5 spirit spells, Griffin Fetters. The emerald chains traveled under the blinding cover of the explosion, and Lith noticed them only when they entered the area of effect of the full guard enchantment of his Voidwalker armor. The first Griffin Fetters wrapped around his limbs and restricted his movements, while the second pulled him away from the safety of the battle formation. "Verhin is what I call a choke point, children," Iraka said. "Take him out and his demons die with him. No matter how many he conjures, you can shut them all down by getting rid of their power source." Shit, Lith used gravity fusion and flapped his wings to resist the pull. He opened his hand, letting Ragnarok free to bolt at the enemy and fight for him. Iraka feared the angry blade and had included it in her plans. 1 emerald chain sealed Ragnarok from hilt to tip. The world mirror enchantment found its match in the collective will imbued into the Griffin Fetters. Lith also released a burst of origin flames from his body, but Iraka only had to spend more mana to repair them as fast as the mystical fire consumed them. Solus roared, grabbing Lith by the waist, and inwardly thanking her mother for giving her the full weight of the tower. Nalrund and Salman shot a barrage of heat rays from their respective daymares without even aiming. They were still blinded, but at least now they had a clear line of fire. Raging Phoenix and Crimson Dragon formed a living wall of light to intercept the assault, and the demons answered with fire and darkness. 5 final eclipses hammered at the 2 colossal constricts, while 5 jet streams of void flames eroded the mystical chains restricting Lith. Some of the links broke, but the extremities reconnected too fast for it to matter. Only a few shattered completely, but with 5 people taking turns at using invigoration, Iraka didn't hesitate to let the broken links fade and replace them with new ones. Shit indeed. Protector had remained hidden around the corner, ready to intervene. He didn't like the idea of sneak attacks, but with his speed, he was the most suitable for the role, and 7 awakened against 1 Razar was no honorable fight either. "You're lucky I was following everything through your senses, or now I'd be blinded as well." Ryman's mind, not his eyes, had been affected by the explosion. He bolted inside the room, reversing the sensory feed and allowing his allies to regain their sight. Protector attacked the Griffin Fetters with a combination of the gravity magic spell, Wheel of Fate, and a barrage of hits of his adamant mace or roe, yet he fared no better than the demons. No matter how fast Protector was, energy was faster. Every chain he damaged repaired itself before his efforts could matter. Once he realized this, he copied Iraka's strategy and charged at the group of Awakened. "Whatever that array is, it shares the same weakness of Silverwing's hexagram," he told the others. "Every one of its members is a weak point. Take one out and the burden on the others will multiply." He could see that the energy flow went mostly from the apprentices to Iraka. It was the reason he ignored the powerful and dangerous woman and aimed at the youths. "How many more of these fuckers are you hiding?" The council elder cursed as she was forced to focus on the defense again. Another weak point of Iraka's flowing strength array was that her apprentices were so busy executing her orders and feeding her information that they had little attention to spare for their surroundings. To make matters worse, Protector moved like a ghost and everyone else was still blinded. Iraka's group perceived his presence only when he entered full guard's area of effect, and aside from her, nobody had the battle experience to react to the sudden attack. The young awakened froze like deer in headlights, leaving themselves open. "I don't know who you are, but you're not very smart," Iraka growled. "The closer you get to the spring, the stronger the current." She used the chains she had conjured to replace the broken ones as whips. Their edges became razor-sharp, making them more brittle but also much more dangerous. Chapter 3603, Bleeding Out Part 2. Chapter 3603, Bleeding Out Part 2. Ryman ignored the taunt and increased his speed even more. He dodged the whirlwind of slithering blades while knocking away those he couldn't avoid with his mace. More and more Griffin Fetters shattered beyond repair, giving Lith the opportunity to hit the ground and dig his talons. He stopped himself before Iraka could drag him into the jaws of Axaran's constructs and managed to break free with the help of his demons. Iraka could either protect her disciples from the Skull or neutralize Lith's escape attempts, but she couldn't do both. The Skull was too fast, and dealing with him took most of her focus, just like Freer expected. Suddenly, 7-dimensional passages opened inside full guard's range, leaving Iraka and Axaran utterly confused. "Nice try, you runt." The Blood Warlock released a Tier 4 spirit magic spell, blasting Comet right into the warp steps aimed at him. I recognized you from Fallow's party. I know how dimensional mages think. Do you? Freya smirked as the blazing spear conjured by blasting comet bolted through the exit point aimed at one of Araka's disciples. The members of Lith's group shared protector's senses just like he had used theirs until a second ago, allowing them to see past the range of their respective full guard spells. No, you don't, Araka cursed again, giving up on capturing Lith and using the griffin fetters to intercept the blasting comet before it was too late. Freya exploited the moment when the council elder had one griffin fetters focused on Ryman, and the other on the incoming spirit spell, to cross the only entry point she had placed near herself. It was just a paltry trick compared to Tezca's night maze, but she had wanted to try it ever since Lith had described Endless Night's enchantment to her. Freya appeared right beside Araka with her rapier, dreadnought, in one hand and a spirit spell in the other. The rapier lunged at the woman's throat while the Tier 4 spell, Piercing Star, bolted at the apprentice at the opposite end of the flowing strength array. Checkmate, Freya thought. 3 people were under attack at the same time, and Araka had only 2 spells. No matter what she did, one person was going to fall. The only question was who. Or so she thought until blasting comet took a sharp turn, and the raging phoenix dived talons first at her. Yes, I do, Axarin smirked back. Freya twisted herself in midair, using Dreadnought's enchantments to repel the construct's fiery limb, and recalling the piercing star to make it intercept the blasting comet before it was too late. I'm not as talented as you, child, but I've lived long enough to learn from my mistakes. Suddenly Axarin was behind Freya, following her every move like her reflection in a mirror. Being undead allowed me to make a lot of mistakes and survive. She released all the spells she had at the ready, and in her spell-holding rings while also blinking away at the same time. Axarin conjured a spirit barrier to block what he could and weathered the rest. The blasts aimed at his brain and heart from point-blank range would have killed a man, but he was an undead. His body suffered no pain, and it was not the strength of his bones and muscles that moved it. As long as his weak point wasn't destroyed or his blood core depleted, he could regenerate endlessly. His spear pierced through Freya's Featherwalker armor and left lung, missing her heart by a hair's breadth. The curved wings of the blade dug into her flesh like hooks in a fish, so that he needed but a quick flick of his wrist to bring her back through the entry point of her blink. I have something you want, and you have something I want, Verhin. Let's talk. The Blood Warlock smiled as copious amounts of blood gurgled out of Freya's mouth and gushed from the hole in her chest. Freya tried to use invigoration, but air escaped from the wound in her lungs as soon as it entered her nose. Her healing spells could do nothing against the cruel adamant ravaging her flesh. Light fusion stemmed the bleeding, but that was it. Enchanted metal stood in the way of her flesh's and blood vessels' attempts to mend and reconnect. Heal her, let her go, and I'll let you live. Lith stood still while his mind frantically searched for a way to save his friend. That's my best and final offer. Stalling for time was no longer an option. They had to act quickly or Freya would die. Mom, Solus started to shake uncontrollably, her trauma gripping her body. We can do this, daughter. The first ruler of the flames gritted her teeth in blind rage. Menadian held Solus in a hug to calm her down. The sight of a young woman dying in front of their eyes with her chest pierced from behind brought the memories of the worst day of both women's lives back. Take out the hands and do everything I say. Freya, Nalrun charged past Lith with a deranged expression, his claws imbued with so much mana that they burned like lasers. Protector grabbed him from behind and slammed the Agni against the ground in a submission hold. Calm down, you idiot. There was compassion in Ryman's thoughts, but mostly anger. Freya needs you to keep your cool to survive. What do you think you can achieve by throwing yourself at the enemy except offering them a second hostage? Let me go, you hypocritical fucker. Nalrund struggled with all his might, his eyes tearing up with rage and fear. You sacrificed your life for Lith and a bunch of strangers. How can you ask me to play it safe while the woman I love is about to die? I lost Ishil a few weeks before our marriage. Everything I dreamed of, hoped for, my entire future gone in a blinding flash of light. I can't let that happen again, even if it costs me my life. Your offer sucks, Verhin. Araka sighed in relief and invigoration, giving her sore old body the respite it so desperately needed. We are at full strength, whereas you've just lost 3 companions. She pointed at Freya, and then at the 2 Emperor beasts tussling on the floor. You have to do much better than that if you want. Silence, you hag, Lith snarled, and the coldness of his tone cut Araka short. That and the sudden feeling of oppression from the Tiamat fear, as all the demons formed a circle around Solus. Unseen by all, the hands of Menadian now replaced her combat gloves and pushed the world energy infused with Tiamat fear deep into the mana geyser's core. "My offer doesn't extend to you," Lith glared. "You are going to die anyway." A swing of Ragnarok conjured a quasi-blade spell that pushed Iraka back almost 1 meter, 33, despite the flowing strength array. "Freya's time is precious, and I'm not going to waste it with the likes of you." The angry blade never stopped moving as Lith talked, weaving the necessary runes for the blade tier spell ruin. "Same for you undead." Chapter 3604 Bleeding Out Part 3. Chapter 3604 Bleeding Out Part 3. "Make your offer, but know this: if Freya dies, you'll be next," Lith said. Axarin had no physiological need to swallow, yet he did it, and did it hard. "What's happening? Verhin has suddenly become much stronger, and his aura keeps growing. I need to be careful," he thought. "I have your friend, your precious Thundercrash," the Blood Warlock said while taking the railgun off Freya's back. "And all the artifacts Falul entrusted your fellow disciple. Yet they are not worth the trouble of making you and the entire Hydra bloodline my enemy. You, instead, have the Razar, but what good is he to you? You are already a light master, and your friend Nalrun can teach you everything the Razar can. Give the Razar to me, and I'll let your friend go. You have my word I won't reveal Nalrun's secret to anyone. After all, if I did, I would also betray myself, and unlike you, I don't have guardians covering my back. Why should the Council chase your Agni friend when they can much more easily snatch my Razar? Do as I say, and everybody wins. I'll even help you get rid of Iraka. Nobody knows she is here, and if we join our forces, nobody will." Axarin used a healing spell on Freya to stem the bleeding and buy her some time. She was getting weaker by the second, and she was of no use to him dead. "I might have spared you if you had pulled your spear out of her wound and healed her. Now it's too late," Lith replied. A wave of his hand released one of the Silverwing's annihilation stored inside the cannon vault. The anti-guardian spell was focused in a small magic circle, half the size of an adult man. Exactly the size of Axarin's upper body that wasn't covered by Freya's kneeling figure. The annihilation blasted through the Crimson Dragon and Raging Phoenix spells like they were wet paper. It overpowered the defensive arrays that shielded the Blood Warlock and pierced through his spirit barrier, hitting him like a space rocket. The beam of energy pinned Axarin to the wall and vaporized him from head to waist, but it wasn't enough to kill him. Blood Maelstrom strengthened his body, and his vital core was hidden in his right foot, away from the epicenter of the concussive blast. At the same time, a gentle tendril of spirit magic pushed the spear out of Freya's chest and sealed her wound while the warping mirror brought her to safety. "You take care of her, I'll deal with the rest." Lith combined the powers of the heart and the watchtower floors, conjuring a space-compressing array that foiled Iraka's attempt to warp away. "What?" She had silently cast the spell as a contingency measure and kept it at the ready in case Lith killed Axarin or one of her disciples. "I have a bright violet core just like Verhin and 5 more cores at the peak of the deep violet. How can he suppress us all?" Freya, Nalrun struggled against Protector again, and this time the Skull let him go. The Agni put his hands on the gaping wound, mending the flesh and flooding Freya's body with his breathing technique. He needed to assess the damage on her life force and check if the spear had coated the gash with poison or imbued it with a long-lasting spell. Freya's chest healed as quickly as her armor self-repaired, and her face regained color, but her vitality kept dropping. "Her core," Nalrun cried in despair. "The fucker cracked her mana core, she's dying." At those words, Lith and Solus gave their mana one last push and took control of the mana geyser. The entire cave warped around them, stretching over 50 meters upwards and 166 thrice across. The walls, floor, and ceiling moved back, as if they were retreating in fear as the tower took form deep below the ground, and absorbed the world energy to fuel its floors. Lith tapped into the cannon vault and shot another Silverwing's annihilation, but Axarin had already retreated to the safety of his magical formations. Dozens of concentric spirit barriers formed around him, while the offensive arrays combined their strength to take the annihilation head-on. Axarin's spirit barriers shattered, the offensive arrays collapsed, and his body exploded in a fountain of gore. Yet he survived, barely. His blood core had been damaged by the second blast, forcing him to redirect the blood fueling the Raging Phoenix and the Crimson Dragon to rebuild his body from scratch before it was too late. "Stay away!" Iraka focused all the mana she and her apprentices could muster to overcome the space-compressing array and failed. Stay away, you monster. Flowing strength gave her vitality while her apprentices used invigoration non-stop, but it wasn't enough. Iraka cast 6 Tier 5 spirit spells at once just to see them crash against a Silverwing's bastion that covered Lith's half of the cave. Lith grunted in fury, using the hands, ears, and eyes of Menadian to identify the focus points of the mine's defensive arrays and destroy them. They were far away from him and fueled by the mana geyser, but that wasn't enough to protect them. The world energy was now under his control, and he only needed a thought to cut off the arrays from their energy supply. Without it, a mere chore magic spell undid them all. I warned you. Lith swung Ragnarok and released the Tower Blade spell, Red Ruin, which the mouth had brought to completion. You should have listened. A blood-red tidal wave of energy flooded the cave. It cut the flowing strength array first, and then diced those who sustained it. Axarin converted his entire body into energy and squeezed his blood core dry, keeping just enough mana and life force to keep himself alive. He imbued every iota of that energy into the Crimson Dragon and Raging Phoenix, turning them into ferocious beasts that could hold their ground against a divine beast each. His armor wrapped around his core, forming a thick sphere of adamant shrouded by a spirit barrier. Red Ruin shredded the constructs, the barrier, and the enchanted metal without ever slowing down its advance. Iraka and Axarin had different means and abilities, yet they died at the same time. Soulless, Lith used the watchtower powered by the ears to make sure there was no survivor, that no one had run away, or was close enough to the scene who could later connect him to the murders. They were alone, and that was the only silver lining of the situation. Way ahead of you, she replied while warping everyone inside the tower the moment the fight was over. I've moved Freya to the infirmary, and I'm diverting all the power stored in the elemental storage to the life support tank. Is it working? Nalrond and the others stepped near the tank. Freya was floating in a violet liquid, her left arm already missing. No, Soulless fingers danced over the control panel like a pianist's during a solo. I slowed down the collapse of her mana core, but she's still dying. Why isn't the tower fixing her, Mom? Why hasn't the bleed kicked in already? Chapter 3605, Bleeding Out Part 4. Chapter 3605, Bleeding Out Part 4. The bleed is attuned to you, Menadian replied. The energy it stores would poison Freya just like your mana. Can we recalibrate the infirmary with Freya's energy signature? Lith asked, cursing himself for killing the Awakened before asking that question. Can we save her if we fill new tanks? No, Menadian shook her head. It works for Soulless only because she's bonded to the tower, I'm sorry. It's all right, Freya smiled, her voice gurgling from inside the life support tank. It's not your fault, Master Menadian, it's no one's fault but mine. I was stupid and conceited. Small tears streaked from her eyes, and were immediately diluted in the nutrient solution. I was so proud of being a dimensional mage, of my success in imitating Master Tezca's spell, that I forgot Magur is full of monsters much stronger and older than me. Her right arm disappeared, and her left foot was next. Do you hear me, Nalrund? This is not your fault, I mean it. I'm sorry for abandoning you like this. I didn't mean to hurt you. I wanted to give you a wedding gift no money can buy, someone who can truly understand what you went through. Someone with whom you could reminisce the good times in your village. Stop talking. Nalrund did his best to hold back his tears. Focus on healing. You are strong enough to fight even death. I wish it were true, Freya gurgled as her left leg disappeared up to her knee. I don't have much time left. I know I'm asking you a lot, Lith, but can you take me home? I want to say goodbye to my parents and Quilla. They lost Floria without having the chance to see her or talk to her one last time, and it almost destroyed them. I don't want them to go through that again because of me. I don't want to die knowing I've hurt everyone I love. Sure, Lith hated the idea of revealing the tower's existence to Orion and Gianni, but he couldn't refuse Freya her last wish. Speaking of which... He turned to Salman, who was still shocked beyond belief. The Rizar had no idea where he was, what had happened, or what a mage tower was. He had lived all his life in the Fringe and the last few years in Gabesh. Even an enchanted sword was an uncanny artifact to him. What is this place? Huar Lith's punch to the face cut the Rizar short and knocked him out. When he wakes up, make up some bullshit about a traveling infirmary or something, Lith said to Nalrond. We're going back to the Verhin mansion, and I don't want to kill your friend after Freya sacrificed her life to save him. She didn't sacrifice her life, Nalrund snarled. She's still alive, fuck her parents and fuck Quilla, bring her to the Trawn Woods now. With no time to waste, the Agni grabbed Lith by the shoulder with one hand and took his communicator amulet out with the other. A mind link shared the necessary information with Lith, while Falul's hologram appeared. "What's up, guys? How is Great Mother Almighty?" The Hydra stared at the infirmary in horror. "Freya, what happened to her?" "Her core is cracked," Nalrund replied. "We are about to warp to the Tron Woods." "I should kill Freya for telling you," Falul sighed in relief. "And maybe I will, but first I have to save her. Bring her to me now." On it, Solus deactivated all floors except the infirmary and the heart, powering up the tower warp in record time. It took just a few seconds to link the 2 points in space through the dozens of thousands of kilometers separating them, yet they felt like hours. The tower had just started to charge up for a mirror warp to Falul's lair when the Hydra entered the tower from the door and accessed its control system to reach the infirmary in 1 steps. "Can you do it here?" Nalrund asked. Falul's voice trailed off as she pondered whether to expose the secret of her bloodline or not. "Yes, I can." Her hesitation lasted only 1 second, the time to see Freya's right foot start to disappear as well. "I need space, lots of it, also something like a huge tub, large enough to contain Freya and soak her from head to toe in liquid," Falul said. "What about the healing tank?" Lith pointed at the tempered mana crystal. "It might actually make things easier," the Hydra nodded, "but I need it empty and again space." "Give me a second." Solus closed her eyes and gritted her teeth in the effort to restructure the tower according to Falul's needs. She moved the living quarters right below the infirmary and then fused the 3 floors together. She emptied the elemental storage, the armory, and the cannon vault, expanding the infirmary until it was 36 meters, 118 high and 50, 164 across. Hydra-sized would have been enough, but this will do too. Falul nodded as she assumed her real form, that of a 7-headed Hydra 20 meters, 66, tall. "Wait," Lith threw her the hands, eyes, and ears of Menadian. The master and apprentice hands fused into one, giving the resulting artifact double the output and full access to the tower. The eyes and ears amplified Falul's perceptions and gave her surgical control over every spark of mana in the room. "Thanks and sorry." Falul drained the healing tank and opened its upper lid while biting one of her own heads off. Blood gushed from the wound, filling the tank and making Freya almost disappear beyond the red veil. Falul healed her wound and stripped her apprentice naked the moment Freya disappeared under the blood. The 7 heads spoke words Lith and Solus recognized, but didn't understand. "This is Dragon Tongue. What's happening?" Solus asked via the mind link, and Lith shared what Nalrund had told him with her. "Do you remember how Siruk's blood saved the traitor Ranger Alman Quarren even after I decapitated him and crushed his heart? Nalrund hopes that Falul can do the same for Freya by completing the Harbinger ritual," Lith replied. The Hydra blood in the tank resonated with that already coursing through Freya's veins, producing a glow that slowly rose in intensity until the crimson red turned into dawn white. The life essence outside seeped inside Freya's every orifice and pore, carrying with itself the life force and mana of the Hydra. The energy flooded what was left of Freya's body and then converged onto her cracked mana core. Lith and Solus could see through the eyes of Menadian how Falul's life force became one with Freya's. It formed a thick bandage that wrapped itself around the damaged mana core and stopped the cracks from spreading. The Hydra's mana reached Freya's core second, rebuilding it from the inside and restoring its lost strength. New energy kept pouring thanks to Falul's breathing technique, Lifestream. It was an impossible procedure made possible by the now-matching energy signatures of the lesser divine beast and her harbinger. Any other kind of mana would have been poison for Freya's core, just like no other life force could have made up for the one she had lost after bleeding so much and for so long. Chapter 3606, The Weirdest Find, Part 1. Freya wasn't healed so much as reborn. The healing tank was akin to a womb that allowed Falul to share the guardian blood that even lesser divine beasts carried over from their ancestral primogenitor with her harbinger. The Hydra's latent dragon essence nurtured Freya into the next best thing, to the perfect fusion between the human and Hydra life force. The strong fed the weak, pouring more of Falul into the smaller creature until they became one. Where 1 minute ago a human woman with traces of Hydra blood in her system floated in pain, now stood a Hydra woman with traces of human blood. As the process neared completion, Freya's body started to change. Large green scales bloomed over her skin, and 6 more necks sprouted in the space across her shoulders. Her nails turned into claws, and a long, stumpy tail formed on the small of her back. Very few things of her former human appearance remained, but more than enough to make Freya blush wildly as her eyes regained their focus. Her body avidly consumed the Hydra's blood to restore its strength, leaving her more exposed by the second. "Guys, turn around, damn it! Stop staring at me!" she yelled as embarrassment painted her many serpentine snouts of a bright shade of purple. Her right leg stopped fading and reappeared from knee to toe. Then it was the left leg's turn. "Why does it have to be the legs? Give me my damn arms back first." Freya curled up in a fetal position with the only result of offering her friends a different point of view. As soon as new life flowed through her body and her right arm returned, Freya covered her crotch. Her bountiful bosom had to wait until her left arm returned as well. "It is done," Falul panted heavily and let herself fall to the side on the ground. "Freya is going to be okay." All of Falul's scales had lost their luster, and she looked somehow diminished. Her presence wasn't that of an apex predator anymore, but that of a wounded beast struggling for survival. "I hate you, Falul." Freya sat down with her back against the healing tank. "Why didn't you give me my clothes back, and why didn't you guys turn around?" I didn't stutter. "I noticed," Lith said to Falul, ignoring his friend. The crazy yelling and the wild blushing sort of gave it away. Falul started to laugh, only for it to turn into a dry, violent cough. "By my mom, Falul, are you all right?" A wave of soulless hand restored the tower's normal functions and removed the Menadian set from the Hydra, lightening the burden on her debilitated body. It also got rid of the healing tank, allowing Freya to recover her Featherwalker armor, or at least she tried. "Why doesn't it answer my call?" She extended her hand, but the enchanted metal remained on the floor where Falul had tossed it. "Freya," Nalrund rushed to her, and was about to wrap her in an embrace when he stopped abruptly, afraid to hurt her. He moved slowly, as if she might shatter upon contact, and covered her with his own body. "You almost gave me a heart attack. Don't you dare scare me like this again." He rested his head on her shoulder, letting warm tears of relief finally flow. "It wasn't my intention, and believe me, I have no desire to repeat the experience." She returned the embrace, and only then did she notice the changes in her body. "Wait, what?" Her eyes looked along her scaled arm until she saw her clawed fingers. Then she turned around to look at her right shoulder, just to meet the flabbergasted gaze of 3 small serpentine heads emerging from her collarbone, shoulder blade, and shoulder respectively. "Good gods!" Freya, and a choir of 6 voices that sounded just like hers shrieked at the same time, almost bursting her own eardrums. She reacted to the noise by turning her head to the left shoulder, finding 3 more serpentine heads and screaming again. She kept turning left and right, screaming in a cycle that stopped only once the sound of laughter filled the room. "It's not funny," Freya said in a Dolby surround effect. "Why did nobody tell me I look like a monster?" "That's the worst thank you I've ever received," Falul groaned. "She's right," head number 1 from the left said with Freya's classic grumpy tone. "Show some gratitude, you brats. Also, keep the monster part for yourselves. I look alive, and that's plenty enough for me." "Shut up," head number 2 from the right replied. "I almost died, and Lith and Protector took their sweet time ogling at my naked body. I'm traumatized." "Big deal. We all almost died, drama queen." Head number 3 from the left shrugged, making Freya scream again when she realized the other heads could move her body without her consent. "More importantly, the hole in my chest moved to my stomach. All this healing and shape-shifting made me hungry. Let's go eat some food." "How can you think about stuffing your face in a moment like this? First, I need to put on some clothes," the first head from the left said in outrage. "I love you, Freya, but I swear to the gods that if you make a habit of literally talking with yourself, from now on I'm going to need a lot of personal space," Nalrund said, drawing the attention of all 7 heads to himself. "With 7 mouths, you are noisy, annoying, and way too intense." All 7 heads narrowed their eyes, their expression twisted in an angry grimace. "How can you say that? I'm still shocked from the transformation, and you—" Nalrund held her in his arms and gave the humanoid head a deep kiss, cutting the secondary heads short as well due to the delighted expression appearing on the 6 serpentine snouts. "I'm sorry, babe. I just wanted you to stop bickering with yourself, so I said something I knew you all would agree about," he said once he was out of breath. "It's no big deal." Freya smiled as her other heads looked disappointed. They had never stopped breathing, which made the kiss too short for their taste. "You made them agree all right, but it's not anger that did the trick." Falul chuckled in the smallest laugh she could afford. "Master Falul," Freya snarled as she blushed a little, and her secondary heads hissed like angry cats. I'm glad you are all right, Freya, but Nalrund isn't the only one who was worried about you. Lith's heart started to slow down as the anxiety gripping it loosened its hold. Can we also congratulate you and give you a quick checkup? Just for our peace of mind. Yes, Freya took a step back and then stuck to Nalrund again. I mean, no, why aren't my clothes answering my commands? If it's clothes you want, I can solve the problem easily. Solus conjured a sky-blue day dress around Freya's body. Thanks, Solus. Wait a minute, why didn't you do this when I asked for clothes the first time? Freya grunted but went to hug her friends anyway. Chapter 3607, The Weirdest Find, Part 2. Because Falul hadn't given me permission to. She stripped you naked, and since she was the only one to know the details of the Harbinger ritual, I assumed she had good reasons to keep you naked. Solus gave Freya a full checkup, but she understood nothing of what she saw. Freya's mana core was whole again, but its external layer was thicker than before, and the mana it contained swirled like a storm. Her life force was just as baffling. The red colossus of her human side collapsed into a burning violet star, surrounded by 6 smaller stars orbiting around it. A split second later, the violet star exploded into a nova whose fires rebuilt the red colossus from scratch, just for the cycle to start anew. By my mom, you are fine, but this is the weirdest find I've ever seen. And coming from us, it means a lot. Lith triple-checked Freya, but had no better luck than Solus in understanding what was happening to their friend. Solus is right, Freya, Falul still panted, but her main head seemed to have recovered enough strength to talk. I couldn't afford to leave a single speck of your body not fully immersed in my blood or having an unsteady absorption rate. No lesser divine beast ever made herself a harbinger. On top of that, all I knew about the ritual applied to a healthy individual, not one on the verge of death. I'd rather you be alive and embarrassed than dead and modest. Me too, Lith, Protector, and Solus nodded. I'm glad to have you back, Freya. Protector lifted Freya from the ground and spun her around like a little girl. Gods, now I understand why Lith was so angry with me. If I weren't still terrified at the idea of having almost lost you, I'd kick your ass for putting your life at risk like that. Speaking of Lith, what about your life force, Falul? Protector put Freya down and rushed to check on the Hydra. Did repairing her mana core crippled you like it happened to Lith? Invigoration revealed that Falul's life force and mana core were spent beyond what a breathing technique could restore. She needed a lot of food and rest to recover, but was otherwise fine. My life force didn't crack if that's what you're asking. Falul rubbed her muzzle on Protector as a thank you. Back then, Lith was in horrible shape and had to fix your life force with his own. I instead was at my peak strength and already shared an almost identical life force with Freya. The repeated injections of my blood created a strong bond between us that I exploited to save her life. Unlike you, Protector, her core could take my mana without rejection, and I could patch the hole left by the wound in her life force without any permanent loss. Freya and I share the same life force, and she can return to me what I lent her the moment she recovers. Thank you for saving my life, Master Falul. Freya knelt near the Hydra, hugging one of her long necks. And sorry for the nasty things I said to you before. I didn't mean any of it. I know, Falul replied with a smug grin. Why can't I recall my Featherwalker armor, and why didn't you explain everything to me through our bond? Freya asked. What's happening to Freya's life force? Lith asked. One at a time, children. I'm still exhausted, Falul sighed. I have yet to speak through our bond because I'm afraid the contact might burn your mind, Freya. I've lived over 10 times longer than you and have no idea how to safely exchange my thoughts with you. Right now, I'm keeping myself out of your head. I can only hear your loudest thoughts, and only because we are close. As for your other questions, children, the answer is the same. Freya has become my harbinger. Her life force and energy signature have forever changed. The Hydra took a short pause to let her words sink in. She is no longer fully human and needs time to adapt to her new condition. Freya, your armor doesn't answer your telepathic commands because it doesn't recognize your mana yet. You are still alive, and your imprint has remained, but your energy signature is different from the one that still flows inside your artifacts. Everyone, take out your communication amulets. Everyone did as instructed while Freya tried and failed to access her dimensional storage. Her communication rune on all amulets was still there, but it blinked in and out of existence as if the amulets couldn't decide whether Freya was dead or alive. This isn't like a call or a message, Lith said. The rune itself is blinking, not its light. Exactly, Falul nodded. The same is happening to every piece of your equipment, Freya. My guess is that in a few days your mana flow will stabilize and everything will go back to normal. Until that moment, however, I need you to stay put. No magic, no training, and absolutely no getting hurt. The life force I gave you isn't enough to save you from another deadly wound, and I can't give you more without putting both our lives at risk. Remember that if I die, you die. If you die while I'm like this, I'll probably die with you. I see. All Freya's head swallowed hard. What should I do until that moment? First, shapeshift into your human form and return to Kaitam, Falul replied. Soon, people will notice the disappearance of 2 council elders, and you guys need an alibi. Use the tower not to leave a paper trail, go back to your hotel, and have a meal in plain sight. Fuck me sideways, I had almost forgotten about Sulman and why we went to Kaitam in the first place. Lith slapped his forehead. Having a tail will play in our favor. I bet the Awakened left someone to keep an eye on our hotel. They will be our unwitting witnesses. What about Sulman? Nalrund asked. Who? Falul blinked in confusion. A quick mind link brought her up to speed, and a warp brought the unconscious Rizar in front of the Hydra. Leave him with me, she replied. I'll tell him some bullshit about you knocking him out to protect the secrets of one of my mighty weapons. A country bumpkin like him is easy to fool and has no reason to question my sincerity. It took Freya a few tries to get the hang of shapeshifting without the use of body sculpting, but just like speaking from multiple heads, it came natural to her as if she had always done it. How do I look? She checked her arm and legs as her tail wagged in anxiety. Perfect, but you missed a spot, Nalrun chuckled. Damn tail, stop flashing my ass. Why didn't you give me panties soulless? Freya reabsorbed the extra limb, blushing. Because you wore none to start with, Soulless shrugged. They are uncomfortable and never mind, Freya sighed. I still need clothes. These are going to disappear the moment the tower goes away. Chapter 3608, Silence and Suspicions, Part 1. We have many wardrobes, Soulless replied. Pick anything you like. After many tries and a few minutes, Freya came out of her room wearing one of Alina's dresses. This is a bit short and old-fashioned for my taste, but it will do until we find a clothing store, she said while straightening her sleeves. It's weird seeing you dressed like my mother. Lith was actually creeped out but preferred making no mention of it. Couldn't you use one of Soulless' dresses? Tight on the chest, large on the hips, and barely reaches below my hips, I look like a slutty barmaid. Freya shook her head. The moment you heal, I'm going to kill you, Soulless snarled in embarrassment. What about Tista then? Lith ignored her. Large on the chest, tight on the hips, and too long, I look like a girl in her mother's clothes. Freya burned with envy, and Falul had a hard time repressing a chuckle. Rinaz's clothes would have been a perfect fit if she had your mother's breasts. Stop right there, Lith put his hand on her mouth. The only thing I'm willing to discuss about my mother is her personality. Are we clear? CFHTL, Freya's muffled voice replied. The group left Sulman in Falul's care and warped them both to her lair before returning to the Silvar region. Lith found it unsettling how Alina's dress fitted Freya and was willing to buy her a dress out of his own pocket, but that had to wait. Every minute mattered, so they reached the Singing Dryad Hotel as fast as they could for an early lunch. The awakened apprentice surveilling the place spotted them from a distance and reported it to his allies, establishing Lith's group's alibi. Lith and the others were all smiles and laughs, bearing no sign of the fight against the 2 council elders. On top of that, there was no way to cross the distance between the Blood Warlock's turf and Kaitam in such a short time without employing one of the warp networks. The group spent the rest of the day touring the city of Kaitam for real and enjoying the local delicacies. When the news of Araka's and Axaran's death spread, no one suspected Lith or one of his allies. The investigation came to the conclusion that the 2 council elders had come to blows for some reason, and the fight had ended in mutual destruction. After all, Araka's last known position was inside Axaran's turf, and their communication runes had disappeared at the same moment. On top of that, before leaving his mansion, Axaran had warned his slumbering disciples that he was going to meet Araka, and she was to blame if anything happened to him. The Blood Warlock had kept the existence of the Rizar a secret not to tempt the young undead, but he had made sure that if the human elder betrayed him, she wouldn't live long enough to enjoy the fruits of her treachery. The investigation stopped as soon as Axaran's apprentices reported that piece of information. Looking any further would have been a waste of time, since there was no evidence leading in another plausible direction. Lith laughed hard when that night Falul shared the council's report, on the disappearance of the 2 council elders with him. Let this be a lesson for you, Lith. Falul lay in her bed of gold coins, still in dire need of rest. There is such a thing as too many secrets. Had Axaran been honest with his disciples, you might be in trouble right now. The only lesson I see here is that paranoia saved me once again, and this time it wasn't even my own. He shrugged. Very funny, she grunted. How's Sulman? Is he okay? Nalrund asked. He's damn fine, Falul said with unusual excitement. Please don't let him go anywhere until my return. Nalrund's expression hardened. I need to talk to him. Don't worry, he'll be my honored guest for as long as you need. Bye. Is it me, or did she sound happy? Lith asked. She should be sore and grumpy from the ritual. She did sound happy. Freya had felt something from the Hydra despite the distance separating them, but she couldn't put her finger on it. That can wait, though. I need your help to talk to my parents. My amulet doesn't work yet, and if they tried to contact me, they must be worried to death. I want to reassure them in person. A call would just make them think I'm hiding something from them. Why do you need us? Solus asked in confusion. The investigation is over and Kaidam has a warp gate. You can go straight to the Verhin mansion. I need reinforcements. Freya cleared her throat. If I go alone, my parents will overreact and won't let me out of their sight for days. Fine by me, Lith replied. I haven't seen Kami and the babies in person for 2 days. In my book, it's 2 days too long. Let's go. As Freya had predicted, Gianni had noticed the oddity the moment it had started. She had not contacted Falul or issued a grid search for her daughter only because she knew Freya was on a mission. My baby girl, Orion charged at her in relief, yet stopped before even touching her. Is everything all right, Freya? You feel weaker than usual, yet stronger. Also, there's something different about you. I'm fine, Dad. Please sit down. There's something I need to tell you, Freya sighed. She's not pregnant. Also, she's holding Nalrund's hand, so they are not calling off the wedding, dear. Gianni studied her daughter like one of her suspects. Whatever this is, it happened on the mission. Ma, Driffa said from her crib, prompting Orion to take her into his arms. Mom, let me do the talking, please. Freya pinched her nose in annoyance. Dad, it's better if I take Driffa. Fa, the baby girl giggled. Once Freya was done talking, Orion clenched Grimlock so hard that his knuckles became white. His eyes were lit with cold fury, and only sheer willpower kept him from making a few calls and teaching the remaining awakened lords of the Silvar region a lesson. As for Gianni, her left eye twitched once at the mention of Freya's mana core cracking, but everyone assumed it was a moment of weakness caused by all the stress she had endured until the very end of her pregnancy. Are those guys dead? Orion's voice was low and controlled not to scare the baby. Yes, Dad, Freya nodded, pulverized. Damn. Language, Gianni looked at Driffa, who kept pulling at Freya's long hair. I thought you would be happy, not disappointed, Dad, Freya said. Happy doesn't even come close to expressing how relieved I am knowing you're safe, kid. Orion put his sword away, sighing. And I'm not disappointed, just frustrated that once again one of my daughters was in danger, and there's nothing I can do about it. Don't be silly, Dad. Freya walked to him and gave him the hug he sorely needed. It's not your fault. I knew the risks of the mission. I knew we were facing 2 council elders, yet I got cocky. Chapter 3609, Silence and Suspicions, Part 2. I've been arrogant and stupid, but that won't happen anymore. I've learned my lesson, and I promise you that from now on I'll be much more careful. You better, kid. Orion checked Freya with invigoration until he was sure that her life force was weird but undamaged. Otherwise, once I'm done with the one who hurt you, I'll come for you next. I owe you an apology, Freya. Gianni wrung her hands. You made the right decision, and I should have trusted your judgment more. What are you talking about, Mom? Freya asked in confusion. You've never questioned my pact with Falul, at least in my face. Of course I didn't. Gianni dismissed her daughter's suspicious look with a sweep of her hand. Sure, I don't like the terms of the pact, but without it, you wouldn't have found your path in life and met Nalrund. The only thing I've always wanted for all my children is to be happy. On top of that, after today, I consider Falul a member of this family. It's only thanks to her that you're still alive. Freya had glossed over the part about the tower and Lith's contribution, leaving the Hydra the lion's share of the glory. In the version of the story they had fed the Urnas, Falul had kept a warp array at the ready and intervened before it was too late. I was referring to your choice to delay having children. Gianni's words made Freya and Nalrund spit out their tea. If not for that, your father and I would have lost a grandchild, if not 2. Not to mention the complications that becoming a harbinger might have caused to the babies. even if they survived your wounding. Damn, I hadn't thought about that. Orion slapped his own leg, his face losing its color. Language, Gianni repeated. Mom, that part of my life is not up for debate. Damn, Driffa cut Freya's short. What did you say, baby girl? Gianni's smile as she took Driffa in her arms didn't extend to her eyes, especially when she looked at Orion. She's just a few weeks old. There's no way she has already learned her first word. He raised his hands in apology. Also, I don't say that word so often. Driffa smiled at Gianni and made a few baby noises, confirming Orion's words. Maybe we have misheard, Lith pondered. Maybe she said dad. Say dad, sweetie pie, say dad. Orion waved his hand to Driffa, obtaining a smile in return but nothing more. After a few more failed attempts to make the baby talk, Gianni sighed in relief and went back to the original topic. Freya, I don't want to pressure you, but Quilla is right. This is the perfect moment to start your family. You are Falul's harbinger now. You might die during one of her missions or because she died at the hands of her enemies. Your future doesn't belong only to you anymore. You must start planning your life accordingly. On top of that, if my plan to deal with the Jernoffs fails, I won't get to know your children, but at least I will see them with invigoration. Mom, Freya had no idea if Gianni was being sincere or just attempting to manipulate her, but she went pale anyway. Don't talk like that, Damn, Driffa said, and the room fell silent. Dear, please raise your voice at me, Gianni said while never averting her eyes from the baby. Gianni, I would never do that. This must be a mistake. I said raise your voice. Damn. Did she learn that if she does that, everyone calms down? Protector asked, finding it hard to believe his own hypothesis. This is preposterous. Orion jumped up from his seat and Driffa repeated. Damn. Normally I would blame Manohar, but he's dead and Durrell is too young to manipulate someone's life force, isn't he? Lith asked, obtaining only silence and suspicions as an answer. Space. Later that night, Freya and Nalrun decided to make the most of the privacy of their room and the distance from Falul to talk openly. Becoming a harbinger had forever changed Freya not only as an awakened, but also as a woman. The event's ripples would sooner or later affect every aspect of her life, and their relationship would be no exception. Mom is right, Freya said through the bathroom door as she took her time showering. No matter how much she scrubbed her body, she could still feel Falul's dense blood sticking to her skin. My future isn't only mine anymore. Also, Jinx too is right. There is only one Agni on the entire Magar. With all the craziness in our lives, we don't know how long we have left, and I could never forgive myself if the Agni race went extinct because of me. A fair point. Nalrun took several bouquets of irises, Freya's favorite flowers, out of his dimensional amulet along with candles and a bottle of good wine. What point does it have to carry this stuff everywhere? It just takes space that I could use to store something actually useful. He had asked Lith right after Freya had received her first infusion of Falul's blood. The point is that sooner or later Freya will become Falul's harbinger, and when that happens, things are going to change. Lith had replied. You can't control the when or why, but you can prepare to make it a magical moment instead of a traumatic event. As you and I know, magic is no miracle. You must make it happen. Now shut the fuck up and do as I say. One day you'll thank me for it. Thank you, Lith, Nalrund thought while arranging the bouquets and candles around the room, turning the magical lights off, and covering the bedsheets with a handful of petals. I'm still shaken from what happened today. Freya turned the water off before continuing. I thought I was going to die. I felt my life slipping through my fingers and knew there was nothing anyone could do about it. Even though I acted brave and said all those nice things, I felt the full weight of my mortality. In those moments, I realized what is truly important to me and how many things I've kept postponing because I thought I still had plenty of time ahead of me. She got out of the bathtub and put on a soft cotton bathrobe that stuck to her skin like a warm hug. I was scared, Nalrund, scared of fading away like Floria and never achieving my dreams. Yet I was even more scared of becoming one of Lith's demons. I desperately wanted to live, but only on my terms. I would have never become a puppet in someone else's hands. Being able to see you, my parents, and siblings only if and when my master allows it would have been unbearable. Yet that's exactly what happened. I've become a harbinger instead of a demon, but the result isn't much different. Ever since I woke up in that pool of blood, I didn't know whether to be angry or grateful to you. Angry because you made the choice for me before I could make peace with it, and now I'm Falul's property. Chapter 3610, Potential Allies Part 1. Yet I'm also grateful to you because I'm still alive, Nalrond, Freya said. I'm still made of flesh and bones and can get as far from Falul as she allows me. My life has changed, but not so much that I have to abandon all my dreams and resign to a life of servitude. What I'm trying to say is, thank you, Nalrond. You never stopped fighting for me, even when I was lost in despair. You found a solution to a problem I deemed unsolvable. Even though I've become a harbinger sooner than I wanted, this was my path from the beginning. You just gave me the final push. Nonetheless, nothing will ever be the same, and I don't know if she walked out of the bathroom and was taken aback by the romantic atmosphere of the room. Why did you set up all this? What did you think was going to happen? Only then did Nalrond notice that Freya was in her harbinger form. She had bathed as a quasi-hydra to get used to her extra heads, tail, and newfound aversion to cold temperatures. Her body was covered by smooth, deep forest green scales, and the only hair she had left was the one on her human head. You were talking about your future not belonging only to you anymore, and pointed out I'm the only Agni on Magur. Nalrond swallowed hard as he noticed that Freya wasn't impressed by his preparations, and showed none of her telltale signs of desire for intimacy. I assumed that since we are about to get married, and after Gianni gave you the speech about children, you wanted to start working on our firstborn. After a near-death experience and a life-changing event, she couldn't help but giggle, and the extra heads joining her made Nalrond feel even worse. I meant that now I'm under Falul's authority and not as free as before. Many important decisions that were supposed to be made just by the two of us are going to need her permission. As for the only Agni on Magur part, I was trying to say that I can't keep you tied to me, and I won't resent you if you choose to walk away. Freya's smile disappeared, and she lowered her gaze, staring at her clawed hands and scaled skin with mixed emotions. I'm not the woman to whom you proposed in both mind and body. She raised her arms to the side and gave him a twirl. Freya Ernez is dead. Now I'm Freya the Harbinger, and no matter how far I am from Falul, I can feel her presence in a corner of my mind. The door will always be there and open from my side. She can cross it any time she wants, and no matter how much I try, I can't stop her. Every moment we share and every secret you entrust me, she can pry it from my mind. Freya took a deep breath before untying her bathrobe and letting it fall to the ground. This is who I really am now. My human appearance is just a mask, and it's not up to me deciding when it comes off. You deserve a full life, Nalrond, and someone who can spend it with you. Please look at me and honestly tell me if you can still see our future together, because I'm not sure of anything right now. She raised her eyes to meet his and saw her worst fears come true. He looked surprised, confused, and most of all disappointed. I knew this would happen, but it still hurts, Freya thought as her eyes turned wet. I fully accepted his Razar side, but I had years to get gradually accustomed to his other self, whereas I'm throwing this in his face right when we're about to get married. Even I don't know what to make of this snake thing I've become. I'm sorry, Nalrond sighed. I didn't realize how much pain you still were in and thought only about what I wanted. Still, I can't believe you dislike this so much. He waved at the room. It may be silly, but I've put a lot of thought into it, and I only wanted to make you happy. I love it, Freya said in confusion. The moment I saw my favorite flowers and the candlelight, I thought you still saw the old Freya in me and were attracted to me. I felt flattered and reassured of your feelings. I said all those things because I needed to make sure you weren't forcing yourself to do this out of pity, and that you fully realize the implications of my new condition. Freya, we've discussed your new condition since we started dating. Nalrond looked no less puzzled. I knew this would happen for years and made peace with it a long time ago. Nothing has changed to me, and I think the state of the room proves it. Maybe that's what you tell yourself, but your face tells a different story. Freya's voice almost cracked. What face? Nalrond went from confused to utterly lost. This face, she conjured an ice mirror in front of him. You are disappointed and don't like what you see. Of course I don't, he conjured an ice mirror in front of her. I mean, really, no problem in front of Protector and Lith, but now that we are alone, I get the scaled shoulder. You might as well have kept the bathrobe on. What are you, son of a bitch? The mirror showed the reflection of a humanoid hydra. A perfectly presentable humanoid hydra whose private parts were hidden under a layer of thick scales that blended with the rest to perfection, giving her body a smooth, featureless appearance. Even her voluptuous breasts looked like scaly bumps on her chest. Why, how? I swear I wasn't like this during my bath. I'm not doing this on purpose. Freya moved her eyes from the mirror to Nalrond in disbelief. Do you really think I would show my naked body to Lith and Protector and hide it from you? Maybe that's what you tell yourself, but your body tells a different story. Nalrund threw her words in her face, making her faces turn to a shade of purple. Then my body is lying. She stomped her foot in anger and immediately saw Nalrund's expression steel. I'm sorry for my outburst. I know I sound crazy and I shouldn't have doubted you, but I need you to believe me. I'm not doing this on purpose. I believe you. He pointed his finger at her now exposed private areas. This is the same thing that happened to Tista when she first became a Hecate and tried to open her face mask. Just like she exposed herself by contracting all her muscles. You were so stressed after the Harbinger ritual that you kept all the muscles controlling the scales taut until a while ago. And after seeing the romantic setting you created, I relaxed enough to finally cover myself up until my rage flexed them again, she said as understanding dawned on her. Wait a minute, like Tista, did you see her naked? No, Nalrund could see the storm brewing on her face. Chapter 3611, Potential Allies, Part 2. I'm serious, I've never seen her naked. I only heard this story because she asked for my help while trying to figure out a way to control the different muscles in her body. She knew Razars can change the angle of their scales and hoped my technique would work for her as well, and it did. Or so she says, he rushed to add. And why is this the first time I hear about this? Freya tapped her foot in fury. Because it was a humiliating experience for Tista, and she asked me to keep it a secret. Nalrund replied with a snort. Unlike someone I know, I can keep my mouth shut. What do you mean? Now it was Freya's turn to feel pressured. I wasn't going to throw it in your face, but since you are asking for it, I will. Someone told Quilla about Mr. Longclaw, and she told Morak, who in turn told me. I can't believe she's such a gossip, Freya gasped in horror. It was supposed to be secret. Our secret, Nalrund pointed out. And you betrayed it first by telling it to your sister, Camilla, Celia, and the gods know who else. It was a confidence. She knew how ridiculous her words sounded the moment they escaped her lips. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. As I said, I believe you. Nalrund stood up and wrapped her in his arms, kissing her passionately. Does this count as an answer? It does. Freya felt the tenderness of his touch and the tension in his lower body. Okay, now that's settled, let's move on to the second point of our agenda, saving the Agni bloodline from extinction. Can I count on your help? He asked with a stern tone and a serious expression that made her giggle like a little girl. Yes, anything for you. Space. Verendi continent at the same time. Acton the Bastet looked at his beloved country and despaired. Over the centuries, the Susha Republic had bloomed and withered since it had been founded almost 800 years ago, like a plant facing the passing of seasons. It had gone through peace, war, revolutions, and attempted coups, but it had always endured, until now. Acton looked at the capital city of Susha, Sindri, as the fires of magic set it ablaze, and the cruel blades of the invading army painted it red with the blood of its citizens. The Bastet knew that most of the Verendi continent was in the same situation, but he drew no pleasure or consolation from it. Acton had been born 524 years ago in Sindri, back when the Republic was experiencing a golden age that everyone hoped would last forever. The Bastet had left the city when he was barely 20 and Sindri at the apex of its splendor. Even though the capital had lost most of its beauty in the next 300 years, Sindri had always held a special place in Acton's heart. He could still see the bazaar where his mother, Ilza, bought him sweets and taught him the ways of humans. He could still hear the laughter of the kids playing in the streets and the excited talks about the better future their parents believed was waiting for them. They had been wrong. Fate had different plans for the Susha Republic, plans that involved strife, droughts, and hardships, but Susha had endured. Its people had endured, and Acton had hoped they would keep enduring until the day all their dreams would come true. Now those dreams lay shattered in front of Acton's eyes. The Rubari Empire had conquered Sindri, burned its flags, and enslaved its citizens. Soon the former Susha Republic would be split into smaller fortified regions that would make reunifying its territories much harder. Even if a hero were to arise from the oppressed masses, Susha would stay dead and its dreams remain unfulfilled, even if that hero were a divine beast. Don't even think about it, said a voice descending from the sky to his side. You would be just throwing your life away. I know, and I didn't ask for your advice, whoever you are. Acton glanced at the newcomers in disdain with life vision, just to widen his eyes in surprise. The man on the crystal horse and the griffin accompanying him were nothing much, just two divine beast runts who still had a deep violet core. The crystal horse, however, exuded the power of a mage tower. Acton instinctively gauged his strength against the strangers, pondering if he could seize the tower for himself with a swift, ruthless surprise attack. Not a chance. He took a series of slow breaths to calm the inner turmoil caused by the burning of his childhood home. I have no spells at the ready while these two keep an arsenal each. They expect me to attack them, and if I do, I'd be the one to fall into a trap. They are weaker than me, but they have prepared themselves for this encounter and have a mage tower on their side. They probably know me and what I can do, whereas I know nothing about them. The only silver lining is that if they wanted to kill me, they wouldn't have announced their presence, let alone waste time talking. Orpal was about to say friends, but the word sounded fake and cheesy even to his ears. Potential allies. I won't lie and try to convince you I have your interests at heart. I don't. Yet you have something I want, and you have something I want. All I offer is a fair trade. Are you willing to listen to my proposal, or is this a bad time? It's as good as any other, Acton grunted. The entire Verendi continent is bleeding and burning, and I doubt it will stop any time soon. And you know who's responsible for this? Orpal asked, keeping his tone neutral. Everyone with half a brain does, Acton snorted. It's all because those goddamned eldritches slaughtered the awakened council and turned Verendi into their plaything. The Rubari Empire would have never broken through Susha's defenses so easily if not for the Empire's new shadow monarchs. The eldritches offered their services to Prime Minister Joki, and when he refused, they used Susha to show its neighboring countries the price of defiance. After helping Lith and Solus to recover the mouth of Menadian, Xenagrosh had been true to her word. She had led a full-scale conquest of the territories and magical resources left unchecked after the death of most of the council elders. Once new elders had been appointed, and the awakened council of Verendi had found its footing again, they had started fighting the eldritches of the organization and securing the still unoccupied mana geysers. Whenever the organization assigned a territory to a mere abomination, or delayed fortifying its positions, prioritizing the extraction of resources, the awakened council struck back swiftly and mercilessly. Most sorties ended in success, allowing the awakened of Verendi to reclaim many crystal and metal mines during the early stages of the conflict. The battle between the two factions was balanced not only because the organization's forces were spread thin throughout Garland and Verendi, but also because they had to be on guard against the intervention of the Guardians. Chapter 3612, Just Wrong Part 1. The strongest and oldest eldritches were also the most hated, and the Guardians of Verendi were happy to kill two birds with one stone by settling old scores while also protecting Mager's balance. The Master's goals were a mystery, but a single person amassing so much power and resources in their hands was a threat to the entire continent that the Guardians couldn't let go unchecked. The Master's envoys infiltrated the governments of the countries where the mines were located to ensure the organization's operations wouldn't be disturbed. Eldritches and abominations offered part of the mined resources and their occasional help in exchange for the exploitation rights. The local rulers rarely turned down the organization's helping hand. There were so many wars in Verendi that every bit of resources was precious, and the manpower to extract them was sorely lacking. The best mages spent most of their time deployed on the front line, and recalling them would draw the attention of the enemy. If spies caught wind of the existence of untapped mines, the front lines would shift, and mining would not only become impossible but also dangerous. One spell in the wrong place and a crystal mine would detonate, killing all the mages who worked there. On top of that, the abominations sent to negotiate terms were well known and feared by the local populations since they were children. Even kings and ministers knew the stories of the old monsters and how even the greatest heroes of the past had only managed to banish, never to kill them. Having the abominations as allies in the border conflicts was alluring, but the greatest motivator for the local rulers to accept the organization's deal was to keep the deadly creatures from joining the enemy forces. The local rulers assumed that their alliance with the organization would provide them with magical resources and military support, while also ensuring the loyalty of the abominations. Little did they know that each side was offered the same deal, and the abominations never fought against their own. They took part only in the most desperate battles, and only to remind the people in charge of how much they needed the organization's help. The Guardians couldn't allow the Master to monopolize Verendi's resources and control so many countries from the shadows. They helped the awakened council whenever they could, and the abominations who failed to retreat in time met their ultimate death. Indeed, Orpal nodded. But the Council's first extermination is only half the story. You should know that things would have never gotten to this point if the Eldritches didn't have the golden chance to capture your mother and learn how to defeat Guardians. I know, it's all Tyrus's fault. Acton pointed at Jorel and spat at the nearest shadow in hatred. Your mother slaughtered the newborn awakened council right when the tides of battle were turning in our favor and beat my mother senseless for no reason. My mother's wounds were so severe that she could barely move even after months of healing. Yet when the Eldritches attacked, she didn't hesitate to stand against them. After they captured and studied her, the other two Guardians stopped showing their face unless they secured the battlefield first. I used to call them cowards, but then I heard what the Eldritches did in Giera. Those fuckers managed to fight against 3 Guardians at the same time and crippled 2 of them. If the same happened here in Verendi, now there would be nothing stopping the Eldritches from turning this continent into their plaything. How is that my mother's fault? Jorel sneered with spite. If Ilza knew to be nowhere close Tyrus match, she shouldn't have stood in my mother's way. If Ilza overestimated herself, then she's a fool and deserved everything that came her way. Only idiots think that being right gives them any advantage on the battlefield. When the Eldritches came for her, Ilza should have hidden in the deepest hole she could find until her wounds healed. She learned nothing from her fight with Tyrus and charged one more time against an enemy she knew she couldn't defeat. If you don't see it, then you are as stupid as your mother. I didn't ask nor do I care for your opinion. Acton's eyes flared with bright violet mana. Now take what you said about my mother back or I'll make you. The entire body of the Bastet became engulfed with golden light, and a roaring mane of fire appeared around his neck, making Orpal's eyes burn with envy and desire. You and what army? Silvery lightning bolts arched across Jorel's body while golden hard-light weapons appeared in midair. Not Sush's. The humans are all dead and you don't look much of a necromancer. That does it. Acton stepped forward, but Orpal put himself and Moonlight between the divine beasts. Calm down, I've not come here to fight, and as hard to believe it might sound, neither did Jorel. He's just an asshole. You can beat the crap out of him later if you want, but not before you listen to my proposal. And why should I do that? Acton snarled. Because I'm here to offer you the truth and the means to achieve whatever goal you have in mind. All I ask you is to use your brain instead of your fists for 5 minutes, Orpal replied. 5 minutes starting from now, kid. Acton nodded, intrigued more by the opportunity to see a legendary mage tower in action than by dead king's words. Watch, Orpal showed Acton the footage of the day of the Black Sun, and the warnings that Garland's awakened council had issued to stay away from Camilla Verhen, so as not to incur Verendi's same fate. The projection took longer than 5 minutes, but Acton didn't notice it. He stood there, his eyes wide as he watched the projection with a mix of shock and disbelief. Is that really the reason my awakened council was decimated the second time and my mother was crippled? The Bastet looked at Jorel. Because of an insignificant human woman and a pathetic unborn hybrid child. Acton knew little of Orpal's reputation, but it was enough to doubt everything that came from him, even official council documents. On top of that, the undead king wanted something from Acton, so he expected the Vertilac to stretch the truth if necessary. The Storm Griffin, instead, was brash and rude. His attitude was that of someone who had lost a bet and had been dragged around against his better judgment. Jorel's spite for both Acton and Orpal was palpable, and it made him a much more reliable source. He has no interest in persuading me into accepting Orpal's offer, and a proud creature like a griffin won't bother lying to someone he clearly considers his inferior. Yes, he's telling you the truth, Jorel replied. Your council planned its stupid revenge and paid the price for it, just like you, mother. She was equally stupid to defy Tyrus' decree with her pathetic strength. Even if by some miracle Ilza managed to stop my mother, the moment Camilla Verhen was safe 2 more Guardians would have come to Verendi. There is no hope of victory against the combined might of 3 of the 6 original Guardians. Chapter 3613, Just Wrong Part 2. Ilza is lucky to have lost to Tyrus, or she would have died back then, and today Verendi would be a barren wasteland. Acton shuddered at the thought, yet the revelation filled him with fury and indignance. Fury for the suffering that had been inflicted upon his people and indignance for having been kept in the dark about the true motive behind Tyrus' attack. My own mother didn't trust me with the truth, he snarled. The awakened council lied to us all. Because they knew that idiots like you would have charged into Garland for revenge and gotten Verendi in even more trouble. Jorel sneered. Look at you. fists balled, maw clenched, ready to die like a moron for a lost cause. The two divine beasts almost came to blows again, but Orpal remained firm between them. "Jorl is a jerk, but he's right," he said. "There's nothing you can achieve by going to Garland. If you challenge my brother, he will kill you like all those who came before you, attack his baby, and the Guardians will do the job for him." "Then what am I supposed to do?" Acton asked in fury. "Why did you show me that footage?" "You can listen to my proposal," Orpal replied. "Teach me the secret of the Origin Flames, and in exchange I'll give you my blood. You will gain all my bloodline abilities, and my might will complement yours. It will allow you to escape your mother's surveillance and have the power to do whatever you want. If you seek vengeance against my brother, we can join our forces. If you don't, that's fine by me." "And what am I supposed to do with your blood?" Acton did his best to sound uninterested. "More importantly, is it even worth it?" His second question was addressed to Jorl. "You can unify Verendi, or at least part of it," Orpal shrugged. "Instead of bitching and whining about the state of your homeland, become the new King Valoran, lead your people against the corrupt monarchs, and drive the Eldritches out of your land. Become a leader of humans and awakened alike." "How can I do that alone?" Acton asked. "Not alone," Orpal shook his head. "Jorl and I will help you." "Only against the Eldritches," the Storm Griffin chimed in. "You can deal with the humans by yourself. Also, if you gain the Council's help, you can turn the tide of the battle against the organization. Maybe even establish the first awakened empire in Maugur's history." The idea was more alluring than Acton was willing to admit, but he still couldn't trust the other two divine beasts. "And let me guess, you guys want a piece of it." "Of this shithole? Please. Verendi is nothing but the home of barbarians whose civilizations are struck where Garland was 1,000 years ago. You have learned nothing from Valoran and kept squandering your resources in petty conflicts. Even Giera is better than Verendi. At least its people did everyone a favor and killed all their idiots in one fell swoop. I would start working on a nice plague if I were you." The contempt and mockery in Jorl's voice were so genuine that the Bastet lost it. He pushed the Vertilac out of his way and charged at the Storm Griffin in a blaze of Origin Flames and golden light from his Mana Body bloodline ability. The dead king was taken by surprise, and without moonlight, he was no match for the raw physicality of an adult divine beast. Jorl instead laughed like it was a joke. The amusement in his eyes infuriated Acton even more. The battle ended in an instant, sealed by a single punch. The Storm Griffin's fur was replaced by black hide, and two membranous wings popped out of his back, right below the feathered ones. 4 elemental flames, red, yellow, silver, and black, orbited over his head like a crown. The silver lightning coursing through his body resonated with the silver flame, and was delivered from Jorl's knuckles to Acthon's jaw through the punch. The might of the Griffin bloodline was amplified tenfold by Life Maelstrom, and further reinforced by the expenditure of a fraction of Orpal's blood. The blow was so powerful that it sent the Bastet flying and cracked his skull despite Mana Body's protection. Yet the worst part was the corrupted Life Maelstrom ravaging Acton's mana flow. Thanks to Orpal's Thunder Soul bloodline ability, not only did the Silver Lightning's destructive power increase, but it now infiltrated past the golden aura through the very world energy fueling Mana Body. Thunder Soul affected everything that drew upon world energy, even magical equipment, allowing it to ignore all forms of protection and deliver its might in full at the core of its target. Acton found himself writhing on the floor in agony, his mouth painfully frothing with blood while his body convulsed. "That's your place, idiot?" Jorl's voice was a wet lion growl brimming with bloodlust. "At my feet, begging for my mercy. That's what happens when a Bastet faces a griffin. Didn't you learn anything from what happened to your mother?" The cruel laugh that ensued would have driven Acton mad with fury, if not for the truth it held. "I lost," he thought, his mind clearing from the red fog of rage. "A deep violet griffin defeated me with just one punch." "As I said, Jorl is an asshole." Orpal helped Acton to stand up. "Also, I hope this little display of strength proves the value of my blood to you." "It does," the Bastet nodded, scanning the griffin upper with his mystical senses. "Your power is worth the bargain, but it feels wrong. Not because of your undead side, but because it's—" Acton searched for the right words for almost a minute, yet failed. The raw revulsion he felt at the sight of the upper also left his mind blank. "Just wrong." "Very wrong." Jorl returned to his griffin form, looking at the fading traces of his membranous wings and black hide in disgust. "But you can't argue with results." "No," Acton savored the pain from his jaw as he turned to watch Sindri burn. I can't. I'll take your deal, Meln Narchat, but try to cross me and I'll make you regret ever meeting me. Orpal stepped forward to shake the Bastard's hand, but Jorl beat him to the punch. That's the first smart thing that comes out of your mouth today, Kitty, the Storm Griffin said. Welcome aboard. Space. Silvar region, city of Kaidam, 2 days later. Nalrund and his group stayed at the Singing Dryad Hotel for 2 days to keep their cover intact. Awakened apprentices approached the establishment from time to check on them and obtain information about the guests by bribing valets and busboys. Lith and the others never missed a meal, talked fondly of the places they visited, and had even bought a few souvenirs. The awakened apprentices soon started doubting that Lith was hiding something and came to regret their surveillance. Freya and Nalrond had become much closer and loving to each other, something that would give any recluse who lived only to please their awakened master an aneurysm out of pure envy. Chapter 36:14, Coward's Mark Part 1. What does she have that I don't? More than one apprentice snarled. Well, Nalrond Fastero is the first successful fusion between an emperor beast and a human, an accomplished light master, and owns a share of silver mines. Plural. That was the answer most male awakened received. Well, Freya Ernaz belongs to one of the most powerful and rich families of the kingdom. She's a talented dimensional mage, and was gorgeous long before becoming an awakened. That was the answer most female awakened received. Both answers only made the apprentices angrier, and the surveillance laxer. Public displays of affection were frowned upon, but the couple didn't care. Every kiss and hug forced the calmer among the awakened to drag their companions away before they blew up their cover in a fit of rage. Once the vacation was over, Lith stayed true to his word. He returned to Gabash, discovering that only half of the awakened apprentices were still there. Thank you for checking on us, Supreme Magus Verhen, Bor, the village head, said. Things have gotten better, but we are tired of sharing our village with these people. Please send them away. You heard the man. Lith floated in midair, drawing everyone's attention. You've overstayed your welcome. Go home. If your masters have something to say, tell them the truth. You found nothing in almost 2 weeks, and searching Gabash any longer won't achieve anything. Even assuming there was really a Razar here, he's long gone. By now he might be in the Empire or the desert. If you want to keep wasting your time, do it somewhere else. This is my order as the kingdom's supreme magus. Any objections? Lith was following awakened customs and giving the apprentices the opportunity to challenge his authority. They all shook their heads and disappeared in a warp steps. Only their masters were powerful enough to answer Lith's challenge, but if they had refused to leave their labs while the trail was fresh, they wouldn't do it now that it was dead cold. On top of that, the apprentices had received precise orders not to antagonize Verhin. His origin flames, bloodline abilities, and Menadian services were highly sought after. Many awakened were just waiting for his marriage to go wrong or for Camilla to die of old age to make their move. They couldn't risk souring the relationship with their future husband's son-in-law before it even started. Is there anything else I can do for you before I leave? Lith asked after all the awakened were gone. No, Bor shook his head. Just tell all your friends they are most welcome here. You are our hero, and Gabash's people would love to return your kindness by treating any friend of yours as our honored guest. I will, Lith nodded, understanding it was a message for Solman. The group flew to the closest city with a warp gate and went straight back to Lith's barn. From there, they went to Falul's lair to give her their report, just like those keeping an eye on his house would expect. The moment he entered the Hydra's lair, the few awakened disciples still tailing Lith gave up on finding the alleged Razar and returned home with the permission of their masters. Are you all right, Master Falul? Freya was worried for the Hydra. Saving Freya's life and turning her into a harbinger had drained Falul's strength. On top of that, she had sounded weird during their last call. I'm perfectly fine, thank you. Falul welcomed her old and current disciples with a bright smile. I was just exhausted, as if I had a breakthrough right after running out of invigoration. Most unpleasant, but nothing a couple of good nights' sleep couldn't fix. What about you, Freya? According to the tales passed down by my dragon ancestors, the first days as a harbinger are the hardest. Those words triggered sultry memories in Freya's mind that made the Hydra blush. Please know I'm already mad horny on my own. You saw my memories and got aroused? Freya asked via the involuntary mind link, blushing as well. Gods, did you just hear my thoughts? Falul turned beet red up to the tip of her ears. You weren't supposed to do that. Also, it's not my fault if I'm like this. It's yours for bringing Salman here. Are you blaming me for almost dying, or do you regret saving my life? Freya's face twisted in anger. Of course I don't. Please stay out of my head, Falul whined. That's my line. Is it me, or are we missing some context here? Lith asked while witnessing the two women's changing expressions as they had a heated conversation that no one else could hear. I bet we do, Nowrun sighed. Gods, this is just you and Solus all over again. Is this how we look? Lith noticed prismatic flashes of light in Freya's and Falul's eyes as the conversation got more and more embarrassing. Yep, welcome to the peanut gallery, kid, Menadian said. Now you'll experience how creepy you two are. Mom, Solus said. You don't like hearing it, I don't like watching it, Menadian shrugged. We're even. Falul, not to interrupt your fun, but how is Salman? Is everything all right with him? Lith emphasized the last phrase, worried about the secret of the tower. I'm more than okay, thank you for saving me, answered a deep tenor voice. I'm Salman the Razar, and you are. The man who walked out of the shadow of a colossal pile of gold made everyone's eyes go wide. Salman had the same bronze skin as Nowrun, but soft, wheat blonde hair framed his face. The stark contrast was further emphasized by his clear blue eyes. He was 1.96 meters, 65, tall with wide shoulders and toned muscles that bulged under his clothes with every movement he made. He made Lith look short and Orion a slacker. By my mom, Solus said. He's the male version of Freya before awakening. Suddenly, Falul's weird behavior and Jinx's comments about Salman's many suitors made sense. Who's Freya? Salman asked in confusion. He's also nothing like the description we got in the report, Lith frowned. Nowrun, do you mind explaining this to us? I did mention he was tall and, the Agni waved at his clanmate, muscular. I'm pretty sure you missed all the handsome in between, though, Menadian chuckled. Are you perhaps jealous? Thanks for your kind words, miss. Are you two twins? As Salman pointed at Solus, he gave Riffer a smile that was too charming not to be flirtatious. Slow down, kid. She's my daughter, and you're neither my type nor hers. Menadian's gaze hardened. I like kind men who are into art and not so tall that they make me feel like a child. As for my daughter, she likes that. She pointed at Lith. Mom, Solus blushed wildly, and Falul and Freya finally stopped arguing. I'm sorry, Salman stepped back as if she had slapped him. I didn't mean to. I'm not envious, Riffa, more like disgusted. Nowrun's voice was as cold as when he talked about Akala. Of all our people, it had to be you. I know we've never been close, but after seeing you fight to save me, I thought. Chapter 36:15, Coward's Mark Part 2. You thought wrong, Nowrun cut him short. I've almost lost the woman I love because of you. The least you can do is shut up and answer my questions. Salman opened his mouth but immediately closed it without saying anything. Then he lowered his gaze and waited. How did you survive Dawn's attack? Nowrun asked. Please don't make me relive that nightmare. Salman went pale at the memory. His body became covered in sweat. How did you survive? A violet aura burst out of Nowrun's body, replacing Salman's fear of the past with a more immediate concern. Your fiancé, Ishil, took charge of us weaklings and had us helping those too young or old to fight to evacuate the village. Salman's voice became hoarse, and his eyes watery as if he was back in the Razar's village on the day Dawn escaped. The smoke and blinding light conjured by his memory were no less real than Falul's lair to him, assaulting his senses through his trauma. Your father, Nakaro, I saw him only for a moment. He charged at dawn with the rest of the veteran warriors. He wasn't like me. He didn't hesitate 1 second, he just yelled Ishil to hurry up and bring everyone to safety. Salman stared at his hands as they shapeshifted non-stop from human to Razar. No matter their form, he was disgusted by his own helplessness. Then Dawn attacked. The Razar swallowed hard, his whole body curled up in a ball of scales in fear. I don't know what it was, I've never seen a spell like that, and I hope never to see it again. She became a goddess of light, and the sun seemed to have descended from the sky to do her bidding. She wrapped the veterans in limbs of light and fire. She consumed our elite guards in her darkness. All while laughing, she never stopped laughing. I can still hear her. Nowrun recognized the daybreak spell from the description but remained silent, nodding for Salman to continue. Then she saw us weaklings warping toward the borders of the fringe. I swear it to the gods, Nowrun, I stayed behind. I let the women, the elders, and the children go first, but it didn't matter. Dawn just extended her hand like this, and the sun was upon us. We burned Nalrond. No matter what side of the warp steps we were, we all burned the same. Then how the fuck are you still alive? Nalrond asked through clenched teeth, his voice a low snarl. Because of this. Salman took his shirt off and turned around, revealing an old burn scar that covered most of his back. We first burned as Razars, and when our bodies couldn't take it anymore, we shapeshifted back into humans. Razars had two different and almost separate life forces. The wounds inflicted upon one weren't passed on to the other, giving them a thin lifeline in case of emergency. I'm a weak mage, Nalrund, but my body is strong. While old, small, and thin human bodies burned, I endured by turning around like a coward at the last second. I was burned to a crisp, but life fusion kept me alive. Dawn smelled the burnt flesh, saw the charred bodies in the distance, and didn't bother with a second shot. I hid under the corpses and refused to heal my wounds, using darkness fusion to dull the pain. I lay there until she was gone, Nalrond. I had to listen to the people I knew all my life fighting and dying, knowing that I was too cowardly to help them. Once the noise stopped, I warped to the edges of the village and left. I then warped toward the nearest oasis, but the strain from the wounds on my beast half drained my vitality and made me lose my senses. When I woke up, it was already night and I was half buried in the sand. The oasis, not the safe house. Nalrund questioned the choice, yet it explained why he and Salman had never met. The safe house was underground. Salman replied with a tinge of anger at Nalrund's stubborn hostility. I was badly wounded and my beast half was almost dead. If I shapeshifted before healing myself, I would have died of shock. You're right, I'm sorry. Nalrund took a deep breath and sat on the nearest pile of gold. Please continue. I reached the oasis and needed days to recover, Salman sighed. I treated my human half until the burns didn't endanger my life anymore, and then I focused on my beast half. I've never drank, eaten, and slept so much. Once I managed to shapeshift without fainting out of pain, I went to the safe house but found no survivor or message. Then, I returned to the village, hoping to find someone who, like me, had managed to escape Dawn's detection, but found only ashes. After searching the fringe far and wide for survivors, I went back to the oasis and stayed there until I was fully recovered before going to Gabesh. It's okay, Nalrund raised his hand. You can stop now, I know the rest. Did you see my mother while you were running with the others? No, I have no idea what happened to Zelida. I'm sorry, Salman replied. All I can tell you is that she never came to the oasis and left no note in the village, at least none that I could find. She must be dead. Nalrund's tone was deadpan. I didn't see her when I returned to the village either, and she didn't come to Gabesh. How did you survive? Salman dared ask. I was heavily wounded during Dawn's first wave of spells, Nalrund replied. I blinked away to heal myself back to combat-ready condition, and when I returned, the village was already in ruins. That's impossible, Salman shook in outrage. The assault lasted hours. 2 minutes tops, Nalrund shook his head. Once Dawn got herself a host, we were ants compared to her. You said it yourself. A single blast killed everyone in your group. But the elite warriors. A single heat ray was enough to kill one of us. Nalrund cut Salman short and completed the phrase for him. Why do you think I blinked away? I blocked Dawn's spell with a construct, but it burned half my body anyway. I was a liability and didn't want to drag the others down with me. I don't understand. Salman stuttered every word. I'm sure I remained under the corpses of my friends for a long time. I remember the heat of their charred bodies, the agonizing screams of our people as Dawn hunted them down one after another. The attack can't have lasted just 2 minutes. It can't. He started to shapeshift from one form to another. His human body became covered in sweat, while the Razar form had its scales convulsing as if each one of them had a mind of its own. It felt long because your conscience gnawed at you the whole time. Nalrund felt little affection for his clansman, but he turned into his Agni form and grabbed Salman's shoulders to calm him down. I know because the same happened to me. Chapter 36:16, Beating of a Lifetime, Part 1. My spells seemed to have become sluggish, and my body to take forever to recover, Nalrund said. I stood there, witnessing Dawn burning our village and butchering our people, yet all I could do was remain hidden until my wounds healed. The only reason I didn't lose track of time is that I watched the events as they unfolded. It pains me to admit it, Salman, but you are no coward. With your weak mana cores and deep wounds, the only thing you would have achieved by standing up and joining the fight was increasing the tally of victims. Salman slapped Nalrund's hands away, his snout twisted with fury. He splayed his clawed fingers like he was ready to fight, but then fell to the floor, puking. The truth about that day and his trauma were clashing in his mind with ruinous effects. Everything Salman believed, every guilty thought he had carried for the last 3 years, had turned out to be a lie, yet it wasn't a burden so easily discarded. Salman's sense of self had been shattered on the day of Dawn's attack and rebuilt in the shame of his exile. Now everything was falling apart again, and Salman didn't know what to think or believe anymore. If I'm not a coward, then what am I? Who am I? Those questions haunted his mind until he couldn't take it anymore and lost consciousness. Poor man, Nowrund said after kneeling down and checking on Salman's condition. I never thought I would say it, but I was lucky that day. I stood up for myself and fought for my village. I watched that horror unfold and stared reality in the face. Salman, instead, has lived all this time feeling guilty of his weakness. He has been haunted by false ghosts born from his regret and shame for events he just imagined. During the past 3 years, I've fought my demons and found my closure, whereas Salman has been trapped in a nightmare of his own making. Despite everything that happened between us, I pity him. About that, what exactly happened between you two? Freya asked. Why do you despise him so much, even years after your last encounter? Nowrund moved his eyes from Salman to Freya, unwilling to recall a painful past that he had worked so hard to bury. Salman has been punished enough, Nowrund thought. It's time to move on, not for him but for me and Freya. I don't want to carry this burden any longer. To give her the best future I can build, I need to let go of my old life. Because you almost died because of him, Freya, he replied. Salman almost took you away from me just like he did with Ishil. He tried to kill her, Freya was flabbergasted. In a way, Nowrund's lips curled up in disgust. We Rizars weren't a real tribe. Slaves from all over Garland were brought together for the forbidden magic experiments that gave us our powers and turned us into werepeople. We banded together after our escape, considering the beast half we had in common a bond stronger than blood. After living for centuries in the desert, we all developed a bronze skin, and the most common eye and hair color was brown like mine. Having red hair like Ishil was rare. Having blonde hair and blue eyes like Salman happened once every 2 or 3 generations, let alone a build like that. He conjured a hologram of Salman's human body. Are you telling me he was a ladies' man? Nowrund nodded. He was the most handsome bastard we'd ever seen, and he knew it. He exploited his charm to make a lot of girls of the village fall in love with him just to dump them. He seemed to draw a sick pleasure from breaking established couples. And your tribe let him live, Lith furrowed his brows. If Salman defiled so many girls and broke marriage vows, the people of Lucia would have killed him without thinking twice. There were just so many Rizars, and he didn't sleep with any of them. Nowrund sighed. Salman was a shameless flirt, but he valued his life. We were a tight-knit community, and he knew that the moment he crossed the line, he would have been forced into marriage. At that point, his carefree days would have been over. He would have been bound to his wife for life and would have had to work hard to provide for his family. If he dared cheat and touch another woman, he wouldn't have gotten a harem, but exile. It was the harshest sentence, and a fate worse than death for the likes of us. Makes sense, Lith nodded. He had nowhere to go and knew that if he went too far, all a girl had to do to chain him in marriage was spill the beans to her father. Bottom line, he hit on Ishil. Hard, Nowrund grunted. I don't know if he did it because she had red hair or because he was envious of my status as Dawn's warden, nor do I care. She turned him down I don't know how many times before he stopped. Did he stop or did you make him stop? Lith asked, knowing what he would have done in Nowrund's shoes. I didn't touch him, the Agni replied with great regret in his voice. My father, Ishil's father, her brothers, and Salman's father, however, taught him a lesson or two about respecting a man's fiancée. Everyone in our tribe was a great healer, and they made sure to leave no visible scar. After all, someone with his build, a better core, and a wiser head would have been a great addition to our forces. He was deemed a lost cause, but there was still hope for his future children. Makes sense, Lith smiled at the thought, and so did Nowrund. Did you at least get to watch? No, Nowrund replied with even greater regret. They said they were afraid I would lose my temper and kill him, as I said, only controlled hits. I'm sorry for you. Lith patted the Agni's shoulder, looking at his friend with compassion. Thanks, Nowrund sighed. I never forgave him, though. Had he succeeded, Ishil would have been dead to me and our relationship over. He almost destroyed my life for fun, just like Dawn. I'm sorry you had to go through that, babe. Freya hugged him. Ishil must have been a good woman not to be fooled by this jackass. She was, Nowrund replied. Otherwise, she would have warped to the borders of the fringe on her own, and maybe she would still be alive. A long silence fell into the room, until Lith interrupted it by conjuring a hush zone over the unconscious Rizar. "What about my tower, Falul? What have you told him to justify how far and fast we got from Axarin's turf, and how easily I killed 2 council elders?" he asked. "Actually, I didn't have to tell him anything," the Hydra shrugged. "Solman has no notion of modern magic and artifacts aside from light mastery. He thinks you are an incredibly powerful mage, which is true, and that you took off the kid's gloves the moment your friend's life was in danger." Chapter 36:17, Beating of a Lifetime, Part 2. I just confirmed his hypothesis and let Solman fill in the blanks with his imagination. He thinks you punched him not to hide the existence of the tower from him, but because you blamed him for Freya's wound. Believe me, he has no clue about what you can do, and unless you give him reason to, he won't dwell on it. When Solman wakes up and apologizes for the trouble he has caused you, I suggest you nod and apologize for your outburst. The best lies are those we tell ourselves. A sound advice, Lith pondered. The only question left is what to do with him. Space. Solman regained consciousness a few minutes later. He found himself cleaned and lying in a warm but foreign bed instead of in a pool of his own vomit. He jumped to his feet, looking left and right for enemies until his mind cleared up and he remembered where he was. "Do you feel better?" Nalrund asked, and Solman nodded in reply, needing to sit down again. As he recalled the truth about the day of Dawn's escape, the shock from the revelation made his knees buckle. "Do you want to go back to Gabash? Jinx is waiting for you." "Thanks, but no thanks," Solman replied. "I don't want to put the people of the village in danger with my presence. I need a place where nobody knows me. Most of all, I need time to think. I have thought myself a coward for so long that it was my whole identity." "You are no coward," Protector said. "Ever since you moved to the kingdom, you fought to defend your new home time and time again. You put the safety of perfect strangers above your secrets. That takes courage." "No, it doesn't," Solman sighed. "I fought against weaklings who posed no threat to me. Even then, the first time the bandits came, I didn't intervene until the fire spread and my trauma took over. After my secret was exposed, I kept fighting out of guilt. I'd rather die than stand there while my village burned again. The people of Gabash accepted me for who I was, something even I couldn't do. Everything I did it for myself." He stood up, his legs still weak, but he wanted to look Nalrond in the eyes. "I'm sorry for what I tried to do with Ishil. I'm sorry for putting your new wife in danger," he said, making Freya smile. "I know that I don't deserve your help. In your shoes, I would have turned around and walked away the moment I heard my name." "No, you wouldn't," Nalrund shook his head. "We both grew up listening to the stories of what the human mages did to our ancestors. I couldn't let them take you, and I know you would do the same for me." "Thanks, but I'm not so confident about myself," Solman sighed. "Can I ask you what happened to you? How did you become so big?" Nalrund shared with him his discoveries about the double nature of the Rizars, and how their life forces could be merged after being harmonized. "That's amazing," Solman said with the first honest smile in years. "You're a genius, Nalrund. You have succeeded where dozens of generations of Rizars have failed." "Thanks, but I was lucky to meet the right people." Nalrund glossed over the secret of awakening, the tower, and all the training he had done under Falul, waiting for the inevitable question that never came. "Why aren't you asking me how I did it? Don't you want to evolve?" "Not really," Solman shrugged. "Also, it's the fruit of your hard work and I don't deserve it. If you could help me find a new place to stay, though, I would forever be grateful to you." Nalrund was flabbergasted. There was little of the cocky and entitled youth he remembered in the man in front of him. "Lith." "Lucia it is," Lith sighed. "Nobody will notice Solman there, and he'll be close enough to keep an eye on him. Do you prefer to work as a farmhand or a healer?" "Both are fine," Solman replied. "And I'm sorry for putting you all into danger. One punch was a little price to pay for my recklessness." "Apologies accepted." Lith put on his best regretful expression. "And I'm sorry for attacking you. I was so worried about Freya that I lost my temper." "No need to apologize." Solman raised his hands with his palms open. "If there's someone who can understand you, that's me. Are you really a Magus?" "Not any Magus, a supreme Magus," Lith replied. "What's that?" Solman asked in confusion, and Lith explained to him the differences between the two titles. "Lith, we need someone who knows how to keep their mouth shut, and can ensure Solman doesn't make any mess while adjusting to his new life," Solus said via the mind link. "I know," he replied. I don't want him in our home, so I will entrust him to Zekel as soon as Salman recovers from the shock. The temple can always use another healer, and with you, Rifa and Nalrond, coming from the desert, no one will mind one more foreigner. Zekel, Solus blinked several times in surprise. What about Renat? Aren't you worried Salman might fall into his old habits? He stayed in Gabash for years and didn't exploit his looks, so no. As for my sister, she has sound morals and a mean right hook. If Salman tries anything funny, it's him I'm worried about. Between Lyria, Abominus, and Senton, Salman would be in for the second beating of his lifetime. Space. Salman returned to Gabash later that night, just for the time for a quick and private goodbye with Jinx. Lith brought him to the village on the back of his Tiamat form to casually showcase his powers and avoid leaving a paper trail. Once the eyes confirmed that no awakened were left, the two healers met. Salman had been Jinx's teacher, but she had been his host and closest friend. He couldn't bear the thought of disappearing without saying a word and making her worry. I'm sorry I can't stay, Paulina, he said. Me too, kid. I will miss you, but you need a fresh start in a place bigger and safer than a backwater village like Gabash. Those guys might return to look for you from time to time, and you can't live constantly looking over your shoulder. Don't worry about us old farts. We've lived just fine long before you arrived here. We can do it again. You've done your part in protecting our lives, now worry about protecting yourself, kid, she replied. I'll come visit you whenever I can. Salman took a deep breath to find his courage. Before leaving, there's something I must confess to you. I made holes in a lot of my favorite socks. Jinx completed the phrase for him, chuckling. I know, there are no moths that big. Space. Lith returned to the Verhin mansion after entrusting Salman to Celia and Protector. They and their children were used to living with a Razar, and Salman needed to calm down before being introduced to strangers. Chapter 36:18, The Beginning of Everything, Part 1. Let me guess, nothing happened during my absence, Lith said. No one threatened me or Alina, if that's what you mean, Camilla replied, but something happened. I finished this. She pulled out a blue woolen onesie, with the name Raldarak embroidered on the chest for him to examine. It looks amazing, Kami. Why didn't you make one for Elijah as well? I did, and she ripped it to shreds by shapeshifting, she sighed. That's when I asked you to make a skinwalker armor for her, remember? You're right. Lith chuckled at the memory of the baby girl proudly bringing him the ruined cloth, as if it were some mighty beast she had slain. Also, now that Freya has become a harbinger, Orion and Gianni have decided to bring forward the date of her wedding. Ever since you left, they have been working on the preparations and have asked me if they can host the party here at the mansion. I don't see why not, Lith shrugged. They are more than our honored guests, they are our friends. After everything Freya went through, and with Gianni and Orion coming this close to losing another daughter, they deserve some happiness. I don't want them to spend their time worrying that the Jernoff might stage another attack instead of enjoying the ceremony and the following party. They are welcome to use the mansion as they see fit. Really? Camilla was happy hearing such words, but they felt a bit off coming from her husband. Really? Lith replied. As long as they pay for everything needed for the marriage and clean up after they are done. Being a good friend is one thing, being a charity is another. Do you want me to use these exact words, or can I paraphrase them into something more polite? She chuckled, feeling like Magur had righted itself on its axis. You must paraphrase them to make them sound polite. Lith furrowed his brow in confusion. I see no point mincing words with my wife, but I don't want to be a jerk to the Ernas. As I said, they are our friends. What kind of not a jerk doesn't even offer to contribute to the marriage of one of his closest friends? She chuckled. A non-rich one, he replied, making Camilla laugh harder. I mean a lesser rich one, Lith rushed to add, annoyed by her hilarity. The Ernas are loaded compared to me, and you know how extravagant they are. They'll get only gold festoons, silver cutlery, expensive and exotic food, the whole 9 yards. I'd go bankrupt to pay for all that. I'm generous, not foolish. I think you need to replace the vocabulary stored inside Saluspedia with a better one, she grunted, recalling how circumstances had made her marriage beyond cheap. I think you got the wrong definition of generous. No, I don't, Lith shook his head. I'm offering Freya my house, enchanted resources, and protection. In my vocabulary, that's not being cheap, since I'm putting your life and those of the members of my family at risk for her. You are all priceless existences to me, and losing any of you would drive me insane. He caressed Camilla's face, rubbing her cheek with his thumb and making her heart flutter. As for my money, I'd rather spend it on you. I want to build our happiness. Freya is filthy rich enough to build her own. She doesn't need my help with that. What do you mean, spending it on me? Suddenly, Camilla found his argument sound and logical. That you've spent too much time hiding and I've spent too much time away from you in the hope Meln would make his move, Lith replied. I missed you, babe, a lot. What do you say if we make up for the lost time with a proper date? Do you mean one that lasts more than one evening? Camilla asked, her eyes shining with joy when she obtained a yes for an answer. I say it's a wonderful idea. Yet her enthusiasm lasted briefly, and a guilty expression quickly replaced her smile. What about the children, though? They missed their father for days, and I don't want them to miss their mother, too. Don't worry, I agree and have already thought about that, Lith replied. I'll sacrifice neither our family nor privacy. We'll bring the children along during the day and entrust them to my mother at night or whenever we need some alone time. I'm a mage and have a mage tower, remember? We are always just one warp away from a sitter. Sounds like a great plan. She stood on her tiptoes to give him a sweet kiss. Just one question. What if Freya or Nalrund ask you to be their man of honor best man? Easy, Lith replied. The marriage will never take place because Quilla will kill Freya. Even if she decides to get a second maid of honor, Tista looks way better than me in a long dress. Definitely, Camilla chuckled. What about Nalrund? We both know that Protector is Nalrund's first choice. If there's a second, it'd better be Morok. The poor guy is the black sheep even among the Urnas and needs to shine a bit, he said. Can I start packing already? Camilla asked. Sure, just give me the time to make sure Mom is okay with this. I don't want to act generous at her expense. Space. Tron Woods, Fallow's lair at the same time. After preparing the magical equivalent of a studio apartment for her Rizar guest, Fallow had returned to her lab to resume her experiments. I'm glad the Harbinger ritual saved Freya's life, but it couldn't have happened at a worse time, she inwardly grumbled. I have finally got myself a Harbinger, yet I can't tell anyone without endangering the cover of my apprentices. According to the official version, they were thousands of kilometers away from here, and they didn't visit me until they gave up looking for the Rizar. On top of that, I had to answer all calls and attend those boring council meetings even though I could barely stand. Worst of all, I had to put my training on hold right when I was on the verge of the closest thing to a breakthrough I've started studying Uffil's life force. A quick warp array brought her to the site of her secret lab. The one inside her lair was just for show and for minor projects. Fallow's real magical lab was located above a mana geyser, which fueled a powerful set of arrays and many complex enchanted pieces of equipment. It was the perfect place to tap into the hands of Menadian's full potential. The Hydra assumed her real form and conjured the hands in the shape of two six-jeweled crowns. The true power of a Hydra lay in her heads, not in her stumpy forelegs. I'm glad Lith gifted them to me, and even more glad that Menadian returned from the dead. If only she were a little less like Lith and more like Solus and upgraded my hands with creation magic, my happiness would be complete. Fallow sighed. The hands is an unmatched artifact, but it's also outdated for over 700 years. Chapter 3619, The Beginning of Everything, Part 2. It could use an update, and I a hand in my evolutionary endeavor. Pun intended. Fallow crouched in the middle of the focusing array, letting the world energy fill her body and the hands to the brim before activating her breathing technique, Lifestream. Then she took two life sculptures out of her dimensional ring. One stored the blueprints of Fallow's current life force, precise down to the smallest details. The second one, instead, contained all the information the Hydra bloodline had uncovered about the possible ways to awaken their dragon bloodlines. Thanks to Menadian's and Baba Yaga's help, the Hydras had scrapped most of the details useful only to those belonging to Uffil's same bloodline, establishing a starting point that was supposed to work for any Hydra. Or so they say, Fallow grunted while revising what little was left of the research. The problem is that this data is bare bones. Rifa helped us reach a better understanding of the evolutionary process, but she also made most of what we learned after the end of the War of the Griffins pointless. On top of that, even Baba Yaga has yet to find a way to differentiate atrophied mana organs from mere imperfections in our life forces. Without that knowledge, I have to take it nice and easy. If I stimulate the development of one of my atrophied mana organs, I'll get one step closer to dragonhood. If I stimulate the development of an imperfection instead, I'll get one step closer to joining the fallen races. Even with the help of the 3 white cores, the best the Hydras had obtained until that moment was to isolate the position of the mana organs responsible for the development of dragon eyes and origin flames. Alas, they were not close to each other, and stimulating them at the same time had triggered a domino effect on the life force of the Hydra who had volunteered as a test subject that had almost cost him his life. As Menadian had shown the Hydras, with each mana organ they awakened, their life forces would rearrange themselves, causing alterations in their physical organs as well. Let's start with the dragon eyes. They are the beginning of everything. On top of that, if I succeed, they're going to make the rest of the job easier. Falul thought, and she was right. Just like the thousands of other Hydras of her clan who had tried and failed in taking that same approach. Unlike them, however, she had the hands and a deep knowledge of Lith's and Nalron's life forces. They were very different from her own, but Falul had seen them change over time and grasped an understanding of what the natural development of a life force looked like. She used Lifestream to turn the accumulated world energy into mana, and channel it to the atrophied mana organ with surgical precision. I could use body sculpting, but that would change my life force into what I expect it to become instead of what it's supposed to become, she thought. I bet that Mom and all the other Hydras have yet to succeed because they focus too much on the destination and too little on the journey. The pressure exerted by the mana increased gradually, making a section of Falul's life force swell and bloat. It felt like having an indigestion and a splitting headache at the same time, but she endured. Don't rush it, she gritted her teeth, her heart pumping faster. You know what happens when you do. Give it time. The discomfort will probably pass. It must pass. Her previous attempts had failed because she had either used a too strong mana flow or because she had lost her focus due to the pain. Darkness fusion wasn't an option. Falul needed a way to determine if things got better or worse as she adjusted her technique, and pain was the most reliable indicator. Keep the flow steady until the pain subsides. Only then kick things up a notch, she told herself while remembering a previous failure that had caused her internal bleeding and spilled most of her guts on the floor. Slowly, what looked like a small bump in the star-like Hydra's life force bloomed into a perfect bubble. Falul felt the pain moving from her stomach to her eyes, making them itch like crazy while the headache lessened. Like this, give your body the time to adapt to the changes in your life force before triggering more. The hands of Menadian kept the mana flow to the mana organ steady, while harmonizing the new flow generated by the mana organ with the rest of the body to perfection. Falul observed the flaming bubble spread thin tendrils under the surface of the star, inducing small adjustments in her life force that made some imperfections more definite and others less. Only once the process stopped did she increase the pressure on the mana organ. Will the bubble burst, turn into a satellite like it happened to Uphil, or, much to her dismay, it collapsed on itself, leaving behind nothing but a sunspot? Fuck, another dud, and this time I have no clue what I did. Falul was expecting a pang, that one or more of her eyes would burst, or maybe that a frenzied eight-head would pop out and attack her. All those things and worse had happened after her past failed attempts, and there was no reason to think things would go any differently this time. Yet the pain remained tolerable, and the itch behind her eyes worsened, spreading all the way to her brains. The sunspot slowly went from round to a black fissure, whose outline became clearer over time instead of blurring. That's no fissure, that's a vertical pupil, she thought in realization as her vision became keener, and she noticed unknown properties in the familiar runes of her arrays. Gods, if I'm stupid. Of course, dragon eyes isn't just in the eyes but also in the brain. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to process the information I can now sense. Falul waited patiently, while the mana organ's tendrils generated auxiliary sunspots and smaller bubbles on the star's surface. Oh shit, this is nowhere near dragon eyes, and I have no clue where I have to send the next burst of mana to continue the process. The big pupil, the maybe proto-pupils, the bubbles. There is only one right evolutionary path, the rest are imperfections that would lead me to a fallen state. After taking a long look at her own life force and the records of Uphil's, Falul was none the wiser. Only one way to find out, I guess, she sighed. She increased the energy flow to the newly formed mana organ, and the effect was no different than plunging a hot knife into all her 14 eyes. The pain was literally blinding, and if not for the clock hanging on the wall, she would have believed she had endured it for hours instead of 3 minutes. It was the threshold time after which her life force would start to change, and the pain to abate if she had sent mana to the right spot. Chapter 3620, A Straightforward Path, Part 1. It was a small piece of knowledge that had cost Falul countless tries and extensive agony to learn, but she was now sure that waiting past the 3-minute mark would bring no new development, only prolong her suffering. She cut off the extra mana flow, and the pain abated instantly. Falul waited to feel the now familiar itch behind her eyes again before sending the mana to the secondary sunspots. Gods, yes! The itching spread to the rest of her brains and then down her necks. Wait, why my necks? Of course, the spinal cord and the cerebellum must also play a role. Her eyes shed blood tears while her throats tightened, making every breath a wheezing gasp. Bone spikes erupted from her spines, piercing her flesh open with wounds. Gods, no! Falul lost her proto-dragon eyes and felt an immense bloodlust rise in her gut. The newfound insights about the array's runes faded at the edges of her consciousness, replaced by a violent hunger. No, no, no! Then her own lab became a scary and unknown place as every form of magic above Tier 3 became a blurred mess she could no longer understand. Anger clouded her vision, followed by the desire to escape from that underground prison and hunt until her stomach burst. While she still retained her sanity, Falul cut off the flow of the hands and activated the safety protocols. The arrays drained the world energy from her body and readied to send a distress signal to Lith, Solus, Freya, Adjatar, and Firwall. The signal contained all the information they would need to find her, access her lab, and fix her life force. Luckily for Falul, it wasn't necessary. The changes in her life force were only due to the vigorous flow of mana, not due to the stable alterations caused by a body sculpting spell. The moment the arrays grounded Falul and established a sealed space around her, the bubbles and the sunspots started to fade. The bone spikes left gashes in her flesh, but she welcomed the pain as her mental faculties became as keen as usual. The itch disappeared, and with it her nascent form of dragon eyes. Falul first used the life sculpture to ensure her latest failure had inflicted no permanent damage on her life force. After that, she used light fusion to heal her wounds. Her body was on the verge of collapse, and she didn't want to increase its burden further. Lifestream wasn't an option either. It would erase the effects of her experiment before the arrays could record them in their entirety. Good gods, I went this close to being the first fallen Hydra on Magus. She panted heavily, feeling her stomach grumbling as if she hadn't eaten in days instead of hours. Just my luck. The thing I chose as my last try was the right one. Next time. What is it now? A small alarm pulled at her consciousness, alerting Falul that someone was at her door. A tendril of mana connected her with the enchantments comprising the security system of her secret lab, which gave her access to those of her home despite the distance separating them. Adjatar, the holographic camera showed Falul a colossal sapphire blue lizard standing in front of her doorstep. The horn on his snout took up most of the hologram due to perspective, but left enough space for her to recognize her friend. Why is he here? More importantly, why am I talking to myself out loud like a crazy person? How long has this been going on? How long have I been holed up in here? After waiting a while, Adjatar pressed the rune again, pulling at her consciousness. Gods, I've spaced out like a lick. Falul's voice quivered with shock. Even worse, I can't stop talking to myself. I need to get out of here. Falul warped back to her home and lifted the rock wall covering the entrance to her lair before another stream of consciousness turned into babble and spilled out of her mouth. Good morning, Falul. Adjatar noticed the bloodstains on her necks, the still-open wounds, and the clear signs of exhaustion written all over her 7 snouts, but he didn't so much as furrow a brow. May Ligon's favor be with you today. Wait, what? Falul recognized the traditional greeting between dragons that she and Adjatar had slightly altered in a passphrase to ensure the other wasn't held prisoner or under duress. Why does he think I'm in danger? This is my house, and... Only then did she remember she had yet to clean up her body and fix the consequences of her recent experiment. I mean no more than usual, Adjatar. Please come in. Had she used dear friend instead of his name, it would have meant someone was listening to them, but there was no immediate threat. Had she called him with his full name, it would have meant run for your life and call for help. The rest would always remain the same, following tradition so as not to alert her alleged enemies. Thank the gods, you had me worried for a second. You look like shit. Adjatar cast a quick life-sensing array anyway, just to be safe. Thanks, always the charmer, I see, Falul grunted. Do you want to come in, or do you also want to pat me down and insult me some more? I'm sorry, I meant no disrespect with the array. Casting the life-sensing spell in another awaken's home was no different than telling your host you don't trust them. But you really look terrible, and have yet to offer me an explanation for your sorry state. Adjatar pointed at Falul's many still bleeding wounds. You caught me in the aftermath of a failed experiment, she replied. I'm still collecting data, so I can't heal myself yet. Was it dangerous? The Drake stepped inside, doing his best not to stare at her like a fascinating specimen. No, more like humiliating. I made one mistake after another and learned very little from my ordeal. Fallow sighed deeply, leading him to the Hydra equivalent of a living room. I don't only look but also feel like crap. A massive pile of gold and platinum coins formed a makeshift chair where she sat, while the guest seats were comprised of silver coins mixed with just a few gold ones. The table between host and guests was a raised stone plateau, covered with gold and metal ingots forming a checkerboard design. Masterfully cut gems, the size of a watermelon, decorated the edge of the table, forming a pattern that followed the elemental sequence from fire to spirit. Then I've come at the right time. A smile appeared on Ajeter's reptilian muzzle. I've just what you need to cheer up. Asking about her experiments would have been considered a rude attempt to steal, or at best, copy her research. Among mages, knowledge could only be freely offered, not requested. Fallow clearly had no intention of saying more, so Ajeter dropped the subject and conjured a vast assortment of dishes from his dimensional amulet with a wave of his scaled hand. Each plate was the size of a lesser divine beast, and filled with an equally big serving of real food. Chapter 3621, A Straightforward Path, Part 2. Everything had been cleaned, cooked, and seasoned with care, spreading a symphony of delicious smells that filled the Hydra's nostrils and made her stomach rumble in anticipation. Fallow's mouth salivated at the sight of the food. Her body craved nourishment after suffering so much. Yet she couldn't overlook the Drake's care and the implications such a kind gesture had. "Is this all for me?" one head said with an awkward expression, while the other 6 stared at the plates like kids in a toy shop. "Yes, but I can keep you company and eat a few things myself if you want." Ajeter nodded. "Are you sure?" The head looking at Ajeter blushed a bit. "I mean, we've known each other for a long time, but I've never thought about you that way." "What way?" he asked in confusion. "Wait, do you think I'm hitting on you?" Among creatures the size of a lesser divine beast, a home-cooked meal was the human equivalent of a bouquet of roses and a jewel pendant. Just the ingredients were expensive, and cooking them took time, effort, and care. It was something one would do only for the person they loved, a long-lost friend, relative, or to thank a benefactor. Most emperor beasts had no time to waste cooking, so most of their meals consisted of raw cattle or trees eaten whole. It made cooking the most precious gift after a powerful artifact, but gifting one usually meant betrothing. Awakened had laxer social protocols than humans, but dropping to one knee and asking someone for marriage on the first date was deemed no less foolish. "What's with the disbelief and your mocking tone?" Fallow's 7 heads now stared at the Drake, her pupils reduced to angry slits. "I'm quite the catch, and you have no other reason to offer me this feast." "You a catch?" Ajeter sneered, and was about to say even worse before he realized that the friendly mockery they usually exchanged would have offended his host due to the misunderstanding. "I mean, you're not just a catch, you're a dragon's horde." "Nice save," she grunted. "If it's not courtship, to what do I owe your visit?" "To thank you for including me in the research for dragonhood." Ajeter gave her a deep nod, the quadruped's equivalent of a bow. "There are no evolved drakes among Thrud's surviving generals. Without your recommendation, I wouldn't have been involved in the project until it reached completion." "Oh, that?" she sighed in disappointment. "It's nothing. We've been friends for a long time, and you deserve it. You've helped my disciples countless times and even kept the secret of my hands of Menadian from the rest of the council. I know I can trust you, and we Hydras can use someone with your brain. And you've helped mine and kept the secret of spirit fusion." Ajeter dismissed the compliments with a shrug. "I consider us even. By the way, you sound disappointed. Did you want me to hit on you?" "I'm not disappointed," she said too angrily and quickly to be believable. "I'm just surprised. I mean, I don't deserve a full-course meal just for including you in a still fruitless research. Please share this meal with me." "If that's what you want." Ajeter dropped the subject and started eating. Fallow instead was facing a conundrum. Eating with all 7 heads would have caused the flavors to mix and the food to disappear in the blink of an eye. If only one head ate, the others would snarl in envy and anger, ruining her meal. "Usually I would eat in human form, but for some reason I find the thought of Ajeter watching me gobble such a fancy meal like a famished troll embarrassing," she thought. "Oh, screw it." She shapeshifted into her human form, stretching her mouth enough to take a significant bite of the serving and make it last enough to savor it. It was a disturbing sight, so she checked Ajeter's reaction. He shapeshifted as well and kept eating without batting an eye. "Why are you so harsh with yourself?" he said in between mouthfuls. Thanks to Rifa's help, we have a solid starting point. Sure, reaching dragonhood will take time and effort, but enjoying the dragon eyes, even if we can maintain them for just a few seconds, is more than I've ever dreamed. At those words, Falul choked on her food and needed sheer willpower not to spit it out. Excuse me, she said after ensuring the fit of cough wouldn't waste Ajeter's delicious shrimp risotto. You have experienced dragon eyes. Yes, many times now, he said with a nonchalant attitude that she found as infuriating as his earlier dismissal of her attractiveness. I mean, that's the obvious first step to understand the process. You must have done the same, right? Wrong, Falul replied in outrage. I mean, yes, I did, but I've never achieved dragon eyes, just some kind of protoform which gave me insights on what I'm doing but no clear understanding. Really? Ajeter's flabbergasted tone only made her anger surpass her hunger, which at the moment was far from a small feat. Really? She snarled, feeling mocked and humiliated. I've gotten 7 heads, the hands of Menadian and Uffil's life force as a template, yet you've surpassed me. I should be the one offering you a meal. Falul put down the dish just for her stomach to growl in protest. This is weird. Ajeter cleared his throat in embarrassment. You've been working on this longer than me, and the path is straightforward. Stimulate the mana organ until it forms an eye, and then the secondary organs related to the brain. I didn't do much else, and I refuse to believe you haven't figured this out already. Sharing his knowledge with her and the trust he had in her talent were the greatest compliments Ajeter could give Falul. I did, but how did you rule out the smaller eyes and identify the correct secondary organs so fast? I ended up like this just to check on a few of the alternative evolutionary paths. Sharing her doubts made the Hydra feel better, but admitting her struggles was beyond awkward for someone as prideful as her. What alternative evolutionary paths? Ajeter replied in honest disbelief. As I said, the process is straightforward. You just need to flood the mana organ Baba Yaga pointed out with mana, and once it develops, move on to the atrophied organs revealed by the changes in our life force. It's not straightforward at all, Falul shook her head. Why do you think the entire Hydra bloodline is still stuck at? The realization hit her like a freight train. Gods, we are a bunch of idiots. Falul's vision blurred as the room started to spin around her. We Hydras are so dumb, all of us. Calm down and explain this in a way I can understand. Ajeter stored the dishes back inside his dimensional amulet before they got cold. I'm sorry, but I need time to collect my thoughts and food to regain my strength. Please, wait until the end of the meal. Falul picked up her plate, taking big mouthfuls of risotto before ruminating on both the food and the revelation. Chapter 3622, Failed Dragons Part 1. After a hill-sized serving of lasagna, a colossal steak with a side of a harvest of roasted potatoes, an entire school of grilled tunas, and enough ice cream to send half of Lustria County into a diabetic coma, Falul was ready to talk. The delicious meal had given her both the time to think and the nutrients her body needed to return to its peak condition. Filled with renewed confidence and tasty food, she was ready to tackle the problem at hand. As I said earlier, we Hydras are a bunch of 7-headed idiots, Falul sighed. I should have involved you in the Dragonhood project from the beginning. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but this explains very little. Ajeter gave her a short bow. I'm sorry, but before making a fool out of myself again, I need to confirm my hypothesis, she said. Please, wear the hands of Menadian and follow my instructions. Sharing her technique wouldn't force Ajeter to reveal his own, and the hands would make up for the lack of a mana geyser. The artifact alone couldn't provide enough world energy to reach Dragonhood, but it was more than enough to trigger the dragon eyes. Ajeter complied without objections, honored by Falul's trust. The hands of Menadian. I can't believe I am wielding one piece of the legendary set. He looked at the artifact in wonder, holding his breath. Ajeter had never asked Falul to borrow the hands, afraid his dragon greed would make it unbearable to return the artifact and ruin their friendship. Ajeter, can I please study your life force while you flood your atrophied dragon eyes organ with mana? Allowing someone to study you with their breathing technique was an intimate and dangerous act. Trusting the wrong person would cost and awaken their secrets, if not their life. One moment, Ajeter stored his equipment and kept only what any decent forgemaster was bound to know anyway. Okay, whenever you are ready. Falul put her hands on the Drake and instructed him step by step, so that he didn't have to reveal anything about his technique to her. So far our life forces do not respond much differently, but I'm willing to bet. As the solar bubble turned into a sunspot, and then condensed into a black-slitted pupil, Falul won the bet with herself. New bubbles surrounding the pupil appeared on the bright violet star, surrounded by a frozen ring that represented Ajeter's life force, and nothing else. No secondary phenomena emerged, nor did the changes in his life force affect the nearby imperfections. Okay, now repeat the procedure on the secondary bubbles, please. Ajeter complied, and the solar bubbles collapsed into new sunspots. Much to Falul's surprise, they fused with the primary mana organ, giving it an X shape. Then, another set of solar bubbles appeared. Weird, she said via mind link. I expected the sunspots to form a second eye. That would have been much weirder, Ajeter replied. I have only 2 eyes, but you have 14 of them. What would your life force end up looking like if you were right? Point taken, Falul telepathically nodded. Continue as before, please. Once filled with mana, the latest batch of solar bubbles turned into more sunspots that fused with the X-shaped pupil, forming what looked like a 6-pointed star. Yet the apparition of the Ligoan eyes lasted only for 1 second. The 6-pointed star dissolved among the bright violet flames, forming an undertide that slowly spread from its point of origin. The energy of the dragon eye's mana organ was still strong enough for Falul's life stream to follow its movements. The black tendrils advanced freely until they met another apparent imperfection in the drake's life force, which caused it to swell. As the mana organ of the dragon eyes stabilized, its tendrils interacted with several imperfections before their advance stopped. If I'm right, those are not imperfections but more atrophied mana organs, the Hydra thought. I have no idea what they do, but I know for sure that part of the energy animating the dragon eyes is moving toward the location of the mana organ responsible for producing origin flames. I wonder. Do you realize I'm now using dragon eyes inside your house, don't you? Ajeter's voice derailed her train of thought. I don't mind taking a peek at your work, but maybe you do. Shit, Falul broke the physical, and was about to ask the drake to reverse the process when she looked at him with her physical senses. Ajeter's neck had grown longer, and his scales thicker. The horn on his snout was slightly smaller, part of its mass had shifted to the side of his head to form bony protuberances. 2 outgrowths bulged beside his shoulder blades, where a dragon's wings were supposed to be. Gods, I was right. The enthusiasm she felt from witnessing the definitive proof of her hypothesis didn't eclipse her pride as a forgemaster. Now stop the process, please. You just needed to ask. Ajeter sighed in relief as the massive mana flow left his body. I didn't want to do this. You did. As much as I enjoyed using the hands, this little experiment of yours took a toll on me. Thank the gods we just ate. I know, I'm sorry. Falul offered him a barrel full of nutrient potion that the drake drank in 1 gulp. They were adult lesser divine beasts with huge bodies and stable life forces. Altering and developing them further consumed a lot of energy. Even if they found a way to achieve dragonhood without proper preparation, they would die of starvation before the process was completed. Ajeter's mass was nowhere near that of an adult divine beast, and without Maugur's help during the evolution process, he needed a stable supply of nutrients and the time to assimilate them. Can you now tell me what you meant when you said that all hydras are stupid, and that you should have involved me from the start? He asked. Sure, she nodded. After all, if not for your visit and willingness to be my test subject. Research partner, Ajeter corrected her. Research partner, I would still be fumbling in the dark and keep at that for the gods know how long. Falul sighed, needing a few seconds to collect her strength before admitting, You are special, Ajeter, or rather the Drake bloodline is special. I'm sorry, but if everyone is special, no one is, Ajeter shrugged. You would be right if there were just you guys. Falul shook her head. But there are many lesser dragon species on Maugur. Hydras, wyverns, lindworms, and the list goes on, yet the only thing they have in common is their progenitor. Yeah, grandfather sure kept himself busy during his long life, the drake said. That's not my point, Falul replied. My point is that drakes are special because you weren't born from Ligon the Guardian and another species. You guys belong to the same evolutionary branch Ligon took as a magical beast. Are you saying? Ajeter's eyes widened in understanding, yet he didn't dare say the rest out loud, afraid to jinx it. Yes, Falul clenched her teeth. The wound in her pride was already deep, but admitting the truth made it much worse. Chapter 3623, Failed Dragons Part 2. Drakes are the perfect lesser dragons who have everything they need. They just need to take the final evolutionary step. Everyone else, even hydras, are failed dragons who have already achieved dragonhood and lost it. We were born from the apex of our bloodline, but something went wrong at conception. We are lesser dragons who, for lack of a kinder term, are not much different from the fallen races. That's why your evolutionary process is so straightforward, whereas mine is filled with twists and turns. That's why some of Thrud's generals evolved into already established divine beasts' bloodlines, and only a few became new forms of life. I see, Adjeter nodded. That's why Yada the Scorpicore became a Sekhmet just like her foremother, and Remo the Drake became a fire dragon. It was because their bloodlines were pure. Fallow completed the phrase for him, glad for his kindness. Please, I know you mean no offense. This is a new revelation, and we need to discuss it freely. There's no need to mince words. It sounds rude calling you a failed dragon or a half-blood, Adjeter said, and she wanted to deny his words, but the pit she felt in her stomach begged to differ. It is, but there's only us here. We'll find nicer terms later, the Hydra said. What really matters is that drakes can pave the way for all lesser dragons. By studying your life force, we can determine what a correct evolution looks like and save us a lot of time and failures. But not all, Adjeter pondered. Each lesser dragon species is bound to have different mana organs or at least significant deviations in their life forces, like the rest of the dragon bloodlines. Otherwise, Uffel wouldn't have retained his 7 heads. Indeed, but at least we'll know where to start and most of what to avoid. Fallow nodded. This is an amazing discovery. We can use it for all lesser divine beasts. Firebirds will be the base for phoenixes, while behemoths for griffins. And Jormunganders for leviathans, Adjeter pointed out. No offense, but the children of the Guardians of Giera are at the bottom of my list of priorities. The Hydra snorted. Fine by me. You can count on my help and that of my species for your research, the Drake said. They will never turn down the opportunity to become real dragons. Yet I'm not going to be there when you share your theory with the other Hydras. Good gods, Fallow's heads became pale at the idea. They are going to be happy at first, but then they are going to be mad, so mad. And you are going to be the target of their anger, Adjeter nodded. I need more of that ice cream, Fallow said, rushing toward her kitchen. Space. Verhin Mansion at the same time. We are leaving, Mom, Lith said. If you need anything, and I mean anything, you just need to call me. Don't worry, dear. I think Magur will keep spinning even in your absence, Alina said with a chuckle. But thanks for the offer. I'll stay out of your hair unless something big happens. Something very big, Solus chimed in. With me here, there aren't many people who can get inside the mansion and live to tell the tale. Lith had already given her the stone ring. Between the constant flow of world energy from the mana geyser below the mansion and Solus' newfound deep violet core, the tower could hold its ground against more than one divine beast at a time. Thanks, Solus, but the offer stands for you too, Lith said. If you need a recharge or Miss Riffa, don't hesitate to call me. I won't, she sighed. I really wish there was a way to leave Mom here. I'm going to miss all of you. Solus hated to see her mother disappear again. She knew that Menadian would be safe inside Lith's void sigil, but the last time they had parted ways, Solus had lost her mother for 700 years and was afraid it would happen again. I'll miss you too, baby, Riffa hugged her daughter tight. I'll be back as soon as I can. Don't jinx it, Mom, Solus replied, hugging Menadian back. At least there is so much to do here that I won't feel lonely without the kids. Masa, Elijah flew out of the stroller and charged into Solus' arms. Dada Mase. I love you too, baby girl, Solus replied, hoping to have gotten it right. Don't look at me, Lith shrugged. Without dragon scales, that's gibberish to me too. Don't be sad, Valoran II translated for them. I love you. Thanks, sweetie, Solus caressed his head and kissed his cheeks. That's a lot for just 3 words. I love you, the baby boy repeated while pointing at himself. Oh gods, I'm so sorry. Solus took him in her arms and peppered his little face with kisses, making him giggle. I love you too, little one. I'm going to miss you the most. She tried to put him back in the stroller, but Valoran clung to her chest, even turning his hands into claws for a better grip on her clothes. How many times do I have to tell you rascals I don't have milk? Solus turned to a deep shade of purple. Only then did she notice the baby boy looked sad, and his eyes were veiled with tears. I'm not going anywhere, silly. She held him gently, seeing her fear of abandonment mirrored in Valoran's expression. You'll be back in a few hours, and tonight you can sleep in the big bed with me if you want. Promise. Promise, Solus offered her pinky, but Valoran needed his full hand to grab it. Gods, I feel like a monster, Camilla sniffled. Maybe we should stay. Nonsense, Alina too sniffled, holding back an insistent tear. You've been holed up here for too long acting as my babysitter. You guys deserve a break or you'll drive me insane. Thanks, Mom. Lith recalled his demons inside the void sigils and gently pushed Camilla through the warp gate. See you tonight. See you? Tista waited for the dimensional tunnel to close and Alina to walk away before adding, Solus, we need to talk. You know that sounds ominous even though we are not in a relationship, right? I'm sorry, I'm just tense, Tista sighed. I need your help. Is there something wrong with you and Badia? Solus asked. Yes, no. Gods, if this is embarrassing. A snap of Tista's fingers brought the two women into her room. Tista hoped that the familiar space and the privacy ensured by the arrays would give her the courage she needed, but she was wrong. I've lost my memories, and even if I didn't, I'm pretty sure I never dated a lesser Leviathan. Solus felt more awkward by the second. Whatever problem you two have in the bedroom, I don't think I can help you. Maybe if you ask Grandma. What, no, why do you think we have problems in the bedroom? Tista blushed up to her ears. Well, you've just become a Hecate, took the next step in your relationship, and are making a big deal out of whatever this is. Solus shrugged. Also, you said it's a very embarrassing matter. What am I supposed to think? Chapter 3624, Cunning Plan, Part 1. Gods, I hate it when you're always right. Tista whined, slumping on her bed while hiding her face behind her hands. I knew it, Solus said. Is it because his real body is that of a huge snake? Is the other snake too big? Does it look weird? It's not that. Tista was so embarrassed that her whole body turned red due to the flames burning within. I meant that you were right when you pointed out how poorly I've worded it. I just need a job. We both do. We, who's we? Solus asked in confusion. I do have a job. Badia and I, who else? Tista snarled. Give me a second. I need to calm down or I'll die of embarrassment. She needed many long, slow breaths to regain her cool. When she resumed to talk, only her face and fingers were still red. Let me start this over. Tista inhaled deeply. Solus, I need your help to find a job for Badia and me. It doesn't need to be the same job. Wait, I'm not following you. What's the matter? Why do you guys suddenly need money? Solus asked in confusion. Because, except for the time I worked as a mercenary after graduating from the White Griffin, I never earned much, Tista replied. I was too busy practicing my powers as an awakened first and as a hybrid later to worry about saving money. Especially with Lith earning so well and having Tower. As for Badia, he never needed to work because he was the emissary for his family on Garland. He had an entire bloodline backing him and all the funds he needed. Now, however, we would like to live on our own, but we have no resources. I'm Lith's older sister. You have no idea how embarrassing it is at my age to still need his money for everything. Badia instead has gone from riches to rags right after his family disowned him. If not for our hospitality, he would live in the wilds and hunt for his meals. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing shameful in that. Just that it's humiliating for him to rely on my money whenever we go on a date, and in turn, it's humiliating for me to depend on Lith's money. On top of that, what if someday I want to start a family? We are not the Ernas. Mom and Dad don't have a country home to gift me and a noble title to pin on me to finance my lifestyle. I see your point, Solus nodded. I'll use my connections and see what I can find. In the meantime, you can work as a healer at the White Griffin. I'm already doing that, Tista sighed. Marth is helping me as he can, but my name complicates things a lot. What do you mean? Solus asked. That if not for Lith, I could easily find rich clients and get some minor title by earning merits with the association, Tista replied. Yet everyone knows I'm his sister, and you have no idea how many times I've been called by people who had no need for a healer. People who requested my services just to get my contact rune. They think that if they pay me well enough, I'll introduce them to Lith, or that by involving me in a mission, he will follow. Badia has the same problem in the awakened community. The only difference is that they use him to get to me. Good gods, Tista, I'm so sorry. Solus held her friend's hands. Why didn't you tell us? I never heard anything about this. And what could you do? Tista shrugged. Besides, this is my problem. I wanted to solve it on my own like an adult, not rely on Lith like a little girl. I'm coming to you because I'm out of options. She's in the same situation as my mom's old apprentices, Solus thought. The solution for them was to cut ties with my mother and make a name for themselves, but Tista can't do that. Not with Meln's threat hanging over our head. Tista would just make herself an easy target. Don't worry, she actually said. There must be a solution and we'll find it together. Space. Camilla and Lith stepped inside the warp gate of the mansion and emerged into the army branch of Belias, in the Keller region. The lack of Lith's supreme Magus robe, and the presence of 2 children in the stroller instead of 1, almost kept the desk sergeant from recognizing the couple. Almost. The Keller region was one of the few places in the kingdom where Lith had a stellar reputation that had barely been dulled, even during the time the late General Morn had charged him with high treason and forced Lith to escape to the Blood Desert. During his tour as a ranger, Lith had destroyed the Black Star, one of the lost cities that plagued the Keller region and drained vast territories of life. The feat had earned him the title of Great Mage and brought him to fame. A fame that had grown at every step of his career as he dealt with forbidden magic rituals, magical plagues, and destroyed a second lost city, Kogaluga. Yet what really had etched his mark in the hearts of the people of Keller was how Lith had put his life on the line to defend Belias during the War of the Griffins. The people of the North were wary of strangers, but after everything Lith had done for them, they considered him an adoptive son of the Keller region in general and Belias in particular. Very few people in the city didn't know his face, or keep a plaque with his name engraved in their houses. Ranger Verhen, the desk sergeant, a middle-aged, balding man, referred to Lith with his military title like most people in the Keller region did, and snapped to attention. "You should have announced your arrival. We would have prepared you a proper reception." "Thanks, Sergeant Fallas, but I'd like to keep my anonymity as long as I can." Lith inwardly thanked his keen Tiamat sight, which allowed him to read the small name tag on the man's breast from a distance. "I see." The man brimmed with joy, believing that somehow Lith knew him and remembered his name. "It won't last long, though. You, Lady Verhen, and the young Lady Verhen are well known and hard to miss." Fallas pointed at Elijah's 6 colored streaks that stuck out even from under the loose hoodie of her onesie. "It's fine, just don't shout my name or tell everyone you know I'm here for at least 15 minutes, Lith sighed. "Give me a head start." "I'll try," the desk sergeant chuckled. "And who is this handsome fellow?" Fallas offered Valoran his hand, and remained shocked when the little boy shook it. "Valoran, nice to meet you." The shock turned to disbelief when Valoran also introduced himself. "He is my son, Valoran II Verhen," Lith replied. "Son?" Fallas was utterly confused. "Elijah is his firstborn, and there was no news of a second pregnancy. On top of that, the boy is clearly bigger and older than Elijah." Chapter 3625, Cunning Plan, Part 2. The desk sergeant knew his stuff. He was part of a group chat that on Earth would have been considered a proto-forum dedicated to Lith's fan club. The tablets still didn't allow users to post on the web, but there was no limit to the number of participants in a chat. On top of that, the boy has golden hair and blue eyes. He looks nothing like Lith. Valoran's emerald hair and silver eyes had been shape-shifted to avoid recognition. Fallas waited for a few seconds, but when Lith gave no further explanation, he gave the boy a salute and a wide smile. "Sergeant Zarm Fallas at your service, young Lord Verhen." Valoran looked at the man in confusion and turned to Lith, who just smiled and nodded. Valoran beamed with joy, returning the salute with the wrong hand. "Have a nice day, little fellas." The desk sergeant waved his hand, and the kids waved back. "Forgive me, Ranger Verhen. The flesh is weak." The moment the family stepped outside the army branch, Fallas posted the news of Lith's arrival and his mysterious son, afraid that someone would claim the attention from the juicy gossip before him. "Elijah Valoran, this is the city where Mom and Dad dated," Lith said as he stepped onto the sidewalk. "I always tell you about our adventures in Belias, and now you can see it with your eyes." The 2 kids nodded, but Valoran also kept smiling and giggling with happiness. Camilla instead stared at Lith like she had a grudge against him, because she did. "Age-appropriate adventures," Lith rushed to add. "You know how we met and all the innocent stuff." "I see," Camilla nodded, her nostrils dilating in annoyance. "The stories where you are the valiant ranger, and I'm your annoying paper-pusher handler who's a stickler for the rules." She often eavesdropped on those stories with Solus, and didn't like how he painted her. "Do you want to go home, or would you like to take a tour of the city first?" Lith couldn't understand the lingering tension and tried to ease it. "Home can wait," Camilla exhaled sharply, trying to relax. "After all this time since our last visit, it's going to be dirty and I'm in no mood for chores. Let's go to Royal Park." The city of Belias had been built as an army base that only later had developed beyond what military personnel alone could run. Since expanding the walls and recasting the arrays would have been a security nightmare due to the nearby border with the Empire, the city had grown vertically instead of horizontally. All houses were several stories tall, similar to Earth's apartment buildings. Due to its military origin, Belia city blocks were literal squares, and the streets so straight that they seemed to have been drawn with a ruler. It made the city orderly and easy to navigate, but it also made it a gloomy gray mass of identical buildings that repeated themselves as far as the eye could see. Small parks had been built between city blocks to give the city some color and life. Royal Park was the biggest, allowing visitors to walk for more than 5 minutes before going back to square one and starting over. Belia's parks were so small that the residents referred to them with the not-so-endearing term of hamster wheels. Royal Park was located away from the military barracks and inside the nobles' residential district. It owed its name to the members of the royal family and the 1- to 3-star generals residing there from time to time. It was the only reason the otherwise inflexible engineers who had planned the city had allotted Royal Park much more space than was functional. A royal was much more likely not to chop your head off if they were in a good mood. Engineers liked order and structure, but most of all, loved how their heads fitted their necks to perfection. They regretted wasting so much land on green, but it was much preferable to color the city with the red of their blood. Despite the distance, reaching Royal Park took the Verhans less than a minute. The transport gate was right outside the army branch, and Camilla just had to pass her ID over the scanner to conjure the holographic interface. Belias roads were reserved for military and official transportation. Everyone else had to move via the transportation gates spread throughout the city. They were akin to short-range warp gates, and there was one per city block, allowing the citizens of Belias to reach their destination quickly. Transport gates also influenced the house's pricing. The closer a building was to a gate, the higher its cost. Camilla selected the mother with 2 children option, while Lith carried the stroller. Transportation gates allowed only one person to pass at a time, but there was an option for people with children too small to have an ID or know how to use one. Anyone who tried to cross the gate with someone else would end up in jail. The magical gemstone on top of the gate scanned the babies and let Camilla through. "Remember the rules," Lith said with a soft but stern voice. "No shape-shifting, no flying, no magic." "Bah," Elijah grunted, considering her father a spoilsport. There were so many colorful ground thingies, flowers. She wanted to smell and buzzers insects, taunting her to chase them. How could Lith be so heartless and ground her before she forgot about not using origin flames in public? No, no, no. Alas, Elijah's current eloquence limited her to monosyllables to express her displeasure. "Yes, yes, yes," Camilla sternly pointed her finger under Elijah's thin nose. "Listen to your father, young lady, and don't even think of playing dumb with me. I know you understand everything we say, and your answer proves it." Elijah was dumbstruck. Her mother had to be incredibly smart for noticing her tiny mistake and anticipating her cunning plan. "Wah, Jimmy," she turned to her brother for support, but the traitor was already clinging to their father's leg like a daddy's boy. "Bah." "Don't listen to her, Valoran, you are a good kid," Lith said. Lith and Camilla took a full round of the park to let the babies pick a spot where to play before sitting down. Elijah needed to be reeled in more than once, whereas Valoran needed to be encouraged to move around more than once. He would often turn around to check that Lith and Camilla were still on the bench, and sometimes he tottered back to them to ensure they weren't just an illusion. "Gods, I wish I could stay by his side." Camilla repressed a sniffle. "It tears my heart seeing Valoran so afraid, but if I always shadow him, he'll never gain self-confidence." "Gods, I wish I could relax for 1 minute." Lith grunted, pulling Elijah away from a large bee with a tendril of spirit magic. "I turn my eyes for a moment, and that little daredevil is up to no good." While Valoran stared at the unknown landscape with fear and awe, Elijah pulled flowers, dug through the mud, and pestered the biggest animals she could find, no matter if they were dogs, cats, or birds of prey. Chapter 3626, Tough Question, Part 1. "Don't touch that." Camilla rushed just in time as the baby girl sniffed at a terrified mole she had dug from the ground. After half an hour of adventures for the kids and heart attacks for Camilla, she had enough. "You had your fun, young lady. Now it's my turn." She grunted, strapping Elijah with so many safety belts that she looked like a death row inmate during a prison transfer. "Bah," Elijah protested at her mother for ruining her fun. What danger could there be in eating stones, climbing trees, and challenging all the wild animals she could find to see who was stronger? Elijah was certain she could defeat the puny bird, Falcon, but her mother had buted in before they could come to talons, scaring him away. "Bah, my sorry arm," Camilla replied. We've come here to relax, but we've done anything but. But, Elijah echoed. Why can she say it and I can't? Camilla yelled at the sky, drawing several worried gazes on herself. Luckily for Lith, there was a small cafe in the park. Peace, quiet, and assorted pastries soothed Camilla's strained nerves. I'm sorry for the outburst, baby, she sighed in between mouthfuls. I don't know what got into me. No po, Mama, Elijah replied with compassion. I wasn't apologizing to you, young lady, Camilla said with a tense smile while her eyes twitched. No po, Mama. Elijah shrugged, willing to be the bigger person and forgive her mother for her meddling. Seeing the little girl's serious face, Camilla burst out laughing, feeling the tension leave her shoulders. Gods, she's just like her father, a little imp through and through. I resent that, Lith said in mock indignance. I was an adorable baby, never gave my parents a worry, you can ask them. Because you didn't do anything wrong, or just because they never caught you red-handed? She asked. I plead the fifth, he replied, making her giggle. Check, please. It's on the house, Ranger Verhen. Thank you for your service. The owner of the Royal Cafe, a fit woman in her 30s, gave him a short bow while holding her tablet. Can I at least tip? No, but I promise you that if you visit us again, I won't raise objections, she said with a warm smile. Can you give me a head start before posting my location? Lith didn't know whether she was showing off the magical device to thank him or to imply that she meant to use his pictures to advertise the establishment. I'm sorry it's too late for that, the woman scratched her head in embarrassment. No po, Lith said, making Elijah giggle. They had just left the Royal Cafe when many people rushed in. Luckily for Lith, in its haste the crowd paid the little family no attention. Camilla picked their lunch on the way home, receiving it free of charge, compliments of the house, even though she had left Lith and the babies outside. Thank you for your years of patronage, Lady Verhen, said the owner of the restaurant. I hope to see you again soon. Yes, thank you, she stuttered in embarrassment as the rest of the staff and the clients gave her an applause. See you soon, bye. She rushed outside, looking over her shoulder like there was an angry mob chasing her. Why the rush? Did you eat someone? Do I have to bury a body? Lith asked with a straight face. Not funny, smartarm. She dragged him to the nearest transport gate and from there to their apartment building. I'm not used to being recognized. When that happens, you're always with me and people focus on you. What about Lucia? Lith said. That's different, she shook her head. Lucia is your hometown, the people there treat all your family well, not just me. Lith felt the grip of nostalgia as they reached the door of Camilla's old apartment, and the feeling intensified when the old key still turned. They hadn't come back ever since the rebuilding of Belias, yet a lot of memories lived there. Memories, a thick layer of dust, and a widespread infrastructure of spiderwebs and their weavers. Good gods! Camilla pushed the stroller away from the door as the dust filling the stale air made her cough. This is worse than I thought. It's no big deal, Lith shrugged while activating the barrier of the stroller. This won't take us long. Camilla was no longer a deep orange core, and with her help, Lith cleaned the house in less than 2 minutes. Vortices of air magic carried webs and dust outside, water magic washed the floor and surfaces, and opening the windows brought plenty of sunlight and fresh air. I can't catch a break today, she said as her stomach grumbled. All these emotions made me work up quite an appetite. Let's have lunch. It was barely 10 in the morning, but Lith knew there was no arguing when Camilla and Raldorak demanded their due. Sure, Lith set the table with a snap of his fingers and pulled the curtains in front of the windows. Kids, there are only 2 rules here. No flying outside and no pulling the curtains. Am I clear? Elijah and Valoran nodded, but they too were quite hungry. A few bottles later, they fell asleep on the spot, forcing Lith to turn the stroller into the Doomslayer crib. I can finally relax, he said after checking that the containment field and the defensive protocols were all in place. Did you also hush them? She asked. Of course, Lith nodded. I wouldn't risk them waking up or eavesdropping on us. Sure, we can use mind links, but I love hearing the sound of your voice. Thanks, Camilla giggled, covering her mouth still full of food. What do you want to talk about? This, Lith pointed at the vase on the centerpiece, in which she had placed the camellia. I don't know what to do about this, and I need your advice. What do you mean? She neared her fork to Lith's plate, but he parried with a flick of his wrist. The flower is you. He resumed eating to make it clear that those were no leftovers. The buds are the babies. And there are 2 flower buds and 3 babies. Camilla still looked confused, so he added, I don't know what to do with Valoran. He's smart. Once Raldorak is born and no third blossom appears, Valoran will understand he's the one left out. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Camilla asked. I'm afraid so. Damn, that's a tough question, she sighed. Adding another bud was easy, but the implications of the gesture were impossible to predict. Valoran II was 2 years old and was nothing like a normal baby. He was aware that his mother was Thrud Griffin and his father Jorma Nidho, the Emerald Dragon. He remembered what his parents looked like, sounded like, and even how they smelled. Valoran knew their energy signatures and their habits. The only thing he was unaware of was the reason they left him alone for so long and came to visit him rarely. Valoran II had no idea that his parents had died over a year ago. Chapter 36:27, Tough Question, Part 2. The baby boy had never realized that it was Protheus the doppelganger who came to visit him from time to time, impersonating Thrud and Jormung, thanks to his bloodline abilities and the biological samples he had assimilated. Lith felt honored whenever the baby boy called him Dad. He was grateful for the trust that Valoran put in him and how much the baby boy cared about being considered a part of the Verhin family. Yet those feelings only made things much harder for Lith. If he added the third camellia blossom, Valoran would have either understood that his parents were dead or assumed they had abandoned him for good. That Camilla and Lith were replacing Thrud and Jormung. If he didn't, however, Valoran would have thought that his adoptive parents didn't return his love. That for them, he was just a guest, someone the Verhins had to take care of only because of duty, if not pity. It was a lose-lose situation for both Lith and Valoran. There was no right answer, and no matter how much Lith pondered adding a third camellia bud, he couldn't find a winning move. Even if he did, it would just be a temporary fix, like putting a Band-Aid on an open wound. The more Lith included the baby boy in the family, and the deeper Valoran's feelings for him became, the worse the inevitable fallout between them would be. Lith knew that, one day, when Valoran was old enough, he would have to tell the boy the truth behind the disappearance of his parents. Lith would have to tell Valoran that Jormung and Thrud were dead because he had killed them. Jormung had died by Lith's hand, and Queen Silpha had executed Thrud, but it was only thanks to Lith taking down the Golden Griffin that she had succeeded. Lith knew that Valoran wasn't going to care who had dealt the finishing blow. All that would matter to him was that his family was gone, his throne lost, and that Lith was responsible for it. At that point, rage and betrayal would twist the baby boy's perspective. He would consider all the acts of kindness as acts of guilt for killing his parents. Everything Lith had done would be mistaken as an attempt to earn Valoran's forgiveness. Everything Valoran II knew would turn out to be a lie, and his entire childhood a cruel mockery. Tough question doesn't even scratch it, Lith sighed. It's a time bomb with a short fuse. Under any other circumstances, I'd say to exploit the baby's lack of memory and tell him the truth only once he's old enough to understand it, but we don't have that luxury. Valoran knows his parents, and there's no magic that can make him forget about them. To make matters worse, the War of the Griffins is already part of history books. He handed Camilla a tome open to the right page. Sooner or later, he's going to read this. Lith tapped at the page where he was credited for killing Jormung and taking down the Lost Academy. Even if he doesn't, someone is going to tell him. And you can bet that will happen the moment Valoran asks about his parents and someone overhears him. There are not many people named Thrud, and Valoran's silver eyes will clear any doubt about which Thrud he's talking about. Good gods, Camilla stopped eating at the thought. You can wait until he's 4 at most, if not even 3. Which gives me between 1 and 2 years, Lith sighed. Poor Valoran, and poor you. Camilla held Lith's hand. I can't imagine how a 4-year-old boy will take such news or how he'll react, but I bet it will be far from pleasant. Hence my question, Lith tapped at the vase. What do I do with this? Camilla pondered the matter for a while before answering. Be honest with me. Are you taking care of Valoran out of guilt? No, Lith shook his head. Otherwise, I would have left him in Legines. Grandpa, Salark's voice cut him short. Damn, Grandma, we're having a serious conversation here. Lith snarled yet received no answer. Grandpa's and Salark's care. He continued in petty revenge for the interruption. Don't make me come there, young man. That way, Valoran would have grown without ever knowing me, and when he learned the truth, he would have had years to consider all the facts before he could think about revenge. Just like Elijah, Grandpa and Grandma wouldn't have let him out of their sight until he came of age. It would have given me about 15 years to prepare and put no strain on our relationship. We would be complete strangers, and Valoran is smart enough to know that I'm not some ruthless criminal. I didn't kill his parents in cold blood, but because we sat on opposite sides of a bloody war. It was either my life or theirs. Then why did you take him in? Camilla asked, nodding. Because I promised Jormung I would. Lith wrung his hands. Because we were both willing to kill each other to protect our children's future. Jormung wasn't evil, he was just a worried father like me. I couldn't stand the thought of leaving his son an orphan, forced to live in a gilded cage until Valoran became an adult. I know all too well how living in fear of being rejected, not for something you did, but because of what you are, feels. Even with a loving family, I experienced loneliness and isolation for most of my life, but at least it was my choice. In Valoran's case, he has no choice because the War of the Griffins took it away from him. If not for Floria's death, I would have taken him in right after the battle for the White Griffin. I knew he was innocent, but you couldn't stop seeing Thrude every time you looked at Valoran. Camilla untangled his hands and took them into hers. You couldn't stop seeing Floria's corpse. Yes, Lith exhaled sharply. So what do I do? First, I have a small confession to make. Lith nodded for Camilla to continue, and she told him about how she had gone to the Blood Desert to take care of Valoran before Lith brought the baby boy home. I'm sorry for going behind your back, but I know how important a promise is to you and how torn you were between your promise to Jormung and your grief for Floria, she said. I kept my visits to the desert a secret only to help Valoran, while giving you the time you needed to sort out your feelings. That's why the transition was so smooth and Valoran seemed to like you at first sight. Lith's eyes went wide in understanding. Thanks for the apology, but it's not needed. You did the right thing. That said, my suggestion is to tell Valoran the truth when the moment comes, but to do it with a mind link and remove the bloody parts. Camilla said, He's still a baby for the god's sake. Show him everything, and I mean everything. From when you first met Jormung inside Huriel to the last fight inside the Golden Griffin. Show him what kind of man Jormung was, and most importantly, what kind of man you are, and the relationship between you two. Chapter 36:28, Bad Habits Part 1. When you do it, always keep the dragon scales active like this. Camilla gently held his hands. They will pass your honest feelings for Jormung and Valoran both. As you said, he's a smart boy. It will be hard for him at first, but I'm sure he's also strong enough to make peace with it. Are you sure? Lith asked. Yes, Camilla replied. Not only because he can see your sincerity via the dragon scales and the mind link, but also because he'll have me. He'll have Elijah, Grandma, and Grandpa. He can ask them to tell him the truth, and they will. Fuck me sideways. He'll lose 2 fathers in one day and discover that his mother was a monster. Lith clenched his teeth at the thought. He'll lose 1 father, but not because Jormung gave up on him, Camilla corrected Lith. The other will still be there waiting for him, and Valoran will still have a mother, me, and at least 2 siblings. She caressed her womb. You didn't let Ezio define you. I'm sure Valoran will be just as strong. Also, don't forget that, compared to your Earth sperm donor, Thrude was a saint. At least she loved her son and fought to her last breath to protect him. Never let him forget that. Thrude was your enemy, not Valoran's. Thanks, Kami, Lith sighed, realizing there was no painless solution. He could only do his best as Valoran's father and cross his fingers when push came to shove. What about the camellia? Again, he's a smart boy. Camilla gave him a soft, loving smile. Craft his branch of the camellia and give it to him. Let Valoran choose what he wants. If he attaches it to the camellia, hug him tight. If he doesn't, hug him tighter. Valoran must know that by choosing a father, he's not giving up on the other. Thanks, Kami. Lith stood up, walking to her seat to hug her from behind. Have I ever told you that you are a genius? Yes, but not today, she said while giving him a soft kiss. And not often enough. Now that we kicked the elephant out of the room, we should start thinking about what to have for lunch. Didn't we just eat lunch? Lith stared at the picked-clean bones of the 2 rotisserie chickens on her plate. We had one, sure, but I'm talking about second lunch. Is there a third lunch as well? Lith was flabbergasted. No, just ice cream snack time between second lunch and tea time, she giggled. Fine, I'll go buy the groceries for second lunch. Lith needed sheer willpower not to roll his eyes and ooze sarcasm when saying second. Don't forget the ingredients for the ice cream. She stood up, yawning. There's no point going for groceries twice. Thanks for the advice, Lith grunted. Are you coming with me? No, all these emotions also made me sleepy. I need a nap. Wake me up when you are done cooking. She pushed the crib into the bedroom without leaving the flabbergasted Lith the time to realize what had just happened. Space. The second lunch, the ice cream snack, and tea time passed uneventfully. Between meals, Lith and Camilla toured Belias with the kids, who divided their time evenly between exploring, napping, and bickering. Elijah pushed Valorin to be bolder, Valorin warned Elijah to be more careful, and their parents had to shadow them both. Elijah was the one who would try to sneak away from the stroller, but Valorin followed her to protect her. When dinner time came, Lith was pleasantly tired and rethinking all of his life choices. "Remember the rules, kids," Lith sighed in exhaustion. "We are not at Grandma Alina's home. You must behave or everyone will be mean to us, okay?" Elijah and Valorin nodded, shape-shifting their onesies into comfortable but less casual baby clothes. "This is the Valorian," Camilla pointed at the restaurant's door. "Mommy and Daddy had their first date here wearing these very clothes." She was wearing her lucky clothes, a light blue shirt and a black pencil skirt, while Lith wore a red shirt over white pants and black shoes. Elijah and Valorin exchanged a worried look, gulping hard. They had no idea what any of that meant, so they held their small hands for courage and stiffened like they were going to war. "Magus Verhan, Lady Magus, I can't believe you are really back." Even the receptionist was the same. Xylo hadn't changed much since their last visit. His livery was new, but had the same cut as the old one. His black hair had given more ground to his forehead and gained a few gray strands, but that was it. "And we're not alone." Camilla pointed at the stroller and the constipated-looking children it carried. "Elijah, Valorin, this is Xylo. Xylo, allow me to introduce you to our children, Elijah and Valorin." The plural made no sense to Xylo, just like Valorin's appearance. He looked nothing like the couple, and Xylo was certain Magus Verhan only had one kid, yet professional pride made him swallow all his questions and smile. "Hello, young Magi. Welcome to the Valorian." Elijah gave the best curtsy she could while sitting, and Valorin gave the receptionist a bow with a flourish of his free hand. "Did they just—" Xylo went a bit pale, but his smile didn't fade. "They are very smart," Lith replied. "Can you show us to our table?" "But of course." Xylo gave them a bow before turning around and leading the way. "This is our Magus table. I hope you will enjoy it." It was just a corner table, with plenty of space and privacy. The only notable changes were that it was more spaced from the others, and even though the design of the chairs and table matched the rest of the furniture of the Valorian, they were of higher quality. The stroller split and turned into raised chairs for babies, allowing Valorin and Elijah to look over the table. "We've changed as little as we could to preserve your memories and give our VIPs the experience of dining as a Magus." Xylo handed them the menus and was flabbergasted when the kids extended their hands as well. "Can they read already?" "No, but give them a menu anyway." Lith chuckled as Elijah held the printed paper upside down and Valorin turned it sideways. "What's this Magus special?" Camilla asked, noticing there was no description below the name of the dish. "Something I taught the Valorians cook when I went for groceries," Lith replied. "He also provided the ingredients," Xylo smiled. "It's been a huge hit." "Then we'll have roasted potatoes, assorted grilled vegetables, and meatballs as appetizers." Camilla nodded. "Then this Magus special, a few assorted skewers and a filet steak." "To share?" Xylo asked. "No, one serving each," Camilla replied, almost making the receptionist's poker face crumble. "This will do for now. We can order the rest later." "The rest, I mean drinks." "Only water, thank you. We don't want to teach the kids bad habits." She pointed at the toddlers. "Too late for that," Xylo thought. "Excellent idea," he actually said. "The food will be served in a minute." Chapter 3629, Bad Habits Part 2. "I think I shocked him so much he forgot about the babies." Camilla blushed in embarrassment. "He didn't give me the time to order for them." "Because I've arranged for that as well." Lith sat back while studying Elijah's expression as she pretended to understand the menu and its purpose. "I wanted this evening to be special." "I noticed," she giggled, taking his hand. The kids extended their short arms to join the couple and failed. "It's not a group thing, sweetie," Camilla chuckled. "It's a romantic gesture." Valorin and Elijah exchanged a puzzled look before giving up with a shrug. While the parents ate the appetizers, the waiter brought small servings of the restaurant's specialties turned into baby food. Lith had kept the ingredients to a minimum, turned them into a soft cream, and had them served lukewarm. With a dragon's digestive system, they can probably eat solid food already, but better safe than sorry, Lith thought. The kids enjoyed both the taste and the variety, to the point that they snatched the spoons from their parents' hands and started to eat on their own with spirit magic under the flabbergasted look of the rest of the patrons. The Magus special didn't receive the welcome Lith hoped, though. "Did a cat puke on my noodles?" Camilla stared in horror at the green paste covering her food. "It's not puke, it's pesto," Lith grunted, "and those aren't noodles but linguine." It was the most ambiguous-looking food Camilla had ever seen, and she had no trouble saying it out loud. "It's the most ambiguous-looking food I've ever seen. Does it at least taste good?" "What do you think?" Lith asked, taking a mouthful. "As I said, it's been a hit." Xylo swallowed awkwardly at her reaction. "Fine, I'll trust you." Camilla mixed the pasta with the green sauce before taking a tentative bite. "Thanks for the vote of confidence." Lith caressed the kids' heads while they sniffled at the plates like hunting dogs. "At least you guys trust me." Sorry, Camilla munched, crossed his fingers, and prayed for the best. "Gods, it's delicious." With her prayer answered, her stomach seemed to forget about the food she had just eaten and increased her appetite. "You are a lucky woman, Lady Magus," Xylo said, and all the women in the room sighed, even those with a date. Not many men would travel to Verendi just to offer their wife an exotic meal. Then he gave them a bow and went to notify the rest of the clients that the Magus special was sold out. "Verendi?" Camilla asked via a mind link for privacy and to avoid interrupting her meal. "Didn't you say the food there sucks?" "It does," Lith inwardly nodded. "This is another Earth dish, but I had no other way to explain it to the cook." "An Earth dish?" Camilla took a look at the ingredients list and noticed it was not something she could reproduce. "Where did you find all this stuff?" "Mager's garden," Lith replied with a grin. "Everything grows there, and with a bit of luck and the help of the eyes of Menadian, I found Mager plants that taste more or less the same as those from Earth. Fair warning, they look nothing alike." "As long as they taste good, I don't care," Camilla chuckled. "Your mother is right, you cheat in everything you do." "Guilty as charged." "But Xylo is also right. I'm a lucky woman," Camilla said, feeling her heart skipping a beat. Space. After dinner, performance anxiety and plenty of food knocked the children out cold. "Don't worry about these adorable rascals," Elena said while putting them to bed. "Solus and I will take good care of them until you pick them up tomorrow. Have fun." "Thanks, Mom," Lith said. "Thanks, Elena." Camilla gave the sleeping kids a final kiss before walking toward the mansion's gate. "Why didn't you give Valoran the camellia branch?" "I didn't want to spoil his day," Lith shrugged. "I wanted him to have fun with us. The camellia branch can wait." "Excellent thinking," she nodded as they crossed the transporter leading back to the apartment. "Did you bring your Magus robe?" "Always. People never recognize me without it, and it works like a charm to avoid trouble." "Why?" he asked. "You'll see." She gave him an impish smile and disappeared behind the bathroom door. "Don't do it. Don't joke about how much she ate and bowel movements." Lith bit his lower lip, afraid to ruin the mood for whatever Camilla's surprise was. "Did you put your Magus robe on?" she asked. "Yes," Lith lied through his teeth while the Voidwalker armor shapeshifted into a white mage robe, shirt, and pants, all embroidered with gold. "Then sit at the table, please." Camilla was still inside the bathroom, and the situation made less sense to Lith the longer the wait went on. "I don't get it." He followed her instruction and arranged a few books on the dining table, trying to guess the mood of the incoming role play. "This is not the right setup for detention with the headmaster, and we've done the Magus apprentice a lot of times. What's all the secrecy about?" "Close your eyes," Camilla said from behind the bathroom door, and Lith complied again. "All of them. Don't be smart with me." "Damn it, woman, you know me well," Lith sighed, shutting the extra eyes closed as well. A moment later, he heard the bathroom door open and a hissing sound he couldn't identify. "Now open them." Her voice came from real close, yet he wasn't ready for her follow-up. A huge magic circle conjured by light mastery lay in the middle of the table, its runes a jumbled mess. The hissing sound turned out to be the byproduct of some device that Camilla had used to fill the room with a thick but harmless white smoke. In the middle of the circle, Camilla lay on her side, her head resting on her left hand and her legs crossed in a seductive pose. Two curved horns came out of the side of her head, and a short tail ending in an arrowhead from the small of her back. A small, cute set of membranous wings, barely reaching her hips, wrapped around her shoulders. Camilla's long black hair formed a thin curtain over her chest that left very little to the imagination. Her arms were covered in scales up to the elbow, and so were her legs up to the knee, forming makeshift gloves and boots ending in small claws. More scales covered solely the most sensitive parts of her bosom and pelvis, forming an unlikely and very scant underwear that would have never held in place if not for being part of her body. The only actual piece of clothing she wore was a tight leather collar around her neck. "For what sordid, twisted scheme have you summoned a succubus, Magus Verhen?" Camilla asked in a sultry voice, licking her ruby lips and revealing the needle-like fangs into which she had shapeshifted her canines to play her part. Lith opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His extra eyes opened wide on their own, taking in the rounded, shadowy glories of the creature that had literally appeared in front of him. Chapter 3630, Shared Life, Part 1. "Do you like it?" Camilla asked, knowing her question was rhetorical. She recognized Lith's perverted expression. She could feel his eyes running all over her body, and thanks to her Tiamat senses, she could smell the arousal in his sweat. "Very," Lith's voice came out several octaves lower. "Where did you get the idea?" "From your stories about playing dungeon and looting," she giggled. "You said that succubi were hot and the dream of most players, but the idea of flirting with your looting master made you want to puke. Also, I regretted not using my shape-shifting abilities like this during my previous pregnancy." "Me too," Lith cleared his throat to no audible change. "What's that for?" He pointed at her neck. It's the slave collar," Camilla said in a low voice, sending the tip of her tail to caress his cheek. "It forces me to obey your every wish, no matter how lewd and kinky." "Every wish?" Lith forced himself under control despite the rising headaches he was getting. Plural. "Every single one." She sat up straight, wrapping her legs around his head and placing it between her thighs. The blood pressure in Lith's brain dropped like a paralytic falcon, but not because of the paltry strength of her hold. "I'm sorry, Kami." Lith had to close his eyes not to talk to her curves. "Your idea is simply amazing, and your outfit is just too sexy, so much that I'm too excited to come up with a single line for our role play. My mind is blank." "Your wish is my command, Magus Verhen." She released his grip just to slide down over his chest and sit on his lap. "Let's relieve you of your excitement first, and then we can talk." Space. After a long session of healthy venting his stress, Lith and Camilla played several scenarios that were as naughty as they were ludicrous. The unlikeliness of the script didn't deter them from having fun, and they greatly enjoyed their time together. Sunrise caught them in the shower, and at that point, there wasn't enough time to sleep anymore. Once they were done with theatrics, they had to take another shower, this time alone, or risk doing more dirty than clean. Camilla went in first and Lith second. When he came out of the bathroom, he caught her staring at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes focused on the swelling of her stomach. "I know it's a natural occurrence, but I still don't like it. Just like I don't like that my breasts have gotten so big that I can't even see my toes without a mirror when I look down," she sighed. "What do you think?" she actually asked. "Can you already tell I'm pregnant, or does it look like I just gained some weight?" "The latter." Lith sat on the bed without taking his eyes off her, sighing as well. "Don't worry, I love it." "The extra weight?" she asked in surprise. "No, the fact that you can't even see your toes without a mirror when you look down." Lith's starry-eyed, dreamy look irked her to no end. "Pregnancy looks great on the twins. They are glowing." "Can you please stop staring and talking to my breasts?" Camilla tapped her foot in annoyance. "Depends. Do you promise not to throw a fit if I stop staring and talking to your breasts for good?" Lith used two eyes to meet her gaze, and the others to keep enjoying the scenery. Camilla pondered the question thoroughly. She knew she wasn't the most beautiful woman Lith knew, nor the smartest, and certainly not the most powerful. She also knew he was surrounded by stunning awakened of all races who would have given an arm and a leg to get their hands on the power of the Tiamat bloodline. Yet last night had proven to her once again that she was the only woman in his eyes, and his current behavior after such a long, amorous session confirmed this further. "I take it back," she replied, sitting on his lap. "Stare and talk all you like, just try to be more romantic sometimes, okay?" "I was giving you a compliment," Lith shrugged. "I know, but when I ask you a question about my pregnancy, I'd like something more than a comment on how big my breasts are and how sweet my ass is," she sighed. "I never mentioned your ass." "You take that back right now?" She cut him short in mock outrage. "I mean, sure, your ass looks amazing." Lith raised his hands in surrender, round like a sunset over the horizon. "What a poet," she gave him a sweet kiss. "Too bad you use your talents solely to describe my body parts. What about me?" "Okay, fine," Lith nodded. I was keeping this for a special event or for when we had our next argument, but if you insist, I'll use it now. When, she echoed with a chuckle, not if we had an argument. Kami, we've been together long enough to know that we are bound to piss each other off from time to time. Every interaction or lack thereof can cause friction between us, but that's not the issue. It's how we react to the friction. We can either tackle the problem together to solve it, or use it to justify going at each other's throats and make the problem worse. Lith replied. Okay, Mr. Wise Guy, you win, Camilla said. Now use your killer pickup line and knock my socks off. I think I already did that. He pointed at her naked feet, making her giggle. You know what I mean, smartass. Okay. Lith wrapped his arms around her slender shoulders, and his wings popped out of his back, following suit. Kami, Magur may have chosen me as its lord of destruction, but I've chosen you to be the woman with whom I bring life into this world. There was love and tenderness in his eyes as he stared at her. The extra weight, the cravings, the stretch marks, the mood swings, I love them all just like I love you. They are no ugly inconveniences. They are a testament to our shared life, to how our story is changing and growing without ever withering. Even if I had to carry around in my arms for the next 6 months, it wouldn't be enough to thank you for giving me a child. This little lovely bump is our little lovely baby, Kami. It's a miracle no magic can perform. Only you can, Kami. Camilla's eyes became veiled with tears, and when she opened her mouth to talk, only crying came out. It was a cry of joy, but it still made Lith feel awkward and sort of guilty. Camilla returned the embrace and held him tight until she managed to reel her emotions under control. That's what I was talking about, she sniffled. It was perfect, too perfect even. I just wanted to feel appreciated, not to turn into a sorry mess. Less romanticism next time. There's just no pleasing you, woman. Lith kissed her forehead while she blew her nose. First, I'm not romantic enough, and now I'm too romantic. Might as well not be romantic at all. You would still nag, but at least I'd save myself a lot of effort. Chapter 36-31, Shared Life Part 2. I don't nag. She pulled away to glare at him just to meet Lith's stern gaze. Too much. Nice save, woman, Lith chuckled. Also, I warned you that I kept that line for special occasions. You are the one who asked me to use it, so it's the consequence of your decisions. And you say I'm the nagging one. She chuckled as well, kissing him. Still, thanks, I needed to hear that. Also, I need another shower. I'm covered in tears and snot. What about darkness magic? Lith said. Care to join me? She asked, pretending not to hear him. Of course. He jumped to his feet while keeping her in his arms. It's my duty as your healer to make sure that every inch of your body is clean. Space. After another shower to get clean from the results of the previous one, Lith and Camilla returned to the Verhin mansion to pick up the babies. For today, I plan to keep visiting the kingdom, Lith said. Safe areas, no trouble, just sightseeing. It's a great idea, but can I suggest a change of plans? Camilla asked, and he nodded for her to continue. I've heard a lot about the Garden of Magur, but I've never visited it. Can we go there today? I don't see why not, Lith shrugged. Also, why don't we bring the others as well? Camilla said. The gardens are wide. We can have our privacy while Solus can enjoy the company of her mother and your demons spend time with their families. I don't want to keep Solus away from Rifa. Also, she can babysit and chase after the babies while we sit back and enjoy the garden. Kind, thoughtful, and ruthlessly opportunistic. That's my kind of plan. Lith nodded. I'm in. Space. Reaching Magur's garden didn't take long. In the past, tower warping there had been impossible due to the violent currents of world energy coursing throughout the ground. The ears of Menadian, however, solved the issue. Once the artifact was connected to the watchtower, reading and navigating the flow of world energy was almost a trivial task. Before emerging on the other side, Lith scanned the area to ensure no member of the awakened council was there. After defeating Mergron the Redcap, the location of the garden had been revealed to the awakened community, but aside from sightseeing, there was no reason to be there, and it was empty most of the time. The coast is clear. Explore to your heart's content. Lith dropped the cloaking field of the tower and opened the door. Thanks for the invite, Lith. Solus held Elijah with one hand and Menadian's hand with the other. I've been missing you guys and Mom like crazy. Don't mention it, Solus, he replied. More importantly, are you sure you're fine? Bad things happened the last time we were here. If you feel uncomfortable, just say the word. He remembered all too well how the chroniclers of the World Tree had stabbed her from behind on the verge of getting the ears, puncturing her heart and reinforcing her trauma. The original Baitra had killed Solus the same way, and relieving the experience had torn closed wounds open. "I'm fine, don't worry." Solus clenched her teeth in Menadian's hand. "Mom is with me and I have Elijah to protect me. Isn't that right, sweetie?" "Masa," Elijah shapeshifted into her Tiamat form, emitting the closest thing to a roar she could. It was actually a high-pitched squeal, more cute than intimidating, but it was exactly what Solus' heart needed. "Thank you, baby girl." Solus peppered Elijah's scaly snout with kisses, making her giggle. "See you in a while." "Gods, this place is amazing." Roz whistled in admiration as he took in the spectacle of the garden. "I could live here all my life and still not have enough time to catalog everything." "Because I would kill you first," Elena said with a warm smile. "We are here for a stroll and a picnic, not work, remember." "Of course," Roz swallowed awkwardly. "Let's go, son." "Coming, Dad." Tryon came after them, carrying a crying Surin. The baby girl wasn't much of an adventurer. She loved her house and complained every time they brought her away. "See you later, Lith." Renaa sent in the demons, and their families left one after the other. "The last one to the pond is a rotten egg." Erin galloped away on top of Onyx. "Wait, which pond?" Lyria asked, not knowing where she was supposed to go. "Any pond, sucker," he replied with a laugh. "This doesn't bode well." Celia checked the arrows in her quiver and the enchanted knife in her belt. "I think my time has come." "What do you mean? I can guarantee you this place is safe." Lith furrowed his brow in confusion. "Safe," the huntress scoffed. "This oaf bringing me to a romantic place instead of a barbecue is the sign of the end of times. Thank you for everything, Lith, and remember that I loved you like a son." "You're not funny," Protector snorted. "I'm not trying to." She grabbed his face and checked that it was really him and not someone wearing a mask. Then she approached the nearest flower bush like it was a deadly predator, sniffing at it with caution. "Gods, these are real flowers," Celia said in amazement. "Are they poisonous?" "1 second." Lith added her name to the apprentice list of the tower's mainframe, giving the huntress access to the knowledge stored inside the library. Celia faltered when notions regarding all kinds of flora from every corner of Magur flooded her mind. "No, they are not," she said. "The blood aurelia is a medicinal plant used for decoctions. How do I know this?" "Because I moved all the botany books I possessed to the tower before coming here," Lith replied. "You damn cheater, I love you so much," Celia said. "Hey," Protector and Camilla said in unison. "As a son, remember?" Celia shrugged. "Come on, kids, get out, have fun, and feel free to pester anyone but Mommy." "Yay!" Lilia, Laren, Fenrir, and Salkar shapeshifted into their skull form and rushed forward, followed by Slash and Crash, their Emperor Beast steeds. "Not you, young man." Celia caught the baby boy by the scruff of his neck with a snake-like jolt of her arm. "You are too young and reckless. You're staying with us." Salkar howled, whined, and yelped, struggling with all his might to break free, but to no avail. He even tried his puppy eyes stare, but after 3 hybrid children, Celia had become immune to all sorts of cuteness. "You deal with him." Celia handed the yelping baby to Protector. "Use your pack leader authority or something." "Quiet," he said, and Salkar complied. "Follow." Protector put the pup down, and Salkar never strayed from his parents while they walked around. "I was joking about the pack leader stuff." Celia was flabbergasted and impressed. "Why did you never do this before?" "Because you told me we are raising children, not wolves, when Lilia was born," Protector said, making an amazing impression of Celia's nagging tone. "You forbid me to train them like members of my pack, remember?" Chapter 36-32, Thorny Branch, Part 1. Damn, I'm such an idiot. I could have saved myself so much stress. Celia really wanted to kick her own ass, but the beauty of the Garden of Magur quickly uplifted her mood. "I've changed my mind. We are raising wolves, I mean skulls." "Sure thing," Protector chuckled. "Fetch." He tossed a jingling ball that Salkar rushed to catch and return. "Okay, that's going overboard," she said. "Why?" Protector asked. "Salkar loves playing and running around, but we always keep him locked in a crib. Here he can run all he wants, play with us, and get so tired he will be quiet for the rest of the day." "I'm sold, but please treat him like a baby," Celia nodded. "Because human babies hate balls, small shiny objects, and dashing around like crazy for no reason," he said, furrowing his brow. "Point taken." She raised her hands in surrender. "I mean something like this. Pick a flower for Mommy, Salkar, pretty please." Salkar barked enthusiastically and rushed to the nearest flower patches, sniffing them carefully. He returned with a mouthful of the sweetest-smelling flowers he could find. "A whole bouquet, thank you." Celia kissed and caressed his head, making him waggle his tail. Space. Meanwhile, Lith and Camilla walked hand in hand while looking for a secluded but romantic spot for their picnic. Valoran was with them, finally free to assume his Bahamut form and fly in circles over their heads. "Why, there's no one here but us?" Camilla asked. "This place is a magical wonder and the richest place in world energy I've ever seen. Don't natural treasures grow here as well as plants?" "They do, or rather they did," Lith smirked. "The bounty for Mergron's head was everything we could find. Solus and I took our share and split the rest with the members of the Hand of Fate. There are still magical plants and ingredients growing around, but they are nowhere near their ripening. It will take them decades to mature. That plus the fact that there's no way to tap into the garden's power safely without the ears makes this place useless to awakened." "I see," she nodded. "Wait, aren't those?" "The reason I brought you here, yes," he said. "These flowers are the closest thing to plum blossoms I could find. They are considered very romantic on Earth." "Gods, I can see why." "Really?" Lith asked in disbelief. "Because I never could, they are just flowers." "A miser of wallet and heart." Camilla clicked her tongue and spread a cloth under the biggest tree. "Come down, Valoran." The boy landed in her arms with the grace of a sack of potatoes, chirping with joy as she rubbed her cheek against his muzzle. "I have something to ask you, son." Valoran turned around to follow Lith's voice and found a surprise waiting for him. A small vase was at the center of the cloth, holding the camellia and its two small branches ending in one flower bud each. Lith held a third branch between his fingers and offered it to Valoran. "The two buds you see are for Elijah and Raldorak," Lith said. "This is yours." He caught the sad expression that replaced the boy's smile and put the piece of enchanted metal in his small hand, using a mind link and the dragon scales to ensure Valoran would understand. "I didn't add it to the camellia not because I don't love you, Val, but because I know we are not your real parents. They are just away and would do anything to be here with you." Lith had to choose his words carefully lest he arouse feelings that would expose the truth. "I know you miss your mom and dad. I know you love them and they you. I didn't want to impose my feelings on you," Lith said, and Valoran nodded. "You can attach your branch, return it, or keep it until you make your mind. There is no rush, and no matter your choice, my feelings for you won't change." "Mine either." Camilla extended her scaled hands, wrapping them around Lith's and Valoran's. "I know you already have a mother, but I love being your mom." Valoran started to cry, the only way he knew to express his messy feelings and the tightness he felt in his heart. He missed Thrud and Jormund dearly, but he had also come to love Lith and Camilla no less. The cheap, badly hammered, green-painted piece of metal was as light as a needle, but carried the weight of betrayal. No matter what Valoran did, he felt like he would be unfair to someone. "Don't cry, little one." Lith let Camilla embrace Valoran so he could embrace them both. "You don't have to choose now. I'm not pressuring you. I just want you to know I love you, and I would have given you a branch on the camellia if I weren't afraid it would be a thorn in your heart." Valoran nodded, thankful for the privacy he was given for his choice. Thankful for the privacy he was given for his shame. He loved Elijah, but not having her around at that moment was a sweet relief. The dragon blood they shared, and the countless hours they had played together, made her the little sister he had never had. A little sister whom he would have been terrified to disappoint with his choice. Valoran put the branch in the breast pocket of his onesie, his mind still hurt and confused. Above all, he was grateful. Grateful that when he put it away, his adoptive parents were true to their promise. The dragon scales confirmed they loved him no less than the minute before. "Space. This is incredible," Menadian muttered, having a hard time deciding on what to fixate her gaze upon despite having 7 eyes. "I've read a lot about Maugur's gardens, but I'd never thought one day I'd actually visit one." "You've never been to a garden?" Solus asked in surprise while Elijah glided from tree to tree, sniffing flowers and licking leaves and fruits. "No, and neither did Lakra," the first ruler of the Flames sighed. "What about the time Lith and I chased Mergron here? Weren't you with us?" Solus said. "Yes, but as a wandering soul, I couldn't touch, smell, or interact with anything." Rifa shrugged. "It was no different from looking at a picture in an illustrated book. Now instead, I can appreciate the majesty of this place and its uncanny power." "What about Malishka? I find it hard to believe she never found a garden of Maugur during her millennia of travel," Solus asked. "Yaga probably knows the location of more than one garden, but she didn't bother sharing any information about them with me, just like that ungrateful prick of Ferk," Menadian snarled. "If he weren't dead already, I'd kick him all the way to the tower. give him a tour of the new floors while I slap the life out of him, and then kick his corpse back to his house. Mom, language, Solus pointed at the baby. I mean, I admire how you used words that didn't trigger the Guardian's autocorrect, but still, on top of that, how can you be certain that Ferk didn't find the garden after you and I, you know? Chapter 36-33, Thorny Branch, Part 2. Because back then I already had my suspicions, Menadian replied. Not that he had discovered a garden of Magur, mind you, or I would have forced the truth out of him with any means necessary. Mom, Solus, Rifa mirrored her tone and intonation. Now that we have established our identities, let me continue. As I was saying, I had my suspicions. Ferk was a talented mage, or I would never have taken him in as my apprentice, yet once I gifted him the ears, he became good with them quickly. Too good and too quickly. He was a brilliant mage, but not that brilliant. He learned in weeks what had taken me years to grasp before I fused the ears with the tower. He even taught me a couple of useful tricks. I'm sorry, but what's so special about this place? Solus asked, and when meeting Menadian's disapproving gaze, rushed to add, I mean besides the obvious. Put on the ears, dear, and you'll see it. Rifa offered Solus the artifact tea, and she wore it. The tower fueled the full power of the ears, triggering its synesthesia effect and avoiding the sensory overload. Yet Solus was assailed by a feeling of dizziness, as if countless people were talking in her ears at the same time, and the scenery changed so fast that her eyes didn't have time to focus on a single detail. Relax and take a deep breath, Menadian said. Don't try to take in everything at once. Do it like with the eyes, filter everything out and focus solely on me. Solus followed Rifa's instructions and cut off all energy signatures but hers. Solus knew Menadian's mana flow like the back of her hand, and the fact that it stood still in one place helped her greatly. Now open up just a bit, Menadian said. Expand your senses to include solely the nearest and strongest current that you can feel brushing against your skin. What now? Solus needed just a bit of effort to succeed. Now follow the current as it moves away from us. Keep ignoring everything else and use the ears to ride the world energy to the farthest corners of the garden. Keep at it until the current comes back here and then jump off. The experience lasted less than 5 minutes, but by the end of it, Solus was drenched with sweat and panting heavily. Gods, that was insane, she wheezed. There is no fixed path. The world energy kept moving around like a frenzied snake, changing its course abruptly whenever it bumped into another stream of world energy. Keeping my focus and not getting drowned in all the information storming around me took everything I got. My point exactly, Menadian nodded. Now, imagine doing this until you can follow one current with ease, then 2, 3, and so on until the entire garden is in the palm of your hand. By my mom, Solus exclaimed. Thank you, dear, Menadian chuckled. This is what I meant before. This place is perfect to train in the use of the ears. Every wild current of world energy is akin to the mana flow of an enchantment gone awry. If you master the garden, there will be no spell you can't bring to heal with the ears, no matter how complex. This is how Ferk beat me at my own game. Fancy another attempt. No, Solus grunted, sending the ears of Menadian back to the tower. We're here to spend some time together and enjoy ourselves, not to work ourselves to the bone. Bah, Elijah landed on Solus' shoulder and joined her in rebuking the first ruler of the flames. Bah, bah. Thanks, sweetie. Solus appreciated both the support and the fruits the baby carried with her as gifts. As for you, Mom, I can't believe how fixated you are on work. Now I understand why Aunt Loka crafted the legendary 7th piece of the set, the Chains of Menadian. Those contraptions have never been part of the set, Rifa grunted. On top of that, Lokra crafted them, so you should call them the Chains of Silverwing. Solus referred to the set of mystical chains the first Magus had forge-mastered on Thrain's request. Rifa had the bad habit of rushing to her lab whenever she had a sudden spark of inspiration, which happened very often. It didn't matter if Rifa was on a date with her husband, at the dinner table with her family, or breastfeeding her daughter. If left unchecked, Rifa would bolt away and not return until the spark was gone. The chains solved the problem by locking her in place, until Thrain freed her with his imprint. Aunt Loka may have forge-mastered the chains, but it's you who made them a legend. Solus chuckled, picturing her mother locked to the table like a maximum security inmate. Also, Chains of Menadian has a better ring to it. That I can't deny, Rifa sighed. I literally make everything better. It's a gift and a curse. You're incredible, Mom, Solus laughed harder. You manage to brag even about your flaws. Jokes aside, why are you so fixated on work even now? You should enjoy this moment of peace, Mom. They are rarer than you think. I am enjoying this moment, dear. Menadian scratched her head in embarrassment. Or rather, I would if this little imp stopped calling me bad. Bah, Elijah pouted. Bah. What a rascal, so now I'm very bad, Riffa pouted back. I'm Grandma Riffa. You can call me Gamma Riri Gary, but not Baba. Baba, the baby girl stood defiant in Solus' arms. Suit yourself, Riffa grunted. About your first question, sweetie, I'm fixated on work because I want to protect this piece. Mastering the ears in their complete form is no easy feat, let alone as they are now. Without the proper training, instead of complementing the other pieces of the set and bringing out each other's full potential, there's the risk the ears might drag you down during a fight. That once assembled together, the pieces of the set might be less than the sum of the single parts. What do you mean, Mom? Solus asked. Even though all pieces of my set are equally powerful, there's no denying that the ears and the eyes are the most complex, Riffa replied. Unlike the mouth, fury, and hands that just assist a forgemaster in their job, the eyes and ears also take a toll on them. The flow of information they both provide can be overwhelming, and while the worst that can happen in the safety of your lab is getting a headache, during a fight that can easily mean bad stuff. I know, Solus nodded. Sensory overload is a real issue. That's how we subdued Mergron. My point exactly, Riffa sighed. Cutting the flow of world energy was enough to paralyze him, and that even though he was the rightful heir of the ears, he knew how to lock and unlock them and had trained in their use for years. Imagine what might happen to you, and Lith if that were to happen to you, while wearing both the ears and eyes. I'd rather not, Solus shuddered at the imaginary pain. Is it always going to be like that, even after the tower becomes whole again? That depends, Riffa shrugged. Depends on what? Chapter 36-34, Questionable Taste, Part 1. Solus, you must consider that the natural strain of using the eyes and ears will never go away. On top of that, at the moment, they suffer from two more limiting factors that greatly worsen the artifact's side effects, Riffa said. The missing floors of the tower are one, Solus nodded. What's the other? You baby girl? Menadian looked straight into Solus' eyes, making her flinch. Even as we speak, the tower is doing its best to restore your body. You take priority over the functions of every floor of the tower, even the recovery of its power core. Whenever you use the eyes and ears, part of the energy that can, in theory, make up for the missing floors is siphoned by you. The tower doesn't just keep you alive, it's also constantly mending your mana core and life force. Until my primary directive is accomplished, even if the tower fully recovers, the eyes and ears might still not work as intended. Are you telling me that I can be free from the tower? Solus trembled from emotion, and Elijah wrapped her small wings around her in an embrace to soothe her. That I can live, I mean really live like a normal person again. That was the whole point of the infirmary, the bleed, and everything else. Menadian nodded. Yet fusing you with the tower was a last-ditch move I attempted when everything else failed. It wasn't planned, and even at the height of my despair, I couldn't sacrifice innocent people to conduct test runs. For working my version of Yaga's horseman technology worked, but the results went beyond my expectations. Riffa pointed at the streaks in Solus' hair that she had lacked as elfin, and then she conjured the pieces of the set one at a time, tapping her finger on the changes to their original design. But still my condition might not be permanent, Solus said. It might not, Riffa replied. But if that means restoring Elfin Menadian's body or permanently fusing her with the tower in a living artifact, that's impossible to say. She actually thought, keeping that information to herself, not to spoil the moment. Solus was dancing in joy with Elijah, and even though the baby girl had no idea what they were celebrating, she was happy to participate. Masa, Elijah giggled, bringing fat locks of Solus' multicolored hair to her mouth and munching them with enthusiasm. Elijah, no, what if you choke on them? Solus stopped her spin, trying to take the thick lock of hair out of the baby's iron grip. Don't be stubborn. Gods, if I leave her the hair, she can choke, but if I pull too hard, I might hurt her. Please help me, Mom. With pleasure. Menadian dangled her own hair in front of the baby girl. Each strand took the shape of a different creature, moving around in the form of butterflies, small birds, and buzzing insects. Elijah let go of Solus' hair, just to snatch Menadian's and suck on it. What's the point? Nothing has changed, Solus sighed. My hair is made of energy, Menadian replied. Elijah can't choke on it unless I wish it so, and I don't. Great thinking, Mom. Solus clapped her shoulder. Where did you learn to move your hair like that? I can wrap mine around Elijah like a blanket, but turning so many locks of hair in a different form and moving them like that is beyond me. I had a lot of practice taking care of you, dear. Riffa opened her arms, and Solus handed her the baby. You too were a sucker for hair, and I had to make things interesting to keep you safe. Safe from what? Solus asked. From yourself and that silly father of yours. Sadness and tears misted Menadian's eyes. You loved him dearly, so much that you had no problem munching his hair even when it was dirty with paint after finishing his job in the art study. Oh right, Dad had long hair too, and I sucked on paint. Solus looked at Elijah and inwardly thanked the gods that no one in the family had a passion for art. Yes, which also caused lots of puking and crying when your tummy hurt. Menadian tickled the baby's belly, making her giggle. Yet no matter what, you grabbed Thrain's hair the moment it brushed your face. By my mom, I can see how you developed your skills, Mom. Solus smiled as she pictured the scene. Was it enough to keep me from getting sick from paint poisoning, I mean? No, Menadian shook her head, making her hair dance and Elijah go on a wild hunt for new prey. You loved your father too much. The moment I healed you, you went back looking for his hair. Couldn't Dad just wash his hair before returning home? Solus asked. He too loved you very much, dear. He hated every minute he had to spend away from you, Riffa replied. The idea was to rush back to you and then take a shower the moment you fell asleep. He never expected you to be so stubborn and develop a taste for paint. Wait, what? Solus laughed at the idea. You heard me? Menadian half chuckled and half cried. At first, it was just an inside joke between us, but after your father started showering early, we discovered how right we were. The first time you tasted his clean hair, you looked at him like he had betrayed you and had a long cry. It took you a while to get used to the change. Thanks for the beautiful story, Mom, Solus said, hugging her. You are welcome, dear. Also, don't worry, we'll add garden training to our endless to-do list as soon as Lith comes back, Solus sighed. Now I just want to enjoy the beauty of this place together with my mother. Good luck with that, Menadian nodded. I've heard she's a real piece of work. Have you brought the chains? I don't need them, Solus shook her head. My mother has her flaws, but I love her with all my heart. I'm sure she's learned from her past mistakes and has become a better person. Am I right, baby girl? Ma, Elijah pointed at Riffa in suspicion. Yes, sweetie, she is my mom. Can't you see the resemblance? Many things were a mystery to Elijah. From where insects came, why the sun disappeared just to return the next day, or how could the world around her change so quickly? One moment she was at home, and the next she was surrounded by strangers. Yet one thing she knew for sure. Mothers were precious and had to be respected. Gary, she sighed with a resigned expression on her small face. Way to ruin this moment for me, little imp. Riffa tried to sound angry, but she was brimming with joy and laughter. Any less enthusiasm and someone might think you're being blackmailed into calling my name. Once more with feeling, baby girl, Solus chuckled. What's not to like in Grandma Riffa? Elijah patted Menadian's bountiful bosom with a grunt. It took her just a quick sniff to know it was another dry well. Bah, Elijah replied. Space. Chapter 36-35, Questionable Taste, Part 2. Griffin Kingdom, Ramana Region, City of Lamania, later that same day. Frin Iki's cursed and thanked the gods at the same time as she cut through the crowd of Lamania's market day. On the one hand, all those people hindered her escape, but on the other hand, they were her best bet at saving her life. I'm sorry, coming through. Please move. Her eyes darted back and forth, searching for a guard and checking how much distance she had gained or lost on her pursuers. Sadly, there was no soldier, militia, or constable in sight, and the men chasing after her were getting closer despite her best efforts. She was barely 1.61 meters, 53, tall and looked like a scared cat, whereas her pursuers were bulky and had faces only a mother could love. People made way for them, afraid to draw their enmity, and looked at her in annoyance for bumping into them. Some even tried to grab Frin to stop her and reprimand her for her rudeness, which only cost her precious meters before she managed to slip away. Gods, why are you doing this to me? Frin wanted to cry, but a blurred vision was the last thing she could afford. I haven't done anything wrong to deserve this. To be fair, she was right. Her only crime was a questionable taste in boyfriends. The last one, Alpha's Rond, was as handsome as he was terrible at gambling. I should have dumped his sorry ass the first time he asked me for money to pay his debts, Frin griped. I knew he was bound to get himself into trouble one day, but I never expected that bastard would run away after putting me as collateral. Again, to be fair, Fryn had no way to know that just the previous day Alphas had a great hand at cards that he assumed couldn't lose. He had bet everything he had on it, even a few things that didn't belong to him. When fate proved his assumption wrong, Alphas gave the lone shark every coin he had on himself, and the address of the house he had used as collateral, offering them everything inside to cover for his debt. Then he had left Lamania, changed his name, and disappeared, which had left Fryn in her current predicament. The men of the Mazark cartel didn't care Alphas didn't actually own the house. The moment she identified herself as his girlfriend, they demanded to be paid in full. When it was clear that Fryn didn't have the money and her house wasn't worth enough to cover the debt, those men had decided that since she was inside the house, she was collateral as well. A pretty girl like her could earn well on the streets, or if sold to a noble. Fryn had been grabbed and shoved in a stagecoach before she could understand what was happening. Fear paralyzed her body as much as confusion kept her mind blank. For a few minutes that had seemed to last hours, she had remained frozen in denial, trying to dismiss the events of that day like a bad dream. Which had turned out to be a good thing. Her captors had lowered their guard, and when a traffic jam caused by the market had forced the carriage to a halt, Fryn had managed to get out without anyone stopping her. She didn't have a plan, nor did she know where she was. A guard, I just need a guard. An officer, a clerk, anyone with an amulet and can contact the authorities. Alas, luck seemed to have turned her back on Fryn. There was nothing but merchants and customers as far as the eye could see. Lamania's market was famous because almost anything could be found on its stalls, if one knew where to look. From fruit and bread to antiques and enchanted objects. All things that had been thrown away by people unaware of the true worth of the trinkets they had found, stolen, or inherited. It was the reason Lamania's market day was often referred to as Cheap Treasure Cove. Fuck, Fryn cursed. Her pursuers were so close that in a few seconds she would be within their arm's reach. With no other option, she resorted to a desperate gambit that had saved her in the past, albeit under much less dire conditions. She looked for the biggest, tallest, meanest guy she could find and clung to his arm like a lifeline. I told you I know no Alphas. Stay back or you'll answer to my husband. The stranger blinked in confusion and surprise several times, looking at Fryn like she was crazy. Your husband? The criminal laughed. Nice try, but he seems more surprised than me. Also, if you are the kind of slut who has a boyfriend like Alphas despite having a husband at home, I'm doing this guy a favor. The mean-looking stranger was 1.84 meters 6, tall with dark hair, and eyes of a brown so deep it was easy to mix the iris with the pupil. He had wide shoulders, and the lean but muscular physique Fryn had only seen in soldiers. Please be a soldier, please be an elite soldier, she inwardly prayed. Hands off, pal. The stranger had a voice as friendly as the deep frown on his face. She is my wife, and whatever she did, she's not coming with you. Are you sure about that? Horvath Starn, the criminal, replied with a cruel grin that missed a few teeth. He was over 1.95 meters, 95, tall, and despite his round belly, he had thick arms and callous hands that one could easily picture spending a lot of time around the neck of those weaker than him, which meant almost anyone. Pretty sure, yeah. The mean-looking stranger shrugged, unimpressed by the bulk of his opponent or the arrival of the rest of Horvath's gang. Some were lanky men who barely reached the stranger's shoulders, but a couple were as big as Horvath. Then answer a simple question, friend. Horvath gave the stranger his best mean look, but a nagging thought kept him from focusing. If she's your wife, what's her name? The stranger looked oddly familiar. Horvath was certain to have never met or talked to the man in front of him, but at the same time, Horvath could swear to have seen the stranger's face somewhere in the past, and many times at that. My wife's name is Camilla. The stranger gave Horvath a reptilian smile that sent a cold shiver running down his spine. Horvath had seen that kind of expression many times, but always reflected in a mirror. It was the kind of smile Horvath reserved for those dumb enough to think that learning a couple of moves in a gym made them fighters, or that being in the right meant something in a brawl. Wrong, her name is Fryn. Horvath repressed the unease gripping his stomach and extended his arm to grab the girl. Count yourself lucky I'm in a rush, or I'd teach you a lesson. Even if this guy is a famous fighter, there are 5 of us and only one of him. Also, there's no time to waste. We've made too much of a commotion, and it's only a matter of time before someone calls the guards, he thought. Chapter 3636, Perfect Disguise, Part 1. If I say her name is Camilla, then it's Camilla. The stranger swatted the arm away like a fly. If you are in a rush, then you'd better scram because my patience is running thin. Well then, that just means Camilla is coming with us. Horvath shrugged to hide the motion of his shoulder, preluding to a vicious hook to the arrogant fool's jaw. Fryn gasped in horror as the fist reached its target unimpeded. The brute put his entire weight in the blow, making something click, then crunch, and finally snap in 100 pieces. You shouldn't have said that. The stranger didn't move an inch, whereas Horvath fell to his knees, screaming in pain while holding the bleeding ruins of his right hand. Every bone from fingertips to the wrist seemed to be shattered. The broken fragments protruded from the skin and were drenched in the blood dripping from the wounds they had opened in their way out. You shouldn't have threatened my wife, the mean-looking stranger replied with a slap so fast that no one saw it coming. A slap that sounded to the men of the Mazark cartel like the familiar noise of a blunt instrument hitting soft tissue. A slap that dislocated Horvath's jaw, cracked his right cheekbone, and sent him crashing against the ground in a shower of blood and teeth. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. The biggest guy in the group heard people yelling and screaming for the guards. We must have gotten the wrong person. We don't want trouble, and if you knew us, you wouldn't want that either. You are right, the stranger nodded. I don't know you, let's make proper introductions. A right straight greeted the biggest guy's face. A left kick connected to a deep level with the second biggest guy's groin until half the foot disappeared in what Fryn could only hope were loose pants. An open palm welcomed a small guy's knife, grabbing the hand wielding the short blade and squeezing it until it was impossible to determine where the knife ended and the hand began. A quick handshake intercepted a wooden stick and broke it in the face of its owner. In less than 3 seconds, 4 of the 5 guys folded like lawn chairs. Broken, whining, lawn chairs crying in pain and calling for their mothers. And you must be the leader of this little operation. The terrifying stranger turned toward the only thug left standing. Even in her daze, Fryn could tell that the last guy was too short and well-dressed to be hired muscle. Stop right there if you know what's best for you. The short man tried to step back, but tripped on his own feet and fell butt first on the ground. He crawled back, scrambling on his hands and feet to get away. You have no idea who you are messing with. Me, the stranger bellowed a mirthless laugh that seemed to mock every decision the short man had taken and which had led him to that point. I'm the one who doesn't know who he's messing with? That's a good one. The stranger's plain white shirt and black pants turned into living quicksilver that rearranged itself into a white robe, pants, and shirt all embroidered in gold. And before you say that anyone can wear a white robe, the stranger took the words out of the short man's mind as 2 curved horns emerged from the sides of his head. 5 extra eyes, each with a vertical slitted pupil and an iris of a different color, opened on his face, and 2 sets of wings popped out of his back. Fryn finally knew why the stranger looked so familiar, and so did everyone else. Please, the short man sobbed, hiding his face against the ground. We didn't know, we didn't mean. I don't care what you knew or meant, I only care about what you did. Lith had a hard time not killing them all on the spot, but he didn't want to scare the small children in the crowd. And you threatened my wife. She's not your wife, the man whimpered. But you didn't know that. Your words, Lith snarled. Make no mistake, I never leave loose ends. The only reason you're still in good health is that I need you to deliver a message. Tell your boss I'm coming for him, and that when I bury him right next to these guys, it's you he has to thank. Are we clear? Crystal, the man sobbed, thanking the gods for the hours they had gifted him to plan his escape. But since I'm not a trusting man, I'm giving you a partner, Ragnarök. The angry blade emerged in a burst of emerald flames, searching for Lith's hand like a dog looking for cuddles. Yes, the seal and lashes clicked into a word that nothing had of human. Follow him until he delivers the message. You can play with him as long as you like until he does, Lith said. No, the short man yelled. Yes, Ragnarök rejoiced. Once he delivers the message, you are to grant him a painless death, Lith said with a stern voice. No, the angry blade whimpered like a puppy begging for its favorite toy. After that, however, you can play with his boss, his associates, and everyone else to your heart's content. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't hurt innocents. Lith emphasized the last point. Yes, yes, Ragnarök's sheath gurgled with blood as the seals came undone. Now go, Lith dismissed both the man and the blade with a wave of his hand. What until a moment ago was a scabbard turned into a thick liquid that seeped inside the short man's body, setting his every nerve ending ablaze. Ragnarök shrank its size to hide under the back of his jacket. Before taking position, however, it floated so as to put the two white crystals that formed its eyes in front of the man's face. Tag Urit. Space. After the short man ran for his life from the busy street, Lith reabsorbed his bestial features and shape-shifted his clothes back into their civilian form. Fryn stared at him in shock and awe, her arms still gripping his like a vice. It took her several seconds, and the growing murmurs of the crowd to snap out of her daze. "I can't believe it," she murmured. "Me neither," Lith shrugged. "No one ever recognizes me once I take off the robe. I guess that story about a pair of glasses and a curl of hair being the perfect disguise for a superhuman was true after all." "What are you talking about?" Fryn asked in confusion. "I meant that I can't believe you really are Supreme Magus Verhen." "That's me." Lith was glad to gloss over the ancient nerd argument. "Also, I'm really married, so I have to ask you to let go of me. People might misunderstand our knight damsel in distress relationship." "What people?" Only then did her shock lift enough to widen her field of vision, allowing her to notice the sea of bystanders surrounding and staring at them. From their point of view, there was a pretty young woman stuck like glue to the Supreme Magus, and he had called her his wife. Chapter 36-37, Perfect Disguise, Part 2. It was the juiciest gossip the people of Lamonia had heard in a long while. What happened here? A couple of lean men wearing the uniform of the city guards cut through the thick crowd. Their spears were strapped to their backs, a cup of hot tea in their right hand and a still steaming cream puff in the other. "Now you come when everything is over," Fryn snarled in righteous fury, but behind the safety of Lith's back. "We have been—" The oldest man of the two looked embarrassed and wanted to make an excuse, but the powdered sugar on his mustaches and lapels couldn't lie. "Delayed. What's with this bloodbath?" "Yeah, sure." Lith had no desire to argue. "Supreme Magus Verhen, I caught these guys trying to kidnap the young lady here and intervened. They resisted arrest and assaulted me." A mocking expression was forming on the faces of the guards when Lith took his ID and extra eyes out, handing the former to the senior officer. The two city guards choked on their fourth breakfast and prayed to the gods to smite them. Even if the Supreme Magus didn't report the two guards, they would become the joke of the precinct and never hear the end of it. "Before you ask, yes, they didn't recognize me, just like you did. The rest should be pretty obvious." Lith waved at the broken, whimpering bodies that lay at his feet. "I request a full cleanup, a protective detail for Miss Fryn Ikes. Miss Fryn Ikes, and Constable Gianni Erna's protocol for these gentlemen." The last request made the guards turn green, and their 3 previous breakfasts seek repatriation with their latest brother. The city guards needed all their skill to stop the escape attempt and bring the riotous food to the holding cells of their stomachs. The Gianni Erna's protocol was the code word for advanced techniques of interrogation, torture, until the prisoner retold their story from conception to arrest. Once the constable in charge of the investigation was done, the prisoner would be passed on to constable trainees to hone their interrogation skills. The sentence rarely lasted more than a few weeks, but the entire prison would never forget it. "Sir, yes, sir." The senior officer handed tea and pastry to his partner and pulled out the service amulet to relay Lith's instructions. "What's going on here?" Camilla rushed to the scene with the stroller after hearing rumors about a Magus being in town. "You're worse than the kids. I can't leave you alone for 5 minutes without you making a ruckus." "They started it," Lith pointed at the fallen men. "I ended it. Kami, allow me to introduce you to Miss Fryn Ikes. She claims I'm her husband." "Wait, what?" The confusion on Camilla's face was only matched by the embarrassment on Fryn's. "I'm sorry." The young woman finally let go of Lith's arm and threw it away like it was a hot potato. "I had to do it. I was desperate." "For a husband?" Camilla's question was met by Lith's hilarity. "Let's find a quiet place where we can talk," he said. "Please, miss, start from the beginning, and I'll pick up from the moment we met." Space. Fryn finished several cups of rum spiked with strong tea before she finished her story, while Lith and Camilla drank only chamomile tea. Once Lith was done with his side of the story, Camilla would have had a good laugh if not for the lingering fear she read in Fryn's eyes. "To me it's a joke, but to her it's a life-scarring event. I don't want to belittle or make a mockery of her feelings," she thought. "I'm so sorry you had to go through so much, Miss Ikes," Camilla actually said. "Please call me Fryn, Lady Magus." "Only if you call me Camilla," she replied. "The only silver lining in your horrible morning is that nothing bad happened to you and those evil men won't ever bother you again." "Are you sure?" Even in the safety of the tea house and warmth of the morning, Fryn couldn't stop shivering. Very, Lith nodded. About that. A quick call to the royals updated them on Lith's recent exploit and his plans to eradicate the Mazark cartel with Call of the Void. I know you have every right to do it, King Meron sighed, but must you? I never leave loose ends, Your Majesty, Lith nodded in reply. Besides, had they threatened the Queen's life, what would you do? I would laugh, the king replied. Anyone who has seen Silpha fight would find the threats of a few street thugs hilarious. Still, I get your point. Lady Verhin is no Silpha, and if those men posed any danger to my wife, I would remove it. Permanently, you are cleared for Call of the Void, Magus Verhin. Just coordinate with the local authorities. I don't want mass panic and hysteria. King Meron out. Space. On the other side of the call, in the city of Valoran, King Meron Griffin slumped on his chair. This is ridiculous, he said. What is? Silpha sat in front of him, behind her own desk, to deal with the paperwork of the day together. How can no one recognize Verhin? He is famous. He and 1,000 more nobles, Silpha replied. He's been on national broadcasts multiple times. Years apart, and they lasted like 5 minutes each, Silpha countered soberly. It's the average attention span of our citizens. His face is on posters placed in every branch of the army and the association. They can look at him on the tablets for the gods' sake. That's why our armed forces recognize him, most of them. As for the tablets, they are available only in a few cities yet. Silpha signed a decree and raised her eyes from the documents. It still doesn't make sense, Meron grumbled. Are you sure about that? Silpha stood up. Let me show you something funny. She changed the king into civilian clothes, removed his fancy cologne with darkness magic, and ruffled his hair and beard enough for him not to look out of a noble party. Then, she similarly changed her attire and warped them both to the dark corner of an alley. Are you crazy? Meron said while Silpha dragged him into a busy road. Do you want to cause a riot? Don't worry and follow me. Silpha took his arm and showed him the various market stalls. Good morning, Jala. Can I have 2 pieces of your jam bread, please? Of course, dear Sira. The plump, middle-aged woman smiled at the queen and then stared at the still flabbergasted king. Who is this handsome fellow? Meron's eyes went wide, his brain struggling to decide whether to be more offended that the baker had failed to recognize him or surprised by her familiarity with Silpha. He's my husband, Merton, the queen pouted. We talked about him many times, Jala. How can you forget? Don't worry, she only said good things about you. The baker misunderstood Meron's worried expression. I didn't forget, dear Sira. I just thought you exaggerated his looks. I wish my old Talso looked so youthful. And I wish you were as slim as Sira. Talso didn't like the comparison with the king one bit. Yet we got each other. I guess we both must compromise. Chapter 36-38, Obsession with Work, Part 1. How dare you? Jala became beet red in embarrassment. I was just complimenting a first-time client. If that were true, you wouldn't have dragged my name in it, Talso grunted. Have a nice day with your beautiful, youthful wife, sir. Talso, Jala roared in jealousy. See, it's not so funny when you're on the receiving end, is it? The man baker, serving the clients without missing a beat or his business smile. I can't believe it, Meron mumbled in between bites of his jam bread. This is the capital of the kingdom, our city. Our faces are everywhere, yet no one notices us and all eyes are on the quarreling bakers. That's because no one really pays attention to our faces when they look at one of our portraits, Silpha chuckled. They focus on the crowns, the scepters, and all the trappings of our profession. On top of that, no one expects the royal couple to walk around the city without an escort, so when we do, nobody notices. Do you do this often? Meron asked. One moment, dear. Silpha approached a fruit stand. Is everything all right, Pima? Your prices have gone down and so did Jala's. Is business going badly? Quite the contrary, Sira. It goes great, the young woman selling fruits and vegetables said. With 3 lost cities in the Keller region gone and the association making the reclaimed land suitable for cultivation again, the tax food has gone down. We have to pay a lesser tithe in crops to send to the north, so we have more in store left to sell. On top of that, the trains have reduced the transportation and security costs of all kinds of goods. Trains were fast and had no tracks. In case of roadblocks or accidents, they could just change their course accordingly and dodge ambushes. We make more profit than before, even after lowering the prices, Pima said. Thank the gods sometimes the royals remember our poor folks exist, between a round of dance and a sip of their expensive tea, of course. What dance? What tea? The king was inwardly outraged. I bust my ass every day to do everyone's interests but mine. I can't take one bite of food without someone bothering me with this or that issue. That's so true, Silpha said, making Meron go pale. Thank the gods for Magus Verhin. Maybe having a commoner born at court widened the royals' perspective. That's for sure, Pima nodded. I love reading from my tablet. Maybe one day one of my children will be a Magus too, she chuckled. You have to try the train, Sira. It's cheap, safe, and brings you farther than you've ever been. I was so excited when I left Valoran for the first time in my life. You should also bring your handsome husband. Will do. Goodbye, Pima. The queen led Meron in an alley and warped them back to the palace before answering his question. I stroll through the market at least once a week to check how our subjects live and if our policies make their lives easier or harder. Ours is a thankless job, but it's easy to grow detached from everyday life while we live in the luxury of the royal palace. This way, I always know how much a loaf of bread costs and how much granting or taking a few copper coins away can change the life of the commoners that constitute the backbone of our kingdom. And they have never recognized you? Meron admired his wife's wisdom. A few times, actually, Silpha cleared her throat. Then I said something along the lines of, as if that old hag of the queen would leave her golden palace. Everyone had a good laugh and a few mean words at my expense, and thought I just resembled the queen. I'm sorry to hear that, dear. Meron patted her shoulders. You are not old, I swear. Are you calling me a hag? The queen chuckled. Your words, not mine, Meron said with a straight face. Also, you've heard Talso. You're a beautiful, youthful, and slim hag at that. Do you mind if I accompany you on your strolls from now on? Not at all, Silpha shook her head. Why? Are you curious to see if someone recognizes you, or do you want to check on our subjects? Neither. I just like being called handsome by people without ulterior motives, he replied, making her laugh. Space. Lucia County, Verhin Mansion, the next day. Lith and Camilla returned from their 2-day date and found Solus waiting for them. Welcome back, guys, she hugged them in turns. I missed my beautiful wife and my quick battery charger so much, if only I could get myself a spare. Very funny, Lith grunted. But I missed my cuties even more. Solus ignored him and crouched to kiss the babies. What about you? Did you miss me? Yes, Valoran said. Yeah, Elijah said, both of them nodding and extending their arms to be picked up. What good kids! Solus took them in her arms and wrapped them in her hair, forming a warm, multicolored blanket. Can I also get my mother, please? Sure. A wave of Lith's hand released the demons from their respective void sigils. They greeted him on the fly as they walked away to meet their families. Hello, sweetie. Rifa now appeared already wearing an outfit. Hi, Mom, how do you feel? Now that I see you, great, Menadian replied. You have to tell me everything that happened since the last time. Sure, but that will take a while, Solus said. Do you mind waiting a bit? There's something I have to discuss with Lith. After greeting his family and entrusting the babies to them, Solus warped to the tower with Camilla and Lith. How did it go with Valoran? What did he do with the Camellia branch? She had waited a whole day to ask that question in order not to pressure the baby boy. Lith shared everything with her via a partial mind fusion, answering every question she might have. Poor kid, Solus sighed. I wish I could have been by his side with you. I know, and I thank you for your sacrifice, Solus, Camilla said. Someone had to keep Elijah busy. There was no other way to give us the time and space to talk with Valoran without Elijah meddling. I know, Solus replied. She would have gotten jealous if you brought only him to the garden. On top of that, I bet that if she came along, she would have probably attached the branch herself and made all our preparations moot. She's my daughter, but I can definitely see that happening. She is willful and bossy, Lith said while staring at Camilla. Why are you staring at me? She asked. No reason. Lith cleared his throat and rushed to change the topic. How is Kellia doing? The usual, Solus shrugged. At least now that the classes at the Red Emperor Academy have resumed, she has something to do to keep herself busy. She returns to the mansion right after the lessons to study and sleep. I'm afraid she won't make many friends this way. Chapter 36-39, Obsession with Work, Part 2. There would be no point in making any, since Kellia is going to leave them behind, Lith replied. Her goal is to rush the 3rd year and reach the 4th. Only then will her real life as an academy student start. I know, but I still think she needs company, and I mean someone her age, Solus said. After losing Dusk, she shuts down the moment she stops working. At that point, pulling her out of her shell becomes very hard. Put yourself in her shoes, Camilla said. If Lith lost you, the only people who could relate to him are Kelia and Akala. The words of anyone else would just sound like platitudes and wishful thinking. Point taken, Lith nodded. What about you, Solus? Did you have fun in our absence? I wish, Solus groaned. The moment you left, everyone got back to their jobs, and I was as alone as I was bored. I spent all my free time in the garden practicing with the ears of Mom. She used a quick mind link to explain everything the first ruler of the flames had taught her the previous day. Very interesting, Lith pondered. But are you sure that with your cracked life force and mana core, you can afford such a strain in my absence? I'm going to regret saying this. Solus took a deep breath. There is no need to spend any mana or physical strain. The ears don't manipulate or consume the world energy, they just allow you to follow its flow. The closest thing to this kind of training is listening to a symphony orchestra and trying to recognize which instruments play at any given time. It requires a lot of focus, and listening to the same thing over and over gives you a massive headache, but that's it. It's nothing I couldn't recover from with a bit of rest and silence. Which means we can alternate training. One uses the ears while the other recovers, and we exchange our knowledge before handing over the artifact, Lith pointed out. This will double our progress speed while we master the ears. And here comes the regret, Solus groaned. Since I'm already doomed, we might as well ask for Mom's help. Our version of the ears may be different from the original, but the basic principles are still the same. Excellent point, Solus, but let's talk about that later, Lith said. I know you are obsessed with work, but I'd like to spend a bit of time with my family before disappearing into the tower again. Since when am I the one obsessed with work? Solus snarled. I just spent 2 days of total relaxation. What have you been doing in my absence, and with the freedom to use the tower to go anywhere you wanted? Lith asked. Solus opened her mouth to reply and became red, realizing she hadn't even considered visiting her friends during the past 2 days. So, she shut up and warped everyone to the dining hall where the rest of the family was waiting for them. Space. Gorgon Empire, Eclipsed Lands, underground city of Lightkeep. Kala the White was in the middle of her umpteenth experiment when her communication amulet lit up, conjuring the 3D hologram of a beautiful woman. Not now, Nika, Kala grunted. I'm on the precipice of a decisive breakthrough in my research. Good for you. After weeks of silent isolation in the dark, the woman's voice sounded like nails on a chalkboard to Kala's ears, and the light from her hologram blinded the White. Listen, I said not now, Kala hung up the call. Gods, that damned thing bothers me every 5 minutes. Yet it had been months since the last time she had used her communication amulet. It's weird, though. I'm pretty sure the hologram isn't supposed to appear until I answer a call, and I'm also pretty sure I didn't. Kala dismissed the minor mystery and resumed her research. For almost 1 minute, until the hologram popped up again. Don't you dare hang up the call in my face again, the nagging woman said. I'm not interested, Kala hung up again. Youths these days, they need discipline. When their mother says no, it means no. I'm disappointed in you, Nika. The White turned toward the empty space where her daughter sat when she came to visit. Damn, Nika left without even saying goodbye. I'd better put her scolding into writing, or I'll end up forgetting about it again. Kala scribbled for a whole minute before she noticed there was something wrong with her research notes. Who dared waste space on my research notes with a long-winded rant about respect and obedience? Who snuck inside my lab just to insult me and ruin my work? Kala had no idea those were her own words and addressed to Nika. Nika, did you see if someone? She turned at the empty chair again, already oblivious of her daughter's absence. The one time I need her, she's not here to nag at me. Story of my life. Kala was on the verge of exploding when what she considered the only possible explanation for the meddling with her lab notes struck her like a lightning bolt. This is a death threat. I must have disrespected someone, and unlike me, they haven't forgotten my slight. I'm in dang, her amulet lit up again, interrupting her delirium. For the last time, I need to talk to you. This is an emergency. I know this is an emergency, Nika. Somebody just broke into my lab. They must be after my eyes and are going to kill me to get it. Send help. Kala pressed the alarm button to isolate her lab and conjured her best spells, ready for whoever was coming to get her. What's all this noise, Mom? Nika opened the door after hearing the alarm. I've heard you scream and you never SCR. Face my wrath, you craven cur. The White unleashed everything she had against the flabbergasted vampire woman. You can get my life, but you'll never get my research. Wait, that came out wrong, I mean. Mom, only her powerful blood-red core and a spirit barrier saved Nika from the unrelenting onslaught of Tier 4 spells. It's me, Nika. Nika, Kala tapped the eyes of Menadian, which confirmed the identity of her daughter. Why did you try to kill me? Was I such a bad mother? What in the God's name are you talking about? The young vampire yelled in frustration. It's you who attacked me the moment I stepped inside your lab. Thank the Red Mother you still have a bright blue core. About the bad mother thing, the jury is still out. How can you say that? The White said as the shadows comprising her snout twisted into a pained grimace. For starters, you are an absent mother, Nika replied. Also, you're absent-minded even those rare times a year I manage to take you out of your lab and you've just tried to kill me. That's how. Nika, you are not making any sense. Kala knew to be innocent, but for some reason, those accusations still stung hard. You were there with me when you called me on my amulet over and over, disturbing my work. Chapter 3640, Burning Issue, Part 1. Sure, I might have been rude telling you off every time, but it was because of your constant disruption of my work that an assassin managed to sneak inside my lab and leave me a threatening note. It was only rational of me to react like I did when you opened that door. I thought the assassin had come to make good on their threat. I even asked you for help while we talked on the amulet, for the god's sake, Kala grunted. I'm the one who isn't making any sense. Nika was an undead vampire, yet her mother could perceive her blood boiling in anger. Do you listen to yourself, Mom? According to you, I was here in this room with you. Right on that chair, Kala pointed at a dusty sofa covered in spiderwebs. I can swear it on my love for you. That was 3 months ago, Mom, but thanks for remembering that. The young vampire sighed. Again, according to you, I was here and called you on your amulet. Multiple times at that, Kala grunted. There was no way of shutting you up. Right, and then once you started screaming, I was suddenly out of this room and had no idea what you were talking about. Nika rolled her eyes in frustration. How does any of this make sense? How can I be on this chair, on your amulet, and outside the door all at the same time? You make a valid point. Kala scratched her chin with one of her claws, ruining the masterpiece of an industrious spider. Still, I'm not making things up. I'm not crazy. Look at this. The White handed the page where the lab notes stopped, and the death threat started to the vampire. The awakened council must be behind this message. They hate me because I possess the eyes and never participated in their nonsense. Mom, this is your handwriting, Nika pointed out. You wrote this. I bet this is no threat. This is how you scold me when I try to get you out of your lab. You must have written it after you received all those calls on your amulet. You are right, Kala said as the memory emerged from the research fog of her brain. Still, why did you call me so much? Can't you just walk in and talk like a normal person? That's what I do, Mom, Nika said in outrage. I didn't call you and you have yet to apologize to me. If you didn't call me, why is your rune still blinking? Admitting to being wrong would mean that Nika was right, which in turn would have earned Kala a long scolding and an even longer forced break from her work. The White wasn't going to back down so easily. Because that's not my rune, Mom. Nika shoved her communication amulet in front of Kala's snout. This is my rune. The one blinking on your amulet is the emergency line of the council. You did mention something about an emergency earlier. Mom, I'm not a member of the Awakened Council. Nika's red eyes burned like angry suns in the darkness of the lab. Fine, Kala sighed, offering her neck to the executioner. I was wrong. I'm sorry for attacking you, baby girl. Please be swift and merciful. What are you talking about? The vampire said in confusion. Apologies accepted. Now stop the alarm and answer the call. It might be important. Thanks, dear. Kala smiled, grateful to have escaped her punishment. The moment the dimensional seal of her lab was undone, the hologram popped out of the amulet again. Kala the White, if you dare hang up on me one more time, I'll expel you from the Beast Council and throw you to the dragons. Are we clear? The woman in the hologram said. How in the Red Mother's name could you think it was me calling? Nika yelled in anger. But dear, the resemblance between the two of you is uncanny, don't you think? Phila the Behemoth and the vampire exchanged a brief look before rolling their eyes. In her human form, Phila was 19 meters, 63, tall woman in her mid-30s, with waist-long chestnut hair and a muscular yet curvy figure that made her resemble a warrior queen of old. Nika instead looked like a young woman in her mid-20s, around 17 meters, 57, tall with raven black hair and emerald green eyes. Her slender figure gave her a girl-next-door vibe and belied the might of her blood core. No, I don't, Nika snorted. Don't worry, Representative Phila. I'll stand witness for the duration of this call if you allow me to. Thank the gods. Phila raised her arms to the sky. I mean, thank you, Vampire Nika. As I've tried to tell your mother multiple times, I'm sorry for resorting to the emergency override, but I was left with no other choice. She has blocked my rune, and those of everyone who tried to call her on my behalf. Mom, Nika glared at the white. But dear, they wouldn't stop calling. Kala raised her paws. They wanted the eyes. Is that true? The vampire turned to Fila but held her temper in check, knowing her mother was an unreliable narrator. No, Fila snorted. I called Kala once after she returned from the Golden Griffin to congratulate her, and she just blocked me. The same happened to the others as well. Mom, it's possible, Kala replied while focusing on remembering, but I'm not sure. That doesn't sound like me, though. I beg to differ, Nika sighed. What's this about? I'm calling on behalf of a third party, Fila explained. The Fire Dragon clan has tried and failed to reach you from the moment they gained the ears of Menadian. They asked me to organize a meeting with you, and I couldn't deny their request. They are honored guests of the council, and without their origin flames, the work of our Forgemasters would be compromised. I see, Nika nodded. What do they want? I don't know, they didn't tell me, Fila replied. The Fire Dragons only asked me to intercede with Kala and ask her if she's willing to exchange contact runes. Am I willing, dear? Kala asked. Yes, you are, Mom, Nika nodded. There's no telling how many origin flames your future experiments might need, not to mention my and Nox equipment. What about Scourge? He can breathe origin flames, too. Sure, but he's stingy and often busy, the vampire pointed out. If you establish a connection with the Fire Dragon clan instead, you can barter your services for origin flames, and there's always going to be one Fire Dragon available. It makes sense. Let's exchange runes, Kala nodded. Thank you, Fila sighed in relief as she transmitted a new contact rune to the White's Council amulet. I'm finally done with this madness, and the Fire Dragons owe me a big one, she thought. Please, Vampire Nika, the next time you find yourself in the kingdom, come visit me, Fila said. I'd like to exchange contact runes with you. It would make any further communication with your mother less painful for everyone. I will, thank you. Is there anything else? Chapter 3641, Burning Issue, Part 2. No, Feeler out. The behemoth ended the call and felt like a massive burden had been lifted off her head. Well, that was easier than IT. What are you doing, Mom? Feela's hologram had yet to fade, yet Kala was already working again. I'm archiving the scolding for the next time you deserve one, and picking up my research from where I left it before this ordeal started, dear. Mom, the Fire Dragons want to talk to you. Call them right now. Nika's nostrils flared in annoyance. Sure thing, Kala smiled, still afraid of being punished for some minor misunderstanding she didn't quite remember, but she knew it still loomed over her head. Who is this? A voice on the other end curtly asked. That's my line, Kala replied. Who are you? You called me. The fiery image of Urgak, the Fire Dragon, appeared from the white gemstone. How did you even get my rune? Good question, Nika. Kala looked at her daughter, not knowing the answer herself. Oh, for the love of, the young vampire wanted to strangle her mother, but the contempt in Urgak's gaze stopped her. No one can insult Mom but me, she thought. Greetings, venerable Fire Dragon. Nika gave Urgak a deep bow. I'm Nika Dragonborn, adoptive daughter of Vladian, firstborn vampire, and undead daughter of the here-present Kala the White. Beast representative Fila gave us your contact rune, and we called you per your request. Many thoughts crossed Urgak's mind upon hearing the explanation, and none of them were kind. I've heard many bad things about this wannabe lick, yet after barely 1 minute of conversation, I can already tell the reports of her shaky sanity are greatly understated, he thought. Greetings, young vampire, and thank you for your assistance, he actually said. I'm Urgak, the new patriarch of the Fire Dragons. I requested an audience with your mother in the hope of establishing a business relationship that will greatly benefit my clan and your mother's research. Go on, Kala chimed in, her blank stare turning sharp and focused. The Fire Dragons have recently acquired the ears of Menadian, and from what I understand, you possess the eyes. Is this correct? Urgak asked. It is, Kala nodded for him to continue. Despite Magus Verhin's help, we are having trouble mastering the ears, and what little we've learned has yet to bear any fruit we can apply to our forgemastering arts. Here's my offer. You'll help us study the ears with your eyes, and in exchange, we'll lend you the ears for your research. It doesn't sound much of an offer. Kala looked at the dragon like he was an idiot. What my mother means is, why do you think she'd benefit from the use of the ears? Nika said. I'm sorry, this is my fault. Urgek decided to play it nice. I assumed that due to your familiarity with Magus Verhin, he had already explained to you how the ears work. It allows its master to listen to the flow of all kinds of magical energy. Mana, world energy, artifacts, everything. Seeing that both Nika and the White were still unimpressed, he continued. To become a lick, one must harmonize their own life force and mana core with a crystal in order to turn it into their phylactery. The biggest obstacle to achieving lickhood is that every individual possesses a unique energy signature, and so do the crystals. A failure to perfectly attune them results in a deadly wound, since you have to crack your core in order to split it into two and transfer one half inside the crystal. I already know all that. Kala tried and failed not to sound condescending. Then you should also have realized that if you can listen to the beat of your core and the crystal with the ears, you can know with certainty how close you are to success and recognize a mistake the moment you make it. Urgak's eyes narrowed, but his tone remained polite. By the great red and all kinds of mothers, Kala blurted out in amazement. That's great news, thanks and bye. She was about to hang up the call, but Nika stopped her. What my mother is trying to say is that yours is a very generous and interesting offer, but she needs some time to think about it, Nika said. I thank you for your patience and promise you I'll let you know as soon as my mother makes up her mind. Thanks, Urgak gave her a polite nod. Do you have an amulet, Vampire Nika? I'm convinced that communicating with you would make any further contact between us much less frustrating. I'm sorry, I only have a standard amulet, she replied. It can't exchange runes without direct contact. It's fine, I'll make one for you. Just tell me where I can leave it or to whom I can entrust it until you pick it up, Urgak said. Give it to Magus Verhin, please, Nika said. Is there anything else I can do for you, Patriarch Urgak? No, thank you. Just take that amulet, please, Urgak out. Mom, what were you thinking? Nika snarled the moment the dragon's hologram faded. You can't just hang up on someone like that, especially when dealing with dragons. Why not? I always do that, Kala shrugged. You do what? Nika's shocked expression told the White she might have made a few hundred mistakes in the past. I was joking. Kala sounded as genuine as a $3 bill. Also, I don't need that guy. If he's got the ears of Menadian, so does Scourge. Let's go visit him. We can check if the ears are as good as Hawkspat says. Urgak, Nika corrected her. And borrow the real ears from Scourge. Maybe even get a few lessons from Menadian. That's brilliant, Mom, Nika was shocked. An actually well-thought-out plan, aside from the hanging-up part, of course. Why so surprised? Not to brag, but I'm considered a gen. The moment Kala stepped out of her lab, a vicious light scorched her eyes. The poisonous air flooded her nose, throwing her into a coughing fit. Her whole body burned and ached so much that she couldn't tell which one of her limbs hurt the most. Sunlight is killing me, Kala panted in quick, shallow breaths. Even though you betrayed me, Nika, I'll always love you. Please share the eyes with your brother. Mom, I'm the vampire and you are an emperor beast. Kala couldn't see Nika's eyes, but she could tell from her daughter's stone-cold voice that she was angry. I moved to Lightkeep for you. We are deep underground in the Empire. The light comes from Vladian's sunstones, and it doesn't hurt the undead, let alone the living. But my eyes, my body, my nose, Kala whined. That's what you get for not moving your ass from that chair for 3 months, Nika snarled. Your eyes hurt because you are not used to light after so long in the dark. As for your body, it hurts because you got cramps. Really? Much to Kala's surprise, the pain faded as her vision adapted to the sunstones, and new darkness flowed in her atrophied limbs. Then why can't I stop coughing and panting? Chapter 3642, Unfair Deal Part 1. Because you've become sensitive to smells as well, and because it took you 5 steps to get exhausted, you're simply out of shape. Don't worry, Mom, we'll fix that, Nika said. And by fix you mean? The White swallowed hard, too afraid to finish her sentence. You're taking a break from your research. Nika had no such problem. You need fresh air, sunlight, and plenty of exercise. No, everything but that. Please, I'll be good, have mercy. Kala flailed her limbs and whined as Nika effortlessly dragged the White by her left hind leg. Anyone watching the odd pair would have never thought the big creature throwing a tantrum was the older of the two. If anything, Nika looked like a mother dealing with a spoiled child. Hi, Solus, can you please come pick me and Mom up? We are in Lightkeep. The vampire ignored the whining White and pressed her friend's rune on the communicator. And I am sleeping, Solus grunted. Or rather, I was. Do you have any idea what time it is in Lucia? Actually, no. Nika cleared her throat in embarrassment. Between my undead nature and the eternal dusk array anti-scar left me, I don't sleep anymore unless I want to. Lucky you, is this an emergency? Solus asked. Not at all. Then call me back in 4 hours. Solus hung up the call without waiting for an answer or saying goodbye. See, everyone does that, Calla said, hoping to shorten her sentence. If you bother them in the middle of the night to make small talk, then yes. Nika nodded. Come on, Mom, we have 4 hours. Let's make them count. Space. After 4 hours of painstaking training, Calla could walk for over 100 meters, 330 feet, before running out of strength and collapsing onto the ground. Nika also used that time to teach her mother how to eat solid foods. Calla was a living being and needed nourishment, but to save time, she usually survived on a special beef broth that she prepared once a year in massive pots. She gulped down a dose like a medicine whenever hunger made her too dizzy to keep working. The white almost choked to death many times in the process. Not only was she not used to chewing anymore, but any flavor stronger than the soups made her gasp like she was drinking poison. I never thought eating could be so exhausting, Calla panted. I'll use the time we have left for a short nap, The tower appeared in Vladian's backyard and cut the white short. Now of all times, why gods, why? Hello there, nice to see you again. A petite, beautiful woman with long hair of a brown so light that it shone like gold under the sunstones said. Hi, Solus, it's nice to see you too. Calla struggled to get up on her paws. You look amazing, child. You've lost a lot of weight since the last time we met. I'm glad to see you've stopped stuffing your face. Nika and I were worried for you. Actually, I didn't. An embarrassed voice came from a second petite woman standing behind the first. Nika, Calla, do you remember my mother, Rifa? No, Calla said, squinting her eyes to look for differences between the two. Of course we do, Nika stepped in. Rifa is the first ruler of the Flames, Mom. Oh, right, Calla nodded. I'll never thank you enough for making the eyes, ruler Menadian. I'm sorry for my rude words, Solus. In my defense, I can barely recognize humans these days. She really can't, Nika sighed. Don't worry, I'm not offended, Solus whimpered. Come in, I've already set the eternal sunset array in the tower's heart. It won't protect you from direct sunlight, Nika, but you will be able to move freely through the mansion. Thanks, Solus, Nika hugged her friend. How are you doing? Good, but I've done better. Solus looked at Menadian's perfect hourglass figure and grimaced. What's this about? It didn't sound like a social call. It's about the ears and the eyes of your mother, Calla said. I need your opinion about a possible partnership with the fire dragons. I'm definitely missing some context, but sure. Solus called upon the accumulated world energy and tower warped straight to the Verhin mansion, crossing thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Calla, Nika, welcome to our home. Thanks, Alina, Calla nodded. You look lovely today. It's no wonder where Tista got her beauty. Wow, thanks. No one ever said anything like that to me. Roz didn't know whether to laugh it off or feel offended on Tista's behalf. Mom, that's Lith's father, Roz. A vampire had no blood flow, but Nika managed to blush anyway. Really? Calla was flabbergasted. Maybe you are right, dear. I need to go out more. I'm Alina, Alina said amid a coughing fit which ill-masked her laugh. Do you remember me, Calla? Of course, you are the one who smashed a chair on my head. Calla's eyes widened in recognition as Alina's laugh died in her throat. I'm very sorry about that. Alina offered her hand, which Calla sniffed, licked, and studied with the eyes instead of shaking it. Just forget about it, the White replied. It's what I did and will probably do it again. Mom, Dad, please leave us alone. Lith stepped through the door and extended his hand. Calla, it's a pleasure to see you again. The pleasure is all mine, Scourge. Calla stood on her hind legs and shook Lith's hand. His familiar smell triggered her muscle memory. Please remember that everything you see and hear in this house is a secret, he said. Don't disclose anything with anyone. Don't worry, Scourge, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping secrets, and not only because I'm forgetful. Calla sniffed him, remembering their time together in the White Griffin's forest. She used a mind link to share the conversation with Urgak before asking Lith and Solus a few questions. Are the ears really that good? Can it help me to achieve lickhood? I've barely started to scratch the surface of the ears, but I can tell you it's an amazing tool for any Forgemaster. Lith shrugged. If you consider your body just like another enchanted material, I don't see why it shouldn't work. Rifa. What Urgak said is true, but there are a few catches, Menadian replied. I placed safeguards in the eyes to ensure that its owner couldn't use the eyes to steal the secrets of my tower and the rest of the apprentice set's pieces. Without such a precaution, the rest of my apprentices would have become envious and resentful. They would have battled to the death, knowing that only the eyes truly mattered. This way, instead, they each had a unique treasure that suited them best. I assumed as much, but how does that affect my deal with the fire dragons? Kala asked. The ears will work for you exactly as Urgak said, Menadian replied. With its help, matching the frequency of your crystal's energy signature with your own is just a matter of time. On the other hand, however, the eyes isn't going to help the fire dragons much. Chapter 3643, Unfair Deal Part 2. The eyes can't help the fire dragons understand how the ears work, only show to whoever wears the eyes the physical manifestation of the changes in the mana flow perceived by the ears, Menadian said. The best the eyes can do is evaluate the result of a forge-mastering spell, showing the mage in real time how their manipulation of the mana flow affects the final product. Which is disappointing, Kala pondered. Even with my limited forge-mastering skills, I know it's not much different from what anyone can do once the enchanting process is completed. There is a difference, Menadian said. The eyes will highlight any defect and explain to the forge-master how and why the enchantment is good or bad. It is not as easy as it sounds, and without the eyes, a mage has to check their results many times to be sure they haven't missed anything. The eyes will save the fire dragons a lot of time, but understanding how to improve each one of their spells and crafted pieces will still be up to them. In other words, once they realize only I get the full benefits of our bargain, they will likely rescind our alliance. The White groaned. Mom, I can't help but notice how certain you are the ears will help Kala, Sola said. Did you research Liquid yourself? Yes, dear, Menadian's answer made Solus flinch. But not for the reason you might think. I did it as part of my work with Yaga to find a way to give the tower the ability to sustain your life force and mana core in case something bad happened. I never had any interest in becoming an undead, but I used the results of my studies about Liquid to make the infirmary and other things. She never said the word bleed, but Solus could hear it anyway. Without it, I would have never succeeded in bonding you with the tower after Baitra mortally wounded you. I was lucky to have all the data I needed already. We were lucky, Solus. I see, Solus swallowed hard. Then, couldn't the ears help Falul reach Dragonhood or Quilla to fix Ryla's fallen life force? You are overestimating me, sweetie. If I could do that, I would have helped Firwal back in the day. Rifa gave her daughter a warm smile, patting her head. The ears can't do anything more than any breathing technique can. If you switch enchanted metal with life force and forge-mastering with healing, you just get body sculpting. Any decent healer can see the changes in the life force the moment they induce them. Great healers can actually hear the melody a life force produces and predict the outcome of their spells before the body sculpting is over, changing their approach or stopping altogether before the damage they inadvertently cause becomes irreparable. How do you think I got my inspiration for creating the ears? I just imitated what genius healers can do so that a forge-master could do the exact same thing. Are you a genius healer, Rifa? Lith furrowed his brow. No, but Yaga is. Menadian shrugged. She used a mind link to share her perceptions with me, and with a lot of training, and I mean really a lot, I became capable of listening to the melody of life forces without her help. It was a grueling process, but I would have never succeeded in crafting the ears without reaching a deep understanding of the phenomenon. You have no idea the lengths a forge-master is willing to go just for one artifact, Lith. I actually do, he replied. Your entire life is a lesson about hard work, determination, and discipline, Rifa, and I'm reminded of it every time I speak with Solus. She's alive only because of you, and I'll be forever in your debt. Don't mention it, Menadian said while Solus blushed a little. Yes, this is so cute and heartwarming, but what about me? Kala asked. If the fire dragons back out, I will barely get a taste of the ears before they take them away from me. You can use our ears, Solus said. And move here, Kala snorted. Abandon my lab, be subjected to whatever you guys do in your free time and bend my schedule to yours. I can't just use the ears when you don't need them. More importantly, there are too many distractions here. The White pointed at Elijah, who had landed on Kala's head a few minutes ago and was now nibbling her ear. Salkar barked aggressively at the smelly newcomer, ordering her to take a bath. Research is a demanding mistress, and I can't stop every time Solus has to get away from a geyser or you need the ears. Kala sighed. I know myself. I'd act rude and entitled. I might even come to believe this is my tower. Sadly, Mom is right, Nika said. Her memory is getting worse, which is the reason she has decided to take a vacation. No, you have decided I must take a vacation. There's a difference, Kala snorted. On top of that, Mom worked like a mad bear on her crystal for years and is still nowhere near her goal. Nika ignored the white and smiled from the heart as she handed one baby after another to her. Her work needs time and quiet. Why do you say that with a smile? This sounds like sabotage, Kala said, and she was right. Nika was afraid the ears would speed up Kala's research and turn her into a lick. At that point, there would be no telling whether the white would finally spend some time with her family or disappear in a lab forever. What sounds like sabotage? Nika asked, feigning ignorance. I don't remember. Kala tried to focus, but the babies demanded her attention and her maternal instincts did the rest. Gods, they are so cute. I didn't know you had so many children, Scourge. Isn't your wife jealous of your mistresses? No, because I don't have any, Lith grunted. Only Elijah and Valoran are mine. The rest are the children of my friends and relatives. If you say so, I believe you, Kala winked, irking him to no end. I guess I have to tell the fire dragons the truth and resign to using your ears only when I'm on the verge of a real breakthrough. If I don't, when the fire dragons discover the eye's safeguards, they might figure out I knew about the eye's limits and that I fooled them into accepting an unfair deal. I can't risk making an enemy out of an entire bloodline of divine beasts. Not necessarily, Lith pondered. As Rifa said, the eyes are still going to help the fire dragons master the ears, just not as much as they hope. Offer them something that makes up for the difference and they won't call off the deal. Something like what? Kala asked. Something like the Garden of Magur, Lith replied. The place is big, and if we are careful, the fire dragons will never suspect we go there for their same reason. Are you sure about that? Solus asked. Do we really want to share a secret we have just uncovered? We'll lose our edge on the fire dragons. Chapter 3644, Death Rites Part 1. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the fire dragons to carry the torch Ferk dropped. Lith looked her in the eyes. The bloodline of the apprentice to whom Rifa entrusted the ears is broken. All of Ferk's techniques and secrets are lost forever. If the fire dragons have to learn how to use the ears from scratch, it will be decades before they can even come close to tapping into its true potential. I have no intention of sharing Rifa's lessons with them, but we owe the fire dragons that much. We owe it to Voltac. Is it me, or are we missing context here, Nika? Kala asked. It's not you, Mom. I'm completely lost, too. Solus pondered the issue for a while before answering. I'm not fully convinced, but I agree with most of your reasoning. She paced around the room. This is not only about us or Kala, it's also about keeping Mom's legacy alive. Mom. Yes, darling, Rifa tilted her head in confusion. We can't make our decision without consulting you first, Lith replied. As Solus said, it's your legacy, Rifa. We have no need to guess what you would do in our shoes. We can just ask you. Thank you, I mean. Menadian was taken aback, needing a few seconds to recover from the surprise. I'm not going to lie, I'm jealous of my secrets. Yet I taught everything I knew to my disciples and gave them the pieces of the set because I wanted Forja Mastery to keep thriving after I passed away. To give Effie Solus the competition she needed not to sit on her laurels or become complacent once she got my tower. Solus is not Effie anymore, but I believe you guys need competition. Even better, you can use this to get access to the ears and justify any major breakthrough in your Forja Mastering techniques. After all, with such an artifact and my help, the sky is the limit to your abilities. I agree with Lith. You should share the secret of the garden with the fire dragons. Wait, so I get to share the ears with you too, Kala frowned. 1/3 of the time instead of half. No, Lith shook his head. Only from time to time and only to keep up appearances. Good to hear, Kala sighed in relief. Mind sharing the Magur's garden part with me as well? Sure, Solus explained everything to Kala and Nika via mind link. Good gods, the white trembled in horror. Are you telling me I have to waste my time in a park just to learn how to use the ears? You are free not to do it, Lith shrugged. Yet it will take you much longer to master the ears and progress with your research. Fine, Kala grumbled. Does it count as rest, dear? Only if you spend the time in the garden with me and Nock, Mom, Nika replied. If you practice the ears, it is still work. But it's boring like using accumulation, Kala whined. It's still work. Nika's answer brooked no discussion, and the white gave up arguing. Do you mind if I conduct the negotiations? Lith asked. I already have Urgak's rune. Not at all, the young vampire chuckled. You are doing me a favor. I doubt that poor Dragon's nerves have yet to recover from his last conversation with Mom. A few seconds later, the hologram of Urgak's head filled the room. Creatures that big didn't project their full bodies because they would take up too much space. If the caller kept the hologram life-sized, the conversation would be noticed for hundreds of meters. If they shrunk it instead, they would force the dragon to look up to them, which the divine beast would perceive as a slight. By conjuring only the head, a dragon would take as much space as a regular person and still be able to look the other in the eyes. "Little brother, to what do I owe this call?" Urgak answered almost immediately. "First of all, to give you my congratulations, dear patriarch," Lith replied. "Thanks, brother," the fire dragon gave him a polite nod. "I thought you didn't want to carry Voltak's mantle, though," Lith said. "I don't, but the clan didn't share my opinion," Urgak sighed. "The election of the new Father of Fire can wait until we find a worthy candidate, yet the throne of the patriarch can't remain empty for long. Things were peaceful during Voltak's reign, so he could afford a millennium of slumber. Now, however, things are messy because of the ears. Your gift is a blessing, but also a curse. No two worms want to use it the same way, and without a patriarch, the Fire Dragon clan would fall into anarchy, if not even a fratricidal war. Dragon greed, remember. Then I hope my next gift will strengthen your position and not add more trouble to your plate." Lith nodded. "I call you on behalf of Kala the White." "Thank the gods," the worm exhaled in relief. "Whatever you have to say, it's preferable to dealing with that rude and nonsensical creature again." Kala stepped forward to protest, but Nika hushed and dragged her back. Lith explained to Urgak the limits of the eyes, which turned the worm's smile into a frown. Then, Lith shared with Urgak the properties of the Garden of Magur and Menadian's suggestion to use it as a training ground for the ears. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon was all smiles again. "Thank you, little brother," Urgak said. "This more than makes my bargain with the White fair. It tips things in my favor, actually." The fire dragon took a brief pause before asking, "Not to doubt your goodwill, but why am I only hearing about this now? You could have added it to the rewards and increased the number of your allies against the World Tree. We would have lost far fewer siblings, and maybe Voltak would still be alive." Urgak didn't sound diffident or angry, just sad. "Because I just learned about it." Lith looked just as sad. Rifa had never visited a garden of Magur until a few days ago. She recognized the value of the garden when she accompanied my family for a picnic. Without her, I would have no idea of the treasure I was sitting upon. "And you called the first ruler of the flames back from the dead only after saving Solus. I see." Urgak completed the sentence for Lith. "Since we are already talking about this, would Master Menadian be willing to teach us?" "Don't push it, punk." Rifa stepped forward, joining the call. "I have one descendant alive, and my legacy is for her." "It was worth a shot," Urgak bowed politely. "Still, I feel like I keep taking from you and giving nothing in return. Is there anything I can do for you, little brother?" "You could lend me the ears from time to time," Lith proposed. "With its aid and Rifa's guidance, I could craft amazing pieces." "I would have done that anyway," Urgak shook his head. "The ears belong to you, and without Master Menadian's help, we would have all died in the fringe. I owe you that much." Chapter 3645, Death Rites, Part 2. More importantly, the fire dragons couldn't afford to offend Menadian and risk her enmity. She had refused to give them lessons, but she might still be willing to clear their doubts about how to use the eyes and ears properly. Maybe Menadian would craft blade weapons for them in the future. "Then what about the materials to craft an armor?" Lith said. "As you know, my sister has recently evolved into a divine beast. Her old equipment is now useless, and collecting the resources for an enchanted armor of that size is beyond my means." "I understand," Urgak nodded. "Yours is the hurdle all newborn bloodlines have to face. Our bodies are strong, and our size makes us dragons among mice, but at the same time it's a weakness. While the other races need but a few drops of powerful metal and ingredients to increase their prowess, we need a kingdom's treasure just to cover a worm. Aside from my sympathy, however, there's not much I can offer. My clan is indebted to you, but not that much. Unless, of course, you are willing to take a fire dragon as your wife and join us." "Thank you for your offer, but no." Lith dismissed the idea with a sweep of his hand. "I was thinking about a dragon's corpse." "A dragon's corpse?" Urgak echoed with fury, his eyes narrowing as black smoke blew out of his nostrils. "Don't get me wrong." Lith raised his hands, realizing how his words might be misunderstood. "I'm not asking you to desecrate the tombs of your warriors or plunder the remains of any respectable member of your clan. I assume that even among noble worms like the fire dragons there are scoundrels and criminals. If there is the corpse of a murderer, a traitor, or anyone you have executed rotting in a ditch, I'd be happy to take it off your hands. Beggars can't be choosers, and my sister wouldn't mind wearing a siruk like I do. Thanks for the clarification. It makes your insult to my clan less severe, but it's an insult nonetheless. Urgek snarled, his eyes still smoldering with outrage. How did I insult you? Do you have laws to protect dead criminals? The honest surprise in Lith's voice reminded the worm how young and ignorant of the brood's customs the Tiamat was. Hasn't your master, Falul, taught you that we don't wear our dead kin's scales unless we receive their permission? Urgek asked. Yes, but she also specified it was restricted to people who had the time or opportunity to leave a will. Lith nodded in reply. Knowing how prideful dragons are, I assumed criminals had no right to a will and that no one would claim their corpses. And you are right on both accounts, Urgek replied. Wearing the scales of a traitor like Siruk would be akin to carrying their shame. The greater the crime, the more despicable a worm is, even in their death. Yet you arrived at the wrong conclusion. Dragons don't keep the corpses of their criminals. They deserve neither a nameless tomb nor a mass grave. After their execution, a convicted worm is burned into ashes with origin flames. It's our way to purify our clan from their crimes and purge their memory. We leave no trace of the criminal's existence. What you propose is an insult to the victims of the worm and a mark of shame on his living family. Is that clear? Crystal, Lith bowed in apology. I'm sorry for being so harsh, Lith, but be grateful you made such a blunder with me. Had you mentioned your Siruk armor to Ananta, his matriarch, like that, she might have beaten you to a pulp or declared you an enemy of the Black Dragon clan, Urgak said. Thank you, patriarch, Lith bowed deeper, swallowing hard. Why didn't anyone warn me about this kind of thing? I suppose it was overlooked because it's considered common sense, Urgak shrugged. How would you react if someone asked you to wear your mother's skin in battle? I'd be angered, sure, but I've asked for criminals, Lith replied. If you ever find Meln and kill him, feel free to do whatever you want with his corpse. Wear him as pajamas, make sock puppets from his entrails, I don't mind. I guess we have different values, little brother, but I'll keep that in mind. The fire dragon had a good laugh at the image conjured by Lith's words. That said, there is something I can offer you, but it won't cover half of what you need. Half is good, Lith replied. But I thought noble warriors would leave their remains to their families, and you just said criminals go up in smoke. True, but there's another case you haven't considered. The patriarch lowered his gaze, and his voice took a somber timbre. A young fire dragon died a while ago. He was nowhere an adult, barely reaching 20 meters, 66 from horns to talons. How is that possible? Lith could almost see Elijah or Valorin lying in a coffin, and the thought alone seemed to rip his heart out of his chest. Dragons are powerful, no matter the age. I refuse to believe fire dragons might have kicked out a youth and ignored his calls for help. Fire dragons are indeed powerful, and the parents did no such thing. Urgek nodded. Sadly, Lith, no matter how much you care about your hatchlings, sometimes there's no way to split a young mind from its dumb ideas. Ishka, that was his name, thought himself invincible, and died in such a stupid accident that I still can't believe it myself. What matters to you is that he always dreamed of becoming a great warrior and being crowned champion of fire. Death stopped him forever, but his parents want to fulfill his final wish. Ishka can't fight anymore, but he can still accompany another warrior in their journey. Your sister's glory would be his, and her achievements would keep his memory alive. I'm sorry, I mean no disrespect, but why are you giving him to me? Lith rubbed his chin. There must be someone in his family, or at least in your clan, who wants to honor his dream and memory. His family is still grieving Ishka's loss, Urgek replied. Using such equipment themselves would mean keeping their wound forever open. It would be a constant reminder of this tragedy and keep them from moving on. As for the rest of the clan, Ishka's remains are useless to them. All our youths are at least 20 meters, 66, tall, and they will keep growing. There is no point wasting precious metal and priceless resources on an armor that must be changed upon reaching the violet core. Even recovering the metal would require incinerating the remains, which would be no different than spitting in the face of Ishka's family. I see their point, and I'm willing to take your offer. Lith's stomach churned as he was forced to consider the dead worm as both a beloved person and a mere crafting material. A dragon would grow with their mana core, making Ishka's corpse too small to forge a master a good armor. Chapter 3646, Terms and Conditions, Part 1. On top of that, the only way to remove the imprint from an artifact was the death of its owner, and no one would wish their youths an early demise just to pass on a subpar armor. Thanks to the size-adjusting and form-fitting enchantments, it was much better to craft an armor suitable for an adult dragon from the start. The extra mass would work as additional protection, and as a young worm grew older, they would never need new equipment. Dragon bloodlines were as ancient as rich, which was a boon for its members, unless they found themselves in the shoes of Ishka's parents. "One moment, please." Urgek's hologram disappeared for about a minute, but the call was never cut. "I've spoken to Rana and Hashtak. They also agreed on entrusting their son to you, but only on 2 conditions." "Let's hear them." Lith nodded for the patriarch to continue. "You have to promise never to destroy or toss away anything you make from Ishka's remains," the fire dragon said. "They know you can use creation magic and are not restricted by the limits of imprint. You are free to pass the equipment on to your children, siblings, nephews, and nieces once it no longer fits Tista or she finds a proper replacement, but it must remain in your family as an heirloom and be treated with respect." "That goes without saying," Lith said. "What's the second condition?" "They want you to come and pick the corpse up in person." Urgek's voice became somber again, resounding with a mix of fear and hope. "I'll be there as soon as we finish the negotiation about the eyes." Lith knew what the patriarch expected from him, what Ishka's parents wanted, and was willing to deliver it. "Is there something you need to add before closing the deal?" Urgek pondered for a while before asking, "Is the young vampire with you as well?" "Yes," Lith gestured for Nika to step forward. "Good, then know this, young Nika. I'm going to deal with you, and only with you when the time to exchange the artifacts comes." The fire dragon patriarch sounded firm but polite. "I know how a Lick's mind works and how unreliable they are." "I'm not a Lick," Kala protested. "I'm working on it, but I'm still a proud Emperor Beast." "You might as well be a Lick." The worm's harsh tone brooked no argument. "You disappear years on end, never answer your amulet, and when you do, you are curt and dismissive. That's Lick enough for me." Kala wanted to retort, but the fact that everyone, even Solus, kept nodding at the fire dragon's remarks made her falter. Maybe, just maybe, he was on to something. "Magical research needs time and consistency, so your mother will use both artifacts for half a year and my clan for the other half." Urgek turned to Nika again. "When the other parties turn to take possession of the ears and eyes comes, the exchange must be made on time. No exceptions, no just one more experiment or 5 more minutes allowed. Are we clear?" "Yes," Nika had a hard time repressing a laugh. Not only was Urgek countering her mother's usual excuses before she could make them, but Kala's horrified expression was simply hilarious. "Since your mother had years to use the eyes and we fire dragons have just acquired the ears, we will take the first turn. We will continue like this until either party decides the agreement is no longer beneficial to them. In case the one rescinding the agreement has used the artifacts longer, they must allow the other party to use the eyes and ears until they're even. Do you have any conditions of your own?" "Mom," Nika turned around, just to discover that Kala had fallen asleep out of exhaustion and boredom. A faint snoring was all the answer she got. "Only one," Nika sighed, inwardly thanking the fire dragon for showing no reaction to her mother's rudeness. "I want you to swear on the honor of your clan that you won't try to steal the eyes, hunt my mother down, or use the knowledge you acquire for the duration of our deal against her, me, or my brother knock the bike." Nika gave her brother's name and species, so that Urgek couldn't claim ignorance or misunderstanding later. "This oath must extend to every member of your clan who will benefit from the eyes. Let them know that if they break it, everyone will know fire dragons are ungrateful and treacherous." "Of course, my mother, brother, and I are willing to take the same oath. I want an equal partnership after all." Urgek frowned at those words, his eyes narrowing in annoyance. "She said benefit, not use. This little vampire knows how to word her contracts," he thought. "Making the oath mutual is laughable at best. A demented wight, a bike, and a single vampire are nothing compared to a dragon bloodline. She's just sugar-coating a bitter pill. I like her already." "As the patriarch of the fire dragons, I agree on your terms," the worm said. "My word is binding, but so is yours. Give the eyes to my little brother Lith so that he might deliver them when he visits me. Anything else?" "There is one thing," Solus raised her hand. "But it has nothing to do with my mother's set, my mother, or magic. I need a personal favor." "And you are fine discussing it in the presence of these people?" Urgek asked, and Solus nodded. "Then state it, and I'll do what I can." "My friend Tista and her boyfriend Badia need a way to make money, possibly a job," she said. "Is there anything you can recommend them for?" "A job?" The patriarch sounded as shocked as horrified. Tista can do as any other dragon. She can sell her origin and cursed flames. She can plunder the treasures of her enemies. She can conquer a mana geyser and exploit the enchanted mines it fuels. How do you think fire dragons made their money? Do we look like entrepreneurs to you? A job, Lith echoed in horror and disbelief. What's wrong with our house? Does she need to start a family? Did she start a family? Lith knew from experience how birth control spells could fail when applied to divine beasts. Elijah wasn't a planned child, and that despite Camilla, a regular woman, being the intended target for the spell. Tista and Badia weren't humans, which meant there were double the chances of something going wrong. Did she? Urgak jumped to his feet. I can't give her a job, but a wedding present is. Tista is not pregnant, Solus yelled to put a stop to the barrage of questions. She just doesn't want to rely on Lith's money anymore. She's an adult and wants to act as such. Oh, Urgak sounded sad. Oh, Lith sounded like someone had just taken Mager's weight off his shoulders. I need to sit down. About your suggestions, Urgak, I'll relay them to her, Solus said. The problem is that Tista doesn't have much of a reputation, and people mostly contact her to get to Lith. She can't plunder or seize a geyser without suffering retaliation. Chapter 3647, Terms and Conditions, Part 2. You fire dragons have an entire clan behind you. She is alone and doesn't want to involve her brother in a conflict with the council or the kingdom. You have a point, Urgak sighed. I'll see what I can do. In the meantime, accompany Lith in delivering the eyes. I have something that might help Tista in the short term. Urgak out. Silence fell into the room, interrupted solely by the rhythmical heavy breathing of the white. I have a question, Nika said. I know that the owner of one of the pieces of Menadian set can authorize other people to use it, but how are the fire dragons supposed to get the authorization? Mom is unreliable at best, and I can't move during the day. Do you trust Lith, child? Menadian asked. With my life, why? Then give me the eyes. The first ruler of the flames extended her hand. Nika took the artifact off Kalla's snout and handed it to Menadian. Wait, Solus stopped them. Isn't your mother going to get angry when she wakes up? Not until she remembers about the deal, no, the vampire chuckled. Also, she was due to a break from her experiments and long overdue physical training. This is actually a blessing in disguise. Nock and I can have Mom all to ourselves for 6 months straight. Do it before she wakes up. Solus jumped with joy for her friend. Menadian removed the imprint on the eyes with creation magic, and Lith replaced it with his own. Do you want to come with us, Rifa? Lith accessed the tower's warping mirror to move to the mana geyser closer to the coordinates of Urgak's lair. With pleasure, she nodded. I always loved fire dragons. They are great artisans. They purify enchanted metals like few others and craft many masterpieces each generation. Yet I doubt the feeling would be mutual were they to know about my thievery. What's a thievery? Nika asked. Nothing, you better stay here, child. Menadian replied too quickly not to sound suspicious. Let's go. The tower warped away, leaving the flabbergasted vampire and the sleeping white behind. The Empire again and the Valley of Life at that, Lith sighed. I'm sorry for your friend, child. Menadian needed to float to pat Lith's shoulder. Dragons are born from Ligon, and this is his turf. It's only natural they live here. Mom is right. Solus hadn't spent much time with the late father of fire, but she knew how much he meant to Lith. I bet Urgak lives in a volcano as well. You heard his talk about seizing mines. She tried to change the topic, hoping it would take Lith's mind off his dead friend. I don't take losing bets. Look there. The watchtower floor had spotted another mana geyser in the distance whose coordinates matched those of Urgak's lair. The recovery of the ears and Solus regaining the deep violet core had greatly enhanced the range of the watchtower. But that wasn't the only reason Lith had found 2 mana geysers so close to each other. There were actually many more than 2, each spaced a little more than 100 kilometers, 63 miles, from the rest. The Valley of Life was located over a fault that ran deep into Mager and bled magma from many open wounds in the planet's crust. The molten rocks carried more than fire. They also transported undercurrents of precious metals that gurgled straight from Mager's depths. For some reason, the world energy flowed right along, carried straight from the mystery of Mager's core. Lith had never seen so many geysers so close, and it took him a while to understand why he had failed to notice them during his previous visits. Fuck me sideways, he muttered in amazement. The vast majority of the mana geysers were inhabited by dozens of powerful divine beasts' energy signatures, and cloaked by vast arrays of rare power. If not for the tower's upgrade and the ears, the skill of the fire dragons was more than enough to fool the eyes. Well said, Menadian nodded. I always admired your gift for brevity. And I can see why fire dragons have no money problems, Solus grunted in annoyance. They have monopolized the region. There is an army of them, and the arrays of their lairs are interconnected to form a weapon of mass destruction greater than the sum of its single parts. The adults can fight freely, knowing that their younglings are safe, and cover their backs with the power of the magical formations. As I said, I love fire dragons, Menadian said, and Lith said all of that with just 3 words. I wish I were born a fire dragon, Lith sighed in envy. Me too. 700 years had passed, but Menadian was still not over her bitterness. The group flew to the coordinates in a straight line, pretending not to know about the nearby lairs. Once Lith activated the magical equivalent of a doorbell, a warping array brought him inside. Pride and paranoia, he thought. Urgek didn't show me the entrance, and we have no idea how deep we are or what the layout of his lair is. We only know what he wants us to know. Even spirit steps can't bring us back here once we leave. Welcome to my humble abode. The patriarch waved at the room, which was anything but. Lith could tell he had been transported into an ample cave at least 100 meters, 330, high and 400, 1,320, across. Yet long piles of gold ingots had been used as bricks to form walls that separated the cave into different rooms. The one Urgek had brought them to was furnished for beings the size of a human. It would have been cramped for a dragon, but it was spacious for smaller creatures. A long, rectangular mahogany table was surrounded by many fine redwood chairs, and they were all taken. Paintings depicting the exploits of the fire dragon bloodline and display cases filled with magical wonders were lined against the 4 walls. The crystal of the cases was slightly dull, as if Lith was looking through a thin mist. No offense, but I know you carry the eyes of Menadian. Urgek answered the silent question. That's standard procedure. It stops the dragon eyes of my guests from peeking at my secrets. I trust it works on you too. It does, Lith clicked his teeth in annoyance. The energy signature of the mist ebbed and flowed, ever shifting and making it impossible for the eyes to filter it out. No offense either, but who are all these people? Lith turned from the display cases to his hosts. I thought it would be just the 2 of us. Is this an ambush? A reasonable but wrong assumption. The fire worm was in his human form and raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture. I just summoned all those who will participate in our research to save us time and trouble. Urgak looked like a handsome man in his mid-20s. He had flaming red hair with shades of gold yellow, dusk red, and midnight black. He was as tall as Lith not to have to look up or down on him. He had thought about taking Menadian's height to honor her presence, but had dismissed the idea, afraid she would consider the gesture a mockery of her short stature. Chapter 3648, Morning Crown Part 1. The patriarch of the fire dragons was lean, but his every movement exuded strength. He moved with such grace that his steps produced no sound on the gold-veined marble floor and seemed to glide rather than walk. I assume Ruler Menadian has removed the white's imprint since Kala is not with you, Lith. Please, allow the use of the eyes to all those present, Urgek said. This is your research team, isn't it small? Lith counted 34 dragons sitting around the table. It wasn't a small number, but it was negligible compared to the size of the brood. True, but there are only so many geniuses in my clan, and even fewer that I trust with such a powerful artifact. The patriarch nodded in agreement. I can't risk drama queens wasting our limited time arguing or hogging the eyes for their pet projects. Those I've assembled here possess the mad spark of genius, but also enough common sense not to let the opportunity to use the eyes and ears together slip from their fingers. That's it, Solus was flabbergasted. I thought you were about to say they know the importance of teamwork or of focusing on the greater good. The 34 convened worms exchanged a surprised look before pointing fingers at her and bursting into roaring laughter that made the golden walls of the room tremble. Teamwork, a woman with strawberry blonde hair said. She really said that. The greater good, a black-haired man slapped his own leg while laughing hysterically. Father of all dragons, how old are you? 5. Enough offending our guest. Urgek stomped the ground, bringing the hilarity to a halt. I'm sorry for their behavior, Solus, but you did sound naive. Have you ever met a genius who cared about any of that? Manohar I's name came to Solus' mind, but he was one of the most selfish and entitled people she had ever met. Then she moved on to other geniuses like Dawn, Baba Yaga, and Silverwing, yet none of them fitted the bill. "Grandmother," she turned to Menadian, who shook her head. "I'm sorry, dear. I never worked in a team unless I was paid for it, nor did I help Valoran the First to unite the Griffin Kingdom. I only cared for myself and my family. The greater good was placed right after world peace and candy rainbows in my list of priorities." Solus knew that once they shared their knowledge, Magi and rulers of the flames had little care for what the rest of Magur would do with those teachings. It was the reason the royals had crowned Lith as the supreme Magus. He was the first mage to share a groundbreaking discovery, and ensure its applications would help people instead of making their lives harder. "But what about Voltec?" Solus asked. "Only the wisest among us becomes the father of fire, not the most brilliant," Urgek replied. "And the champion of fire? Such a title awards a fire dragon's innate battle talent and martial prowess." The patriarch shook his head. "It hardly requires any high moral standard." "Suddenly me being a piece of shit during my first life makes a lot of sense." Solus inwardly sighed. "I've already granted you all access to the eyes." Lith handed the artifact to Urgek. "Remember your oath and that I can revoke your clearance as easily as I've given it to you, even if I can't find the eyes." "Don't worry." The patriarch could hardly contain the dragon greed as he held the artifact in his palm. "We won't betray Kala's trust, you have my word." "And mine." The rest of the worms swore one after another with their patriarch as a witness and Lith recording everything, just to be safe. "Ruler Menadian, my name is Bajura. It's an honor to meet you." A handsome, chestnut-haired man with the body of a Greek god offered her his hand. "Are you going to teach us the secrets of your masterpieces?" "The honor is all yours and no," she replied. "Then I've better things to do than waste time with niceties. Bye." He nodded and warped away, quickly followed by 33 more worms. "Geniuses," Urgek exhaled sharply. "Now about your sister's armor." A snap of his fingers brought the group to a smaller cave. A considerable pile of gold rested at its center, and the body of a young dragon was curled up on its top. The ruby-red scales shone under the light of the torches like precious gemstones, and Lith would have thought the worm was just sleeping if not for its many wounds. Some scales were cracked, others broken, but it was nothing that a good healer couldn't fix in a few minutes. The gaping wound under the throat, where the scales of a youngling were thin, however, was a different story. Something strong, small, and lucky had struck one of the main arteries. The long neck of a dragon forced their hearts to pump hard to send the blood to their heads. It had also caused Ishka to bleed out in less than a minute. 2 adult worms formed a circle around the gold pile, each with their head close to the tail of the other. No one could approach the corpse unnoticed. No one could hurt Rana's and Hashtak's hatchling again. The couple formed what dragons called the Morning Crown, an array fueled by their mana and life forces that prevented a corpse from rotting. "Rana, Hashtak," Urgek bowed to the late Ishak and then to his parents. Lith and the others followed suit not to offend their hosts. The funeral rites for the young worm were long over. He just had to be brought to his final resting place. "Thank you for coming here, Brother Verhen." Aside from Rana's feminine voice and being smaller than Hashtak, there was little difference between the 2 worms. "I'm willing to give you my baby if you give me your word you'll treat him right." "I will," Lith wrapped his chest above his heart. "I swear it on my blood." "One more thing." Rana looked at Hashtak, who shook his head, trying to stop her. "Please, can you see if Ishka's soul is still here? I never got the opportunity to say goodbye to him." "I can do better." Lith could hear the pain in Rana's voice. "If your son is still here and willing to follow me, I can make him into one of my demons." Rana stared at her husband in a silent plea. Hashtak allowed himself to hope one last time, but aside from clenching his fanged maw, he showed no emotion as he nodded. "Please," she begged. Lith shapeshifted into his Tiamat form and let his black chains fly far and wide. He called for Ishka, channeling the strength and the longing of his parents. The black chains scoured the mountain, then the Valley of Life, and then the entire Magur. Nothing answered the call. Lith reverted to his human form and shook his head. "Can you try again?" Rana's voice cracked, stubbornly refusing to relinquish her hope. "Please don't." Hashtak's voice was as firm as it was cold. "Spare my wife from more pointless suffering. Our son is gone, and it's time we accept it." Chapter 3649, Morning Crown, Part 2. "At least Ishka did something right for once," Hashtak snorted. "No offense, Ruler Menadian, but there's no point for a soul in staying behind." "How can you say that?" Rana roared in grief and rage. "Our whelp is dead." "He had only one job." Hashtak stood up, towering above her in even greater rage. Ishka had to stay safe, to stay with us until he was capable of taking care of himself. What did he do instead? He constantly snuck out of the safety of our lair to fight this monster or that beast without giving us the time to prepare some decent equipment for him. The male worm roared with such strength that the cave trembled, and then his voice dropped to a whisper. He had one job and he failed. We failed him. Hashtag lowered his neck in a hunch. Every trace of aggression disappeared from his posture. Rana dropped the argument, realizing that her husband's pain was no lighter than her own. Hashtag just expressed it differently. I'm so sorry for your loss. I know your pain, believe me. Menadian gave the couple a deep bow, needing sheer willpower not to stare at Solus. What happened to him? Solus wrung her hands, afraid to deepen the grief of both the worms and her mother. I wish we knew. Hashtag straightened himself as his voice returned to be calm and composed. Ishka was alone when it happened, so no one witnessed his death. Had he received any kind of first aid, he would still be alive. Knowing him, and after carefully studying the wound, however, I can make an assumption. Ishka snuck out to challenge someone he considered a worthy opponent and lost. There aren't many creatures that can pierce a dragon's scales, even one as young as him. I narrowed the suspects list to Titanias, Grendels, and Wargs. It changes nothing, but it's the closest thing to closure I could get. Lith conjured the master eyes of Menadian and studied the corpse of the young worm for residual energy signatures, but found nothing. Even Ishka was a clean slate, filled with world energy like all things of Magur, but no mana. I can't find anything either, I'm sorry, Lith said. How long ago did it happen? Almost 6 months ago, Rana said. 6 months? Solus' eyes widened in shock. It's no wonder there is no trace even the eyes can pick. The morning crown is no stasis field, it only stops the decomposition process. Even more amazing is how long Hashtag and Rana kept vigil. 6 months are nothing to a dragon, sweetie, Rifa said via their mind link. I can tell you I would have mourned your father even longer if I didn't have to take care of you and my work. Humans can't stop for that long because they can't, not because they don't want to. I can't make you any promises, nor do I want to give you false hope, but know this. Lith stepped forward, touching Rana's head and Hashtag's tail with the dragon scales to prove his sincerity. I'm working on an experimental procedure that might allow Ishka to reach his full might even in death. If I fail, nothing will happen to him, but if I succeed, he will protect my sister until the end. He won't be passed around like a training sword. He will be honored like the warrior he was and would have become. Thank you, Rana lifted her muzzle to touch Lith's face. I wish I knew this sooner. We have already extracted the organs. Only Ishka's skin and bones remain. Every bit of a dragon's body was a powerful ingredient. Their eyes made wonders in empowering all kinds of detection and analysis spells. Their lungs fueled fire-based enchantments like they had birthed origin flames in life. Their hearts increased the mana capacity and conductivity of any material, even Darwin. Don't worry, I never meant to rob the Fire Dragon clan of its treasures. What you are giving me is already priceless. Your sacrifice will protect my sister, and if my experiment succeeds, the debt I owe you will only grow with Ishka's size. Lith bowed deeply in respect. Thank you, little brother. Hashtag nodded, the dragon equivalent of a bow. If you succeed, just show us what our boy would have looked like once he reached adulthood, and your debt will be repaid. Making new memories of your whelp after fate has taken him away from you is more than any parent can dream of. I will, Lith nodded. Was it a good move to mention the spark? Solus asked. What if they ask us questions later? Lith had accepted Ishka's body because the spark floor of the tower would allow him to grow and refine the corpse just like it had already done for Sirux. Given enough time, the dead fire dragon would reach the size and toughness of a bright violet cord awakened worm. It was, Lith replied. We were going to use the spark anyway, and it's only a matter of time before someone sees Tista wearing her new armor and notices it's not as small as it's supposed to be. This way, instead, we've paved the way to a plausible excuse, and if in the future someone asks how we did it, we can just reply that no Forgemaster reveals their secrets, which is true. Great thinking, Solus nodded. Can I take Ishka now? Lith asked. Do you have? Never mind. I almost forgot you have an Omni pocket. Rana broke the morning crown to let Lith approach the corpse. Thanks. Lith stored the corpse away and put it in the spark. The refining process wouldn't start until a mana geyser fueled the tower, but this way, there would be no lost time once they returned home. One more thing. Lith took out the adamant, mana crystals, and magical ingredients that once formed the battle claws named Sunder. This is an air element weapon, but since my sister carries powers similar to my own, it doesn't suit her well. Can you craft something for her? You ask me with ruler Menadian at your disposal. Urgek didn't know whether to be flattered or suspicious. First, I'm not a slave, the forge Magus grunted. Second, I just came back from the grave. I'm learning modern magic from scratch and never do half-assed jobs. I'll wield my hammer again only when I can make something I can be proud of. Third, but not least, I'm amazing at what I do. But I'm not so arrogant that I believe my skill in crafting fire-based weapons can surpass the millennia-long legacy of the fire dragons. Not even I have ever successfully replicated your origin flames, and my mastery over them is limited. Do you want this as a part of our deal, or is this a paid job? Urgek asked. Try to cover what you can with our deal, and what you can't, I'll pay the difference. Lith felt a sharp pain in his wallet with which all dragons in the room empathized. This is for my sister, so I'm sparing no expense. I'll give you an estimate of the costs before starting the forge-mastering process so you can decide, Urgek said. Chapter 3650, Poisoned Arrow, Part 1. Some of our best enchantments require rare materials that I doubt a worm as young as you possesses. If you don't have them, we'll either find a deal or downscale the enchantments. Speaking of jobs, Solus cleared her throat. Oh right, the patriarch nodded. Rana Hashtak with your permission. At a wave of the two worms, Urgak warped everyone away. It was a small and dark room, more suited to a conspiracy or a murder attempt than a conversation between allies. On top of that, Urgak looked awkward, if not even embarrassed. So, does your sister need money? He asked, and Solus nodded. And she really has no idea how to make a few coins. It's not like gold grows on trees, Lith said in confusion. Actually, it kind of does. Urgek exhaled sharply, looking like a man about to confess the murder of his own brother. Look, I take no pride in this. Nobody does. To be fair, I never expected to be the one giving you the talk. I know how babies are born, Lith furrowed his brow. How do you think my daughter was conceived? Not that talk, the other one, Urgek shook his head. Dragons have two of them. We have two penises, Lith was flabbergasted. No awkward talks, the patriarch chuckled. The second one is about this. The fire dragon opened his palm, and a majestic gemstone emerged from his dimensional amulet. It was a diamond the size of a watermelon, but it was red like fire, and small sparks of light shone within. By the gods, this is a crimson heart diamond. It's my first time seeing one in person, let alone one so big, Lith said. Unlike normal diamonds, which were mined by the tons and hoarded to keep their value high, crimson hearts were truly rare. There were only a few pieces on the entire Magar, and every time a new one was found, gem collectors, nobles, and wealthy merchants engaged in auctions to get their hands on them. I always wanted to buy Kami a small one, but the price and the rarity stopped me. Rifa and Solus were about to scold him for the price part when Urgak stunned them once again. You should thank the All-Father for that, my brother, and then thank me for the knowledge I'm about to impart to you. What do you mean? Lith asked. Do you know what a diamond is? The worm asked in reply. Of course I do, it's oh shit, Lith replied. Exactly, Urgek nodded. What are you talking about? Solus was utterly confused. A diamond is just organic matter that after experiencing high pressure and temperature for a long shit. Indeed, Urgek sighed. It's shit. What everyone on Magar calls Crimson Heart, Midnight Star, Frozen Rose, and so many other romantic names are just the byproduct of a specific dragon bloodline's digestive system. We can eat and digest everything, so only the most dense and tough materials endure. Our intestines create the pressure, our inner fire the heat, and voila. Only then did everyone notice that the gemstone floated above the worm's palm without ever touching it. We call it poor dragon's gold, because only a desperate worm would sell it. It's shameful, but sometimes a young dragon or an orphan in dire need of a quick coin can use it to turn their luck around. All diamonds are dragon poop, Solus was shocked and horrified. Yet she could feel through her mind link with Menadian that her mother was frozen in pain and disgust. She didn't say a word, but couldn't take her eyes off the Crimson Heart either. Not all of them, just the most beautiful and the rarest, Urgek replied, making it worse. Can't you become rich just with that? Lith pointed at the gem. Yeah, and also be the laughing stock of our kind. The patriarch grimaced in disgust. Besides, it's not that easy. I relieve myself barely twice a year, and this is what comes out. Also, don't forget that the more poor dragon's gold you release, the less it's worth. Did you really never notice any change in your wastes after becoming a Tiamat? I mostly keep my human form. Lith scratched his head in embarrassment. My human stomach is only that big, and with the amount of food I eat now, my habits are no different from those of a normal man. Which gives the food no time for the transformation. Urgak nodded. I see. Just tell your sister that this is a secret. No one, not even her fiancé, can know until they marry. Badia is not her fiancé, Lith snarled. Good, the worm rejoiced at the good news. Wait, what, no one knows? Solus asked. Not even other divine beasts. How should they know? Urgak scoffed. Griffins exert pressure but no heat. They literally shit bricks and think everyone does the same. What about phoenixes? Rifa asked. The fire worm felt weird talking about divine beast stool, but he just pictured himself talking to young whelps and moved on. Phoenixes never take a dump, ruler Menadian. They produce so much heat that everything they can't digest just evaporates. You could say they burp out what they gulp down, or as we dragons say, that they talk shit. Urgak laughed at the joke, while everyone else felt awkward. If your sister is really desperate, she must always keep her Hecate form. If she's lucky, 6 months from now, she'll produce a gemstone the humans will call Rainbow Diamond or something. If she's unlucky, she'll need a year. I don't think that's an option. Lith looked from the diamond to the worm, noticing Urgak was still offering the stone to him. Is this a present? Also, is there any other way Tista can make some money? I wouldn't call it a present, but it's yours if you want it, the fire dragon replied. Just leave it in the open long enough for my energy signature to fade. I don't want it traced back to me. As for your other question, I could sell her origin flames. I'd use the connections of my clan and the name of one of our hatchlings to keep Tista from being recognized. This is no freebie, though. She will be introduced as a youngling her age, and her flames will be appraised based on her mastery. A nameless worm hardly finds any clients if she doesn't give her all. She must work 10 times harder than a famous dragon just to make a fraction of what they earn. Like all our hatchlings, she will be considered incompetent until she proves otherwise. It's a fate we all share, but unlike us, I doubt she can afford to wait a few centuries to make a name for herself. Still better than shitting for a living, Lith said. I'll let Tista know and she will contact you later. Good, Urgak replied, if there's nothing else. As soon as Lith shook his head, the patriarch warped him, Solus and Menadian, exactly to their starting point and himself to the Forgemastery lab. Hands off the ears of Menadian. I made the deal. I called dibs on the first turn. The other worms groaned and pouted, but no one dared complain. Chapter 3651, Poisoned Arrow, Part 2. Urgak had indeed followed the ancient dragon tradition of calling dibs, and was the patriarch. What he lacked in the brilliance of his mind, he more than made up for it with the strength of his muscles. He could kick the asses of all the convened geniuses, since their idea of exercise was reading a book or sitting in front of their lab desks. Space. A few seconds later, at the Verhin mansion. Good gods, this is the greatest yet burdensome gift someone has ever given me, Tista said while admiring Ishka's corpse. The spark's tendrils and cables had respectively seeped under Ishka's skin and attached themselves to his joints. The powerful stream of world energy and a spark of life force produced by the hands flowed through the dead body, nurturing and refining it better than the best breathing technique could. The cracked scales had already been repaired, and the broken ones regenerated. Ishak had died before reaching the bright blue core, so he wouldn't fit even a deep violet core divine beast, let alone a violet one like Tista. Yet with the spark's refining speed, he would soon reach the 20 meters, 66, and become a suitable crafting material. It would require thinning the bones and stretching the skin to cover the Hecate's 25 meters, 82, tall form, but it was feasible. The spark would keep growing the corpse whenever the armor was stored on the tower's floor, and over time, it would become a perfect fit. The real problem was finding the adamant to coat the entire thing. The more Tista grew, the more she would need. I know, Lith patted her shoulder. Take good care of Ishka and find your armor a decent name, make it unique as he is. I'll do my best, Tista replied. Thanks for the armor, lil bro, and thank you for helping me look for a job, Solus. Don't thank me before you hear the whole story, Solus shuddered at the memory. I can offer you 2 alternatives and you will like neither. Solus started by explaining to Tista what selling Origin Flames through Urgak's network would imply, and then moved on to the Crimson Heart Diamond. This is shit, Tista asked in horror. The wedding stone of my dreams is dragon shit. You wanted a crimson heart studded in your betrothal gift. Lith was even more horrified. Do you have any idea how much it costs? Of course I do, that's why I just dreamed of it, Tista replied. Dreaming costs nothing. It does if you are the man supposed to make those dreams come true, Lith grunted. Can you please not ruin this for me with your money issues more than it already is? She sighed in exasperation. Gods, I really dodged a poisoned arrow here. You certainly did, Lith said. How is your amplifier? Almost everyone who knew about the tower had left a sample of their tissues and blood in the spark to accelerate the mana tempering process and turn them into powerful ingredients for their custom-made equipment. Not good. Tista looked at the vial containing her blood and another holding her hair. First, it had to reach the bright violet, something I haven't done myself yet. Then the real tempering process started. I'm behind you and fallow by at least 1 year. Don't worry too much about that. Lith pointed at Ishka's corpse. I'll keep the spark active most of the time unless I have an emergency. I'll keep at it until we have enough materials to craft a proper armor or until you find me enough adamant to make up for the difference. Thanks, lil bro, Tista hugged him. Thank you for my future armor, my new job, and believing I can actually find that much adamant without becoming Maugur's #1 wanted woman. Lith had made no mention of the new weapon crafted from Sunder's materials, because he wanted it to be a surprise. You're welcome, big sis, he returned the embrace. So are you going to sell your flames? That's the idea, she snorted in annoyance. On the one hand, I'm pissed off at the idea I'll be underpaid for a while. On the other hand, I'll be treated no differently from any other fire dragon. I didn't want people to pay me just because I'm your sister, and I got it. If I earn a lot in the future, it will be because of my skill. I'm glad to see you have your confidence back, big sis. Lith pushed her away gently to look her in the eyes. Now it's my turn to ask for your help. My help with what? Crimson Heart diamonds are also Kami's dream gemstone, and I have to tell her the truth. Space. This better be a cruel joke, Camilla gaped in horror. My dream gemstone can't be just a lump of dragon shit. It's okay if you don't want to buy me one, but going out of your way to ruin it for me is just cruel. It's the truth, Kami. Solus patted Camilla's shoulder, sharing her inner grief. I was there when Urgak gifted it to us, and he refused to touch it. Good gods, those words struck Camilla so hard that she needed to sit down. Considering how much dragons love treasures and their innate greed, there's no way Urgak would give away such a huge, beautiful diamond for free. Unless, of course, he's telling the truth. She pointed at Lith like he weren't really there, just a hologram to address someone who had done something so terrible that now he couldn't be named. I'm right here, you know, Lith rolled his eyes. He is telling the truth. Rifa sat right next to Camilla. Gods, if I wish he weren't. Once I accepted a small Crimson Heart diamond as payment and had Thrain craft a pendant for me. I carried dragon shit on my neck for over 3 decades. I gave away one of my best works in exchange for what I could have found any day in Solus diaper. I'm so sorry, Rifa. Camilla and Tista instantly forgot about their pain, knowing that Menadian's was greater and rushed to console her. You didn't know. You had no way to know, and neither did Thrain. All the memories we made while I wore that pendant are ruined. Menadian almost broke down as the 2 women hugged her from either side. I kissed my husband while holding shit in my hand. About that, I can give you a pendant as well if you give me 6 months. Give or take. Lith half-joked, drawing many hateful glares on himself. I admit I'm curious to see what kind of gemstone you'd produce, Camilla said after pondering the issue for longer than she liked to admit. Yet like Rifa said, there's no way in Maugur I carry your poop as jewelry. Gods, if I dodged a poisoned arrow there. Me too, Tista said. I got it straight in my knee instead, Rifa groaned. Space. Lustria County, Verhan Mansion the next day. I sure would wear a Tiamat diamond on my neck, dear, Elena chuckled. No pressure, though, pun intended. Are you serious, Mom? Lith asked, and with him most of his horrified female side of the family. Chapter 3652, Silver and Gold, Part 1. I've lost count of how many times I got dirty while changing your diaper, baby, Elena shrugged. Might as well carry it as a badge of honor if it looks the part and doesn't smell. On top of that, no one has ever seen whatever that is. Dragons might suspect, but they'll never know unless you tell them. Besides, how many mothers can pride themselves on a real precious gemstone made by their children? She has a point, Renaa mumbled. At least I'd get something out of having triplets instead of just puke-smelling dresses and sleepless nights. We're sorry, Mom. Falco, Tyrion, and Lennart said like one while Lyria was one beat off. Renaa hadn't mentioned her oldest daughter, but Lyria knew what she had put her mother through. "Don't worry, kids," Rena patted their heads one at a time. "The only thing that matters is that you are healthy and happy." "You too, Rena," Camilla was flabbergasted. "Why would you throw the content of Elijah's diaper away if it looked like a beautiful gemstone?" Rena asked. "No," Camilla pondered the issue. "It would still be something my baby girl made and look pretty. Maybe I'd have Lith enchant it to shine with inner light as long as Elijah is okay. It would reassure me when I'm away from her." "Not you too, Kami," Sola said. "It's still poop." "If it were your poop and not that of a cruel, stingy con lizard, my memories would not be ruined." Menadian sighed heavily. "Fine, you win." Solas crossed her arms, unconvinced. "Apparently everything that comes out of a baby is special." "Remember, this is a secret, so don't mention it to anyone," Lith said. "Not even our friends." "Rest assured, if I'm ever going to wear poop jewelry, I don't plan on letting anyone know." Renat chuckled. "Anyone?" Aaron asked. "Not even Uncle Protector or Auntie Kelia?" "No one," Lith shook his head. "Not even with Ryla or Garrick, young man. The fire dragons trusted us with this secret, and we can't betray them." "You're right, big brother." The mention of the fire dragons brought memories of Voltac back, making any thought of bending the rules disappear from Aaron's mind. The elder worm was gone but not forgotten, and the idea of disappointing him made Aaron's stomach churn. "Space. I almost find it hard to believe there has been a time I felt lonely in this house." Kelia strolled through the park of the Verhin mansion, accompanied by Baba Yaga in her mother form. "Things got messier since the Ernas moved here, but there's still plenty of space if you want some quiet." The mother visited often to keep Kelia company and help her study. "Remember that you're always welcome in my tower and the eclipsed lands." "Thanks, but this chaos actually suits us, me." Kelia pointed at Nalrund, arguing with Freya about the wedding preparations, Morak gushing over Quilla's baby bump, and Orion doting on Driffa. "There's already too much silence in my head. I need the noise to remind myself that I'm not the one who's gone." "I understand what you mean, child," Baba Yaga sighed. "I too miss dusk greatly." As they walked about the flower bushes, Kelia couldn't help but sigh often. She found herself envious of the many children of the home, even of Morak's unborn twins. Their parents treated them like jewels, praising them even when they performed simple actions like kicking their mother from the womb. Yet what almost turned her envy into pain was the way Orion looked at Driffa. Starry-eyed and with a smile that went from one ear to the other. "No one has ever looked at me like that," Kelia sighed for the umpteenth time. "My professors at the academy and Milia are nice to me, but only because they expect me to become a powerful mage. They care about me, but only as an investment, not a person. Even Dusk considered me a project, something to build up from scratch to get himself his perfect host. He didn't pick me because he loved or cared about me, only because I possess a dormant Griffin Phoenix bloodline. We've become friends, but he's always been more like a very annoying, bossy, and nagging older brother than a father." Then, she tried to picture how they would have looked if Dusk had treated Kelia like Orion did with Driffa. The image gave Kelia the creeps and sent a cold shiver down her spine. "Thank the gods that never happened," she shuddered. "Orion is adorable because he's doing that to his own baby daughter. If Dusk acted like that with me, I'd think he has a major crush on me. Having someone who can spy on you 24/7 and you can't reject and get away from is unsettling at best and terrifying at worst." Kelia turned toward Baba Yaga, discovering the mother was looking at her with a loving maternal smile. "Are you doing this because you care about me, or because the crystal shard in my chest is the only thing you have left of your son?" Kelia asked, before her brain could warn her about the rudeness of her words. "The two things aren't mutually exclusive, child." Kelia's bluntness surprised the mother, but her smile never faltered. "Dusk chose you. My son believed in you and cared so much about you that he gave his life to protect you. That alone would be more than enough for me to consider you part of the family, yet I also care about you, child. I wasn't lying when I asked you to call me Grandma. You may not have come from my womb, but so did all my undead. Why should I be incapable of loving only you because of that?" "Thanks, Yaga," Kelia nodded, managing to smile back. "But I must say that it feels weird calling Grandma someone who looks this beautiful. The word always makes me think of a wrinkled old lady." "I resent that, young lady. What am I then, an old hag?" Alina grunted. "I'm sorry, Alina. I didn't mean that." Kelia raised her hands in apology. "It's just that I've never seen a mother or a grandmother aside from those I imag." Alina ruffled Kelia's hair and kissed her head, cutting her short. "I'm joking, dear." Alina answered the silent question in Kelia's dumbfounded eyes. It's what a family does. You can't always be serious. You need to relax. No, the child is right, Alina. Let's give her what she wants. Baba Yaga shapeshifted into her crone form. Here you go. I'm the old lady of your dreams. Now give me your arm, you runt. My back is killing me, and I forgot my walking cane at home. She sounded so dramatic that Alina and Kelia started laughing. How can you make fun of the elderly? The crone said while leaning on Kelia. Youngsters these days, they have no respect. That's so true, Yaga, Alina chuckled. I was talking about you, Alina, Yaga grunted. Let's go, Kelia. They resumed their walk, with the crone moaning and complaining from time to time about imaginary ailments. Do you think they know how lucky they are? Kelia asked while staring at Sulkar, Surin, Elijah, and Valoran playing together. Chapter 3653, Silver and Gold, Part 2. No, Baba Yaga replied. But as soon as they step out into the real world, they will. Don't be too bitter about what you've lost. Many of us had no childhood worth mentioning. What matters is finding the strength to break the cycle. You too, Kelia was flabbergasted. Yes, I was born into the Odie's lowest caste, Baba Yaga nodded. And no, I'm not going to tell you about it. I'm not looking for a pity party and don't want to make you sadder than you already are. Kelia was curious, and being denied like that annoyed her. Yet the care behind the rejection moved her. Thanks, Grandma, she said. You're welcome, the crone half grumbled and half spoke. Later you have to accompany me to Lucia. I can't carry heavy bags with my bad back. No problem, Kelia chuckled. Now let's go back home, Yaga said. It's time to take credit for your work. Space. Meanwhile, inside the dance hall that had been converted into the training hall, Quilla was showcasing her latest success. You guys disappoint me, she glared at her audience. How can you not notice the difference? I can, but pointing out your belly seems about to burst would be rude, Sola said. Not me, you jerk, Quilla blushed. I was talking about Ryla. Don't you remember that I promised to work on finding a way to fix her life force? There is something different about her. Lith studied the farmer with an expert eye, but I can't quite put my finger on it. He actually could. Ryla looked younger, her skin smoother and her curves more voluptuous. All things that, if said out loud, would have angered Camilla greatly. She looks cuter. Morak dodged the first minefield of his life, but mostly out of respect for his little brother rather than for his wife. Calling Garrick's mother hot sounded wrong even to Morak. There's also more symmetry in her features. Tista's eyes narrowed in focus. Even her feathers look fluffier. You're all correct. Quilla puffed her chest out with pride and would have fallen backward for it if not for the farmer catching her in time. I made a teeny-tiny step forward. That's it, what's to brag about? Morak loved her deeply, but even that had its limits. That nobody else ever did it, Quilla snarled. That it's a first step in the right direction, yet it already has visible effects. You're right, dear. Morak clapped his hands, quickly followed by the others. How did you do it? I'd love to say it's all thanks to my genius and effort, but I actually had more help than a guardian could give me. Quilla sighed and sat down. Glimo's research gave my research a solid foundation. The babies give me all elemental affinities, and so much mana that I doubt I can run out of it. They allowed me to feel the flow of all elements, which was decisive in understanding how Ryla's wings and core interact. Then there's Lith's body refining technique that nudged Ryla's life force in the right direction and gave me a starting point for body sculpting. I'm not going to lie, without all of this, I would have fared no better than Roghar and Glimo's did. Yet I wouldn't have come this far so quickly if not for the help of my assistants. The door of the training hall opened right on cue, letting in Kelia, accompanied by Baba Yaga and Valoran II, carried by Freya. I get Baba Yaga, but Valoran, Lith furrowed his brows. I didn't help, child, the crone replied. She was referring to Kelia. I didn't do much. The young girl cleared her throat, embarrassed by the stares of so many powerful mages on her. I just gave Quilla a couple of suggestions. Don't be humble or your classmates will eat you alive during your 4th year, Quilla said. Kelia helped me a lot, and not by bringing me snacks like you jerks probably think. Dusk is one of the greatest experts about life forces on Magur, and I asked her if I could pick his crystal about Ryla's problem. And as I said, I didn't do much, Kelia said. I just accessed Dusk's memories for you. Nonsense, Quilla shook her head. Anyone can read a complex tome about body sculpting. Very few can understand it, and you did. Also, even though you accessed Dusk's memories, you had the idea to combine Life Maelstrom with Lith's body refining technique. Without your insight, Identifying the path a farmer's life force is supposed to follow would have taken countless rounds of trial and error. You've saved Ryla lots of time and suffering. Life Maelstrom? Lith furrowed his brow. It explains why you needed Valoran's help, but not by much. I mean, Ryla can produce the golden lightning from her yellow eye. It's weaker than Life Maelstrom, but it works the same, and we made no progress using it. Kelia, do the honors, please. Quilla smiled, glad of the question. The golden and silver lightning do work the same way, but there's a major difference between them, Kelia explained. The golden lightning is not only weaker, but it also can't be focused. It always boosts both the mana core and the life force of its target. It's the reason the golden lightning has no pure offensive value and didn't help you guys in your research. The boosted mana balanced the body, giving you a stronger signal, but otherwise no different from usual. Life Maelstrom, instead, is more versatile. By boosting solely Ryla's life force while she used Lith's body refining technique, we were able to see in what direction the changes moved from the starting point and plan ahead. On top of that, Ryla can't emit the golden lightning in her fallen Balor form, whereas Valoran has no such problem. By combining the Life Maelstrom with the knowledge we acquired from the body refining technique, Quilla was able to alter Ryla's Balor life force. We were able to do that, Quilla corrected her. In what way did Life Maelstrom help you map the way? Much to everyone's surprise, Freya asked that question. This sounds a lot like Fallow's research to attain dragonhood, she thought. She has not disclosed her theory about Hydras being failed dragons to anyone, but so far her technique and Quilla's have much in common. It's actually easy if you think about it, Kelia replied. The fallen state is nothing but a major imperfection in the life force, something that evolution would have fixed if not for the Balor's foolish experiments. A simple flu that body sculpting turned into a chronic disease, if you will. Yet like all living beings, the life force strives to heal. The problem is that it lacks the necessary strength. Generations of Balors using Gleemo's harmonizers weakened the disease. Lith's body refining technique triggers Ryla's life force's immune system, and Life Maelstrom strengthens it. It's not enough to undo the damage that millennia of fallen state have inflicted, but it gives us direction. Ryla's body tells us how it wants to be. Quilla takes note of the changes in the life force when Ryla combines Lith's body refining technique with Valoran's Life Maelstrom, and then reproduces them with body sculpting after Ryla reverts to her Balor form. Chapter 3654, Creating a Monster Part 1. What you have noticed as improvements in Ryla's appearance are the results of her Balor life force offering less resistance when the world energy coming from the mana geyser forces it to fold into a farmer's, Kelia said. By my estimates, we've obtained the same results Gleemo's harmonizers would have induced 3 generations of farmers from now, Quilla said. It's a good start, Tista nodded. No, it's a great start. Quilla flicked Tista's forehead, and she felt it. We've lost a lot of time because we needed to test our theories carefully not to hurt Ryla. Now those theories have a practical application. We took a small step forward, but that was to find our footing. As we collect more data and ensure there are no short or long-term side effects, we can afford to take longer strides. Give us enough time and we'll run. The ensuing applause was more heartfelt and sincere than the previous. I have another question. Lith raised his hand, feeling back at the academy. What do you mean when you say Ryla's golden lightning has no offensive value, Kelia? Farmers pack quite a punch, and their air elemental eye makes them even stronger. This is why Quilla needed my help, Kelia replied. I'm the only one with a working knowledge of Life Maelstrom since there are no adult griffins in your family. Life Maelstrom looks simple, but it can actually be used in 3 different ways. The most common method that even a griffin cub knows is to infuse someone with pure Life Maelstrom. It boosts the life force and mana core in equal measure, making them 10 times stronger. Lith nodded for her to continue. The second technique, which we employed on Ryla, involves boosting someone's life force but not their mana core. It consumes less Life Maelstrom than the first method. It's used to help someone resist a breakthrough, to empower someone you don't trust much, or to preserve your strength. Griffins only store so much Life Maelstrom, and there's no point wasting it against a seemingly unworthy opponent. Boosting only the body either widens the physical gap with the enemy or ensures your temporary ally is still magically weaker than you. Lastly, the third technique has only one purpose, to kill. By enhancing solely your enemy's mana core, you create the same condition as a lethal breakthrough. The body can't contain the sudden surge of power of the core and falls apart. Mana fusion burns through your flesh instead of empowering it, and the more you stimulate your core, the greater the burden on your body. Your own spells suddenly require 10 times the focus to control them, and if you fail, the mana they contain goes wild and is released inside your body before you can project it outside. This is what I meant with Life Maelstrom's pure offensive value, and as I've already explained, a farmer's golden lightning has none. It can only enhance both the mana core and body of its target, so using it on an enemy makes them stronger. I see, Lith pondered. The third method turns Life Maelstrom into a powerful weapon that reaches its maximum potential against an enemy infused with all elements and with several spells at the ready. Correct, Kelia replied. The more magical energy one has accumulated, the greater the destructive power of Life Maelstrom. And you've managed to explain all of that to Valoran. Camilla was flabbergasted. He needed several explanations with a mind link, but he's a quick learner. Quilla tickled the baby, making him giggle. Well done, son. I'm proud of you. Lith took Valoran from Freya's arms, receiving a huge smile. Also, since I assume everyone here knows about it, never use Life Maelstrom against someone who can use domination, Kelia said. Once the silver lightning enters their mana core, they can dominate it to boost their body as well, and there's nothing you can do to stop them. Really? Quilla asked when she noticed she was the only one with no idea what Kelia was talking about. Everyone but me knows what domination is. I've gotten 7 streaks and I'm the harbinger of a Hydra, sis, Freya said. 7 Eyes team here, Lith and Tista shrugged. Sorry, babe, it's a family secret and would do you no good. You only have 1 streak, Morok replied. Is that a secret? Ryla and Garrick asked in surprise. Me too, Valoran raised his hand. I don't know. You're a baby, dear, Quilla caressed his soft hair. Babies don't fight, okay? Okay, he nodded, drawing coos and lots of kisses. For the record, I'm angry with you all, except for Valoran and Freya, Quilla said. She's under oath and can't betray Falul. Sorry, I thought she knew. Kelia scratched her head in embarrassment. Don't be, you did nothing wrong, the crone said. Kelia is right, child. Knowing about domination makes no difference for someone without at least 3 streaks. 3, Quilla was flabbergasted. 3, Baba Yaga nodded while taking a look at Ryla's life force. Still, congratulations, child. Impressive work. Many people had the same pieces of the puzzle, but you managed to put them together. Those silly hydras could learn a thing or two from you. Space. Baba Yaga's words turned out to be prophetic. Less than a day had passed since Quilla unveiled her success when Lith was suddenly invited to Falul's lair. He had little doubt about the nature of the summons, since it was addressed to him and the little Valoran the second. He still brought Solus and Elijah with him, just to be safe. Lith, how nice to see you. Thank you for coming. Falul gave him a warm smile. Look how handsome our little Bahamut has become. One day you're going to be a lady killer, Valoran. Yeah, right, give me a minute, children. Lith hushed the baby's ears. Cut the carp, Falul. Why have you called me here and what the farm is Adjet doing here? Also, why can't I swear? I'm not taking any risk, Salark's voice echoed in the cave. For all I know, Valoran can read lips. The sad part is that you might be right, Grandma, Lith sighed. Now answer my questions, Falul. Why so rude? The Hydra did her best to look offended. Is it so strange that I want to see my favorite apprentice and my little uncle? I had no idea you kept a leaderboard, but yes, it's very strange. We've met plenty of times since I've adopted Valoran, and you've never demonstrated the slightest interest in having a relationship with him. Lith dispelled the hush. Do you know this lady, Val? No, the boy squinted his eyes, focusing really hard but finding no memory of the Hydra. What about the gentleman with the glasses? Lith pointed at Adjeter. He smells funny. The boy giggled, making the Drake blush. I'll take that as a no. Give me 1 more minute, please. Lith hushed the babies again and then glared at the 2 lesser dragons. The truth or we walk. Fine, Falul raised her hands in surrender. Freya spilled the beans. She told me about Quilla's success in using Life Maelstrom to fix Ryla's life force. And you decided to play with the feelings of a baby boy to get yourself a slice of the cake. Lith cut her short. Chapter 3655, Creating a Monster, Part 2. Yes, no. Falul tried to defend her position, but she knew Lith could probably see the dragon greed in her eyes. Okay, my intentions might not be pure, but try to understand my position. I have nothing against Valoran, but he's still the son of the mob queen. Seriously. No bad-mouthing his mother. Salark's roar sent the 2 lesser divine beasts kneeling. Okay, Falul said, struggling to get up. Did you really have to bring Elijah along? Yes, and if you keep acting like this, I'm not afraid to take the hush off, Solus grunted. As Falul was saying, put yourself in our shoes, Lith. Adjatar stepped in. Thrude took Floria from you, but she took dozens of friends, siblings, and relatives from us. We've lost many more people than you in the War of the Griffins. I don't hate Valoran, but I can't forget what his mother has done. The thought that she got her final wish while good drakes are being turned into equipment makes my blood boil. It wasn't her wish but Jormung's, Lith countered soberly. It changes nothing. Adjatar had a hard time keeping the disgust he felt hearing the Emerald Dragon's name from twisting his face. To me, Jormung was a traitor as well. He never gave an order, nor did he step on the battlefield, but he still sided with Thrude. As far as I'm concerned, he's just as guilty. All the more reason to keep Valoran from the likes of you, Lith replied. I won't risk your glares or words to make him doubt himself. Even worse, he could start asking questions whose answers would bring him unnecessary pain. Valoran is not just the son of Thrude and Jormung, he's also my child. His life is already messed up as it is, and the only thing that protects him from the truth is his innocence. I won't let anyone take it away from him, Falul, not even you. It will come a day when Valoran has to learn about the crimes of his parents and face the hatred of their victims, but I'm going to delay that day for as long as I can. My only priority is to protect Valoran and help him make many good childhood memories. With a bit of luck, they will give him the strength to face what's next and not resent the entire Maugr for what happened to his parents. When you write the story of a monster, Falul, you'd better make sure you're not in it too, playing the role of the one who creates him. The Hydra stared blankly for a while, battling between her pride and the shame of being lectured by one of her former apprentices. You are right, Lith, she said after a while. I've avoided Valoran and treated him unfairly, yet I'm not asking you to forgive me or entrust his life to me. I just need a bit of life maelstrom for my experiments. Once I have it, I won't bother you two further. You seem to have missed my point. Lith held the baby boy close. I'm trying to give Valoran a happy childhood and break the cycle created by his grandfather, Arthun. Thrude wasn't born a monster. She became one after being chased all her life for the crimes of her father. With no other role model, she ended up idolizing Arthun and justifying his actions just to give sense to her suffering. I don't want Valoran to end up like her while you just seem not to care. You are talking about him as if he's just a cow and you need a cup of milk. He is my son. He's worth more than his bloodline abilities. He owes you nothing, and I won't force him to help you just because we are friends. I won't exploit Valoran's love for me. Even if the rest of Maugr is against him, I want Valoran to know there are people he can trust. Spoken like a true Papa Dragon, Adjatar nodded in respect. I apologize as well, but I still have to ask, is this a hard no, or is there anything we can do to get Valoran to help us? It was never a hard no, Lith replied. I know how important the research for dragonhood is to you guys. I just wanted you to understand how important Valoran is to me. Of course, you can get his help. You just have to earn it. You can start by stopping talking about him and talking to him instead. He removed the hush spell, and the sudden noise after the prolonged silence startled the baby. Valoran clung to Lith, using the dragon scales to reassure himself that everything was okay. Valoran, I want to introduce you to one of my dearest friends, Falul the Hydra. Also to Adjatar the Drake. Falul Adjatar, this is Valoran Verhin, my son. Lith emphasized the last two words. Nice introduction. Adjatar snorted as the baby boy studied him with suspicion. Hello, Valoran, Falul said. I'm a friend of your dad and I'd like to be your new auntie. Can I be your new auntie? No, Elijah glared at the Hydra. Ba. She's saying you are a terrible person. Solus translated, and Elijah nodded. That she's angry because you disappeared from her life ever since Valoran entered our house. How can you understand all that from 3 words? Falul was flabbergasted. Unlike you, I spent a lot of time with Elijah. Solus kept her voice soothing, but her eyes were anything but. In the first months, she missed you dearly and often asked about you. Now she's angry that you have returned and is afraid you're going to disappear again. I'm sorry, Elijah, I really am. The Hydra gave the baby girl a deep bow, but Elijah looked unconvinced. Please, believe me, I would use my Hydra scales, but we both know they don't work. Bah, Elijah pouted. And I'm Adjatar. The Drake offered his scaly hand, and Valoran shook it. I'm a good friend of Uncle Morok, while Falul is a friend of your Aunt Freya. Drake's scales didn't work either, so Valoran turned to Lith, who nodded. He's telling the truth. Uncle Morak owes him a lot, while Falul helped Aunt Freya to recover from a bad OE. You can tell because now Freya smells more like us. Valoran felt safe in Lith's arms and loved his many relatives a lot. Uncle Morak was funny, and Aunt Freya always let him play with her hair. We need your help, Valoran, Adjeter continued. We need a bit of life maelstrom for our research. Can you please give us some like you did for Aunt Quilla? Valoran turned to Lith again, but this time he just shrugged. It's your choice, son. You don't have to like them just because I like them. Do what you think is right. Lith used the dragon scales to help Valoran understand Adjeter's request and ensure the baby boy wouldn't feel pressured to agree. Valoran could feel through the scales that Lith was unconcerned about the matter. The baby boy looked at the drake, then at the hydra, and lastly at Elijah. Bah, she grunted, crossing her little arms. Chapter 3656, Gifted Leviathan, Part 1. Valoran didn't like consuming life maelstrom. Even though he was just a baby and had never faced any real danger, Valoran instinctively knew that his measly reserve of silver lightning was his lifeline. That by using it, he could make himself or one of his parents faster and stronger in order to fight or escape. He had no problem helping Quilla with her research because he trusted her and because it took place in the Verhin mansion. Surrounded by his family and in the familiar environment of his house, Valoran felt safe and confident. Helping a couple of strangers in a weird cave was another matter entirely. Dad, Valoran clung to Lith. Yes, son. Lith gave the baby boy his hand, and Valoran entrusted a spark of life maelstrom to him. Gods, I feel awful. Falul sat on the nearest pile of gold while holding her head. I'm so bad even a baby can't trust me further than he can throw me. I hear that, Adjeter exhaled sharply. It's not that bad, Lith replied. Valoran didn't give me much life maelstrom. It means he doesn't think you are a threat. Also, he knows I can do this. Lith took a deep breath and activated his emerald and yellow eyes. The spark of silver lightning grew in size, losing only a fraction of its potency. Let's test your theory right away. He gave half of it to Adjeter and the other to Falul. Both lesser dragons quickly sat down cross-legged and focused on directing the life maelstrom into their atrophied dragon eye's mana organ along with the world energy. Falul's apprentice hands fueled her while Solus, master hands, helped Adjeter. At first, there was no noticeable difference from the previous attempts to reach dragonhood. The world energy and silver lightning reached the atrophied mana organ, making it swell and develop faster, but that was it. Then Falul noticed that the silver current smoothed over the imperfections in her life force and flowed solely through the solar bubbles. As for Adjeter, the life maelstrom moved ahead of the world energy. It established visible connections between the dragon eyes and the neighboring still atrophied mana organs while ignoring everything else. It's working, Adjeter said. The life maelstrom is drawing a road map. Not only is the process faster, but now I also know where to channel the world energy after I'm done with the eyes to awaken the rest of my mana organs. I have dragon eyes, Falul blurted. For the first time in my life, I have dragon eyes. Tears misted her vision as she felt a missing piece of her being finally falling into place. Until that moment, Falul had never understood what it was and had grown so used to it that she had stopped caring. Now her whole body brimmed with energy, and an inner fire was spreading through and out of her. Space. Verhin mansion at the same time. What's wrong, babe? Nalrund asked. You've been rubbing your eyes for a while. They kind of itch, Freya replied. I've been feeling weird for a few seconds now, like there's a fire in my gut. Good gods. Nalrund put his hand on her shoulder and activated his breathing technique. Do you know what this is? She asked. I thought so, but I was wrong, he sighed. You're not pregnant. You think I wouldn't know that? She sneered. I'm a healer and an awakened. I gods, the armor Dad made for you is a masterpiece, and so is mine. Freya knew enough about the Urna's forgemastering techniques for her dragon, eyes to see past a few of the cloaking runes of her Featherwalker armor, and grasp its complexity. Since when is that new? Nalrund stared at her in confusion. Your father is a genius, and I've never doubted for 1 second that Orion hadn't done his best for you. It's different, Freya tried and failed to explain what she barely understood herself. The runes are gone. Gone, he checked his armor, sighing in relief as it worked just as intended. That's not funny, Freya, you gave me a heart attack. I'm sorry, I meant the weird feeling is gone, she replied. Whatever it was, I miss it already. Space. Gods, now I understand why so many hydras killed themselves after failing to retain their 7-headed dragon form. Falul had just reverted to her original condition after running out of life maelstrom. I had dragon eyes for less than a minute, yet I feel like someone cut off one of my heads and can't regenerate it. I know how you feel, Adjeter patted her back, but we didn't have enough world energy and life maelstrom to complete the process. Even if we did, we would have died of consumption. Neither of us received Mager's help, and without it, we need to prepare a nutrient tank to sustain us. And that only after we finish mapping our life forces and can estimate how long the full transformation will take. On top of that, you also need to make similar arrangements for Freya as well. Your life force flows through her body, and it's likely the dragonification process will affect her as well. Good gods, you're right, Falul jumped to her feet. How could I forget about Freya? She is my harbinger, I could have billed her. Falul, being greedy is natural for a descendant of Ligon, but now you're just being ridiculous, Adjeter said while Solus laughed her ass off. You can't ask Freya to pay you for the power she'll get from the transformation. I meant build, not build, you silly lizard. Falul laughed too when she realized the misunderstanding. Gods, it seems we both forgot about the Guardians altering our words for the baby's sake. Oh, right, the Drake's eyes widened in understanding. You meant build, not you know what I mean. I do. Falul was still giggling when she approached Valoran. Thank you. You have no idea how much this meant to me, to us. I hope we can become good friends and that I'll earn your trust. You're welcome. Valoran liked the pretty lady better when her smile was sincere. No, it's you asterisk or asterisk welcome, Val, not asterisk your asterisk welcome, Lith said. You are welcome, the baby boy echoed. I'm sorry, Elijah, Falul bowed to her as well. I promise I'll earn your forgiveness, I won't disappear again. No, Poe, Elijah pouted, trying to act aloof. Do you want us to babysit the kids from time to time? Adjeter extended his arms, and Lith handed him the baby despite Valoran going for another handshake. I don't trust you guys enough to let you babysit, Lith shook his head. Not to mention Celia had many issues with Falul in the past. That's because she was against me teaching her children magic, bringing them outside, and doing anything that wasn't reading stories and napping, Falul said in a huff. I'm great with kids. It's Celia who's a spoilsport. Still, even if it came to that, no magic. Lith dismissed the objection with a sweep of his hand. The rest is fine. You can start by hanging with the kids and getting to know them. They must trust you enough to feel safe while they are in your care. Chapter 3657, Gifted Leviathan, Part 2. Otherwise they'll shapeshift when they get scared, and nobody must see them shapeshift. Too many people afraid of divine beasts. Don't worry, we'll make sure it doesn't happen. Adjeter knew the problem was Valoran. Lith included Elijah, only not to make the baby boy think there was something wrong with him. Space. Giera Continent, Zartha Region, Ascont Reef at the same time. Irian the Jormungandr had rushed back to his lab, instead of taking it easy like usual. It all had started when he had left the safety of the arrays of the city of Righia, where he had gone to buy the necessary mana crystals for his next experiment. Irian could feel someone watching him, following him. Even though life vision and his best life sensing arrays told him he was alone, the Jormungandr trusted his gut feeling. He could have asked for the help of the Emperor Beasts of Righia, but help with what? There was nothing in sight. The Emperor Beasts would have invited Irian to stay as long as he wanted, while the mysterious presence could just wait until he left. If they have found me once, they can do it again, Irian thought. I need to play this smart. He alternated high-speed flight with consecutive warp steps to cross the distance separating him from his house in record time. Also, he called everyone he trusted and alerted them of the problem, asking them to be ready to intervene if necessary. Irian's house was part of the Beast Gate network, and his allies could reach him in an instant thanks to the warping arrays connecting their turfs. Once the Jormungandr reached the safety of his own defensive arrays and primed the warp gate, he felt confident enough to face whoever was stupid enough to challenge him. I know you are there. His magically amplified voice resonated through the coast for kilometers. You are good at hiding, but not that good. Show yourself now and state your business, or you are going to wait months before I set scale outside again. He could have bolted inside his home, under the safety of tons of enchanted rock and deep waters, but at that point only a madman would have attacked him. A Jormungandr in his home and element was invincible. By staying outside, Irian hoped to lure the stranger in the open, and if it were an enemy, to suppress them long enough for the reinforcements to arrive in case his considerable strength wasn't enough. You wouldn't have noticed me if I were trying to hide, Orpal said. I made you aware of my presence so that you could return to your home. I wanted you to feel comfortable enough to have a civil conversation, not like a cornered rat. The dead king slowly descended from the sky, riding on the back of his steed, Moonlight. A sky-blue griffin the size of an emperor beast glided down by his side. Irian had no idea how it was possible, but Joral's beak was twisted in a disgusted expression. The storm griffin didn't bother to hide his revulsion for the Jormungandr, and showed his hostility by conjuring bolts of silver lightning around his body, and releasing a deep violet aura. In contrast, Orpal smiled and tried his best to appear harmless. There was no trace of his mystical spear. Thorn and Irian could see with life vision that the dead king had no spell at the ready. They probably want to play this with a bad constable, good constable approach. Too bad I have no interest in playing games. The Jormungandr decided to follow the griffin's lead and revealed his feelings. Right, this is exactly what you did with that wyvern, Gerslak, Irian said as his jaw opened into a reptilian smile. Let me guess, you have come to make me an offer I can't refuse. I teach you how to use Doom Tide, you give me power, correct? I'm glad you know me and my intentions, Orpal nodded. It will save us time. Of course I know you, Incontinent King. Irian emitted a mirthless laugh at that name. The colonists from Garland were so kind to release all the information they have about you, including your recent exploits. After you went to a lesser dragon to learn about origin flames, everyone assumed you would come to a lesser Leviathan for doom time. I simply didn't expect you to come to me. I guess I'm that lucky. How can you turn down my offer without even listening to my terms? Orpal glared at the blatant disrespect and the mockery in the Jormungandr's voice. Who said I'm turning down your offer? Irian narrowed his eyes in surprise. I'm in. As long as the power you offer me is the real deal, of course. Let me give you a small sign of good faith. The defensive and warping arrays powered down, relieving the dead king and the storm griffin from their pressure. It didn't mean much since the Jormungandr needed but a thought to reactivate them, but it was still something. First you offend me, and then you throw yourself into my arms. Orpal released long-range array and life-sensing spells, yet detected nothing. Night checked their surroundings with life vision for any slight abnormality in the world energy that might indicate the presence of a Darwin-coded armor, but she didn't find anything either. I usually don't look a gifted Leviathan in the mouth, but I need to ask. What's your angle? Why are you so inclined to join me? Why, do you really not know, or are you just that stupid? Irian snarled. First, your beloved great mother came here and humiliated my forefather. She beat Fennegar to a pulp, yet no one dared to say a peep to her. The awakened council of Giera even bent the knee to Tyrus like a bunch of cowards, instead of making her pay for her transgression. They obeyed Tyrus' orders like dogs for nothing, but a pat on their heads as a reward. Then that god's damned Thrud did something right. She turned Jormungandrs into Leviathans, Nidhoggers into Quetzalcoatls, and the gods only know what else. She found a way for us lesser Leviathans, all of us, to become divine beasts, and what did the Garland Council do? They exterminated my ascended brethren like rabid lizards, and destroyed every chance we lesser Leviathans finally had to evolve. They only spared a god's damned seven-headed dragon. Once again, an awakened council bent the knee, disregarding everyone's interests. The only difference is that this time, no guardian bothered intervening. All the Hydras had to do was raise their voice a little, and everyone quaked in their boots. Last but not least, you Garlanders have invaded my continent. The council did nothing. My forefather did nothing. Since everyone here on Giera likes being a doormat, why can't I be the one stepping on their backs? If because of the Garland Council I can't become a Leviathan any longer, why shouldn't I become another kind of divine beast? Because your Vucalax is a divine beast, right? Verdalac, Orpal grunted. And yes, I'm a divine beast who can share his gift with anyone he wants. A yes would have sufficed, Irian sneered. Chapter 3658, Lesson in Humility, Part 1. As you can see, I have no choice but to accept your offer, Irian said. My council betrayed me, your council destroyed my dreams, and I'm eager to even the score. Does this answer your question? No one asked you the story of your life, Joral sneered back. You sure talk a lot for a lesser worm. How did you call me? The Jormungandr's eyes burst with bright violet light. You heard me? Despite his weaker, deep violet mana, Joral overwhelmed Irian with his killing intent. I wonder what's wrong with the water of all continents but Garland. How can you losers around Magus so easily forget what happens when your pathetic kind faces a griffin? Enough, Orpal stood between the two. I can't believe this is happening again. This guy may be an asshole, but so are you, Locus. Adding one more to our team is not a problem. Jorl noticed the improvised fake name, and felt one of his rare tinges of appreciation for Orpal. He's not stupid enough to give my name away before the deal is sealed, but he's still stupid, the Griffin thought. He is nothing like me, Dead King. Jorl calling Orpal by his self-appointed title instead of you, idiot, Orpal, or a combination of them took him by surprise. Yes, I am an asshole, but I never showed you this kind of disrespect on our first meeting. I treated Balderrash the Wyvern badly because she was acting like an arrogant jerk. This guy is not only even ruder than Balderrash, he's also much, much weaker than her. Orpal had no idea where Jorl was going with all those lies, but played along. What's your point, Locus? My point is that this guy accepted the invitation to join us too easily, Jorl replied. He knows who you are and what your goals are, yet he needed no convincing. He didn't ask to witness your powers or discuss the terms of your deal. Which can only mean one thing: he doesn't care about any of that. And that's because he is not going to help you, but only to help himself. I bet Irian will desert us the moment he gets what he wants. He'll keep your powers and probably expose anything worthwhile he has learned about your plans to get himself a cushy position in Giera's council. As he said, Irian wants to rule over this continent, and the head of the Dead King would be a magnificent stepping stone. Is that true? Orpal asked via his bond with Night. Is Jorl correct? Of course he is, you numbnut. The horseman was groggy from exhaustion, but the Jormungandr's ploy was evident to her as she examined Orpal's memories with a mind fusion. That bastard is just like you. A bitter, scorned little man with the ego of a genius and no real skill to back it up. Would you trust yourself? Especially knowing we are going to enslave Jorl and Acton if they ever accept one of my prisms. No, I would not. Orpal liked to think himself a great, chivalrous man, but whenever Night forced him to look himself in the mirror, what returned his gaze was anything but. Now deal with this yourself. I'm too tired to babysit you. Night's voice started to fade already. The fusion between my crystal and Dusk's was a success, but operating them both by myself takes a huge toll on my psyche. After we failed to capture Dusk's knowledge and enslave his mind, I have to operate his crystal without any idea what the various enchantments do, while also keeping my own powers active. It's like jumping from one horse's saddle to the back of a wild bronco while they are both galloping. It requires focus, skill, and most of all, it hurts like a bitch even when I succeed. What do you have to say in your defense, Irian? Orpal's gaze steeled, and his expression soured. He stepped aside, clearing the way for Jorl to do whatever he deemed necessary. Why should I say anything, O Dead King? The Jormungandr gave Orpal a mocking bow, speaking his title like it was a joke. What other choice do you have if I turn you down? Good luck finding anyone willing to listen to someone with your stellar reputation. I'm your best, if not your only chance at learning anything about Doom Tide. Leviathans have no outcasts like your little friend Locus here, and once you kill me, no Jormungandr will believe a word you say. I've already alerted everyone I knew that I was being followed, and it won't take them long to understand you are the reason for my disappearance. The other lesser Leviathans will pool their resources and join your much more successful brother in his hunt for your sorry ass. Assuming you succeed, of course. We are still on my turf, you idiot. This is my home, and we are surrounded by my arrays. I'm a bright violet core, while you two pathetic whelps are at the deep violet. I don't even need reinforcements to squash you like bugs, but I'll call for them nonetheless if you refuse my offer. It will do wonders for my reputation, and even with your talent for running with your tail between your legs, you might not succeed. We'll see about that. Orpal's Davros spear, Thorn, appeared in his hand, and moonlight started to absorb the surrounding world energy. Maybe I will be forced to run away, but I promise you that by then you'll be dead. Please don't be stupid. Much to everyone's surprise, Jorl stopped the Dead King by placing his taloned hand on Meln's chest. The bastard here is right. We need him, and killing him wouldn't solve anything. We came to this bastard because we know how greedy and ambitious he is. He's the filth of his own species, and he knows it. There is no other Jormungandr, Leviathan, or Fenrir desperate enough to follow you, or we wouldn't have come to Giera to meet him. So what are you suggesting? That we just let him go? Orpal snarled. It wouldn't be that bad of a choice, the Storm Griffin replied. Even if he recorded this conversation, if he shows it around, he's the one who's going to look like a dangerous traitor. This bastard loves the sound of his voice so much that he barely let you talk. In his hubris, He has revealed all his plans and ambitions. I can only imagine what would happen if the Giera Council or Feniger were to hear it. I have a name and I am no bastard. Irian hissed his fury, his body coiling like he was about to jump at the griffin's throat. What name? Jorl jeered. We had to scrape the bottom of the barrel to learn about your existence. Also, all Jormunganders must be bastards. Otherwise, how can you explain that you are born as failures even though your sire is an almighty guardian? Irian's eyes brimmed with mana, while his body released a burst of bright violet aura. Is it Jorl, or are all griffins this good at provoking people? Orpal didn't know whether to be impressed or disgusted by his ally. That said, welcome aboard. Jorl ignored the Jormungander's threat and extended his hand. Chapter 3659, Lesson in Humility, Part 2. What? Both Orpal and Irian said in surprise. We need this bastard dead king. The storm griffin sounded almost polite, which creeped Orpal to the bone. Yet we can't let him keep this attitude. He must be taught a lesson in discipline and respect. And you are the one who's going to teach me. The Jormungander spat every word out, releasing his acidic spit that sizzled upon contact with the ground. What if I don't want to listen? What if I just call for help? Then your nest will have something interesting to watch. Jorl activated his communication amulet, replaying the bits where Irian expressed his disgust for Feniger, the awakened councils, and his desire to dominate the continent of Giera. You aren't the only one who's been recording this conversation, bastard. The griffin's beak somehow curled in a smile. The only difference is that yours will hinder our plans if you are dead, mine will destroy your reputation if you're alive. Until that moment, Orpal had believed a serpentine snout couldn't express as much rage and hatred as a human face, but Irian proved him wrong. I underestimated you, he admitted bitterly once he realized how deep the grave he had dug for himself was. We are at an impasse now. No, not quiet. Jorl handed his communication amulet to Orpal. I can still beat the shit out of you. I can still teach you a lesson. It's you who can only squirm like the worm you are. You're alone, bastard. We'll see about that. Irian had kept his full size the whole time, so he only had to jump at Jorl to commence his onslaught. The storm griffin, instead, had kept his humanoid form, yet even reverting to a griffin didn't change much. Jorl was at the deep violet, which gave him no size advantage over a bright violet lesser leviathan. Jorl was still 20 meters, 66, tall, while his opponent reached over 30 meters, 100 in length. The Jormungander easily wrapped himself around the griffin and had enough tail left to bind his left leg and clip his wings. Jorl couldn't fly, and from so up close he could barely gather any strength. Irian's mouth, instead, was free to move and attack with its acidic bite whenever he spotted an opening. Who's the bastard now? The lesser leviathan hissed as his fangs dug deeply into the divine beast's shoulder. Always you, Jorl managed to grunt with pain without sounding any less confident. I just gave you the advantage you needed to understand how pathetic you are. The storm griffin pumped the Vertilax's blood stored in his mana core, and his body swelled. The soft, golden lion fur was replaced by a thick black hide. His eyes turned from silvery to burning red, and a set of membranous wings formed right below the feathered ones. A griffin's beak couldn't grow fangs, but its edges became jagged like a saw's blade, achieving the next best thing. Darkness element painted Jorl's claws and talons black and made his vampiric touch painful to bear. Come on! A bolt of silver lightning boosted his abilities tenfold, making it easy for him to break free. Is this all you can do after the dead king gave you all the time to prepare your best tricks? Griffins were the mightiest among the divine beasts, and life maelstrom made them 10 times stronger. To make matters worse, it also empowered the vampiric touch that now absorbed the Jormungander's vitality 10 times faster. Jorl's muscles were now strong enough to break Irian's hold, but vampiric touch stopped Irian's every attempt to struggle. The Jormungander had to unfold his coils and jump away before it was too late. I can do much worse. Irian tapped into the arrays that collected the surrounding world energy, making the activation of his Doom-Tide bloodline ability instant. Stupid move, even for a bastard. Jorl activated the blue flame orbiting over his head, and with it the Frost Soul bloodline ability. It created an imbalance in the water element that dispersed the mana of any spell conjured from world energy and poisoned bloodline abilities like Doom-Tide. Irian absorbed massive amounts of world energy and the Frost Soul it carried. The Jormungander froze on the spot, his body turning into ice before he could realize what was happening. Yet it was no winter slumber but an icy death. Frost's soul inflicted Irian pain like he had never felt before. His scales fell and bled, just for the blood to freeze and fall, bringing down a small chunk of flesh. I need to stop the doom tide before my body collapsed. Luckily for him, Jorl struck Irian with a powerful punch that shattered the ice before it could reach his internal organs. Unluckily for Irian, it also shattered his spine. "This is the power of a Verdalac, you insolent worm." Jorl stomped his foot right below the Jormungandr's head. "This is the power you so stupidly disrespected. Know that I've mastered only 4 souls and can only use life maelstrom. The dead king instead has 6 souls and all the Guardian's bloodline abilities. I'm weaker than he is, yet I needed 1 hand to beat you. Imagine what he could do, what you could do with our help." Irian remained frozen, but due to shock and awe, not cold. As for Orpal, he was grateful his helm hid his dumbfounded expression. "Have I finally gone mad, or did Jorl really praise me?" he thought. "Fine," Irian wheezed the word from under the taloned foot that had never stopped sucking his life with vampiric touch. "I've learned my lesson. I'll follow the dead king. Please let me go, Lord Locus." There was no trace of the Jormungandr's previous arrogance in his voice. Meln noticed how this time Irian used the title with respect, but also the greed in his eyes. A greed so great that it almost resembled a dragon's. "Almost. He may respect me, but I can't trust him. I recognize ambition when I see it, and this guy has it in spades. I have his loyalty for now, but if he ever thinks he has a shot at surpassing me, he won't hesitate to betray me," Orpal thought. "Release him, my knight," he said after noticing Jorl's repeated winks. Only then did the griffin lift his foot, and the Jormungandr healed his wounds with his breathing technique. "I can't wait to face you again once I'm a divine beast and share the dead king's gifts as well." Irian snarled at Jorl before bowing to Meln. "Any time, worm?" The griffin's bored voice managed to make the Jormungandr's blood boil like never before. "Just say the word and I'll make you crawl. Oh, wait, you don't need my help for that. My bad." The griffin bowed an apology, driving Irian insane. "You son of a..." A taloned hand squeezed the Jormungandr's neck so tight that it broke again. "Never insult my mother, only I can do that." Jorl emitted such a killing intent that Irian had no doubt the griffin had shown but a fraction of his power during their fight. "Are we clear?" Irian couldn't form any words, so he just nodded like a frenzied parrot. Chapter 3660, Talent and Mana, Part 1. "Good, now disappear from my sight, worm." Jorl threw the wheezing Jormungandr on the ground, and Orpal warped him hundreds of kilometers away, where Acton the Bastet was waiting for their latest recruit. "Don't think I didn't enjoy the show, but why did you do that?" the dead king asked. "Why did I do what, kick his ass? Man, you're even dumber than you look, which is a lot," Jorl sneered. "No, why did you say I'm stronger than you? Why did you praise me like that when we both know you don't believe a word you said?" "I stand corrected," the Storm Griffin nodded. "You are less dumb than you look, but not by much." People assumed Jorl was young due to his deep violet core, but he was over 1,000 years old. He had been stuck at the bright blue until he accepted Orpal's offer, but not because he had spent his time idly. In the attempt to break past the blue core, Jorl had trained his body and magic to their utmost limit. He had learned everything he could about the power of life maelstrom and light mastery, even begging his siblings for guidance when needed. He had discarded his pride and devoted his soul to the task. He had failed, but the results of his constant efforts were undeniable. Even Night doubted that many griffins even thrice his age could best Jorl. They had spent their time building themselves a life, whereas he had lived for his ambition. It made his defeat at Silpha's hand a humiliation that the Storm Griffin would die rather than admit. Orpal had met Night just a few years ago and had discovered his powers as a Verdalac recently. Without the assistance of the Horseman or Moonlight, he had no way to stand against Jorl, not even with his Davros equipment. "Answer my question." Silence followed, and Meln found himself saying, "Please," with honesty for the first time in his life. "Because you needed it, Meln," Jorl replied. "We needed it. Thrud has destroyed your reputation, and without it, reaching our goals will be hard. Yet if even your generals don't respect you, it will be impossible. I acted that way because I needed to nip Irian's attitude in the bud, or it would have spread to our troops. We need to present a united front and show everyone what you got if we want to have a chance of success. Don't bother denying your past failures because they are recorded in high definition, and everyone on 2 continents has watched them several times. What you must do is show our potential allies that you've changed, even if we both know it's not true. You know how they say, It's not about the setbacks, it's about the comebacks. This still doesn't answer my question, Orpal replied. Why are you helping me? Why do you care what others think of me? I don't remember bonding with you during our training, nor developing any feelings of brotherhood. Ah, good one, Meln, Jorl laughed with sincere amusement. If you ever treated me like a brother, I would trust you even less than I do now. I know your history with your blood brothers and what you've done to them. Orpal couldn't deny such cynical words, but he didn't lower his gaze either. Fine, I'm doing this for us, or rather for me. The Griffin raised his arms and rolled his eyes in frustration. You are a piece of work, Meln Narchat, there's no denying that, yet your powers are the real deal. I got a taste for them, and I plan to make the changes to my body permanent. Don't get me wrong, I'll never become one of your chosen, but I'm not afraid to discover what I'll become after becoming a Verdalac, upper, or whatever it is. Yet, as always in life, there is a catch. Even if I were to ditch you, the next time I stumble upon one of my siblings, they'll ask me how I retrieved my treasures, since my imprint and arrays are unbroken. They'll ask me how I can escape my mother's detection, and I have no plausible answer to offer. On top of that, even a griffin cub is a healer skilled enough to recognize the alterations to my body. There is no point in gaining these powers if I have to hide like a rat and pretend I'm just like any other griffin. And this, Meln Narchat, is where you come into play. You do your thing right, and I'll ride your coattails. Conquer the undead courts, the Griffin Kingdom, the whole Garland, or just one of the free counties. I don't care, as long as there is a spot for me to live peacefully. So you are using me? Orpal snarled. No more than you are using me, Jorl countered. And probably less than whatever you plot against me whenever I turn my back on you. Now enough with the mushy talk. You've got your teachers, it's time to find you an army. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Destar Marquisate, White Griffin Academy, a few days later. Everyone loves summer, but I hate its guts. Zagar Vaster, professor of the healing arts and head of the light department, stabbed at the paper with his quill. He had mastered water magic when he was a little older than a toddler, and could have used it to write, but he loved to hear the screeching of paper against his pen. The report cards sounded like they were suffering just as he was. He spent so much of his day signing documents and research grants that the last time Zinnia, his wife, had handed him a napkin, Vaster had put his autograph on it before realizing he was supposed to use it to clean his mouth. Summer is when the weather is hot, and those numbskulls of my students realize the final term is approaching. They come to my office at all times, asking for explanations, support, or denouncing those who try to sabotage their studies. Not to mention the mock tests, grading the papers, and then organizing the makeup classes for those who failed. I barely have enough time to eat, and my office becomes a prison. I love winter when the academy is empty and I can stay home, when there isn't so much goddamned noise that I can barely listen to my own thoughts. Vaster said the last part out loud in a snarl, replying to one of his many assistants trying to get his attention. What is it now, number 3? I'm sorry, Professor, but my name is. I don't care about your name. My time is precious and I won't waste it remembering what all my jailers are called. Vaster cut the terrified postgraduate short and signed the lunch menu he was holding. You are the 3rd new assistant, so you are number 3. Now speak. Your children are here to visit you, Professor. Number 3 looked more awkward than scared, which was unusual. Postgraduates' default emotion was terror since their future depended on their ability not to anger the professor to whom they were assigned. The lucky ones would become assistant professors and start their academic careers. Chapter 3661, Talent and Mana Part 2. The rest would be kicked out of the academy, and their shortcomings would become known to the entire magical community. My children, why didn't you tell me sooner? Vaster put the pen down, studying the color draining from the youth's face. You said you didn't want to be disturbed. Number 3 sounded like a beaten puppy, even the pitch of his voice was the same. And I wouldn't have done it if, it's better if you see it yourself, Professor. Thanks, Number 3, Vaster's interest was piqued. For some reason, the youth was more scared of what lay on the other side of the door than of the short man behind the desk. Take a break until I deal with this. The professor literally jumped off his chair and reached the exit of his office with the quick strides that his stumpy legs needed to reach the speed of everyone else. This is weird, he thought, his hands signing the air in front of him due to muscle memory. Philia and Frey don't come here often, and they are not the kind of spoiled brats that would bully a post-grad. Sure, Tezka is with them, but he knows better than. The answer to all of his questions lay right behind the door. Philia and Frey were sitting on a couch on the left side of the antechamber. What only appeared to be two big magical beasts, one red and one blue, sat on either side of the couch like silent sentinels. Zesser and Quifar Vaster, instead, were sitting on a couch on the right side of the antechamber. The sons from Vaster's first marriage glared at their adoptive siblings, who in turn stared at their father's door, waiting to be rescued. Tezka completed the triangle, looking at Zesser and Quifar like a spider with two fat flies buzzing near his web. The older Vasters had brought several servants, and even a couple of magical knights with them, yet those people stood huddled in the farthest corner of the room. It was always easy to separate those who had met Tezka's gaze from those who had not. The former would always keep themselves away and do nothing that might turn the Filgja's glare into something much worse. Vaster had no idea how Tezka could make everyone feel like he was the one looking down on them despite the short body of his disguise, yet the symptoms of his silent threat were unmistakable. Nervousness, shortness of breath, increased perspiration, and the inability to say a word due to panic gluing the tongue to the palate. All symptoms that Vaster's older children were exhibiting, just with better self-control than their servants. Pride has always been their strength, but one day it will be the cause of their downfall. The professor knew Zesser and Quifar would never be so quiet while sitting so close to two commoner-born if not for Tezka's presence. Their stubbornness allowed them to hold their ground as long as they avoided the Filgja's gaze, but keeping such an attitude when their lives were on the line was more foolish than brave. "My sons," Vaster spoke to the grown-ups first, giving them a polite but formal nod. The sound of his voice broke the tension in the room, as Tezka went back pretending to be a magical beast. "Father," Zesser and Quifar stood up and bowed, knowing that any disrespect to their noble parent in public would have sullied the Vaster's name and achieved nothing but making the two young men objects of public contempt. Despite all of his flaws, Zagar Vaster was an archduke, an archmage, and the head of the White Griffin's Light Department. There was no noble who didn't respect his achievements and wouldn't have been caught dead bad-mouthing the professor. Not with the risk that their words reached Vaster's ears, and he cut them off from the expansion business of his newly promoted archduchy. "What a nice surprise, children." Then the professor turned to the younglings. "What are you doing here?" "Dad," Philia and Frey jumped off their chairs and ran to hug him, leaving their stepbrothers horrified by their lack of etiquette. "We miss you so much. When are you coming home?" "Good question." Vaster turned back at the open door of his office. "How long before I'm done serving my sentence, number 1? "Again, Professor, you are not a prisoner." A blonde woman in her early 20s blushed a little, adjusting her glasses in embarrassment. "Everyone is doing forced overtime, but you can leave if you want." "And leave my crew babysitting the scrubs," Vaster shook his head. "You'd get very little done in my absence, and it would be so poorly done that we would spend the next day just fixing that mess. Either everyone goes home or no one does." "Thank you, Professor." Number 1 bowed deeply, her hair brushing the floor for a short second. "I'm sorry for keeping your dad away, kids. We are working as fast as we can." She gave Philia and Frey a shallower bow next. "Don't worry and thank you, Auntie." Philia and Frey politely returned to bow. "If you like her, I'm keeping this one." Vaster jabbed his thumb at number 1. "She's brave enough to stand her ground to me and wise enough to know when she can afford it." "Thank you, Professor." The young mage's attitude made Quifar's and Zesser's blood boil. Number 1 looked at their father like some short, plump god and treated his strays with respect, whereas she straight ignored those who truly carried his blood along with his family name. "Glare at me as much as you want, losers." Number 1 noticed Quifar's and Zesser's spite and returned it in kind. "Only talent and mana matter in an academy, and you have none. You are not even in Vaster's good graces. Being polite to you would just be a waste of my precious time. I can grow to be the next Vaster, while you'll never amount to more than a waste of his blood." She turned around and closed the door behind her to give the Vasters privacy. "Father, ours is no social visit." Zesser was tired of being ignored. "We need to talk." "Sure thing," Vaster nodded. "I'll move us to my private quarters. There no one will disturb us, but I don't have much time." "Don't worry, Father, we don't need long," Quifar replied. It was common courtesy for a mage to announce to his guests where he would warp them. Vaster didn't expect Philia and Frey to cling to his mage robe. "Can we come too?" The professor saw worry on her face and the desire to protect him. "Please, Dad, these guys are mean." Frey was young and rarely minced words. "It's not up to me, kids, if my sons want to speak with me alone." "They are more than welcome to come, Father." Zesser's smile didn't extend to his eyes. After all, we are family, and the matter I wanted to discuss involves your stepchildren as well. Very well. A snap of Vaster's fingers brought everyone away, leaving Tezka and the terrified servants behind. You have 5 minutes to leave this place, the Red Wolf said. If you are still here when I'm done counting, the hunt begins. The Blue Wolf completed the threat without missing a beat. The Vaster household hired only the bravest and most militarily gifted. The servants needed only 1 minute to reach the closest warp gate. Chapter 3662, Crossing the Line, Part 1. Space. What do you want to talk about? Vaster asked. As I was saying to your children before we were interrupted by their pet, their mother must be pretty good in bed to convince you to adopt them and triple the shame you have brought on the Vaster household, father. Away from prying eyes, Zesser dropped all pretenses of courtesy. Muddying the family tree by marrying a commoner was already bad, but playing family with the offspring of a common criminal is more than lust. It's crossing the line of dishonor. The insults washed over the professor like spring rain on sturdy windows, yet he was worried about Philia and Frey. Much to his surprise, when he turned his gaze to them, he discovered they were neither angry nor offended. They were scared, but not for themselves. Philia and Frey looked at him in worry, afraid that Vaster's sons might be mean to him as well. I'm sorry, children, he spoke to Philia and Frey, angering Zesser and Quifar even more. These two are a monster of my creation, and I take full responsibility for them. I'm the one who deserves their grudge, not you. You don't have to listen to this. We're not leaving you alone, Dad. Frey didn't let go of the mage robe. You would just stand here and take the mean words of these bullies. You need someone to defend you. Quifar and Zesser had bullied many people in their lives, but that was the first time they were called out on it. Surprise and outrage tightened their throats so much that they found themselves incapable of retorting to the child's accusation. Thanks, but I assure you I can deal with my sons. Are you sure you don't want to go back to Tezka? Vaster asked, obtaining resolute nods in reply. Deal, Quifar echoed with a cold voice. There's no better word to define how you are treating us, how you've treated us all our lives. You deal with us like one of your magical experiments or a problem you have to solve. Do your latest lab rats know you never cared about your true children? That we never had a relationship with you because you preferred to chase after better mages than be a father worthy of such a title? Yes, they know. Vaster's reply left his sons in a stunned silence. I told Philia and Frey everything, how I married your mother only as an obligation to my household and had you too because it was my duty to ensure my bloodline wouldn't end with me. The bluntness of his words shocked Zesser and Quifar, who went pale. They stared at the children, noticing from the lack of emotion on their faces that Vaster had really been honest with them. I also told Philia and Frey that I was a horrible father to you, the professor continued, that I should have given you the time and love you needed instead of treating you like another of my duties. They know I've attended to the milestones of your lives and missed everything else. I told them because I wanted to know I have a poor track record as a parent and needed their help to learn. Then you know they love you only for your money, don't you? Just like their mother, Zesser asked with spite. Take that back. Philia's outrage was so genuine and explosive that the two brothers found themselves stepping back from the much younger and smaller girl. Dad saved Mom. He saved us. Even if he had no money, I wouldn't let a spoiled brat like you talk to him like that. How dare you speak to us like that? Zesser snarled but didn't dare step forward. His father would let him do and say as he pleased, but the moment Zesser had raised his voice to Philia, he had felt Vaster's gaze on him, a gaze full of mana. Man, you two are so whiny, Frey chimed in, surprising everyone. I don't understand why you don't like your father. Did he beat you when you were too noisy? No, but... Did he chase after other women while he was married to your mom? No, Quifar replied in outrage. Despite the many rumors and the even more suitors after the Vaster household's power, everyone knew that the old professor's only mistress was magic, but for an archmage, that was a given. Vaster had never been unfaithful to his first wife, which made her asking for the divorce a great stain on her family's reputation. She had given up on power, authority, and dominance over a flourishing region out of petty grudge. Did he lock you in your rooms without food for hours if you broke a glass? Of course not. Zesser was tired of those stupid questions. What's your point, child? My point is that my blood father did all those things. Frey's face twisted in disgust as he referred to Falmug as his father. You got toys, clothes, freedom, yet you are still whining. If you don't like my dad, just leave him alone. It's easy to talk now that you are young and every scrap of his attention seems gold, you runt, Quifar replied. Wait until you reach 12 and he discovers you have no talent for magic. He'll throw you away like trash like he did to us. I never threw you away, Vaster replied. I simply stopped giving you magic lessons, but I assume that it must have felt that way to you since that was the only occasion we spent a long time together. For that, I'm sorry. I know my apologies don't amount to much after 16 years of neglect, but my youngest son has a point. At those words, Frey puffed his chest out with pride. After you left my home, you had 14 years to live your life as you wanted. You avoided me like a plague, and I respected your wish to be left alone. Why are you back after so long, spouting venom like angry teens when you are men in their 30s? We have come to tell you in person that we are contesting your will before you receive the court summon, Quifar replied. It was a simple act of courtesy. We won't let you squander the fortune of our bloodline just because you have a midlife crisis. Zesser, the oldest of the two, took point. 2 common-born mutts without a drop of the Vaster blood in their veins must be cut out of the inheritance. Even though we have no talent for magic, we are the ones who carry your bloodline, and the Vaster households only hope to bear magically gifted children in the future. Since you are still our father, however, we are willing to spare you from the public humiliation that the inevitable ruling of the judges would bring. Publicly declare us your only heirs and sign these documents. Zesser took several papers out of his dimensional amulet. They'll keep Essager in the hands of the true Vasters while granting your mistress and her children enough money to live in a luxury they don't deserve. Beware, though, this offer stands only. Vaster chortled, cutting Zesser short in surprise. Chapter 3663, Crossing the Line, Part 2. Then the chortle rose into a chuckle for a few seconds before exploding into hysterical laughter. Vaster laughed so hard that huge tears rolled down his cheeks as he gasped for air. The old professor needed Philia's and Frey's help to keep standing, and not roll on the floor in hilarity. The younger Vasters were as worried, as the older Vasters were stunned by their father's reaction. Gods, I haven't laughed so much in years. Vaster half snorted and half talked as he tried to catch his breath. Thank you, kids, I needed this. This is no laughing matter, Quifar flushed and his voice quivered. It sure is. Vaster didn't raise his voice, but it had become as sharp as a blade. You dare come here to argue about your inheritance while I'm still alive, to take what's rightfully mine and do with it as you please. Expressing your past grievances was nothing but a ruse to put your beggar foot in my door and hope that guilt forced it open for you. Well, you were wrong. That wasn't our intention, Father, Zesser lied through his teeth. We only want a peaceful resolution to this matter. What matter? That you are 2 ungrateful brats whose mother is so dumb that she forgot assets don't change hands in a divorce, Vaster scoffed. Lands or annuities couldn't be split without literally rewriting the maps of the kingdom and affecting the entire bureaucratic machine. Only the royals could revoke a noble title or reassign lands, but special circumstances were required for this to happen, while divorces were relatively common. The weaker party would be granted alimony only if they were poor and had gained no benefit from the marriage. Vaster's ex-wife came from a wealthy noble family, and he had shared his authority with her during their time together. The royal court had awarded her nothing but her own family assets. If she wanted more, she could develop her lands like Vaster had done. On top of that, her inability to increase her fortune despite the years spent as Essager's duchess was considered her fault, not Vaster's. Stop lying to my face, the professor said. I admit I wasn't a good father, but you had the best tutors, schools, and all the opportunities anyone can dream of. Yet what have you done with it? What have you achieved in over a decade as adults that you haven't gotten solely thanks to the name you carry? My name. We could say the same about you, Quifar retorted curtly. If not for the Vaster's name and your magical talent, you would be no one. Really? Vaster scoffed. How many of our relatives have become archmages? How many have joined the Queen's Corps? How many became spellbreakers? I built what I have through hard work first and talent second. And the proof of it is that the Vasters have been marquises for centuries before I elevated Essager to a duchy and now to an archduchy. I bet that's the real reason you have come to visit me today. You don't envy Philia and Frey for the attentions you never got. You're just afraid they'll enjoy the fruits of my success, and you won't. Quifar and Zesser opened their mouths to deny such vile yet accurate accusations, yet Vaster's glare brooked no argument, at least none that involved appealing to their father's feelings, and they had nothing but that. On the other side of the room, Philia and Frey stared at their step-brothers in stunned silence. Vaster waited for any retort or possible alternative explanation to his son's visit, but received none. "I'm sorry for being an incompetent father, but you are the ones who have crossed the line," he said. "I'm going to make your worst fears come true. From now on, you are Vasters only in name, and only because disowning you would create a pointless scandal. I'll cut you off from my will and leave everything to my brother. He's a Vaster too, and his children have a modest talent for magic. They'll bring more honor than two scumbags like you ever could." "You can't do that." Zesser went so pale that his brother feared he might faint at any time. "We are your children. We are the main Vaster bloodline. Our children might carry your gift for magic and inherit your talent." "Please," Vaster scoffed. "I am the main Vaster bloodline. I inherited the title instead of one of my siblings because of my talent and exemplary service to the kingdom. You two are nothing. As for the grandchildren I've never met, they should be of the right age to join an academy if they had the talent. Where have they been enrolled? One of the 6 great academies, one of the many paper-graduate small academies." Quifar and Zesser remained silent. Their children were as gifted in magic as their parents. Not even one of the minor academies would accept them. "So they are nothing as well." Vaster shook his head in disappointment. "Don't worry, though. My new wife can still give me a child. It would allow her to retain the Vaster household, and you two could at least brag about carrying half the blood of my heir." The hereditary law of the Griffin Kingdom was clear. Only someone carrying the blood of the founder could inherit the title and the lands associated with it. All noble households had been founded by a powerful mage, and talent was often carried over. Those who failed to produce a magically gifted heir for 3 or more generations were demoted, unless their political or military skill served the country no less than a powerful mage would. It was the reason Zinnia, Philia, and Frey could never obtain the Vaster estate in case Vaster died of old age or in the line of duty, and the reason he had asked the royals to make Zinnia a baroness. The title had requirements low enough not to require further contributions to the kingdom, while still providing her everything she needed for a comfortable life. Yet Vaster had prepared that contingency only to protect Zinnia if he failed to give her a child or his identity, as the master was exposed. If Zinnia gave him an heir, even if the newborn didn't show signs of magical talent, no one would care. Once the baby grew up, they could have children of their own, and one of them might carry the old professor's talent, if not be even more talented. The 2 brothers didn't know whether to pray for or against such an event. They didn't want another sibling, but since they were going to get nothing anyway, they could always hope to enter the baby's good graces after their father's demise. "That's true," Frey said. "Mom can make another baby, maybe twins like Aunt Quilla and triplets like Aunt Renaa. Why didn't she do it already, big sis?" "Shut up, Frey," Philia blushed. "Let the grown-ups speak." She was old enough to know how babies were conceived, but had no intention of being the one to give her little brother the talk. "You can't do that, Dad," Quifar said. "We will present our motion today, and if that fails, we'll appeal the will when the time comes. The scandal will bury you. Please don't force our hand." Chapter 3664, Twisted Reflection, Part 1. "So I'm dad now?" Vaster snorted. "Now it's when the time comes. Now you soften your language and say, please, too little, too late, and I'm not that stupid. I fear no scandal. I know all the people in the right places. The moment you walk out that door, those people will learn about this conversation and have a good measure of your character. You'll be the ones buried by the scandal and become social pariahs. As for your motion, no judge will ever take it seriously while I'm still alive. Not while the kingdom relies on me, and all 6 great academies would riot if the decades of service of an esteemed professor were to be ignored in favor of the likes of you. And once I'm dead, things won't get better for you either. My brother will have all the money to hire the best lawyers, and my friends will still remember this conversation. Headmaster Marth and Supreme Magus Verhin, just to name 2. They'll live long after my demise, and I know they'll grant me my dying wish." Vaster took a long pause to let his words sink in, and the dreams of wealth of his sons crash against the harsh reality. "Do you have anything left to say before I make that call?" He took his communicator amulet out and left his finger hanging above the contact rune of the royals like the blade of the executioner. Zesser ripped the documents to shreds, hoping for mercy, and left the room without saying a word. Quifar followed him soon after, wondering how they could have been stupid enough to join the long line of people who had underestimated their father and paid the price. As soon as the door closed, Frey pulled Vaster's robe before he could make the call. "I have something to say," he sobbed. "Please don't die, don't leave me alone, Dad." I'm not, Philia tackled Vaster into a hug, cutting him short. You can't die, Dad, you promised, she bawled her eyes out. Stay with us, please. I'm not going anywhere, children. Vaster hugged them while inwardly cursing his big mouth. What do you say if I call your mother and we all have lunch here? They nodded and sniffled, but refused to let go of his mage robe. It's funny how Lith and I are the twisted reflection of each other, he thought. We are humans with an abomination side and are forced to keep many secrets from those we love. Yet while Lith has been open with his wife and has to keep the little Valoran in the dark, I have told Philia and Frey everything about my past marriage while hiding my research from Zin. When the truth comes out, the result may vary greatly between us, but I can feel we both are dancing on a knife's edge. One mistake on our part or a single snag in our carefully set stage, and the puppet will see its strings. That's all it takes to turn comedy into tragedy. Space. During the following days, life at the Verhin mansion became even more hectic than before. Gianni and Orion didn't like having a vampire as their neighbor much, especially with the little Driffa having no concept of fear or danger. Yet they needed the protection of those enchanted walls and trusted Lith's judgment over their own prejudices. The same thing had happened when Renah had introduced Sarah, Bri, and Arhin to them. It wasn't every day that they met a Hattie, an Orc, and a Balor, in their unfallen state and with their rationality intact. Ryla was a different story since they had met her and Garrick earlier in Quilla's relationship with Morok, back when the Urnas had full control of their lives. The friendship with the farmer and her help made the transition smoother, despite the innate fears of parents with a small child. The representatives of Zelex visited the mansion often with their children, to enjoy freedom and open air while still having a mana geyser below their feet that kept them from shortening their lifespan. Nika and Kala moved into the Verhin mansion first, while Nock joined them the day after. The White's external appearance was as impressive as her personality was baffling. Between her calm demeanor and her forgetfulness, the only danger Kala posed was to one's nerves. She often asked people to repeat or introduce themselves since she would suddenly forget who her guests were and what they were talking about. Let me get this straight, I'm supposed to eat with this thing. Kala studied the shape of a fork as she was about to have her first breakfast in the mansion. Yes, Kala, Alina nodded. You stick the food with the end of the fork, bring it to your mouth, rinse, and repeat. I see, the White had taken a human appearance to sit at the table with the others and socialize. Let's dig in then. Finally, unlike her, Nock had no trouble eating from a bowl on the ground nor being stuck in the pet area. Kala took a piece of an omelet, bit it down, and pulled out what was left of her fork. I think forks are a waste of metal, she said. This one won't last more than 2 more bites and then I'll need another. It also ruins the taste of your delicious food, Alina. That's because you eat asterisk with the fork, Mom. Nika managed to blush in embarrassment despite having no blood flow. You are supposed to bite the food off, not the metal. It makes sense. The White turned what was left of the cutlery in her hand to assess if it could still serve its original purpose. I need another fork, please. I'll get it for you, Mom. The eternal dusk array kept Nika from slumbering, and thick curtains kept sunlight from harming her. I'm sorry, guys, she's just Mom. What is it, dear? Kala was cleaning her mouth with the hem of her gown, exposing most of her legs. Don't do that. Clothes are to cover ourselves, not to wipe off food residues. That's what napkins are for. I don't see the difference, Kala replied. They are both pieces of cloth. On top of that, my dress cleans itself. I'm being respectful to our host by not dirtying their table. Just do as I say, Nika whimpered. I'll explain etiquette to you later. As you wish, baby girl. Nika didn't like being called baby girl in public, but that was the least of her worries at the moment, so she soldiered on. A vampire that gets flustered like that and cares what we think about her weird mother can't be dangerous, Gianni thought. The one who disliked the new guests the most was Fluffly the bike, Garrick's steed, but not because he was afraid of vampires. Great Mother Almighty Nock, Kala said upon their first meeting. When did you get so fat, and what happened to your beautiful cyan mana core? I think there's a misunderstanding, miss, the confused bike replied. I'm not Nock, my name is. Don't you try that trick on me again, young cub, Kala snarled. I've fallen for it enough times to learn from my mistakes. Now give me 20 laps of the mansion now. Chapter 3665, Twisted Reflection, Part 2. At a snap of her fingers, several skeletons emerged from the ground and gave chase to the terrified Fluffy. They wouldn't tire, relent, or stop before he was done with his 20 laps. Garrick, why don't you help me? It was barely the second lap, and the bike was already panting. I don't mind that we always get last place, Fluffy, but I'm worried about you. You do nothing but eat and sleep all day. After a life of imprisonment and loneliness, Garrick wouldn't hurt a fly, let alone put his best friend on a diet. Yet he had no problem letting someone else do his dirty job. Thanks, Mr. Knock. Don't thank me and call me Knock, kid. The real Knock had taken Fluffy's place as Garrick's steed in the children's magical games. Only if you call me Garrick, I'm not a kid, the young farmer-tyrant hybrid grunted. Sure thing, Kid Garrick, Knock laughed while scoring with a powerful earth spell. That's not funny, but since we are winning, I'll forgive you. Did you really trick your mom like that in the past? Many times, Knock replied. Once I helped her look for me just to see how long it would take her to recognize me as I screamed my own name right by her side. You're mean, Knock, Garrick said while laughing his head off. How did it go? A meddlesome vampire pointed out to her that I was the only bike in Lightkeep, Knock sighed. Mom was so shocked by my prank and embarrassed at the idea she had failed to recognize me that she now thinks I'm the only bike in this house, too. But this is no Lightkeep, Garrick said. Mom is a bit slow to adapt to changes, the bike shrugged. Knock had stopped being a squishy furball soon after moving to Lightkeep. With no other bikes to mate with, no prey to chase, and surrounded by deadly predators, his appetite had waned. He had gone from the king of his small hill to a small fish surrounded by sharks. He had been kicked out of the food chain and relegated to the role of mascot. The undead would pet and feed him like they would with a cute little dog, which destroyed Knock's pride. With so much free time and a burning desire to be respected, the young bike had trained regularly without skipping a day. Nika tutored him in magic whenever she had the time and defeated him in their spars as gently as she could. She had become stronger than Knock soon after her birth, but he was still her big brother. Knock loved her even more for her kindness and redoubled his efforts to offer his little sister a better challenge. The current Knock was a spare, muscular bike with a bright cyan mana core who could match the strongest magical beasts of the Tron Woods. He wouldn't reach the blue until he evolved into an Emperor beast, but he had no clue how to awaken. Slash and Crash had the same problem, so the three pooled their resources to search for a solution. Lith and Solus also adjusted their schedule to accommodate their new guests into their training routine. Kala and Nika followed them to the Garden of Magur and helped them to master the ears of Menadian under Rifa's supervision. Since you'll get the apprentice ears in 6 months, you might as well learn the basics, Lith said. Thank you, Scourge, the White nodded, but why bring Nika along? Because I'm his partner, Solus replied. Nika will work with you. She needs to learn how to take the ears away from you once you master them. Hey, Kala growled. What, Mom? Nika growled back. Do you really think you'll part from the eyes and ears when your 6 months end? Can you afford to anger an entire dragon clan? You make excellent points, dear. I'll be in your care. Also, you two can share your experience to learn faster and better, Menadian said. The pair that at the end of the day teaches the least insights to the other does the dishes for the night. Why is that? Lith asked. A little competition always spices things up, Rifa shrugged. Kala and Nika were beginners. They washed many plates before they returned the favor. The White's talent was the real deal, and Nika's undead nature gave her a few unfair advantages. She didn't sweat, had no need to wash herself, and she could slurp her meal during practice to instantly regain her full focus. Undead are such cheats, Solus panted after a grueling session of training that made her head throb with pain. I've spent nearly 2 decades to reach the Violet, and she got it in what? 7 years. You're telling me? Lith put an ice pack on his head and offered Solus another. I had to gain enlightenment for the deep Violet and break through a bottleneck for each advancement. Nika did none of that. Undead have no bottlenecks, she smirked with pride. The more we eat and the tastier our meal, the faster our strength grows. Our cores don't have all those silly colors. We just go from a red-black core to a full red blood core. And she suffers no headache because her brain is just for show, Kala whined. Her core and heart store everything she knows, and they both need a sip of blood to recover. My blood, to be precise, Lith wheezed. Well, duh, Nika shrugged. You are a great mage, and the only reason I got this far so fast. No other vampire had a blue cord awakened feeding her from the start. The stronger you got, the stronger I got. The training with the ears wasn't the only thing making progress. Lith's deal with Fillard bore many fruits. The Lindworm brought Lith many awakened, and not, who looked for someone willing to kidnap Elena on the black market. No matter what they admitted or who they pointed their fingers at, Lith always threw them in Salark's pits of agony for a week. After rescuing them, he only accepted information in the form of a mind link. Making up a story with words was easy, but a mind link was much faster and gave the interrogated no time to think. On top of that, while remembering something took but a second, no one could forge words, features, clothes, and the place where the conversation had taken place in so little time. Those who Lith caught lying would spend another week in the pits. One might think it gave those captured time to prepare their lies, but there was no time in the pits of agony, only pain. Pain filled every second of the day and replaced every thought, plan, and ambition. Pain was all the prisoners knew, save the breaks they needed to retain their sanity. In those moments of respite, they prayed for the torture not to resume, but no one listened. After the second week, only a few with indomitable will would try to trick Lith with false confessions. They were sent back into the pits, and this time for more than a week. At that point, even wills of iron were beaten and bent. Lith loved interrogating his prisoners, and loved even more killing them along with their associates. The only part he didn't like was paying the gardener. Chapter 3666, Easy Marks, Part 1. Chapter 3666, Easy Marks, Part 1. This is awesome. Fillard studied his new and improved axes under the sunlight. Or rather, these babies are awesome. How do you upgrade them so easily every time, Ruler Menadian? That's simple, she said with false modesty. I had you tell me in advance all the enchantments you wanted on the final product. I planned the best version possible of your weapons, and then downgraded them to the currently available materials. All I have to do when you bring a new bounty is to fill the spaces I left blank in the power core on purpose, or replace its useless but stable runes with working ones. You could at least tell me the proper upgrade order, though, the Lindworm grunted. My axes shattered in the middle of the fight more than once because they were unable to withstand the strength of their own enchantments. The deal is 1 upgrade per bounty, Menadian tutted. You pick the upgrade, I do the job, the consequences are on you. Well said, Fillard laughed, surprising everyone. Gambling a bit makes things more interesting. Having to pay a bounty just to reforge my axes, not so much. Again, your choice, Lith replied. Just upgrade the metal and the crystals first. Yeah, right, the Lindworm snorted. 1 crystal at a time would take too long, and I need the power to defend my axes. Upgrading the materials and adding no new enchantments would make them a pretty gift for whoever kills me. A deal was a deal, but giving no warning saved Lith's wallet many hits. Space. It was a morning after one of Fillard's visits that Camilla found an interesting article on the web. Have you read this already? She enlarged the hologram for everyone to see. Crime rates in the kingdom have dropped, and all thanks to Lith. Lith was the most surprised at the table. I haven't gone on a mission for a while now. What did I do to be credited for that? You've destroyed 3 criminal organizations, silly, Camilla replied. And all 3 disappeared overnight. The first was the one who went after Alina, then the Emperor Beasts recreating Hathorn's work, and recently the Mazark cartel. And don't forget how many people go on vacation. Every time Fillard brings you new intel. Oh right, Lith nodded. The criminal underworld had no details of those events. The official version was that Lith had intervened on the scenes of 2 crimes and also dealt with people threatening his family. On top of that, Lith had used his connection with the royals to cover up the execution of those who tried to hire Fillard. The various gangs only knew that whenever someone was dumb enough to act under the supreme Magus nose, many heads would roll. Fear made both hitmen and thugs cancel their plans the moment they spotted a tall, black-haired man in the crowd, especially if he had a mean look on his face. Being tall was just uncommon, and to make matters worse, black was the most common hair color in the kingdom. Career criminals started to bring a picture of Lith with them not to forget his features, and whenever they lost it or forgot it at home, entire operations would be cancelled. Once the royals caught on to what was happening, they had the tallest officers of every precinct dye their hair black and wear a scowl during service hours. The results were so stunning and cheap that they earned Lith several commendations. He also received full credit for all busts, fueling the myth that he was everywhere at the same time. The criminals were too terrified to move a finger. The citizens of the kingdom felt safer, and Lith's enemies had no way to track his movements since, according to the official paperwork, he happened to be in every city where a major raid took place. In 2 words, everybody won. I would be angry with the royals for using my name like that if they didn't give me the merits that come with my successes, Lith said. On top of that, now Meln will have a hard time staging an am. His communication amulet drew his attention. Lith rarely received calls this early in the morning, and never from Ursulin Baz. He hadn't heard from the King of the Dawn Court since forming their alliance. "I'm sorry, I have to take this alone." He pressed the Blood Warlock's rune while warping away from the dinner table. "Status report." Nothing good. Frustration and helpless rage marred the red light of undeath in Ursulin's eyes. "The Stonewall Fortress is under attack, and things are going nothing like we had predicted. And with we, I mean you and I, Magus Verhin." "There's no time for formalities, Ursulin," Lith replied. "Agreed, Lith," the Blood Warlock nodded. "Come here to see the situation for yourself. There's much to learn even in defeat." "We'll see about that." Lith didn't bother hiding his surprise at the Dawn King talking about defeat like that, but he held his questions in. "I'll call you again when I'm ready, and I need you to deactivate the space compressing array." "Make it quick and swift," Ursulin replied. "Quick because we are already evacuating the fortress. Swift because we can't lower the array for long without the risk of a strike team warping inside. Baz out." "Don't worry, I'll come up with an explanation for the others." Camilla was with him, and so was Solus. "Thank the gods, since Gianni needed our help, we're always above a mana geyser," Solus said. "The tower and I are in our top fighting condition." "Meln protocols?" Lith asked. "Already engaged." "Let's go, then." "Kiss the babies for me, Kami." Solus left her there and moved herself and Lith to the tower. From there, they activated a warping array with a precise mana wavelength that the Stonewall Fortress magical formations recognized. "Ready when you are." The dimensional corridor opened for a brief instant, transporting only those who had stepped inside the warping array. Lith and Solus found themselves surrounded by undead armed to the teeth, dozens of weapons pointed at their throats, and even more spells trained at their vitals. His hosts had no live vision, so Lith demonstrated his identity by making the defensive arrays in the room flicker. "Sorry for the strict security measures, Lith." Ursulin Baz was among the welcome committee, "but we non-awakened can't take risks with shapeshifters." During his previous visit, Menadian had rewritten the arrays of the fortress with creation magic, giving her, Solus, and Lith full authority over the undead court's base. It gave Lith the confidence to trust his unlikely allies and the undead a way to identify him beyond doubt. "Just tell me what's happening." Lith pushed the weapons away and moved forward. "Long story short, your BR Meln went after the undead courts as we expected. The problem is that he staged his attack in a way that rendered about half of our countermeasures useless." "Half," Lith echoed as they moved toward the control room with long strides. "What about the changes Rifa made to the fortress?" "That's the working half and the reason I had the time to call you instead of running away in a rush," Ursulin replied. "Here, look and tell me if I'm wrong." Chapter 3667, Easy Marks, Part 2. Chapter 3667, Easy Marks, Part 2. The control room was bare except for the undead manning the detection and surveillance arrays. The north, east, and west walls were covered in live feeds from the various observation points in front of the Stonewall Fortress, and so was the ceiling. The situation in the control room was as orderly as the battlefield was chaotic. "Fuck me sideways." Lith's eyes, all 7 of them, widened as he watched the undead getting pushed back from every side, but he soon understood why. "Agreed," Baz nodded. "We expected Meln to make an army of undead, to try and recruit someone from the Night Court, not this." The holograms showed hundreds of plant folk and fae bearing the signs of the Verdalax blood coursing through their veins. Part of their bodies was blackened. They had membranous wings coming out of their backs, and a varying number of flames over their heads. The damn plant folk still retain their regeneration and all their bloodline abilities on top of Meln's. Baz pointed at a Titania who had grown to 20 meters, 66 of height, Dryads who reached over 10 meters, 33, and Trints triple that size. "The bastards attacked us during the day, when most undead are at their weakest. How are we supposed to deal with enemies who have no such problem and have been blessed with the mass and might of a divine beast?" Titanias were as strong as griffins at their natural size, and now exceeded even that. Trints were giants who could trample most enemies, and now they were towering monsters. To make matters worse, the Frost Soul bloodline ability neutralized the adamant and stone golems, turning them into blocks of ice. Thunder Soul, instead, allowed the uppers to bypass the enemy's equipment and strike directly at their known weak points. And the worst has yet to come. The Dawn King scrolled through the monitors until it showed the figure of a man. A 15 meters, 50, tall man with undeniable upper features who wielded a book of untold power. The incontinent king recruited even cursed objects. Smart move, Lith nodded. Meln can turn anyone into a divine beast and aimed for the two easiest marks. Plant folks are amoral, power-hungry creatures, while cursed objects would never turn down the offer of possessing a divine beast. A real divine beast would never bond with them willingly, but their current host can now become one. I know, Ursulin admitted bitterly. Too smart for Orpal and even for Night, Solus said. He must have someone advising him. Whatever the answer is, there is no point fighting. Ursulin dismissed Solus' comment and went on. We can beat this ragtag army, but due to the surprise effect, we'd have too many casualties. Every one of our soldiers is a veteran warrior who honed their skills through the centuries. Losing one of them is a blow from which it is hard to recover, whereas Meln only has to spill a bit of his blood to grow his ranks. What about him? Lith asked. Any sign of Meln, he likes to gloat, and it's not like him to miss an easy victory like this. Meln is here, sort of. Ursulin switched to another hologram, showing a male upper with a black and red prism protruding from his chest. The left half of the upper's body still resembled its original owner, a male dryad of striking beauty with golden hair and amethyst yellow eyes. The other half had taken Orpal's features and spoke with his voice as he commanded the troops. Origin Flames and Doomtide were pointless due to the thin world energy in the underground cave, but Life Maelstrom's potency was intact. Orpal's clone amplified the abilities of those involved in critical junctures of the battle, turning the tide with a small silver lightning bolt. You couldn't expect such a coward to put his life on the line when he can just send a clone. If Meln were here, I'd commit all my forces to kill him, no matter the casualties, but as you see, it would be nothing but a waste of precious undeath. Luckily for us, we've already collected all the information we need to formulate a proper strategy for our next encounter. We planned for a contingency like this. So, aside from the arrays, everything else can be stored and carried to our next stronghold. We won't lose soldiers or artifacts. Meln will win but gain nothing for it. Well done, Ursulin, Lith replied. The situation is as you describe it, and a tactical retreat is the best course of action. If you were alone, which you are not, you have me. No offense, but I don't see how even you can turn this. The Dawn King shook his head. I can and I must. Lith stared at the screens. These uppers are a ragtag bunch, but after this battle, they'll become veterans. Meln's victory will boost their morale and make the recruitment process of more uppers much easier. They'll have the entire Stonewall Fortress for them, and a mana geyser to fuel whatever madness Meln will concoct next. When you put it this way, we won't lose much and he'll gain a lot, but what's the alternative? Ursulin clenched his fists with frustration. We can't afford casualties, Lith replied. Have everyone but the uninjured dread knights and golems retreat inside the fortress. Feed them back to strength and wait for my signal. No one must intervene until I say so. That's it, Ursulin furrowed his brow. No, I'm also about to deactivate all arrays but the space-compressing one. I need power and a lot of it. To what end? Lith was already walking away, so Ursulin had to yell after him. No time for explanations, he replied. Just trust me like I trusted you coming here. The door closed behind him, leaving the undead in a confused silence broken solely by the ding of battle coming from the holograms. What are your orders, my king? Asked a vampire groggy from forcing himself to stay awake during the day. Just do as Verhin said, Baronet, Ursulin replied. His request matches our evacuation plans. Continue stowing everything unnecessary for the battle, but alert the reserve units to remain on standby. If Verhin can really tip the scales of this battle and defeat the incontinent king, we must be ready to do our part. Space. Lith and Solus flew at high speed toward the fortress main gate, but were let out through a small side passage. This way, even if an enemy noticed it and tried to get in, no more than one upper would sneak through. Surrounded inside an unknown stronghold, they would be instantly slaughtered. Yet no one paid attention to the opening in the wall, or cared for the two people strolling toward the front lines. No one but Meln. Hello, Leech, the clone said with a joviality only matched by his pride. I see you've come out well from out last battle. And so you, Lith's voice was flat. Does it take a lot of practice running away like a beaten dog, or is it another of your Verdilac bloodline abilities? What are you doing here, Leech? The Orpal half grimaced in hatred at the insult. Chapter 3668, Fight Thunder with Thunder, Part 1. I expected worse from you, It's not like an egotistical jerk like you to risk his life for a bunch of blood-sucking parasites who'd gladly see you dead, Orpal said. I owe no explanation to a slave of Meln Narchat, Lith replied. Only death. I'm not Meln, Orpal snarled. My name is. Come forth, Omega Prime. Lith ignored him and deactivated the arrays of the Stonewall Fortress while calling upon the tower. Without the magical formations draining the energy of the Mana Geyser, Solus triggered her imprint, and the tower warped to their position. An emerald fissure bigger than an elder divine beast appeared right behind the undead quartz lines, and what came out of it brought the fighting to a halt. An armored stone colossus over 40 meters, 132 meters tall, stretched the fissure open with its hands, taking a single step on the battlefield that made the ground quake. The prime engine looked like a knight with clawed gauntlets studded with huge elemental crystals of all 7 colors. An angular face mask covered its mouth, and its battle helm had triangular crystals jutting from the sides of its head where the ears were supposed to be. Omega, what a lame name. There were no Greek letters on Magus, so Orpal assumed it was a made-up term. All this fuss for an oversized stone golem? We'll take it down like we've done with his little brothers, like I'll do with you, little brother. Lith didn't reply. He shapeshifted into his Tiamat form while Solus climbed on his shoulder and jumped back into the engine, yet there was no crash upon contact. The stone giant rippled like the surface of a lake and let the Tiamat in. The engine rearranged itself, forming an exoskeleton that fitted the Tiamat like a second skin. Thanks to Lith's mass, the prime engine rose to 50 meters, 164 of height, its body stretching in every direction. That's not a golem, the dead king warned his soldiers. That's an armor. At the same time, Solus relieved the tower from the strain of sustaining her physical body, leaving only her consciousness behind. She integrated her mind with the tower core, taking its power and giving it sentience. She became the bridge between the enchantments of the tower and Lith's mind, becoming a living interface. Lith could now focus on controlling the physical aspect of the fight, while Solus filtered and organized all the data collected by the ears, the eyes, and the various floors of the tower. Their minds were still linked, sharing the burden evenly between Solus, Lith, and the tower core. Yet each one of the 3 was free to focus solely on their own task, delegating the rest to the other 2. The prime engine's exterior turned from stone gray to pitch black, and 5 extra eyes opened on its face. A golden light, more radiant than any mana crystal studded on the armor, sparked from the center of its chest, spreading rhythmical pulses of energy like a beating heart. Shouldn't we call this the Nemesis rather than the Omega? Solus asked with a chuckle. Good bower, I've created a monster, Lith chuckled back. Double Edge encased Ragnarok and, in turn, was encased by the tower-sized Solus, Fury. The 3 weapons fused, giving the engine a blade that fitted its hands like an extension of its being. Stop staring like idiots and attack. Less than 2 seconds had passed since the appearance of the engine, but the silence was deafening, distorting the fighter's perception of time. The uppers knew the dead king's reputation and didn't respect him enough to trust his words over their survival instinct, and they were right. The moment the blade fully formed, Lith threw it away in a Fury's flight. The colossal Ragnarok multiplied into 9 identical copies that soared through the battlefield and landed like meteors. Each impact created deep fissures in the ground and threw those nearby off their feet. The weapons were aimed at no one in particular, and the uppers had enough battle experience not to freeze in panic. Only a few of them were killed by the attack. Most were just wounded and ready to resume the fight, except that their battle formation was in disarray and only a handful of key points were still manned. Lith hadn't aimed to Fury's flight to someone, but to somewhere. To all the places where the battle was fiercest, and the undead couldn't retreat without suffering massive casualties. Lith had forewarned the undead quartz warriors of the attack via the communication array of the fortress, giving them the opportunity not only to disengage from the enemy safely, but also to retreat under the cover of dust and debris. The arrays are down, fire at will, Orpal ordered after noticing the disappearance of the magical formations. The upper responded as one man, unleashing all the spells they had at the ready on the exposed backs of the undead. A storm of fire, lightning, and ice filled the space between the 2 armies and then disappeared. The engine held Uriel guard in its left hand. The shield's enchantments absorbed all the elemental energy approaching the engine and stored it for later use. Lith, the cannon vault is already full, and the Uriel guard can't hold another volley like that, Solus warned him. I know, he replied. That's why I needed a free hand. As they spoke, the right fist of the engine disappeared into its forearm, leaving a deep hole in its wake. A magic circle surrounding 7 stars arranged like the Big Dipper appeared in front of the hollow arm, releasing one of the spells stored in the cannon vault. 7 pillars of prismatic energy burst out of the magic circle, diving toward the core of the enemy formation. Silverwing's annihilation, Orpal was flabbergasted, and with him the rest of his army. An anti-guardian spell takes 7 bright violet cord awakened and timed to cast, yet Leech produced it instantly and alone. Can you do that, knight? Alone, she sneered. Not even with my tower, and if you had already reached the bright violet. Why do you think I put so much effort into teaching you blade spells if I could just use something that can take down a guardian? Then how does Leech do that? My best guess is that it's not him but the cursed object he's bonded with, she replied. But even then, it doesn't make sense. Even the Golden Griffin needed its students to cast Silverwing's spells, and Lith is alone. On top of that, why didn't he use it against us in the past? No time for questions, Orpal grimaced. The only silver lining is that holding the beam of the annihilation takes too much energy. Leech just wasted a lot of mana to kill one of our uppers 3 tops. Do you need help? Lith asked. Thanks, but no thanks, Solus replied after locking on the targets with eyes and syncing the annihilation to the multiple energy signatures with the ears. The 7 colossal pillars split into dozens of smaller annihilations, each aimed at a different enemy. The annihilation bullets were much weaker than the original, but they held twice as much power as their target and unleashed it in a single blast. Chapter 3669, Fight Thunder with Thunder, Part 2. The uppers shrank their forms to coat themselves in their armors and conjured thick spirit barriers. All they achieved was to offer the annihilation bullets a smaller target. The 7 pillars of light possessed double the strength of the upper and their equipment combined, piercing through their defenses like paper. The bullets burned their prey with elemental fury, leaving behind only a crater full of ashes. Meanwhile, the undead forces kept retreating inside the Stonewall Fortress to recuperate, while the Dread Knights galloped behind the engine. The battlefront had kept them from exploiting their best weapon, Windwalker, but now they had all the space they needed to move. The bloodline ability of their steeds condensed the air in front of the Dread Knights' speartips in a spiral pattern, both creating a slipstream effect in front of the horses and accumulating destructive power as they moved. It allowed a Dread Knight to accelerate without end, as long as they kept moving. Space. There's no point holding the formation now that there is only one enemy, Jorl said while studying the situation from the safety of Orpal's lair via the clone's eyes. Send half the uppers to jam Lith's armor with Frost Soul and the other half to storm the castle. Without the defensive arrays, they are just lambs herded for the slaughter. Only if we get to them before they recover their strength, though. Good point. Orpal nodded and had his clone parrot Jorl's words. Remind me again, Irian's voice oozed malice. Why are we following Orpal instead of Jorl? Because Orpal can raise an army from scratch and Jorl can kick your ass in a second. Now shut the fuck up, worm. I'm learning how to lead my troops into battle. Acton the Bastet growled the Jormungandr into silence. Space. Half of the upper army charged at the engine while activating their shared bloodline ability. The other half ignored the Colossus and the Dread Knights, aiming for the Stonewall Fortress. No matter how hard or thick it was, natural non-enchanted stone offered no protection against plant folk who could swim through it like water. Shield wall. Lith threw the Uriel guard in front of the fortress, and the artifact shapeshifted. It became thinner, barely over 2 centimeters, thick, but it was now 25 meters 82, tall and more than twice across, covering the exposed front of the fortress. The uppers never slowed their charge and slammed into the colossal shield with the boom of a thunderstorm. Uriel guard was thinner, but still made of an adamant Davros alloy. On top of that, it had no offensive enchantments. Its power core focused solely on protection and stalling for time. Despite the mass and numbers of the uppers, Uriel guard resisted the onslaught by using part of the accumulated energy to coat itself and the fortress with a spirit barrier. Frost Soul incoming, Solus warned Lith. I need your help for this. The blue eye on the engine's face lit up, and the golden light on its chest turned blue. Each upper had a different energy signature, but they all used the same bloodline ability generated by the same source, Orpal's blood. There had been no time to turn anyone into a upper, and Orpal trusted no one not to take their new powers and defect from his cause. The eyes of Menadian filtered out the useless energy signatures until only the Vertilax remained. Then the ears locked on it, allowing Lith and Solus to control the countless frost souls like a single tidal wave. The engine swept the air with its remaining hand, and the cold front stopped its advance. The uppers still couldn't cast any spell or project any enchantment outside their bodies, whereas the tower's workings were unaffected by frost soul. Space. How is that even possible? Orpal's clone tore his borrowed face with his claws in frustration. I don't know, Knight was just as clueless. If it were one-on-one, I'd say domination, but that's not the case. Even a cursed object has just one mind. Nobody can control so many bloodline abilities at once, not even a guardian. Don't tell me what it's not. Tell me what it is, or this will take all day. Your brother knows about your bloodline abilities. I think he crafted something to counter them, she replied. You know or you think, Orpal snarled. How should I know? Knight snarled back. Lith sure doesn't include me in his plans. This is the best thing I can come up with, but still makes no sense. Jorl, Orpal asked. No point in crippling your own army for no gain, the Griffin replied. Have them dispel the frost and activate the Thunder Soul. Have them aim for Verhin. If he falls, so will everything he has crafted. Just make sure no one imprints the artifacts before us. At least someone here isn't a useless idiot. Orpal lashed at Irian, Acton, and Knight while he relayed the orders. You phrased that right, the horseman replied. Someone, and that one isn't you. Space. Fuck me sideways. Lith was unaware that the enemy brainstormed his moves as well and was caught unprepared. We never found a proper counter to Thunder Soul, any last-minute brilliant idea. Unlike Frost Soul, Thunder Soul shrouded the uppers as they charged forward, allowing them to prepare their best spells again and have them pierce through the engine's armor once they were unleashed. None, Solus sighed. The demons are almost ready. Then let's fight thunder with thunder. The arms of the engine came together, fusing into a massive stone cannon. Lith loaded 2 annihilations from the cannon vault and conjured from the workshop everything he needed to recreate a tower-sized thunder crash. The anti-guardian spells spiraled along the barrel, while the physical bullet remained steady in the middle. The 3 components became one upon reaching the exit, creating what Lith had named the Requiem Blaster. The elemental energy of the annihilations resonated with each other, while the stone bullet, empowered by the rail gun, gave the elemental pillars mass and substance. Solus split the blast into over 100 parts, aiming each one of them against a specific target, but without bothering to control them afterward because there was no need to. Each bullet was shrouded in 14 elemental rays and moved several times the speed of sound. Even the uppers with full guard active died before they could understand what their spell had detected. On top of that, the bullets were accompanied by a shockwave so powerful that it pulverized everything closer than 10 meters, 33, from the target, and sent those within 100 meters, 330, from its path flying. Yet that wasn't the end of it. The fast movement of the bullets left a vacuum in their wake, just like the 14 pillars emptied their surroundings of world energy. Nature abhorred the void and rectified it with disastrous consequences for the uppers. The air displacement pulled those that the shockwave had just pushed away, throwing them off their feet and against each other. The uppers conjured their spells to resist the phenomenon, but there was no world energy to answer their call. The carefully planned battle formation was sent in disarray, widening the gaps created in the uppers' ranks by the Silverwing's annihilation. Chapter 3670, Book of Knowledge, Part 1. Lith had killed over 100 of Orpal's thralls, but there were almost 1,000 more left. The 30 meters, 100, tall Treants tackled the engine while hammering at it with their battle gauntlets. The Titanias grabbed its arms, twisting them so that another shot would cause no harm. Dryads, Thorns, and the rest of the plant folk trapped the engine's legs with their bodies and conjured their best spells from point-blank range. At that point, Thunder Soul corrupted the world energy that fueled the tower. The corrupted air element carried the destructive power of the upper's spells past the engine and straight into Lith's body. Now, Lith coughed a mouthful of blood, using the tower's immortal body array to rebuild his ruptured organs. The Dread Knight acted as fast as lightning and as loud as thunder. The communication array displayed the weak points in the enemy formation and the path to reach them that would inflict the most damage on their visors. The Dread Knights had galloped the entire time behind the cover of the engine, and had built so much momentum that their change made the uppers think the Requiem Blaster had shot again. Small tornadoes originated from the speartips of the dread knights, and their steeds moved in a blur that not even awakened eyes could follow. The cavalry hit like a supersonic tidal wave that uprooted the plant folk at the engine's feet and tore the enemy formation apart, killing hundreds. Lith exploited the moment of respite to split his arms and recall Ragnarök. The angry blade cut the treensuppers like firewood, and a barrage of ice spells from the firing range ensured their wounds would remain frozen open. The Titanias were bigger than normal, but still ants to the size of the engine. Lith stomped them as such and released enough spells from his feet to make sure the Titanias would stay down forever. "What kind of cursed object is that?" Uriger, the Book of Knowledge, asked. "I don't recognize it, and I'm supposed to know everything." He unleashed a barrage of Tier 5 spirit spells that Solus neutralized by activating one of the bastions stored in the cannon vault. "How?" Uriger screamed in outrage. "How can it do what even I can't?" As its name implied, Uriger's real form was that of a book, and it contained the best spells currently known to 4 of the 5 races. Unlike most of those who created living legacies, Uriger's maker firmly believed that magic would never stop progressing. That stronger, better, and more efficient spells would always be invented as new branches of magic were discovered. It was the reason he had paid the immense price that forbidden magic required to create the best possible version of a simple artifact as a spell-holding ring. Yet the ability of the ancient Forgemaster, combined with forbidden magic, had created a masterpiece that only the spell-hoarding cube in the royal treasury surpassed. The pages of Uriger were empty until a spell was written upon them. Such spells were not permanent and could be erased when a new, better one was learned. Such spells could be cast instantly and belonged to all tiers and all branches of magic. Even spirit spells could be cast freely. Usually, that was impossible since spirit spells required a spirit crystal, and only its maker could tap into a spirit crystal's power. Yet Uriger made it possible because the Book of Knowledge shared the energy signature of his host, making the mage who wielded Uriger always a match for the spirit crystal. On top of that, a normal spirit artifact could carry a single spell, while Uriger could have one per each of his pages. Uriger's only limit was that he couldn't cast any spell that exceeded the combined might of book and mage. Unlike the spell-hoarding cube, Uriger couldn't store mana, so things like Silverwing spells were beyond him. The Book of Knowledge could cast blade spells in theory, but that required a host capable of doing that, and Uriger had yet to find one. The book had joined Orpal not only to turn his current host into a divine beast and gain powerful bloodline abilities, but also to learn the secret of blade spells. It was supposed to make Uriger invincible, yet the tower made him feel small and insignificant. "Stop whining and kill him, Uriger," Orpal roared. "We can always extract Leech's secrets when we study his corpse." "Let's turn him into one, then?" Uriger's true body and his host released respectively a white and bright violet aura as they conjured together one of his best spells. The Book of Knowledge had no white core. The light came from the pure white crystals that fueled his enchantments. Uriger's maker had used solely the purest and most powerful white crystals he could find to Forgemaster the Book of Knowledge. There was no superior quality of crystals. Bigger ones could hold more world energy, but that was it. On top of that, white crystals replenished their reserves almost instantly. Size mattered only if 2 crystals differed by at least 1 order of magnitude in size. It was another precaution the Forgemaster had taken to ensure that the passing of time wouldn't affect the power of his masterpiece much. The dead king recognized the code phrase and released a powerful bolt of silver lightning to empower the cursed book. "Cursed be life Maelstrom," Uriger cursed. "I now have the power of 10 people and 10 books of knowledge, but my total mana hasn't changed. If life Maelstrom also expanded my mana reserves, I now would need but a few breaths to be as strong as 20 awakened and cast 3 annihilations by myself." The moment the silver lightning empowered him and his host, the Book of Knowledge released the Tier 5 spirit spell, Numbing Hail. Usually, he would have released a barrage of Tier 5 spells with that same mana, but Uriger had already lost too many spells to the Uriel Guard. Light gave the Numbing Hail the shape of countless cross-dipped darts, while the fire element brought their temperature to thousands of degrees. The air element stoked the fire and focused itself into spinning air blades that surrounded each construct. The combined effect of the 3 elements gave the enchanted arrows the ability to pierce through enchanted adamant and melt their way inside anything weaker. Numbing Hail struck the engine from head to waist, foiling Lith's attempt to swat the arrows away with upsetting ease. The constructs dug deep into the black rock until half the shaft disappeared from sight, and then the spell released its true power. The water element coated the fissures while the earth element tore them open, keeping the self-repair enchantments from mending the damage. Last but not least, the darkness element seeped through the open wounds into the engine's structure, destroying everything in its wake. Were the engine a living being, the arrow constructs would have been enough to kill anything up to the size of an emperor beast. Divine beasts might survive, but then the joints of their armors would be jammed by the water and earth elements, turning them into helpless statues. At that point, if the darkness element weren't enough to finish the job, it would leave the prey weakened enough for Uriger to finish them off. Chapter 3671, Book of Knowledge, Part 2. The Book of Knowledge had developed numbing hail to deal with human armies, powerful awakened, and divine beasts alike. He considered the engine no different from a Tiamat wearing a thick suit of armor, and had no doubt numbing hail would work. Yet he had failed to take into account that Lith was never alone, and this time he had an undead army at his fingertips. Now, several stone doors opened along the engine's surface as Lith focused to free the engine's joints from arrow constructs and break the hold of the plant folks on its legs. 57-eyed demons armed to the teeth jumped out of the openings, breathing bursts of origin flames that burned at numbing hail, and the enemies clinging to the tower. Lith had received 50 suits of admin equipment taken from Thrud's defeated army as a reward for his contribution in the War of the Griffin. He had refined them in the spark for a long time, and now he was putting them to good use. The demons of darkness had 2 weak points when facing a powerful opponent. They had no equipment, making them easy prey for skilled blade masters, and every wound they took and every spell they cast would diminish their strength. The adamant Davros alloy suits of armor and weapons solved the former issue, and adding the demons to the tower's list of apprentices solved the latter. The demons' attacks now had the same reach as their enemies, and enjoyed the same degree of protection, if not better. On top of that, a demon couldn't die. With the tower fueling them with endless energy, the demons would recover their strength without the need for spells or nutrients. Lith could conjure way more than 50 demons, but with the short time he had to prepare and the limited amount of adamant stored in the crucible, he preferred quality over quantity. A 7-eyed demon was a force to be reckoned with, and with only 50 of them, the engine retained its full power while providing the demons with a constant flow of world energy. The golems Raptor and Trouble came after, leading 10-man units like Lith would, thanks to the memory crystals embedded in their chests. Valia, Tryon, and Vergrave led the remaining units while Menadian and Locrias flew to the opposite sides of the battlefield. "That's your big move," Uriger sneered. "A handful of undead." Lith's reply came in the form of thundering hooves. The trajectory he had provided to the Dread Knights included the path with enough space of maneuver for the undead cavalry to turn around without breaking formation and strike at the scattered uppers from the back. "No, you don't." The Book of Knowledge changed the target of his Tier 5 spirit spell, Sundered Earth, from the engine to the cavalry. Life Maelstrom also boosted the physical and mystical senses of Book and Host, allowing him to react before it was too late. Or rather, to try. Lith unleashed another annihilation at the same time, as Uriger released his spell. Shit, Uriger activated his best defensive enchantments, and wrapped himself with the Sundered Earth. It was a purely offensive spell, but it would still lessen the blow. The annihilation scattered the Sundered Earth to the wind, pierced through the elemental and spirit barrier, and reached its target with almost no delay. The Book of Knowledge's host shielded his master with his body right before being vaporized. The Anti-Guardian spell then attacked the Living Legacy, burning its hardcover and tearing its pages apart. Shit. If not for the many countermeasures and his maker's ingenuity, Uriger would have died that day. This is the 4th annihilation already. How many does Verhin have? The ancient Forgemaster had crafted the Book of Knowledge from Davros, not paper, giving it unparalleled regenerative properties and the ability to disperse mana by channeling the water element through its pages. The Dread Knight's cavalry hit its marks unimpeded, turning what was left of the upper's battle formation into a chaotic scramble for survival. "Send the reinforcements into the wall now," Lith yelled via the communication array, and the Dawn King complied. "How are we supposed to get past this thing?" one of the generals asked while pointing at the Uriel Guard. "It protects us, but it also traps us inside the fortress." "Verhin said to go into the wall, so stop talking and start walking," Baz snarled. The confused troops stepped forward, discovering that while the Uriel Guard was an impregnable fortress to those outside, it let those inside pass through the enchanted metal as if it were just a thin veil of water. The uppers were still trying to break past the shield with their spells and bloodline abilities when long spears rippled out of its surface and impaled them in a disciplined charge. The undead returning to the battlefield had healed their wounds and regained their strength. They were still groggy from the daytime, but while their formation was flawless, their enemies were scattered and isolated. Time for the finishing blow. The engine performed delicate movements with Ragnarök that weaved complex strings of runes upon his passage. A blade spell, Orpal warned his army. Leeches preparing a blade spell, stop him. As if mocking his order, Uriel Guard released the energy it had stolen from the uppers. 6 elemental beams of energy erupted from the elemental crystals studded on the colossal shield's surface, making space for new spells to absorb. The beams reached the corresponding elemental crystals on the engine's armor and replenished its energy reserves. One slot of the cannon vault is fully recharged, Solus reported. It only needs our spirit magic to become another annihilation. A second slot is only half full. It should be enough, Lith nodded. Are you sure you don't want to use extinction instead of ruin? Solus asked. Extinction is already stored, whereas ruin you have to cast from scratch. I'm sure, Lith replied. I'd rather show Meln as little as possible of our strength and keep the rest for when we meet him in person. Extinction is wasted on a clone, and I don't want to give him the time to prepare a countermeasure. The uppers were too busy defending themselves from the undeads. Pincer attacked to obey Orpal's orders. Stop him, Menadian scoffed, letting her voice thunder across the battlefield. What do you think we are here for? Without giving Orpal the time to answer, she unleashed her blade tier spell, Unstoppable Hammer, from her fury. Menadian could forge a master equipment that allowed even people she had just met to cast blade spells. Doing it for herself had been a piece of cake. Unstoppable Hammer conjured a wide beam of highly compressed hepta-elemental energy. It had incredible destructive power but poor maneuverability. Any deviation from its original trajectory required bending the beam, disrupting the precise elemental symmetry of the spell. Just like a hammer blow, Unstoppable Hammer was fast and devastating, but the slightest alteration from its original course would greatly compromise the final result. The uppers scattered, each running in a different direction to avoid being smitten. And when she says we, she's talking about me. Locrias released his blade spell, Unbreakable Anvil, from the opposite side of the room. Chapter 3672, Cooperation and Coercion, Part 1. Locria's blade spell generated an energy disk that moved as fast as a bullet and grew in size as it advanced. Unbreakable Anvil had limited destructive power, but incredible durability. It had been devised to catch all the enemies it met in its trajectory, and herd them right in front of Menadian's Unstoppable Hammer. The anvil advanced too fast, and its walls were too hard for the uppers to escape before the two blade spells met. The two energy waves collided, one folding into the other without a single iota of energy being wasted. Come on, boys, Tryon yelled. What's a forge without a fire? Let's smelt Meln's bastard sons with 1,000 flames. The demons of the darkness breathed in unison, releasing a torrent of origin flames that burned at the captured enemies without affecting the blade spells. Caught between a hammer, a hard place, and a searing wave of flames, even the plant folk using their allies' corpses to fuel their regenerative abilities were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of creatures with the mass of a divine beast and uncanny powers perished. More died by the second as the undead courts ripped the uppers to shreds and fed upon their life forces to make sure they wouldn't rise again. Space. There's no point fighting a losing battle, Jorl said. Order the retreat. Every upper who survives will be a veteran who can teach the next batch of recruits. They have gained invaluable experience about their new abilities and Verhin's strategies. With them as lieutenants, we can delegate the small matters and focus on the big picture instead of micromanaging every aspect of the fight. Indeed, Orpal replied as his clone relayed the orders. Losing to Leech is no big deal. The only reason he's still alive is that he never lost. We forced him to reveal many of his cards, and the next time we meet, he'll find us ready. Space. We can't let anyone escape. Lith's thoughts mirrored Jorl-S. Every survivor softens Meln's defeat and will become a formidable foe in the future. None of them knew how to use Meln's powers in a real battle, or things wouldn't have gone so smoothly for us. The mouth of Menadian helped Lith to complete ruin in record time. while the ears allowed him to parry enemy attacks and lunge, where the uppers tried to form sacks of resistance without disrupting the flow of the spell. Not this, not now. Uriger had bolted away long before Orpal sounded the retreat. As soon as his Davros body allowed him, the Book of Knowledge had used his best flight spell to leave the battlefield and move toward the exit of the cave's network. Lith split Ruin into two halves. One was shaped as a reddish-black sun that he sent after the retreating uppers. There was only one way out of the stone wall fortress, and the tower's space-compressing array blocked blinks and warp steps. The tunnel was smooth and featureless, offering no protection from the blade spell. Ruin's other half split into countless red and black shards of energy that merged with the weapons of the undead and demons. Each shard had just a fraction of the power of the tower blade spell, but even a fraction of Ruin had the ability to cleave a mountain. The reddish-black energy coating the weapons cut through metal, flesh, and vines like a hot knife through butter, while the one flooding through the tunnel devoured everything but the stone of the tunnel. Thanks to the ears, Solus followed the advance of Lith's blade spell from a distance, and used Ruin's mana waves as an extension of her own senses. The blade spell only attacked the uppers, leaving the spiders and the other critters crawling on the walls of the tunnels unaffected. One way out also means one way in, Solus thought. We can't cause a cave-in and destroy our allies' hard work, or this will be a hollow victory. Licks of blade energy checked every corner, depression, and crevice in the ground to make sure no one had crawled there to escape the onslaught. Many uppers had given up on outrunning Ruin and attempted to hide from it. None of them survived. Shit, yes. Life Maelstrom still empowered Uriger, and he used it all to fly as if his immortality depended on it, because it did. The farther he got from the stone wall fortress, the weaker the influence of the space-compressing array became. A normal magical formation would lose its effectiveness the moment one escaped its magic circle, but the Book of Knowledge was against Menadian's tower. The arrays generated by the heart were at their strongest inside the circle, but exerted their power even beyond its borders. They became less effective with distance, sure, but it was something no other array could do. Ruin was already grazing at Uriger's pages when the life maelstrom he had left gave him the power to break the dimensional seal. Normal warp steps required to weave the coordinates of both the entry and exit points in the spell, but Uriger's maker had found a loophole. The Book of Knowledge could store a spirit warp holding solely the arrival point's coordinates, leaving the starting points blank. This way, all Uriger had to do was insert the dimensional coordinates of his current position to be warped to any preselected location within the range of the spell. The spirit warp brought Uriger to safety, but he never stopped flying. He didn't even bother rebuilding his host's body until he was reasonably certain Lith wasn't chasing after him. Yes, shit, Solus felt the cursed object escape from her grasp. We were this close to blowing him away. Her mood soured, but only until she realized what would have happened if she had succeeded. On the other hand, if we destroyed him, the whole network of caves would have collapsed. If we captured him instead, we would have to bring him to Grandma before he understood this as a mage tower and exposed our secret. I'll take this as a silver lining. Solus sent the Ruin further up the tunnel until she was certain no upper was left. Then she recalled the blade spell, sweeping the tunnels on its way back to double-check she hadn't missed any clever trick. She found no one and nothing, and when Ruin reached the Stonewall Fortress, the battle was still ongoing. The uppers were forced on the defense, while the undead's only worry was to keep the enemies from regrouping. The engine needed one sweep of Ragnarok to mow down the colossal Fae, while the demons harried the enemy from above with bursts of flames and spells not to hinder the undead courts. Orpal's forces were akin to cornered rats and fought just as desperately and bitterly. I would admire their determination had they not allied themselves with that piece of shit of Meln. Time to end this. Solus split Ruin into countless small spears that pierced through the uppers' backs. With the situation under control and no enemy requiring her attention, she could put her training with the ears to use and guide each spear to a different target by reading and predicting the individual mana flows. Chapter 3673, Cooperation and Coercion, Part 2. The uppers staggered in pain for 1 second, and that was all the time the allied forces needed to turn Orpal's thralls into ashes. Stand down and calm down. Lith's voice sounded deep and gravely. The enemy is defeated, don't turn against your allies. Many undead had fallen into a battle frenzy and would have attacked the demons on sight if not for the Tiamat's warning. With their black features and armor, The uppers were too similar to the demons for comfort. The main difference was the eyes instead of flames, but it was hard to notice in an undeath-or-death struggle. The commanding presence and voice of the engine snapped everyone to their senses. "We won," said a lone vampire, who was soon joined by his siblings in arms. Victory cries resounded throughout the cave, and they became almost deafening when the Dawn King opened the Stonewall Fortress gates. "That was amazing, Magus Verhen," Ursulin said. "I've lived many centuries, but I've never seen something as powerful as your Omega Prime. It must be the rumored weapon you used to defeat the World Tree in their own fringe." "Correct." After a few sweeps of the watchtower confirmed nothing and no one was waiting in ambush, Lith came out of the engine, which reverted to its original size and color. "Everyone knows about it, so there was no point hiding it from Meln. Especially considering it has many limitations, and I doubt you can use it away from a mana geyser," the Dawn King said. "Sadly, you are right," Lith lied through his teeth. "I couldn't have done half of what you've seen today without a careful, long preparation. Charging the Omega Prime takes a long time and many resources, let alone arranging its transportation. It's a monumental effort, but it's worth it." Ursulin nodded, falling line, hook, and sinker for the lie. "We are lucky we knew where Meln was going to strike. I bet Menadian set a warping array here during your last visit when she fixed the fortress with creation magic. And you would win the bet." Lith's policy was never to interrupt a non-friend when they were making a mistake. "I'm sorry to interrupt you, Supreme Magus Verhen, but can we keep this?" A dread knight presented her spear that was still brimming with the power of ruin. "Yes and no," Lith replied, confusing everyone. "Yes, you can keep it, but it won't last. Blade spells are still spells, and I've stopped fueling mine." Oh, the dread knight had just the time for a couple of practice swings when the reddish-black aura started to fade. "Thank the gods our golems are depowered but intact." Ursulin ignored her and continued. "Once our Forgemasters find a way to counter Frost Soul, I'll need to inconvenience Magus Menadian to upgrade them with creation magic. The undead courts don't have the time and resources to craft more." "It will be my pleasure." Riffa couldn't wait to reap the fruits of someone else's hard labor while she worked on her own projects. 2 birds with 1 stone. "Casualties?" Lith asked while dispelling the Uriel guard and sending the engine away through a fake portal. "A few, but much less than we anticipated for our tactical retreat, let alone total victory." The Dawn King kept smiling, not to spoil the high morale. "What about Meln's side?" "1 survivor," Solus replied. "The cursed object managed to escape, everyone else is dead." "Space." "Casualties?" Orpal asked while coughing out a small pool of blood. Ruin had destroyed his clone, who carried both Knight's prism and enough of his blood to make the Chosen no different from his master. Turning into a divine beast had amplified the dead king's power, and the effects of the backlash he suffered every time a clone died. Orpal's body was mostly crystalline to make up for what had been burned by the blade spell. If not for Knight's immortality, he would be dead. "It's easier to count the survivors," Jorel snorted. "A whopping total of 47 uppers out of 1,200 came back with their lives." 47, Orpal coughed out a piece of lung in disbelief. "Including Uriger, yes." Jorel counted them twice for good measure. He was the bravest of them all and came out last. Solus had overestimated the loyalty of Orpal's thralls. Most of them had joined him to obtain the might and bloodline abilities of a divine beast, not to die in his name. Some had run away the moment the engine had appeared. More after the first annihilation had been unleashed, and every time Lith and Solus unveiled another bit of their strength. Truth be told, the number of defectors would have been in the hundreds if not for the battle unfolding too quickly, and most of the uppers being too deep in the enemy lines to turn their backs safely. "It's not the crushing victory I had planned to announce our return to Maugr, but it's not a bad result." Half of Orpal's face shapeshifted into Knight's, allowing her to speak. "We have lost, but we have also gained a lot." "You planned this," Orpal scowled. "Don't you mean we?" "You," the horseman's laugh was silvery, but also cruel and cold. "You just bled to create our army. Jorel had the idea to recruit plant folk, fey, and cursed objects. I came up with the battle plan, and he directed the uppers as the fight unfolded. You and your clone merely acted as a communication amulet. I also empowered my uppers whenever it tilted the scales in our favor," he replied. "Indeed, but with the life maelstrom I possess," Knight countered. "You." "Enough of your idiotic bickering," Irian cut her short. "I'll never understand why you two work together if you hate each other so much. What have we gained exactly? Most of our forces are dead. Asterisk our asterisk forces, Orpal and Knight spoke in unison. You played no role in the recruitment and have no control over them. You are nothing but a worm on the leash. Overstep your boundaries again and you'll pay for it dearly. The Davros spear thorn appeared in a burst of emerald flames right below the Jormungandr's neck. As for your questions, we don't go along much, but our objectives align. Any living legacy can tell you there's a huge difference between reluctant cooperation and subtle coercion. The former will always triumph, because it has two people working together in spite of their differences. The latter, instead, is just dignified slavery. There is no trust or loyalty involved, and the subdued party has nothing to gain. I need Orpal, and Orpal needs me. It may seem a flimsy bond to you, but try asking Uriger how things would have played out today if his host wasn't reduced to an empty husk. The Jormungandr turned to look at the Book of Knowledge. He had taken out plenty of nutrients to feed the lump of flesh that was his regenerating host. A book was supposed to have no eyes, but Irian felt a glare so vicious on him that he held his tongue. Most of our forces are dead indeed, but they were just rabble, Orpal and Knight continued. Chapter 3674, Paper Tiger, Part 1. We recruited only the lowest and most desperate among the Fae, and they joined us not because they believed in our cause, but because they had no other choice. The horsemen growled with twin voices. Those who fought for us today were the scum of their respective clans, criminals on the run from the council, or traitors of their own species. Yet they almost conquered one of the greatest fortresses of the undead courts, and failed only against the same weapon that destroyed the world tree. There is no shame in that, only glory. We have turned that rabble into veteran warriors who have survived a great battle. When we recruit the next batch of thralls, more will join us, and this time not just the rabble. Anyone with a shred of ambition will think, if such filth became so powerful, then there's nothing I won't be able to do once I become an upper. On top of that, we have forced Leech to reveal his strongest cards. We took the undead courts by surprise, and he took us by surprise. Yet upon our next encounter, he'll find us ready while he and the courts will be as helpless as they were today. Information is power, Irian. We've learned much and lost little. The horsemen of night gestured with their hand for the survivors to gather. I warned you that our brother is bonded to a living legacy as well. Did any of you notice what it might be? Verhin came alone. Uriger spoke through his host while the others nodded. He didn't use anything special but that colossal golem. A mere no would have sufficed. Knight clicked her tongue in disappointment. Can't that be his living legacy? Acton the Bastard asked. Many things about Verhin's strength would make sense if he were bonded to a lost city. Knight, Orpal, Uriger, and anyone with knowledge of the living legacy laughed in Acton's face. No, it can't, the Book of Knowledge replied once he was done mocking the Bastard. A living legacy's true body can never get even 1 meter away from its host, just like me and Knight. Did you see Verhin walk around with a colossal golem joined at his hip? The black sword, then? Acton asked bitterly. It speaks after all. It can't be that either, Knight shook her head. I tasted its edge many times and it was no cursed object. On top of that, Verhin often stores it and a living legacy can't enter a dimensional item. We are living beings. So that's one big question you still have to answer, Uriger said. Verhin is already powerful as he is. If he really has a living legacy, he would be unstoppable. I fought him today, and I can tell you that Orpal may be a divine beast, but Verhin is a monster. Quit whining like a child, Uriger, Orpal snapped. Despite all his clever tricks and powerful artifacts, Leech is no monster. He's just one man, the deadliest man you'll ever meet, that is. Then, realizing that he had complimented his hated brother, Orpal rushed to add. Aside from me, of course. Space. Verhin Mansion at the same time. I'm glad it was a clean victory, but are you sure revealing the prime engine like that was a good idea? Camilla asked. Positive, Lith replied. Everyone already knows I have a fabled weapon that can be used with the help of a mana geyser. Hiding it under such dire circumstances would have just raised more questions. Meln already knew from the War of the Griffins I can conjure demons and use ruin. I showed nothing of my hand he didn't already know. You're forgetting about my blade spell, my liege. Locrius conjured a small, weak version of Unbreakable Anvil to show it to his daughter and wife. I haven't, Locrius, Lith shook his head. Everyone also knows I have Riffa by my side and that rulers of the flames can craft blade weapons. Now the council will think she crafted your equipment, and that if anything happens to me, she'll be lost forever again. Your blade spell increased my value in the eyes of the awakened community, while also hiding the fact that all of you can now use blade spells. Lith looked at Valia, Tryon, and Vergrave. After all, I'm still rusty, Menadian winked. If everything went as you wanted, why aren't you smiling? Camilla asked. Because Meln is done hiding, Kami, Sola sighed. He has dealt the first blow and others will follow. This is just the beginning. Space. News of the battle for the Stonewall Fortress spread during the following days, and it became a hot topic for weeks. Everyone rejoiced at the undead king's latest defeat, but the curiosity of many was piqued. Could Orpal really raise such a powerful army in such a short time? Had he mastered Dusk's powers? If yes, was Orpal the only divine beast on Magur with all the main bloodline abilities of the Guardians? Last but not least, could he really give such powers to anyone? Despite the mockery and spite that always accompanied the accurate reports of his defeat, many of those speaking about it could barely hold the greed and desire to possess the powers of an upper. It was the reason Orpal himself had spread the rumors. The undead courts would have rather remained silent about their shameful performance, and Lith had no interest in gaining more fame than he already had. Orpal, however, needed to clear up his reputation. For someone as despised as him, such a close defeat was as good as a victory. Finally, people were talking about him, and not to mock him. Of course, it didn't take Lith long to understand it was Orpal's doing, and give his version of the events to the authorities. Are you sure the uppers were mostly plant folk and fae? Lotho the Treant, the plant representative in the Awakened Council, asked. I am. Lith conjured a hologram of the battlefield. Is this enough to convince you, or do you want to speak with the Dawn King? I'm sorry, I just hoped you were mistaken, Lotho sighed. One image was worth 1,000 words, and in his case, also about 1,200 humiliations. I can't believe that after the War of the Griffins, after everything the Incontinent King did, my people stooped so low. The Treant clenched his hands in helpless rage. Well, they did, Ragudririan, the human representative, said. And I bet more will follow. We can't stop them, but you can keep an eye and report to us all the plant folk who suddenly disappear. I'll try, but it's not that easy, Lotho groaned. Plant folk live where they want and do what they want. Only those who live in one of our cities can be tracked. What are your estimates, Verhin? Fila asked. How long should it take Meln to raise another army if he has enough recruits? Not much, Lith replied. Even if he keeps a human appearance, he's still a divine beast, look. He prickled his skin with an adamant needle, squeezing out a droplet of blood. As soon as it left his body, it reverted to its real size. Lith stored it in a glass container and showed it to the council representatives. Chapter 3675, Paper Tiger Part 2. One drop to fill a small keg, Fila the behemoth grunted. It's enough to turn dozens of humanoids into thralls every day. The transformation is gradual, so Meln needs to give small doses every day. It's amazing his army was that small. Undead divine beasts are always dangerous, but this is much worse. Inzialot the Lich King said. Melina doesn't need to feed on his peers to maintain his powers, and his uppers will not fear sunlight after the transformation is complete. Once your dumb younglings realize it, there will be a line to join Melgoth's ranks around the block. Hey, Lotho jumped from his seat. Plant folk are not the enemy, Meln is. I wasn't referring to you, Lotho. Inzialot looked at the Treant like he were dumb. I was referring to all of you. He then pointed at Fila and Ragu. The two women flushed in outrage but said nothing. They knew young Awakened were indeed reckless and stupid enough to consider Orpal's offer. The silver lining is that we undead couldn't join him even if we wanted, the King of Liches continued. We can only take one of Night's prisms, but I doubt anyone is foolish enough to do it after what happened in the past. This raises an uncomfortable question we all have, Lith. Fila shifted awkwardly on her seat. Forgive me for asking so bluntly, but you are the only one who can answer it. Are uppers superior to your demons? Lith pondered for a while, trying to find the right words to avoid alarming the council. Your question is simple, but the answer is not, Lith replied. We have to admit that Meln can create more uppers than I can conjure demons, and that while my soldiers fade, his remain. To make matters worse, my demons draw their powers from me. The uppers will depend on Meln's blood only during the thrall phase. Once the transformation is complete, their power will be their own, and Meln will be unburdened to create more. This is just terrifying, Ragu shuddered at the thought. You're telling us he could potentially replace the entire awakened population in a region in a matter of months. Indeed, but there are many catches. Lith raised his hand for silence. My demons are loyal. They don't do anything or go anywhere without my permission. Meln's uppers are only bound to him by the need for his blood. There is no loyalty. Once a thrall becomes a real upper, nothing stops them from walking away, and Meln knows it. Also, I can raise my demons in a matter of minutes, and they are immediately ready to fight. Uppers are adult awakened who spent decades to reach their current level, if not centuries. It takes them months to become full uppers and even longer to master their powers. The more effort they put in their training, the less willing they will be to die for Meln. I see what you mean. Fila mulled over those words. The uppers could rebel, run away, or even betray Meln in exchange for a full pardon from the council. He can't just take everyone in. Exactly, Lith nodded. Meln needs awakened who already have at least the bright blue core. He can turn them into deep violets easily, whereas going from deep blue to bright blue could take years. Yet the more he gives, the fewer reasons his thralls have to stay loyal to him. He can draw people to his side, but he can't keep them. In other words, he's a paper tiger. Inzialot understood where Lith was going and laughed in amazement. What do you mean, a paper tiger? Lotho furrowed his brows in confusion. You've seen the video of the battle for the Stonewall Fortress. Those uppers were strong and fought to the bitter end. Only because they were still thralls, Inzialot tutted. Meerkat had the leash of the next infusion to push them forward. Without that, how many do you think would have followed his orders? Are you telling me? I am, Inzialot nodded. Manatee's time is limited. Once the first uppers are on the verge of fully transforming, he will be cornered. If he completes the process, the uppers might easily rush to us and sell Muskrat's skin to be accepted back among our ranks. After all, they got the secret of the violet core and have become divine beasts. They know we would gladly welcome them back into our fold in exchange for walrus head. Why fight a madman's battle when you can get a seat in the council and a palace? If he keeps his uppers as thralls instead, no one will have any interest in remaining. They'll realize they are just under a poor man's slave collar that only works because they allow it to. Either way, his army is bound to collapse. So the uppers are better for an individual to gain power, but your demons are a much better weapon, Ragu said. I don't like your definition, but yes, Lith nodded. My demons are like a blade. I can take it out and sheathe it when I'm done. Meln's uppers are like a plague. It takes a long while to concoct it, and once released, he has limited control over it. Why a plague? Fila asked. My demons can't make more demons without my permission, Lith shrugged. I doubt uppers can use their blood to sire uppers of their own, since having Meln's life force mixed with their own makes the uppers hybrids. There can only be one Vertilac, yet uppers are alive and can still reproduce the old-fashioned way. Good gods, Fila said. If the uppers' children inherit the abilities of their parents, even after we defeat Meln, they would soon become one of the dominant bloodlines of Magur. Maybe even become the sixth race in the council. Maybe and maybe not, Lith shook his head. Uppers are still hybrids stuck between their original life force and the one Meln shared with them. Even if they are stable, I doubt their offspring will be that lucky. A hybrid's life forces are bound to clash at some point, and when that happens, there are only three possible outcomes. The children discard their upper form and revert to their original nature. They embrace it and turn into Vertilacs, or they are given no choice at all and just die. That's why I call the uppers a plague. If we let them spread, Meln's blood will leave deep scars on Magur that will last long after he is dead and forgotten. Space. As time passed, Camilla's womb swelled to the point that it was impossible to hide the pregnancy. The royals were annoyed for being left in the dark, but when Lith explained his reasons to them, the royals could only agree with him. Too bad Meln didn't take the bait, King Meron sighed. It would have solved all of our problems without the need to lift one of our fingers. Thank the gods I didn't take the bait. Meln was thousands of kilometers away from Lucia, but fear made his heart pound so hard that he was afraid it could burst out of his chest. It would have ruined my plans and put an end to my life without Leech lifting a single finger. Chapter 3676, Communication Problem, Part 1. Orpal read about the pregnancy on the news like everyone else. Yet while the rest of the kingdom sent congratulations and rejoiced, the undead king triple-checked his plans to ensure no one of his thralls would get near Camilla. The Jernoff didn't take the news well either. Constable Camilla Verhin is nothing but a dot on our map. A slight tremor in her right hand was the only sign of how upset Giza Jernoff was. Pregnant Camilla Verhin, however, makes Tezka the Sun-Eater look as scary as a puppy dog. Suspend all operations regarding the Verhin mansion. If the Guardians consider us a threat, They'll erase House Jernoff from the face of Mager. Space. Verhan Mansion, a few days later. Well, it seems we have become official members of the brood, Lith said while opening the many packages he received on that day. Dragons don't give out gifts only for weddings, but also for newborns. Each box came from one dragon bloodline and contained at least a couple of adamant ingots and white crystals. It wasn't much, but there were lots of dragon bloodlines and as many packages. Don't get used to it, little brother. Surtur helped Lith to arrange the gifts in the mines and the crucible. You are considered the first member of a young and poor bloodline. Everyone sooner or later goes through this phase and knows how hard it is. Our siblings want to ensure you have enough resources to protect your children, and expect you'll return the favor to younger bloodlines once you are established. Each dragon bloodline had sent gifts only for Raldorak, but that only until their gesture had stung the Phoenix's pride. Salark's nest had sent twice the ingots and crystals as materials for Raldorak's armor and a belated gift for Elijah's. At that point, the brood couldn't back down and match the Phoenix's gifts. The dragons claimed it was just an oversight, that they had never intended to skirt their duty toward Elijah. Yet Lith didn't believe for a moment that so many dragon clans could have forgotten half the package just to realize their mistake the moment the news of the nest's richer gift spread. Beggars couldn't be choosers, so he thanked everyone and stored the materials, taking care that the shares of the two children wouldn't get mixed up. Oh goody, Lith snorted. So I have to cough up one adamant ingot and one white crystal every time Grandpa has a one-night stand. I resent that, Ligoin snarled. Only once you are established, but yes, Surtur chuckled. Consider that no dragon likes it more than you do, but without their help would 16 years be enough to get enough materials for 2 armors, even with the tower. They would if I'm okay going broke, Lith pondered. Let us be honest, this stuff isn't enough for an armor unless I have the corpse of a divine beast to coat with it, let alone a weapon. That's not something anyone will give or expect from you, little brother, Surtur replied. I know, Lith sighed. Space. Congratulations, Camilla. Kellia was one of the few people truly happy at the news. Friends and family had been much harder than the royals to placate. Philia, Frey, and Renaz's father-in-law had taken the secret as a personal offense. I can't believe you've hidden my grandson from me, Zekel grunted, and the children nodded. Technically, you're not the grandfather, Dad, but that's not the reason we kept you in the dark. Senton saw the hurt in his father's face and rushed to explain. It's because whenever there is a pregnancy in the family, you get the look. What look? The blacksmith asked. This look, Surma his wife shoved a mirror in his face. Zekel's reflection was starry-eyed, and had a huge grin ear to ear that was so out of character that even he found it unsettling. Everyone in Lucia knows that look, she said, not to mention you start giving discounts. Blasphemy, Zekel shuddered in horror. I would never do that, and you know it, woman. You actually do, Dad. Senton gave Zekel a hot tea to recover from the dreadful news. The blacksmith refused to believe such slander, but he kept his ledgers as he kept his shop, clean and neat. Numbers couldn't lie, and they showed lower prices whenever someone in the family was expecting a baby. Fine, I forgive you. Auntie, Mom, why didn't you tell us? Philia asked. I'm sorry, kids, Camilla caressed their heads. It was a very important secret, and one slip of the tongue would have ruined everything. Don't be angry with your mom. I'm the one who asked her not to tell anyone. Not even Dad? Frey asked. Not even Dad, Camilla replied, and she was telling the truth. Kigan had told Vaster, and he had respected Lith's wish for secrecy. We too forgive you, Auntie, Frey nodded. Mom, when are you ouch? A glint of pain in Zinya's eyes, and a nudge in the ribs from Philia cut him short. Congratulations, Aunt Kami. Philia rushed to hug Camilla and threw her brother a glare that brooked no further questions. Congratulations. Frey joined the hug but looked around in confusion, not knowing what he had done wrong. Have you already decided on a name for the baby? Kellia had no idea what the problem was, but there was no doubt Zinya had one. Yes, Kellia, Camilla nodded, grateful for the timely change of topic. We called him Raldorak to honor both his grandfathers. Hi, Ral, Frey patted gently on her womb. I'm Frey, your maternal cousin, sorry for the late introduction. That's kind of you to say, but there's no need to apologize, Camilla chuckled. It's not like Ral. A soft but undeniable feeling in her abdomen cut her short. Ral, she asked, receiving another inner nudge, are you listening? Everyone thought she had gone crazy, but Camilla felt a third nudge. Ral says he doesn't mind. She plopped on a chair, her expression too stressed for her words to be a white lie to console Frey. "Are you all right, Kami?" Zinnia rushed to her side. "Ral kicked every time someone mentioned H. Calm down, we're talking about you, not with you," Camilla replied to her sister before turning to her womb. "And then when I asked who a question, he replied with dragon scales. Gods, this is amazing." Cheers and congratulations filled the room, making Zekel and the others feel privileged for learning about Raldorak's feat first. "Amazing, my sorry arm," Camilla whined. "What about my privacy? Will he listen to everything I do, even in the bathroom? Dragon children have a great memory and I don't want to be poopy mommy." She actually worried about other things, but they belonged to a kind she wouldn't mention in front of small children or her in-laws. "Don't worry, dear," Surma said. "You had no such problems with Elijah, and the little imp only reacts to his name, correct?" "Elijah was conceived back when Lith's life forces were still at odds," Camilla sighed. "Now they have been perfected and even improved. The little imp, even though calling him Demon Lord would be more appropriate, might act differently." "What is he doing now?" Zinnia asked. Chapter 3677, Communication Problem, Part 2. "Nothing," Camilla checked with both invigoration and dragon scales. Raldorak was at peace, oblivious of his mother's worries. He might have been asleep, but he was so small that it was hard to tell. "Let's hope you are right, Surma." Camilla stood up and instinctively checked on the baby again for any reaction, finding none. "Let's go share the news with the others. Zin in front of me, Surma to my left, Philia and Frey to my right." "Why the battle formation?" Zinnia asked. "Because Lith is going to kill me for making him miss the little imp's first kick," she replied. "And you use women and children as a shield?" Zekel snorted, showing his powerful biceps. "You could have asked for my help." "Yeah, and you would have thrown me to the wolves for the exclusive selling rights of any new trinket Lith came up with," Camilla grunted. "Of course I would," Zekel replied. Space. Lith was indeed disappointed for being left out, but also as worried as Camilla. The baby's smarts and ability to communicate were amazing news for worried parents, but terrible for loving partners. Kelia laughed so hard when she understood the reason for the couple's conflicting emotions that she had to leave the room not to offend Lith's feelings. "Poor Kami," Baba Yaga sighed. "Now she has to be 10 times more careful that the old lizard doesn't pull a fast one on her." "What do you mean?" Kelia asked while they strolled in the mansion's park. Baba Yaga explained to her Ligon's habit of teaching dragon tongue to babies in the womb so that their first word would always be Dia/Dad. "I think it's cute and lovely," Kelia replied in confusion. "Right now, I'm sure it does," the crone nodded. "Yet if you had just undergone months of pregnancy followed by hours of labor just to hear your baby say, 'Dad,' before you hold him in your arms, you would make your mission to choke the life out of Ligon." "I guess you are right," Kelia chuckled. "I want to buy Camilla a congratulatory gift. Do you know how I can order one?" "Blasphemy," the crone shuddered in horror, taking one page from Zekel's book. "Gifts are something you either make or pick yourself. It must be thoughtful and personal. Let's go to Lucia and look for something cute." "Lucia," Kelia went pale. "Can't I just browse a catalog or something?" Her only experience with cities dated back to when she was a street urchin in Gima's slums, before Dusk tricked her into bonding with him. To Kelia, a city was a place filled with poverty, hunger, and violence. "Oh, right," the crone nodded. "I forgot you've never been outside the slums. You went straight from there to the Red Emperor Academy and then the Imperial Palace. Don't worry, not all Magar is Gima. Besides, you can defend yourself now, and I'm no pushover either." "Yes, but that wasn't the only problem." Kelia was still scarred by Knight's attack, and the idea of being in the open again terrified her. "If you don't feel safe with a white core while touring the birthplace of the Supreme Magus, you will never feel safe, child." Baba Yaga empathized with Kelia's loss but didn't let it stop her. "You can't live in the academy or the palace forever. Come on, I promise you won't find waters shallower than these to dip your toes." Space. Lucia turned out to be noisy and crowded as Kelia feared, but also bright and lively. No orphans prowled the streets looking for food scraps or begging. No gangs of criminals ruled the city blocks. The worst she witnessed were merchants overpricing their goods and people cursing them before walking away. "Man, finding a gift is way harder than I thought." Kelia had just visited shops, but she was no less exhausted than after a morning of harsh training. "Are you satisfied with your choice?" the crone asked. "It's my first gift ever, but I think I did a good job," Kelia nodded. "That's all that matters," Baba Yaga said with a reproachful voice that didn't match her words. Are you mad at me? No, yet the answer sounded like a yes. Is it because I have never gifted you anything, and my first gift is for Camilla and not you, grandmother? Kelia nailed the issue in one. Don't be silly, child, the crone lied through her teeth. I'm too old and wise to care about who gets what. It would be petty of me to expect a gift just because I took care of you all this time. Why is it worded like a denial but sounds like an accusation? Kelia thought. Still, she's right. I should have bought something for her as well, and now it's too late. Lucia was filled with camellia-themed merch, but it was mostly trinkets for tourists. On top of that, Lith could easily forge-master them way better with magic, just like he could buy jewels and clothes for Camilla. It was the reason Kelia had been inspired by the recent events and had bought a music box playing a lullaby. It would please mother and baby, maybe even give Camilla a bit of privacy by distracting Raldorak. How could I be so insensitive? Kelia thought. Grandma even helped me by modifying the music box to improve the quality of the sound and change the tune into one of the lullabies Camilla sings to her children. Grandma was right by my side the whole time. She pulled me out of my shell, dragged me here, yet I treated her like an accessory. I worked up quite an appetite after all this walking, Grandma. What do you say if we go eat some jam bread and tea at Cornerstone? My treat. Sounds like a lovely idea. Baba Yaga's smile now extended to her eyes. Kelia had never gone to a city and had never bought food for someone before. It would be her first gift, and even though it was just cheap bread, Baba Yaga only cared about the thought. There was literally nothing that Kelia could buy in the entire garland that Baba Yaga couldn't do better herself. Between creation magic and her long life, there were only a handful of things she couldn't make. The bakery of Vexel Cornerstone still prided itself on being the Verhin's favorite, or rather, so it was written on the signboard. The shop was busy for most of the day, and so late in the morning there was always a long line in front of the counter. Nobody looked in Kelia's direction twice, but the moment the crone limped in with her cane, everyone froze. The hubbub of orders and chatting disappeared so abruptly that Kelia feared someone had hushed her. She was about to conjure the full guard spell to defend from the ambush when she noticed that everyone's eyes were on Baba Yaga. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen an old woman?" she grunted. "If you don't want my money, I'll bring it somewhere else." "Nana," Vexel walked his way from behind the counter, bumping into clerks and clients. "Is that you?" "Yes, do I know you, young man?" Chapter 3678, Protection Fee Part 1. In her crone form, Baba Yaga resembled a hunched old woman with gray hair and stone-cold black eyes. Her nose and ears were long, her face full of wrinkles. Age spots covered her skin, making her look weak. Her clothes were black, and she wore a long shawl around her hair to keep it from whipping her face on a windy day. That and the walking cane made her resemble Lady Nerea of Lucia, the old healer and midwife that everyone had called Nana since they were babies. "No, you are not Nana." Vexel's relaxed expression hardened, feeling as if the stranger was mocking the woman who had delivered him and his daughter safely. The stranger's voice was strong and confident like the real Nana. But the crone lacked the aura of bitterness and lingering rage that Nerea wore like an armor every day of her life. "Yes, I am," the crone replied. "I had lots of children and even more grandchildren. I've been called Mama and Nana more times than I should remember, but I've forgotten none. I've earned my title, and if you disrespect my little ones, I'll teach you a lesson with my cane." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you," Vexel couldn't help but chuckle. The old woman was Nana, but the attitude and mannerism were on point. They stirred so many memories of the late healer that Vexel felt like the crone was an old friend. "And my granddaughter," Baba Yaga corrected him. "And your granddaughter," Vexel nodded. "To make this up to you, I'll serve you personally. Here's a cup of hot tea for the wait, it's on the house." At a wave of his hand, one of the clerks brought an extra chair for the old woman. "Thanks," the crone accepted the tea and seat. "We'll wait, we don't want to cut the line, we can use this time to chat a bit." "Excellent idea." Vexel handed Kelia a cup of tea and walked away. The old Lucians misunderstood Baba Yaga's words and started to ask her a lot of questions about where she was from, if it was her first time in Lucia, and if she was a healer. The crone replied curtly and with as few words as she could, but it only made things worse. The crankier she acted, the more she reminded everyone of Nana, and the barrage of questions never ended. At least until the door opened with such strength that the chime signaling new clients was ripped off its cord. "I'll take all the jam bread you have, and a dozen of your best cakes," a finely dressed man who could only be a noble said. I'm holding a party, and buying something that Supreme Magus Verhin likes is the best way to celebrate his first son. Before Vexel could say anything, a bunch of burly men in livery pushed the clients aside, making a beeline for the counter for their master. Be warned, Baker, if I find out what you've written on your insignia is a lie or you sell me garbage, I'll have your license revoked and your shops closed. All of them. Then take no risks and go somewhere else, my lord. Vexel grabbed the closest rolling pin and wielded it like a cudgel. I don't have enough bread for a party, not after serving my regular clients. Why the hostility? The noble seemed genuinely surprised. I'm doing you a favor by buying your whole production, and these people can always return later. They can wait, I can't. No one cuts the line, my lord. Vexel knew one of the bodyguards was enough to kill him, but he also knew that even the most arrogant noble had to be careful in Lucia. You'll be served when your turn comes. The city was still called the Graveyard, and its reputation was well earned. Then I guess it's my turn. The nobleman shrugged and tossed a handful of silver coins on the floor. There, to compensate you commoners for your inconvenience, now give me the bread, Baker. There wasn't a single person in the bakery who wouldn't have loved getting even just one silver coin. Regular workers were paid in coppers, and a silver coin was worth 100 copper coins. Yet the spite in the noble's voice and the idea of picking the money off the ground like beggars stung their pride. No one but the poorest among Vexel's clients took a silver coin and left the shop. Pride wouldn't fill the bellies of their children or fix a leaking roof before winter, but a piece of silver would. By the gods, if you are a greedy bunch. The noble threw a second handful of coins, more annoyed by the remaining line than by spending more money than most Lucians would see in their whole life. I had enough of your attitude, snotty brat. The crone stood up to face the noble. You come in here like you own the place, and then you dare to treat everyone like a beggar who needs your charity. Guess what? I'm not going anywhere until I eat my jam bread with my granddaughter, and I'm not letting you walk in front of me, even if you throw your entire fortune on the ground. The noble looked down on her and scoffed. He was about to put his hand in his purse for the third time when Baba Yaga's glare froze him on the spot. Disrespect me one more time and I'll put you on my knees, pull down your pants, and spank you so hard that your grandchildren will bear my handprint on their buttocks. The traditional grandmother threat didn't have much of an impact, but the blazing light from the crone's eyes and the sudden gust of wind did. Angering a mage was always a bad idea. Angering a powerful mage was no different from signing your own death warrant. The noble stuttered an apology and ran for his life. His retinue was more fit and better trained, yet they had a hard time keeping up with his pace. Yet no one inside the bakery cared about him anymore. All eyes were staring at the crone as if Nana had walked out of her tomb and was taking a stroll among them. I'll consider this compensation for the damage. A wave of her hand collected the silver coins scattered on the floor and brought them into orderly piles on her palm. On the one hand, the greed of the old woman widened the smile of the Lucians. Nana considered her time as precious as money, and were she still alive, protecting people, and then demanding her protection fee was exactly what she would have done. On the other hand, the Lucians were sad. A single silver coin was a small treasure that would allay most of their fears for the immediate future. They could have used it to fix their houses or saved it for bad days. Here you go. The crone walked among the clients and gave one silver coin to each family. It's your compensation, and if someone asks you what happened to the silver, tell them the truth. I took it. If they want to know what I did with it, send them after me. Chapter 3679, Protection Fee Part 2. Her generosity and the warm smile she gave the children while handing them the coin so that they could proudly present it to their parents, instead, was something Nana would have never done. What about me? Vexel asked after the crone passed in front of him, yet gave him nothing. Keep standing up for your clients like you did today, and these people will come back here every day. Sooner or later, this silver will end up in your pockets, so don't be greedy, young man. Baba Yaga replied. Good thinking. Vexel didn't need the silver, but he was a greedy man. His greed, however, couldn't keep up with the joy he felt thinking that maybe Nana had sent the old mage to his shop to help her old village. Since I'm giving you so much silver, I need you to do something for me, the crone said. If it doesn't interfere with my business, sure, the baker nodded. Give these to those who ran away earlier. The crone handed him the few remaining silver coins. They need it much more than any of us if they trampled on their dignity for a bit of money. Find a nice way to give them the rest of the silver. It must not seem charity or out of pity. Did I make myself clear? Crystal, Vexel replied while making the coins in his hand jingle. One last thing. If I find out you kept the silver or bullied those people, I'll transform you into a rat. Sure, he chuckled at the joke. The crone's eyes burned bright cyan like those of Nana, then blue, violet, and lastly they became as bright as two white suns. Do I look like I'm joking, young man? She asked. Do you want apricot or berry jam in your bread? He replied, swallowing hard. Space. Kelly and Baba Yaga had their tea and jam bread while sitting on a bench and making small talk. Vexel insisted on having it on the house, but Kelia insisted harder to pay, or it would have been his gift. One glare of the crone and he took the copper coin, wishing never to see them again. Camilla liked the music box a lot. Not only did it play the lullaby her grandmother sang to her when she was little, but the sound it produced was so clear that it seemed to be played by a harp. This is a pretty good idea. Lith examined the music box after Kelia left him and Camilla alone. We can use the music to put the little imp to sleep, or at least to distract him while we play. We get a thoughtful gift for our baby boy, and that's the first thing you think about. Sax. For once, Camilla was happy for the guardians meddling with her speech. It's the circle of life, babe, Lith replied. Sax makes babies, babies meddle with Sax, and then the cycle starts anew. Life always finds a way. He spoke with such a straight face that she couldn't stay mad and started laughing. Space. A few days later, Olija Eventide joined Renah for her usual meeting with the current rulers of the underground city of Zelex. Where is Lith? The usually jovial and light-hearted elf had deep dark circles around her blue eyes, and her long blonde hair looked like it had wrestled a cat out of it. He's buys, Camilla lied while sipping her tea. Feel free to tell me whatever you have to say to him. Yeah, sure. Olija glared at Camilla's womb, knowing she had to use a much politer and more refined language than she had planned if she wanted to survive the meeting. And remember, you are free to say whatever you want, Salark said while sharpening her sword on a whetstone, just like I'm free to chop you into small pieces and serve you as a stew for dinner. Duly noted, the elf grunted. Please tell Lith that I thank him for the honor he entrusted me with and that a new world tree is born. Don't forget to tell him how fun it was for me to visit the various world saplings. I received many welcoming parties, the various saplings prepared for me in the hope of convincing me they were the best candidate. Camilla could almost hear the air quotes. It will be my pleasure. Camilla gave the elf her best smile and offered her a cup of tea. Is this strong? Because I need something strong. I haven't slept in weeks, Olija said. No, but I can prepare you some coffee if you want. Thanks. The elf put down her Yggdrasil staff to sip her tea and fell immediately asleep. Camilla covered Olija with a blanket and let her rest until the rest of the guests reached the mansion. Your coffee is ready. Thanks, Olija looked around in confusion. In what seemed the blink of an eye to her, a steaming cup of coffee had replaced her tea, and the members of Zelex's Senate had warped around her without the elf noticing. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit, Representative Eventide? Sira, the Hattie Queen, asked. The members of Zelex's Senate had actually walked into the room and taken their seats like normal people. Warping through your host's house was considered either a sign of familiarity or disrespect. Familiarity, because it meant you knew the place well enough to remember the dimensional coordinates of the various rooms. Yet unless you had received the permission from the master of the house to use dimensional magic, it was considered disrespectful, if not even a veiled threat to their safety. Sira and the others never used dimensional magic without express permission, and were most polite while in the mansion. It was the reason they had noticed the sleeping elf, and not disturbed her slumber when Camilla had greeted them with a bow and brought a finger to her lips. Queen Sira, honorable members of the Senate. Olija's groggy mind found it more believable to think her guest's magical prowess had improved by leaps and bounds, so she acted accordingly. I have joined your assembly today to deliver you news of your brethren who are currently deployed in Giera and bring you your share of the prize they have earned. She took a long sip of her coffee to clear her thoughts. Do you have your dimensional amulets? Rings, Bri, the orc who the geyser reverted into a Svartalf, crossed her arms. The kingdom still doesn't trust us with spell-holding rings, so they give us only dimensional storage rings. I'm sorry to hear that, but don't worry, things are about to change. The elf gave the other women a nod and took a small mound of harmonizers out of her amulet. As per your instructions, the awakened Council of Garland has worked to reverse-engineer Gleemo's work. They have succeeded and fulfilled the second point of the treaty by using the people of Zelex's share of resources from Giera to craft enough harmonizers for everyone. Women, children, and the elderly won't be left behind anymore. With your permission, Representative Eventide. Sierra stood up and collected a few collars that she handed over to her friends, keeping only one for herself. Chapter 3680, Gift and Weregild, Part 1. Chapter 3680, Gift and Weregild, Part 1. There is something weird with these harmonizers, the Hattie Queen said after examining the artifacts. The design doesn't match those I know. Indeed, Arhin the Balor carefully studied the enchantments with her evil eyes, suspicion hardening her lovely features. Even without an imprint, their world energy flow is more vigorous and subtler than the ones the Senate uses. This wasn't a part of our deal. Did you add something to control our people? Do you think you can fool us just because there are no Forgemasters among us? Absolutely not, Olaja denied the accusation with a curt sweep of her hand. The Awakened Council has held up its end of the agreement. If you don't believe me, ask one of your awakened friends to examine the harmonizers. Don't worry, Representative Eventide, we will. Sarah clenched the armrest, trying not to bare her fangs. But since we already are at it, do you mind explaining what these things are supposed to be? As I said, harmonizers. If the elf was offended by their mistrust, it didn't show. The best harmonizers the late Glemos crafted. There was no point using outdated designs. There are no more casts in Zelex, correct? Olaja asked, and the members of the Senate nodded for her to continue. These are all exact copies of Garrick's harmonizer. With them, your children will have the same chances of stabilizing their life forces once they come of age. It was a sweet lie, and everyone knew it. Garrick had worn that harmonizer from birth, never took it off, and never walked out of the Mana Geyser per Glemo's instructions. Zagra and the other children wore no such treasure until the rite of passage. Even worse, most of them had left the Mana Geyser for a few hours after the ceremony, ruining their chances to have a normal life forever. If this is true, you have our deepest gratitude, Representative Eventide. Sarah and the other mothers knew it was a sweet lie, but they wanted to believe. Renaa, do you mind calling Garrick and Ryla here for a moment, please? Sure thing. Renaa nodded and pressed 2 runes on her contact amulet. Why do you call Renaa by her first name instead of by her title, yet you call me Representative Eventide? Olaja finally remembered about her Yggdrasil staff and picked it up. Because she's a friend who has taken care of us and our children ever since we met. BRI snorted. You and the rest of the council only come here when you need something or to deliver bad news. Point taken. Olaja wanted to explain how she had too little free time to use it for courtesy visits. Her magical studies with Athung, her duties with the council, and her role as liaison with the elven tribes, and now also with the New World Tree, barely left her enough hours to call her friends once in a while and not act like a lick. Yet the Yggdrasil wood made it clear to her there was no point in saying all that. The people of Zelex didn't trust Olaja and would take her words not as an explanation, but as excuses. Hi, Renaa, Ryla greeted Lith's sister first, then bowed to the others. Camilla, Overlord Salark, Sarah, Bri, Arhin, to what do I owe this pleasure? We, the Hattie Queen, felt her throat tighten. Need your help, Garrick's help to be precise. Can you confirm these harmonizers are the same as the one your son wears? One moment. Come in, Garrick. Don't be afraid. You're among friends. Ryla took the harmonizer Sarah offered her and beckoned to her son. Hi, aunties. Garrick clung to his mother's leg, feeling the weight of the glares on him. Hi, sweetie. Salark's aura broke the tension in the room, and when she opened her arms, Garrick went for a hug. The Senate's members still resented Ryla and her son. In their eyes, the Farmer and her hybrid spawn had always enjoyed an unfair preferential treatment, and they still did. While Glemos was alive, Ryla and Garrick had never suffered hunger or taken part in the rites of succession. They had always had state-of-the-art harmonizers, while everyone else burned their lifespan more quickly. After Glemos' death, they had moved to the Verhin mansion. They experienced every day the freedom Sarah and the others dreamed of. They lived under the sun, ate delicious foods, and Garrick played in the woods like a normal child. All while Zagra and the other children of Zelex lived in the underground cave that had been their prison since the day they were born. Ryla and Garrick having a communication amulet only infuriated Sarah more. They look identical to Garrick-S, and the world energy flow seems the same, but I'm no Forgemaster. Camilla, Ryla offered her the harmonizer. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but the only high-tier magic I know is dimensional magic. Grandma, Camilla passed it to Salark. Some minor improvements here, a few incompetent blunders there, but there is no trick. These harmonizers work a little better than Garrick-S, Salark said with a nod. Incompetent blunders, Sirah echoed in outrage. Overlord Salark, are you telling me the Awakened Council had second-rate forgemasters craft our harmonizers? Follow new episodes on the N0vel first, C0M. I'm sorry, that came out wrong. Salark raised her hand with her palm out. There are rookie mistakes in the crafting method, but only according to my standards. In the same way, compared to me, even the best forgemaster in the council is a second-rate, and I'm being very generous. Thanks, Overlord. Sirah and the others stored the harmonizers, uncluttering the space in the tea hall. How are our people faring in Giera, Representative Eventide? Not worse than the others, Alaja sighed. The situation has gotten better than before, but days-long fights break out whenever a lost city or a monster tide approaches the mana geysers we control. How many casualties? Sirah went straight to the point. Fewer of your people die than are born, which didn't mean much since the people of Zelex could reproduce quickly just by reverting to their fallen state. Goblins suffer the most casualties, then Hattie, orcs, ballers, ogres, and trolls. What? Urhin was flabbergasted. Why aren't ballers on the bottom of the list? My people can fly, have many bloodline abilities, and can conjure powerful elemental pillars even away from a mana geyser. Indeed, Alaja nodded. But unlike ogres and trolls, ballers have no regenerative abilities. All it takes in the chaos of battle to bring down even the mightiest of warriors is one wound. Flying only makes ballers more prone to fall behind enemy lines. Goblins were individually weak, so a high number of casualties was expected. The Hatties' greatest ability was to pool their strength into their leader and take their wounds, but that left many of them helpless, so deaths were inevitable with each fight. Orcs were powerful as well, but mostly as mages. The moment they were dragged into close-quarter combat by more than one enemy, they were easy prey. Ballers were mighty warriors and mages, but that wasn't the reason Urhin couldn't accept their loss. Ballers developed just a bit faster than humans, and rarely did a pregnancy deliver more than one baby at a time. Replacing a dead Baller took years, and if too many of them died, they might even risk extinction. Chapter 3681, Gift and Weregild Part 2. Chapter 3681, Gift and Weregild Part 2. Don't worry, Alaja rushed to reassure Urhin. We are keeping your numbers in check. The Traun took on themselves part of your burden whenever your people needed time off the battlefield. How is that possible? Sirah furrowed her brow. By undergoing duplication whenever necessary. Alaja's words had everyone clench their jaw. What's duplication, except for Camilla? You know that a troll's vitality is so great that they can regenerate their bodies even from a small fragment, correct? Salark asked, letting the others share a moment of silent mourning. Correct, Camilla nodded. It's what makes them so dangerous. Rangers need to dispose of the remains thoroughly or... She remembered too late who was with her, but at least she managed to stop herself before calling a monster tribe an infestation. I'm sorry, Camilla noticed the cold glares directed at her and bowed. I know we're talking about good people, but that's how I always talked about monsters in the army. Don't apologize, Camilla. Sirah took a deep breath to calm down. In our fallen state, we are a bunch of dangerous parasites. There's no point sugar-coating the truth. Just don't use that language about the people of Zelex, please. It won't happen again. Camilla blushed in embarrassment. Trolls in their fallen state are dumber than animals and don't care about their duplicates. Salark continued, and Sirah nodded. Before their fall, however, they were brilliant creatures, and their Traun descendants have inherited their cunning. Ancient trolls always cut a piece of their flesh before a dangerous battle. It grew in an exact copy of the original, a clone, if you prefer, with the same skills, knowledge, and martial prowess. This way, even if the one sent into battle died, the other would survive. The one sent into battle, Camilla echoed, not the clone. Trolls had morals, Sirah explained. The clone shared their same feelings, loved the same people, and was born out of dire need, not egotism. Hence, the original and the clone would draw lots and the loser would go to battle. The winner would stay home and take care of the family, protecting them, were the enemy to breach the walls. It's a smart and noble act, Camilla nodded. Then why do you look so sad? There's a reason trolls use duplication rarely, dear, Salark said. Only through battle can any warrior gain enlightenment and truly improve. The one left at home would learn nothing from the victory and become obsolete. Even worse, what do you think would happen if at the end of a crisis there are two copies of the same person? Do you think they want to share their wife, their children? Camilla swallowed hard, guessing what Salark was about to say. When two identical trolls meet, they fight to the death. They are no twin brothers. They want to do and say the same things at the same time. The existence of the other doesn't enrich their life, it only detracts from it. Think about it. Would you allow another Camilla, even if identical to yourself, to share your bed with Lith, to breastfeed your daughter? Hell no, just the thought sent Camilla into outrage, slamming her fist on the armrest of her chair. I already share them with Solus. I won't accept a third woman. Awkward glances and coughs replaced the grief in the room in the blink of an eye. That's not what you think. That came out wrong. She blushed wildly, only drawing more compassionate looks in Salark's hilarity. Don't worry, it's fine. Ryla knelt to hug her. As long as you're happy, you don't owe us any explanation. I swear to the gods, as soon as the meeting is over, I'm going to kick my own ass. It will be the dumbest use of a warp steps ever, but I deserve it. Camilla inwardly whined, knowing that anything she said would only bury her deeper in the hole she had dug herself. Try that and I'll stop you, Salark said. I won't allow you to harm or scare Raldorak. Camilla went from beet red to pale in 1 second, moving her hands to her womb on instinct. Thanks for the rescue, Grandma. For a moment I lost my mind from embarrassment. Follow new episodes on the N0vel first, C0M. Always a pleasure, dear. As I was saying, duplication is no joke. The Overlord acted as if nothing weird had happened. That's why your friends were so shocked. They know that even though all Tron returned from the battlefield, someone always died. It's to honor the sacrifice of the Tron that the Council has prepared a gift for you. Another wave of Olaja's hand conjured a tall pile of communication amulets. Now the warriors will be able to keep in touch with their loved ones despite the ocean separating them. Camilla would have clapped her hands at the awakened Council's munificence if she hadn't noticed that Olaja wasn't smiling and Sarah's eyes had narrowed. There are so few amulets. The Hattie Queen unwittingly answered Camilla's silent question. So few compared to those who departed for Giera. This is no gift. These amulets have been paid with the blood of our people. This is Weregild for our fallen. I like to think of them as a gift, Queen Sarah. Olaja couldn't deny it was just semantics. They already carry the contact rune of the warrior. There is a note attached to each amulet that marks the household to which they have to be delivered. I'm no expert in communication amulets, but why are some of them blank? BRI had walked to the pile to examine them. Her husband had died during the rites of passage, but her brother-in-law was still alive. Or at least so she hoped. There are no blanks, the elf smiled to reassure the Svartalf. The contact rune can appear anywhere, turn it around. BRI inspected the amulet's back and sides, sighing in relief when she found the mark of her brother-in-law. Wait a second, Arhin said while sorting the amulets to find those of her friends and relatives. This is blank and so is this, and this. Is it some sort of manufacturing defect? My condolences, Olaja shook her head. They must have died recently. Arhin, bring the amulets to Zelex immediately. Sarah barked, and the Balor stored the communicators in her ring. Let's give our warriors the opportunity to talk with their families one last time before something else happens. BRI and I will take care of the rest. I'll be back as soon as I can. My ladies. Arhin gave Camilla and Rena a brief nod before unfurling her wings and bolting toward the warp gate. Don't you have anyone you want to talk to? Camilla approached the Hattie Queen, gently holding her shoulder. My husband died in the rites of passage. Sarah sighed deeply. My son is happily playing outside, and I don't want to ruin one of the rare moments he can be the child he is with bad news. As for everyone else I cared about, your husband killed them all. I'm sorry. Don't be. The Hattie cut Camilla's apologies short. Lith S was a ruthless act, but without his deception we'd still be waiting for Gleemo's return. Even worse, we might have fallen at the hands of the undead courts. Chapter 3682, Starting Point Part 1. Chapter 3682, Starting Point Part 1. Your husband took a lot from us, but he gave us much more, Camilla, Sarah said. I wouldn't be here drinking tea and eating sweets if it weren't for him. I'd be sitting in a room, worrying whether starvation or the undead would kill my people first. You are stronger than I am, Sarah, Camilla replied. In your shoes, I don't think I could forgive Lith so easily. In my shoes, you would have done the same. The Hattie Queen shook her head. After everything I've gone through, after the horrors I have perpetrated on the weakest of my own kin, I've learned how gray Magur is. Without Lith, my son would have been forced to become an adult in days and take the burden that belonged to his father. It's thanks to Lith that Zagra is still a child who can laugh and play. That my people don't live with the uncertainty of when and if they'll have their next meal. As I said, I've gained more than I lost. I don't like how things played out between your husband and me, but I never liked much about my life. Until now. Sarah poured herself another cup of tea, enjoying its rich smell. Then she looked at the sun, glad at the idea that she could relax without the fear a terrified human might try to kill her on sight. She took a few sips before asking, "Is what Lith did to Ryla the reason you requested to participate in this meeting, Camilla?" "Yes, but I was waiting for the opportunity to ask you in private if you want Elijah to hear what I have to say." Camilla cleared her throat in embarrassment. "I can leave if you want." The elf straightened her clothes and stood up. "We are not friends, but you have been loyal cousin." Bri gestured for Elijah to sit down. "It's more than we can say of most people in the council. You can stay." "Thanks," the elf nodded. "What's wrong with Ryla? I mean, she's gotten more beautiful and a bit plumper in the right places, but that's the joy of a quiet life." Everyone could hear the envy in her voice. Elijah dreamed of a life where she could just sleep and eat for days until the fatigue of the past months was but a bad memory. Alas, she had to work to earn her keep. Not everyone has a Magus as a friend of their stepson, she inwardly grunted. "It's not that simple." Sarah stared at the farmer in a mix of curiosity and renewed resentment. Something changed in Ryla's life force. "Yes, but I'm not the expert. Give me a second." Camilla called Quilla, and by the time she arrived, Arhin the Baller had returned from Zelex. "Sorry for the wait," Quilla burped, releasing the smell of ham, pickles, and honey. "I've been delayed." "Yeah, the pantry tried to stop her, but Quilla fought bravely until there was nothing left." Morak nodded. "By the way, Camilla, you need to restock." Morak, Quilla turned beet red. "Yes, my little famished troll." "How can you say that in front of our guests?" Quilla blushed harder. "What if they take it as a racial slur?" "Good point. Do you take monikers based on your people as racial slurs?" Morak asked. "Not at all." Sarah, Bri, and even Arhin laughed from the heart. "Using the names of our races as a sign of affection instead of an insult is a nice change of pace." Quilla would have kept arguing, but Morak pulled out a jar of pickles and another of honey. Quilla dipped the former in the latter and devoured them like there was no tomorrow. "Delicious," she burped. "I wondered how I lived without it until today." "I think I'm going to puke." Elijah had become greener than the pickles. "This is far from the strangest craving I've seen," Arhin scoffed. "Just pray when your turn comes that you can fulfill them." When Quilla calmed down enough to speak, she shared the scope and results of her current research with the Senate of Zelex. "And you've started with her?" Arhin tried and failed not to let her anger lash at their potential savior. "With all the people in all Zelex, you had to start with her." "Yes, I had to," Quilla nodded. "Ryla is my best shot. Her life force shares many similarities with Morak's and Lith's. Unlike you, Arhin, Ryla has a mana core I can study." Follow new episodes on the N0vel first. See 0M. Like it or not, evolving into a farmer gave Ryla something I can work with. Something you don't have. I won't go into detail to explain the many factors that led to my partial success, but know that I would have never done it without two perfect beings to use as a reference. She pointed at Morak and conjured Lith's hologram. "Thanks to them, I can guess what Ryla's life force will look like. I have a starting and an arrival point for my research. These two elements give me a direction that I know, not guess, will bear fruit. With you guys, I'd have only a starting point, like everyone who tried and failed to undo the madness that caused your races to fall. There is no perfect Svartalf, Hattie, Ogre, or Troll for me to study, unless you can provide me with one, of course." The members of Zelex's Senate recognized the truth in Quilla's words, but their gaze didn't soften, nor did it show any enthusiasm at the news. "Then what's the point of bringing us here and telling us about it, Great Mage Ernaz?" Sarah asked. "Did you feel the need to flaunt your exploit, or did you want to rub Ryla's future happiness in our faces?" "No to both, and please call me Quilla." She raised her hands in a conciliatory manner. She saw hatred, grief, and envy clouding the judgment of the rulers of Zelex, and decided to go straight to the point. "Another one of the reasons I've started my research with Ryla is that she trusts me. She let me poke, prod, and examine her as much as I needed, something that you would have never let me do," Quilla said, and Sarah nodded for her to continue. "You've already been deceived for centuries by Glemos and don't trust even the awakened council. What reason did you have to trust the wife of Glemos, accursed son? Before making you an offer, I needed to bring you a concrete result. To give you a reason to trust me, well, you are looking at her," she pointed at Ryla. "What about the lack of an arrival point?" Arhin asked in confusion. What about all those excellent reasons not to start with one of us? Seriously? Quilla looked at the Balor like she was an idiot and went this close to expressing her thoughts out loud. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell. I just had a Manohar fit. No, I'm sorry for the interruption. Please continue, Arhin said. Ryla is * your arrival point, Arhin, Quilla said. Once I find a cure for her, I can use the data I collected and Ryla's perfect life force to undo the fall of the Balor race and guide you to evolve into a farmer. Chapter 3683, Starting Point Part 2. Chapter 3683, Starting Point Part 2. Truth be told, Arhin felt no less stupid than how Quilla had judged her to be. Once I'm done with Arhin, with a bit of luck, I'll have gained enough familiarity with the process to work on you guys. Quilla continued. Sirrah, one of my dearest friends, Protector, belongs to an emperor beast species called Skull. He told me he felt a strong kinship with you, Hattie, since the first time you met. I believe I can use him as the best next thing to a perfect Hattie, and he has already volunteered to help you. BRI, I know no elf, but since Olaja is here. You don't need to ask, Olaja chimed in. If you need my help, you'll have it. I won't abandon you, cousin. Thanks, BRI said. Also, my friend Rissa the Dryad has volunteered to help the ogres, Quilla said. Useless to say, no other research will be possible until I'm done with both Ryla and Arhin. If I don't succeed with them, it's unlikely I can do any better with another fallen race. I understand, Sirrah nodded. Thank you, Quilla, and sorry for our earlier outburst. Don't mention it, Quilla shook her head. Another reason I called you here is that I need to study your life forces and those of the other fallen races of Zelex right now, or at least in the next few days. It will take time, it won't be pleasant, and I need to examine you all thoroughly in your reverted form and fallen state away from the geyser. Starting and arrival points, remember, she answered their silent question. Didn't you just say no further research is possible? BRI was afraid to sound stupid as well, but the idea of being experimented upon again made her shudder. It is, but now that I'm pregnant, I can notice and understand things that in my normal condition I would overlook. Quilla nodded. My abilities are more than tripled now, which makes it the perfect moment to collect data. I hope you don't expect me to make babies non-stop, just to further my research. I'm all for it, Morag said with a stoic face. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Of course you would. Quilla blushed wildly, making the other women chuckle. Thanks for being so patient and explaining everything to us, Quilla, BRI said. We can start immediately if you want. With Olaja here, I'd start with you too if you don't mind, Quilla said, receiving no's in reply. Just to be clear, assuming everything works, I'll work on Tron, Trolls, and Goblins last. The order for them doesn't matter. Why, this time it was Camilla asking the question. Because they evolved from extinct races that have no ties with humanity, Quilla replied. There is no one I know who is a D. Vergelf or an Odie. Without an arrival point, it will be a matter of guesswork and luck. And thank the gods for that, Morok said, drawing spiteful glares on himself until he added. The Odie. I meant the Odie, not your friends. We've met those bastards, and I wouldn't repeat the experience for the world. I see, Sirrah sighed. I'm sorry for them and a bit for myself. If your research ever succeeds, Quilla will be for them what Ryla is for us now. They'll envy and resent us. Even if my research fails, I've already advanced Ryla's life force by about 3 generations of farmers wearing the harmonizer, Quilla said. It means about 45 years less before the harmonizer induces a stable life force. This, I'm sure I can do for all of you. Maybe I won't be able to undo your fallen state, but I'll shorten the time before a perfect member of your races is naturally born. 3 generations of children saved from pain, hunger, and imprisonment is already an amazing boon. Sirrah looked at Quilla with new respect and admiration. But can you really help so many of us by yourself? No, but I don't plan to keep my research a secret, Quilla replied. Once I have something concrete on all the fallen races, I can instruct other healers and they can help your people. Who knows, maybe I'll become the arisen Magus for this. From your lips to the gods' ears. Quilla expressed her ambition for Magashud as a joke, but BRI took it seriously. I'm sorry, Quilla, but what about Yaga? Camilla asked. What about her? Quilla replied. She is, or rather, was an Odie, Camilla said. As a white core, she reached the apex of the Odie potential. Trolls and Tron are just steps towards whatever she is. You are very kind, Camilla, but also naive, Olaja sighed. White cores are creatures of legend. You can't just call them like that. Follow new episodes on the N0vel first. See 0M. Maybe I should have started by mentioning Baba Yaga is in the park, playing with the children. Camilla swallowed hard. Damn, I'm the stupidest genius ever. Quilla tried and failed to jump from her seat. I hadn't thought of that, let's call her now. Yeah, right, Olaja said while Camilla fiddled with her amulet. And I'm a chicken. Yes, dear, Baba Yaga and her mother form warped in the room. What can I do for you? Cluck, cluck, the elf whimpered. Quilla explained to the mother her idea and asked Baba Yaga for her help. I bet someone like you remembers what your life force as an Odie looked, Quilla said. If you do and let me study you as you are now, those poor people of Zelex might have a real chan. Quilla's voice died in her throat as the mother's mouth twisted down, and her peaceful gaze turned into ill-concealed rage. Baba Yaga was always so calm that her fury was beyond terrifying. It was akin to staring at a tornado coming your way, and your feet refused to move, glued to the ground by the sheer futility of trying to escape. My answer is no. The mother's voice was reduced to a cold growl. To all of it, the Odie have gone extinct for a good reason, and they should stay that way. But you are one of them, as the queen, Sarah, fought her fear to speak on behalf of her people. You know what trolls have gone through, how can? I know what trolls went through, insolent child. Baba Yaga didn't release one shred of killing intent or magical aura not to scare the unborn babies, but the intensity of her gaze was enough to make everyone cower. The question is, do you, child, answer me? They suffer from hunger, madness, cannibalism. Sarah stuttered every word, and Yaga didn't let her finish. That's something even newborns know, she said. I asked you if you know what trolls have gone through. Do you know? No, Sarah whimpered. I wasn't there, no one was. I sure was, the mother snarled. I was born in one of the lowest castes of the Odie. I was there when those bastards started collecting my people for their crazy experiments. How do you think trolls came to be? It was no miracle of evolution. It was patient, gruesome work that cost the lives of thousands of useless people like me. Chapter 3684, It's Molting Time, Part 1. Chapter 3684, It's Molting Time, Part 1. The trolls are not innocent victims of fate, Baba Yaga said. They never were. They were all volunteers born from the high castes, those allegedly closer to perfection and hence the easiest to push toward evolution. I ran away before the so-called recruiters came for me. I was lucky enough to awaken soon after crossing the borders of the Odie Empire, and the rest is history. High castes, volunteers, Quilla echoed. The Odie was the most talented light mages society I've ever seen. How did the experiment fail? It didn't, the mother shook her head. It was a resounding success. Trolls were stronger, faster, more magically talented and beautiful than the Odie, lived longer and were stable. There was no flaw in their life forces. Then how did they fall? Sarah dared ask. What do you think? Baba Yaga scoffed. To sane people like you and me, the trolls were a success, the next step on the evolutionary ladder. To insane degenerates obsessed with perfection like the Odie, however, they were an abomination. Trolls were limited to only darkness and light, whereas the Odie could use all 6 elements like the humans. It was a temporary setback for a new and powerful body, but an unforgivable sin for the Odie. They saw the loss of the other 4 elements as an involution, an affront to the Odie's alleged perfection. Instead of giving the trolls time and generations for their life forces to settle and evolve further, the Odie turned against their own children. They imprisoned them, experimented on them. And the trolls deserved every moment of agony for what they had done to my people, the mother snarled. Once everything failed, the Odie decided there was no point in wasting more time on rejects. They went to Roghar, who, of course, gave them sensible advice that the Odie twisted to their perverse logic. They put Roghar's suggestion into practice with haste, ruthlessness, and uncaringness. The result didn't advance the trolls' evolution, but was still deemed a success. The Odie turned what they considered an abject failure into a biological weapon. Are you telling me that? Sarah's eyes widened in shock and disgust. Yes, the Odie did it on purpose, Baba Yaga nodded. The trolls' fall was no accident. The Odie used their new pets to cause famines and swarm the neighboring countries before sending their armies to invade them. Trolls were developed as a weapon, and they were used as such. They are the secret to the Odie's conquest of Garland. They were meat shields who spawned faster than the enemy could kill them, immune to darkness magic. They devoured the supplies the invaded countries needed to fight and terrorized their people. They were the perfect weapon back when fake mages were limited to Tier 3 spells, and the reason I made dawn into their bane. The mother took a long pause to let her words sink in. And now you ask me to help bring those monsters back. She glared at Quilla, her jaw clenched. To help the accursed Odie to further their project, to bring the Odie back, because make no mistake, the ability to use all 6 elements and have the trolls' longevity is what the Odie wanted. You are talking about the old trolls, Quilla objected as meekly as possible. I'm asking you to help their descendants, innocent children born to crazy parents who never had a voice in the matter. She's right, Urhin swallowed hard. The tyrants captured us monsters, and it took them generations to make trolls sane again. Like the Hattie, they were consumed by hunger and bloodlust, but once they regained their mind, they were horrified by themselves. My answer is still no. Baba Yaga remained as cold as ice. Best of luck in your endeavor, Quilla. Then she turned to Camel, and her face regained its warmth and kindness. We'd better leave while we can, dear, she said while offering her hand to help Camilla stand up. I'm fine, Yaga, we are all friends here, Camilla said in confusion. With Salark here, I'm sure of it, the mother chuckled. I'm talking about. Camilla sneezed and then started to cough. Too late. Baba Yaga took a few steps back and gestured for everyone to give Camilla space. What's happening to me? Red, black, and silver fluffy feathers popped out of her skin, making her look like a giant plushy bird. She felt her toes turning into talons, her arms into wings, and her mouth into a beak. The cough and sneezes never stopped as the colors of her plumage became drenched in a black tar-like substance. The smell was bad enough to knock down a horse from 30 meters, 100 feet, away. But before it could waft through the room, deep green origin flames erupted from the small phoenix's body, burning everything into ashes. The corrupted feathers burned as well, leaving the pink of her skin visible. New ones grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and with their arrival the cough stopped. Follow new episodes on the N0vel first, see 0M. Thank the gods, Camilla sighed with a chirpy voice. I was starting to fear I had become allergic to myself. Then the plumes disappeared below her skin, and she shapeshifted back into human form. Can someone please tell me what just happened? I'm pretty sure I can't turn into a phoenix. And she would have rather died than share with her friends how she had come to that certainty. You can't, but I can make you, Salark chuckled with a knowing look. Congratulations on reaching the deep green core, dear. That was a breakthrough? Camilla asked. I didn't feel anything. Wait, did you help me because I was in danger and Raldorak with me? Of course not, the Overlord scoffed. With Lith's anal retention, attention to detail, and your diligent training in both magic and combat, you had a perfect body for the breakthrough. There was no way things would go wrong, unless someone attacked you in the middle of it. My core must have progressed faster than I expected due to Ral, Camilla nodded. If I were safe, though, why did you step in? What was the point of the shapeshifting? It was still a breakthrough, dear, Baba Yaga said, and from the yellow to the green core at that, it would have been safe but painful and unpleasant. There's no way in Magur I'm letting one of my featherlings experience fear and pain as one of their first memories, Salark scoffed. No matter how many people I have to kill. Space. After the breakthrough, Camilla went to share the news with Lith while Quilla proceeded to examine Zelex's representatives. Once she was done, she accompanied them back to the underground city, where they vouched for Quilla to the other fallen races and ensured her safety. Thank the gods you are all right, Lith hugged his wife tight. No problem, just look out for the old lizard or we'll have another dire situation. Salark's voice echoed in the room. Damn it, Grandma, we are having a moment here. Don't call my name if you don't want me to answer, she replied. Actually, we are not, Camilla chuckled. Nothing happened. Grandma was right beside me and I didn't even notice I was having a breakthrough until Yaga told me. This is hardly a moment. Chapter 3685, It's Molting Time, Part 2. Chapter 3685, It's Molting Time, Part 2. It is, Lith countered in mild indignance. The deep green marks the threshold of stable Tier 3 magic and allows the practice of Tier 4. You were a Magicka and now you are a mage. Welcome into our ranks, Camilla Verhin. Lith gave her a deep bow that made her giggle. Thanks, Lith Verhin. I have to admit that when you put it this way, this breakthrough is quite the milestone, she replied with a curtsy. Not quite a milestone, but a huge milestone, Lith tutted. You forget that, along with your success, today our little Ral demonstrated 3 elemental affinities. Also, if his growth helped your core development, it means he's awakened as well. Oh gods, you are right. I was so stunned that I missed that. Camilla brought her hands to her womb, smiling from the heart. Shame on you, Salark, Ligon, and even Tyrus chided her from a distance. How can a mother not notice such a thing? Can't you leave us alone for one moment? Suddenly, Camilla didn't find the Guardians meddling funny anymore. Don't call our names if you don't want us to answer, they replied. By the way, I called dibs on organizing the party, Ligon's voice said. No, you don't, old lizard, Salark's voice snorted. I know you just want an opportunity for a casual talk with Ral. There's nothing to discuss. This is my turf, so I'm going to be the host, period, Tyrus's voice chimed in. Good to know. Can you continue this conversation somewhere else, please? Lith snarled. Oops, I forgot to mute the mind link on your side. Sorry, Ligon said, and the room became silent again. Mute, Lith echoed. As in they are constantly watching and commenting on everything we do and say. As they said, don't ask questions if you don't want answers. Camilla shuddered at the thought. Still, Ral already has 3 affinities, and he's awakened. Exactly. He can develop more as he grows, like Elijah did. Lith nodded. We need to throw him a party, but there's someone already doing it for us. All we can do is have a private celebration. He turned the music on and gave Camilla a deep, passionate kiss. Wait, she stopped him curtly. I'm sorry, Kami. Are you tired from the breakthrough? Do you need to shower? Lith had forgotten for a moment how unpleasant the breakthrough of one's mana core was. I'm fine and didn't shed 1 drop of impurities. She shook her head. Just turn off the lights and you guys turn around. Lith would have found seeing his wife talking to the ceiling funny, if he didn't know better. I'm not joking, Camilla continued. And by turn around, I mean 180 degrees sharp. Don't be smart with me and make a full spin. Damn, she's smart, Ligon said to his peers via the mind link. The girl figured us out, Salark clicked her tongue. What's wrong with you guys? Tyrus, the only one who had actually given Lith and Camilla privacy, was shocked and flabbergasted by the other Guardians' behavior. I'm bored, Ligon replied. And they are very creative, Salark added. We've taken a few pages from their roleplay book and... Too much information. Forget I asked. Deep down in the royal castle in Valoran, in the isolation of her keep, Tyrus blushed wildly. Space. After Lith and Camilla were done celebrating, they went to share the good news with the rest of the family. News of the 3 affinities of the baby boy spread like wildfire, and after the public celebrations, Lith and Solus had to grade their void magic students. Follow new episodes on the N0vel first, C0M. Aside from that, time passed with no further attacks from Meln, or a crisis that required the attention of the kingdom's supreme Magus. Quilla, Falul, and the others were all busy with their respective magical research. Yet while Falul's ambition drove her to work as fast as she could, necessity drove Quilla to take things slow and take as many notes as she could. Once the babies are born, everything that now seems obvious to me will become a riddle, she said. Please, read it and tell me if it makes sense to you or if I need to dumb it down further. Should I consider this an honor or an insult? Nalrund grunted, studying her research papers. An honor, Quilla replied. You are the best healer I know who's not knee-deep in his own research already. Wow, Nalrund raised his eyes from the documents to stare at her. Are you taking lessons from Morok, or were you always this good with backhand compliments? I'm sorry, I'm just in a rush and I trust you enough to accept the truth. Quilla resumed her work. Between this, the twins, Morok, my parents, and developing my own branch of magic, I barely have time to breathe. Please have mercy. Granted, Nalrund felt sorry for her, especially considering that aside from the arrangements for his marriage and his usual training routine, he was quite free. The Agni had no hidden enemies, nothing weighing on his head, and soon his core would reach the bright violet. Life was good. By the way, what about Sulman? Quilla asked, while her hand kept writing like it had a mind of its own. What asterisk about him? Nalrund snorted. When does he move from the Fasteros to the Verhin Proudhammer? Today, a wolfish smile appeared on the Agni's face, matched by the mirthless amusement in his voice. Why aren't you there with him? Quilla asked. I'm sorry to miss the show, but I can't risk ruining his introduction. Nalrund sighed. First impression matters, and I hate the guy. You are a good man, Nalrund, she said. I'm proud of you for being the bigger man. Thanks, he replied. Don't be, Nalrund actually thought. I'm having everything filmed so that I can watch it over and over. Space. Outskirts of the city of Lucia, Fastero House at the same time. Please, Mom, please. Laren whined while clawing at Celia's left leg. Please, Mom, it's not fair. Lilia whimpered while biting Celia's right. Yes, Mom, it's not fair. The little Fenrir nodded, her expression a mask of focus as she tried to remember if she knew the meaning of such a word. What's fair? Shut up, Fenrir, the two older kids snarled. You're not helping. Mom, they're mean, Fenrir cried as she shapeshifted her short legs and used her skull strength to claw her way up Celia's back. God's not this again? The huntress had not one drop of Emperor Beast's blood in her body, but after years of dealing with her hybrid children, she could bark, whimper, and howl like a wolf. Lilia Laren, how many times do I have to tell you not to shut up your little sister? She's just like you at her age. She wants to take part in our conversations, be nice to Fenrir and teach her the words she doesn't know. As for your request, my answer is no, I won't awaken you and neither will your father, period. But Mom, Aaron, and Lyria are already awakened. Laren stomped his foot in envy. They already have reached the dull green core, whereas we are still at the bright yellow, Lilia barked. If we stay like this, they will become stronger than us. It's not fair. Chapter 3686, One of Them, Part 1. Chapter 3686, One of Them, Part 1. First of all, Aaron and Lyria didn't get awakened. They self-awakened. Celia turned the heat under the stew down to deal with her children without ruining their next meal. There's a big difference. Second of all, what's the big deal? You are still growing. Give yourselves a bit of time, and you'll naturally reach the green. Awakening makes little difference for you since you are already stronger than human kids and can use true and fusion magic. But we can't use life vision, Laren protested. And fire vision and invigoration, Lilia nodded. And I'm hungry. Even though Fenrir had just finished her breakfast, her mouth watered as the delicious smell of the stew wafted to her nose. Will you stop yelling in my ears? Celia grabbed Fenrir and put her down, scowling at her other two children as her patience was reaching the breaking point. I'm sorry, Mom. Laren lowered his gaze in embarrassment. It's all right, dear, Celia sighed in relief. Just don't bring awakening up again. But I'm hungry, too. He finished the phrase and destroyed the huntress' illusion of victory. I could eat some stew, Lilia said as her stomach growled. That's our lunch, Celia was flabbergasted. You ate less than 10 minutes ago. I could eat something as well, Protector said from his chair, where he was reading the news on his amulet. You lied to me. Her growl was so majestic that the kids applauded her. You are no wolf, you are a locust, and our children are human-locust hybrids. What's a locust? Lilia asked, and the other two kids nodded. A voracious, adorable bug. Celia glossed over everything that could hurt her children's feelings. Also, if your father is here, why are you bugging me? Why don't you go and pester him? We tried, but he just said no and refused to argue, Laren sighed. Dad's not like you, Mom, he's no fun. Fun? Celia held the wooden spoon so hard that her knuckles popped. This is fun for you. Yes, the kids replied in unison, staring at her with big smiles on their happy little faces. You're the best, Mom. Do the growl again. Celia whimpered instead of growling, but the kids still appreciated her flawless wolf impression and gave her a standing ovation. Come on, kids, your mom needs 5 minutes of silence, Solman said. Come eat your stew and leave her alone. The Rizar set the table with light mastery and served the stew with water magic. Thanks, Solman. The kids glared coldly at him, forming a protective circle around their mother. Only when it was clear Solman wouldn't approach Celia did they sit at the table and wolf down the food. Apologize to Uncle Solman when you're done eating, Ryman said, and the kids emitted a low growl in response. Don't worry, dear. I'll take the kids to school and prepare another lunch when I'm back. Go relax. Thanks, dear, Celia sighed, knowing she was going to regret speaking her next words. Guys, why are you so cold to our guest? Solman has been nothing but kind to you, and today he leaves our home. Can't you be nice to him as a send-off gift? We can't lower our guard while a mom stealer lives under our roof. Lilia grunted in between gulps of stew. Don't worry, Mom, we'll protect you, Laren nodded. Mom, Fenrir dropped her spoon and jumped across the table onto Celia's lap. Bark, Salkar had no idea why the pack was unanimously hostile to the tall guy, but he did his part to the best of his abilities. He barked and growled at Solman, wagging his tail like the excited puppy he was before running to Celia to collect his protection fee. Follow new episodes on the... You're hungry too? Celia took the baby boy in her arms and fed him with a bottle from her dimensional amulet. How many times do I have to tell you Solman's not a mom stealer? The only answer she obtained was more cold glares addressed at the Rizar, plus what passed for a glare from Fenrir and Salkar. The little girl looked constipated rather than threatening, and the little boy looked just happy. Tell it to Uncle Nowrond, Laren said after he cleaned his plate. The Agni had never shared much of his past with the adults, but he had opened up to Ryman's and Celia's children while babysitting them. Back when they lived in the cottage in the woods, they spent all day together, and Nalrund often told the children stories of his past to pacify them. They were, of course, all age-appropriate, yet Salman was mentioned multiple times and never in an endearing light. Nalrund still resented his village mate and believed Salman to be dead, so there was no reason to hide his wrongdoings. Not wanting to explain concepts like cheating and seduction, Nalrund had simplified things, turning Salman into a bad man who took mothers away from their families. After all, if Salman hadn't destroyed those relationships, those couples would have had children, Nalrund used to think, so he did take mothers away. "Why are you so suspicious?" Celia nodded in apology at the Rizar. "Look at your father and how calm he is." Protector had never made a fuss or said a word while the tall, attractive stranger lived in their home, even when he had to leave for most of the day for work. "Dad's too good," Lilia replied. "Dad's too trusting," Laren said. "I want seconds," Fenrir said. "Nonsense." Ryman took the baby girl from Celia's lap and gave her another serving of stew. "Here, kids, what do you smell?" He offered the children his hand, and they sniffed it. "You Dad, then Mom and Fenrir," they replied. "Now do the same to your mother," Protector nodded. "She smells like stew," Laren liked his lips. "Under that there's her smell, yours, Dad, and ours." "Exactly," Protector replied. "As long as Salman's smell doesn't overcome mine or you smell nothing at all, there's nothing to fear. It means he didn't approach Mom, nor did he cover his tracks." "I take it back. You're a genius, Dad." The children celebrated Protector while Celia went pale. "That's why you were so calm. You checked on me," she asked. "First thing in the morning, last thing before leaving, and first thing when I get back home." Ryman nodded. "Ryman," Celia was outraged, "what do you think you're teaching the children?" "To always trust but verify." Protector's eyes narrowed. "Why? Did you expect me not to be jealous when a much more attractive man with a horrible track record lives under our roof? Can I expect you not to be jealous if one day I bring a dryad home?" "Over my dead body," Celia jumped up from her seat and Salkar yelped in surprise. "I mean, that would be different." "Different how?" Protector crossed his arms, which were thicker than most trees. His human appearance was a mere choice, but he always pictured himself as a warrior, not some Adonis. His human stature and build reflected his mentality. He was handsome, but no magazine cover material. Salman, instead, was the kind of man who could have been a celebrity and have an entire magazine dedicated to him on Earth. Worst of all, Protector was all too familiar with such concepts due to sharing Lith's memories. Chapter 3687, one of them Part 2. Chapter 3687, one of them Part 2. "Well," Celia struggled to find a non-paper-thin rebuttal. We have an adamant no dryads policy in this house." "Since when?" the children asked in confusion. "Since now," Celia's glare brooked no further argument. "Thank the gods I leave today." Salman inwardly whined so well that it would have earned him the children's appreciation, if only they could hear him. "Space. Today is the day Salman moves into Rena's house, correct?" Camilla asked. "Yep," Lith donned his supreme Magus robe. "I thought you trusted Rena, that you weren't worried about her," Solus said. "I do," Lith strapped Ragnarok to his hip, "and I'm not, it's Salman I'm worried about." After rescuing the Rizar, Nalrund had taken care of sharing the details of Salman's many conquests with Lith, awakening every protective instinct in his bones. "Then where are you going dressed like that?" Solus asked. "I just want to talk to him," Lith replied. "In high uniform?" Camilla snorted. "That looks more like a threat." "I just want to talk to him," Lith echoed, his voice turning deadpan. "Then what do you need Ragnarok for?" Solus pointed at the angry blade, which trembled in excitement, feeling its master's bloodlust. "I just want to stab him." "What did you say?" Camilla froze on the spot. "For the umpteenth time, I'm just going to talk to him, okay? No violence." "Yeah, right," Solus scoffed. "I'm coming with you." "We are coming with you," Camilla corrected her. "Do I need to bring the babies?" "No," Lith replied. "Yes," Solus ignored him. "They are our best bet to make him behave." Lith and Ragnarok groaned as one, warping everyone to Celia's house. Space. It was hard to tell whether the Fasteros or Salman were more relieved from parting ways. The goodbye was short but heartfelt, and not without its tears. "See, Mom, even Auntie Kami has a deep green core now." For the first time in his life, Laren's instinct told him that Camilla was magically stronger than he was. "Her kids are awakened too, and she makes no fuss," Lilia chimed in. Why can't you be as cool as her? I'll see you later at the mansion for our training, Kami. Celia could barely hold back tears of frustration. I can't believe I'm looking forward to attending school. Kids, time for school, Ryman said, and the kids cheered. Not you, Salkar and Fenrir, you're too young. I'll be quiet, Dad, I promise, Fenrir begged while Salkar baby babbled. Follow new episodes on the... I believe you, but you'd get bored, Ryman caressed her head. You are going to play with the Lennart, Tyrion, and Falco, happy. Yay, the baby girl rejoiced, leaving the toddler pointing at himself. Ryman scratched his head. Celia needed a break, and he couldn't take the shape-shifting typhoon with him. Nalrond was busy with the preparations for his wedding, and Ryla was undergoing Quilla's treatments. Lith, can I borrow Ophir and Vila? Define borrow, Celia's head snapped like a whip. As babysitters for Salkar. Protectors just looked at his wife, yet she could read a whole paper about double standards in his eyes. I was just curious, she cleared her throat. Sure, Lith nodded. Tell them that Valoran and Elijah will join him as soon as we're done with this. Will do, bye, Ryman warped away. Goodbye, Celia, and sorry for all the trouble I've caused you. Solman would miss the Huntress and Protector, but not their children. It's fine, she exhaled heavily. We both live in Lucia, we'll see each other often. If you need advice, don't hesitate to ask. Thanks, Solman turned to Lith. Walk, flight, or warp? Walk, the mood was wrong, and Lith couldn't give Solman a talk in the presence of witnesses. If the people of Lucia see you with us, it will make your life much easier. They are not afraid of strangers anymore, but they would still bury you with questions. Meanwhile, behind the closed door, Celia took deep breaths while enjoying the silence. Even her heart seemed to have become quieter, not to disturb that rare moment of peace. Her stomach, however, did not. The kitchen still smelled of hot stew, and stress had worked her up quite an appetite. A deep growl broke the silence, forcing her to stand up. It's all those wolf heads' fault. She heated the stew with magic and poured herself a generous serving onto a plate. All that talking and whining about food turned me into one of them. I didn't have lunch for breakfast since my last. The words, one of them, echoed in her head like a tribal chant, and her spoon splashed into the plate. Please, no, 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 no. Celia used invigoration on herself, but the only thing she found was an empty stomach growling for more stew. Thank the gods. She gobbled her food in relief, going for seconds. I had enough of children for now. I have a long life as an awakened, but I need some gods-damned silence, not another living avalanche. Celia was at her third serving when she realized what she was doing. Wait, this is much worse, she gasped. I can't stop talking and eating, I'm really becoming one of them, gods help me. Only silence answered her plea. Calm down, Celia, you're being silly talking to yourself, she said. You can ask the gods for help later when you meet them during the magic lesson. Space. The very handsome stranger drew a lot of attention to himself when the group reached Lucia, but no one bothered him. People assumed Solman was one of Lith's guests and let him be. Thanks for picking me up. Solman beamed with joy so much that Lith felt a tinge of guilt in his withered heart. You have no idea how hard it is to stay in a house where the kids hate you. I don't blame Nalrund for telling those things about me, but it didn't make living there any less unpleasant. I know I've been a horrible person. All I ask is a chance to prove I'm not that man anymore. I don't expect parades or pats on my back, I just want the benefit of the doubt. I hear you, Lith sighed, feeling his guilt growing many sizes. Don't worry, my sister is one of the kindest people I know, and Lyria is a sweet child. As for the triplets, you'll be fine as long as you can endure their constant barrage of questions. What questions? Solman asked. What is this, why is that, and so on. You know how children that age are. Lith shrugged and swallowed his threatening speech. Actually, I don't. Solman would have cleared his throat in embarrassment if he could just stop turning his head around and gaping in amazement. I'm not good with children. I never had younger siblings, nor did I ever consider starting up a family. I believed myself too young to chain myself to a life of duty. The Rizar had spent over 20 years in the Fringe and the last 3 in the little village of Gabash. He had never been to a small-sized city, let alone a medium-sized and thriving city like Lucia. The paved roads and the tall stone buildings were something he had only seen in illustrated books. Chapter 3688, Defensive Line Part 1. Chapter 3688, Defensive Line Part 1. A single road of Lucia hosted more people than the entire Rizar village, making Solman stare at everything in amazement. Countless new and delicious smells wafted through the air, every time they walked by a restaurant or a grocery store. That's a very romantic way to define marriage, Solus grunted, holding Valoran II to her chest. Bad, the boy asked while pointing at the Razar, and trying to make sense of her irritation. No, Lith shook his head. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, son. Bah, Elijah trusted Solus' judgment and took her side. And that's your opinion, young lady, Lith replied. Bah, the baby girl turned to Camilla for a tiebreaker. It's complicated, sweetie, she sighed. They were approached many times, and Solman would always flinch, afraid that one of the Lucians might be after him. Relax, Camilla patted his shoulder. No one is going to hurt you. Lith was born in Lucia, and the people here are proud to have him as a fellow citizen. Until a few years ago, this place was a small village, too. Lucia grew with Lith's success and under his protection. People admire and feel indebted to him. Also, I bet they're envious of him, Solman said. I'm not talking about his powers. I know I've lived in small villages, but I couldn't help but notice that Lith is surrounded by gorgeous women. He respectfully nodded at Solus and Camilla. Gorgeous me, Camilla was flattered but also stunned. Haven't you met Tista? No, who is she? Solman was even more stunned by her reaction. My sister, Lith replied. Solman has only met Celia, Freya, Falul, and Solus. As I said, gorgeous women, the Razar shrugged. Hold that thought, Solus sighed. We'll see if you don't change your mind in a while. Space. Once they arrived at the Proudhammer household, the entire family was assembled to welcome the newcomer. The entire family plus two. Aaron and Onyx were lined up with the others, staring at Solman in suspicion. As for the Razar, he stared at Renaa with wide eyes and an open mouth, giving life to a perfect impression of a dead fish. When he had heard that Renaa was Lith's older sister and the mother of four, he had expected a plump, kind woman. Not a striking beauty 170 meters, 57, tall with a slender body that turned curvy only in the right places. Her shoulder-length blonde hair shone like gold under the sunlight and was further emphasized by its black streaks. What are you doing here, little brother? Lith asked. Lilia and Laren warned me you were bringing a handsome and dangerous man to Renaa's home, big brother. I was worried for her. Aaron studied Solman with life vision. They lied to me, at least about the handsome part. I beg your pardon. Those words snapped Solman out of his reverie. He knew to be a big fish in a small pond, but so far, he had yet to find his equal. Nalrond and Protector were nowhere as attractive, while Lith's stern expression made him too imposing to be charming. You're nothing much, Aaron shrugged. You are weaker than my big brother, and we've all met countless guys cooler than you. My sister is weak in the body, not the heart. You have no chance with her. Follow new episodes on the... Excuse you, Renaa grunted. Who's weak in the body? You, Aaron shrugged. You are the only one of us siblings who has awakened, have you? He's right, Mom. Conceding her rival's point only wounded Lyria's pride more. Uncle Lith antitista Aaron. Hey, where's my title? And even Uncle Tryon is technically an awakened. Lyria ignored him. You and Surin are the only ones not awakened, but Auntie Surin is a baby. She doesn't count. What? Elijah said in outrage. RNY sure. Klauta and Hi? Lyria replied, and Aaron nodded. Elijah giggled and puffed smoke out of her nostrils with pride. How did you answer her nonsense? Renaa was as wide-eyed as Solman. That was no nonsense, big sis. That dragon tongue, Aaron replied. Dragons are real, Solman asked, his face a mask of shock. Since when do you speak dragon tongue? Renaa fared no better. Since Grandpa Voltak lived with us in the mansion after getting hurt. Sadness veiled Aaron's eyes. The dragon aunties and uncles who often came to visit him taught us. You have dragon aunt and aunties, Solman echoed in disbelief. Of course we do. Renaa dismissed his questions like they were stupid. What did Elijah just say? Hey, I'm a baby too, Lyria translated, and I told her you are an exception. And a baby that young understood all that? The poor Razar stared at Elijah like she was a monster. I need to sit down. Here, let me help you. Senton supported Solman to the nearest chair. I'm Senton Proudhammer, Renaa's husband and the father of these adorable but annoying children. Dad, you are ruining our entrance, the triplets said as one waving their script. Nice to meet you, Mr. Proudhammer. Senton smelled and looked like a normal man, a last tether of sanity in a world that seemed to have gone insane. I don't know what you've heard about me, but I'm afraid it's mostly true. I've been a despicable man in the past, yet I want you to know that not even at my lowest point have I ever courted a married woman or one with a family. Your wife is both, and I'd rather die than stoop to the level of my old self, let alone go lower. I swear it on the ashes of my people. Even though it didn't make things much better, it was the truth. Back in the Razar village, Salman felt no guilt about what he did because, according to his logic, he was doing the other men a favor. Someone willing to break her promises after a bit of flattery just for excitement's sake is not someone worthy of becoming anyone's wife. If it weren't me, it would have been someone else, Salman used to think. Lith told us your story, and I want to believe you, Salman. I want to believe in second chances. Senton glossed over the part about Nalrond telling everyone about the Razar's questionable past. Lyria and Aaron had taken the matter seriously, but not as Lilia and Laren. They had lived for years with Nalrond, and their relationship with him was much deeper. Nalrond was a dear friend to Lyria and Aaron, but a big brother to Lilia and Laren. Protector's children would never forgive Salman for making their big brother suffer. I want you to feel welcome in this house, but I also want you to understand how precious and rare a second chance is. If you cause trouble, there won't be a third. I'm but a human blacksmith, and you could probably defeat me with one hand, but I am not alone. He's talking about me? Abominus was in his Piamir form, standing 2 meters, 67 tall at the withers. His thick blue fur was streaked red and yellow all over. His tail seemed to be comprised of a single, masterfully chiseled crystal, and ice spikes covered his neck in the form of a mane. Chapter 3689, Defensive Line Part 2. Chapter 3689, Defensive Line Part 2. Blue feathered wings came out of his back, transparent like glass but as sharp as razors. Yellow bolts of lightning were trapped inside the ice crystals and coursed from head to tail of the Emperor Beast, producing a blinding light. His knife-long fangs were exposed in a growl, giving him an unsettling appearance. And me, Lith straightened his back. And me, Aaron mimicked his brother, making the scene more comical than threatening. And me, Lyria jumped on Abominus back to look down at the guest. Thanks, guys, Renat chuckled, feeling flattered by everyone's worry. But I can take care of myself. You're welcome among us, Salman, but never forget my husband's threat. He becomes very fierce when provoked. I will, Lady Verhin. Salman gave her a deep bow, feeling moved by the love her family showed her rather than offended by the lack of trust they showed him. Trust has to be earned, and they would be foolish giving it away to someone with my reputation, he thought. I'll prove myself with actions, not words, until I deserve their trust. Yes, yes, cross the line and we'll bury you under the big tree in the garden and all that. Zekel ignored the nonsense and took a good look at his guest. Now that's out of the way, welcome aboard, kid. I hear you are like Nalrond. A Razar, yes, Salman replied. Which makes you handsome, strong, and a mage, the whole package, Zekel nodded. If you want to dip your toes in the water, you can start by working as a healer at the temple. You won't earn much since it's a volunteer job, but I or one of my assistants will always keep an eye on you and help you if you feel overwhelmed. The gods know if we need a competent healer. I'm not as strong as Nalrond, and my magical talent is limited as well, Salman admitted. Nonsense, Zekel shook his head. Compared to a village healer, even if you had only 1/10 of Nalrond's skill, you'd be Manohar compared to them. Thanks, Salman felt embarrassed about ruining the compliment, but he had to ask. Who's Manohar? Where have you lived all your life? Under a rock, Zekel laughed. Never mind, you'll tell me when you feel ready. Follow me, let me show you your room. What about me? Surma, Zekel's wife, cleared her throat in annoyance. Oh right, my bad. This is Surma, Senton's mother and my wife. She's a great cook and nags a lot, but aside from that, she's harmless. Zekel patted his slightly round belly with a laugh to highlight how dangerous his wife's cooking skills were. Now to your room. Zekel Proudhammer, that's not what I meant, Surma grunted. Everyone made such a display of force to protect Renat from this tall, handsome, dangerous stranger. Don't you have something to say to him as well? The blacksmith blinked dumbly several times before connecting the dots. He looked at his plump, middle-aged wife and then at Salman. Without Lith's treatments, time had not been kind to Surma, and she could easily pass as the Razar's mother. She already used my full name, Zekel pondered. Being funny or honest will only make Surma angrier. I need to play this smart. Kid, if ever catch you looking at my wife the wrong way, I'll call a healer to fix whatever is wrong with your head. Alas, his mouth moved faster than his brain, making everyone but Surma laugh. Because I'll crack your skull open. Luckily, years as a merchant had given him the wits to make up for his mistake. Nice save, jerk, Surma grunted, knowing her husband too well. We'll talk about this later. Gods, why do you hate me? As Zekel rolled his eyes, a knock on the door answered his silent prayer. Surma put her scowl away for later and welcomed their unexpected guest. "Brina, darling, it's good to see you again. What's the occasion?" The Proudhammers knew the baker's daughter well. She was Tista's friend, and had worked as their housemaid for a while after Lith had fixed her right arm in order to get away from her father's nagging. "I just wanted to visit my friends and bring you something tasty." She carried a covered tray that spread a delicious, sweet smell in the hallway. "Also, I wanted to get the chance to meet the new guy everyone talks about." Follow new episodes on the... Brina was a petite woman with long golden hair and clear blue eyes. Her diminutive size only emphasized her curves and her kind, soft features. "Please have a cream puff. I made it myself." She uncovered the tray, offering a sweet to Salman while sizing him up and down. The Rizar looked around like a trapped animal, his eyes begging his hosts to believe he had done nothing to inspire such behavior. "Don't worry, it's my fault," Lith sighed as he explained the situation with a mind link. "I told Brina how well Nalrund is doing, and I bet she's here to get a second chance of her own. She's hunting for a husband, and she believes she has found him." "Is it true that you come from Nalrund's village in the Blood Desert?" Brina asked, unaware of the hidden conversation. "Yes," Salman nodded and stuffed his face with the cream puff to avoid answering more questions. "And you are also a healer," she pressed on, ignoring the others. "Yes, but I'm not as good as him." Salman tried to lower his value, unwittingly raising it further. "Wonderful, I mean, there's nothing wrong with a quiet life." Brina had rejected Nalrund because great powers also meant lots of danger. An average mage fit her bill, and having a healer in the family was always a plus. "If you ever get hungry, my bakery is just down the road. Bye." She left after highlighting her own charms and completely disregarding the rest of her hosts. "It seems our guest won't stay here for long, after all." Surma laughed, rubbing her hands and already savoring a piece of jam bred along with the juicy gossip that was hers to share with her friends. Space. With no news of Orpal's further moves and no crisis looming on the horizon, Lith and Solus focused on their research, and so did everyone else. Mastering the ears proved to be harder than any other piece of the Menadian set. The hands, mouth, and fury were straightforward to use. They supported their master's will and skills by adding their powers to his own, requiring only a spark of focus to activate and control their effects. The eyes took a toll on Lith and Solus whenever they had to analyze and record a powerful artifact or spell, but aside from that, the eyes did everything on their own. The ears, instead, provided Lith and Solus with a lot of information that it was up to them to elaborate. Where the eyes recorded everything for later access, the ears only transmitted what it perceived in the moment, tracking down the minutest energy fluctuations and leaving it to Lith and Solus what to make of them. Using the ears was akin to practicing a martial art. The artifact revealed the currents of mana and world energy around them and found order in the apparent chaos of the multiple flows, yet it meant nothing by itself. Chapter 3690, Redeeming Quality Part 1. Chapter 3690, Redeeming Quality Part 1. It was up to Lith and Solus to counter, strengthen, or block the incoming energy flows while retaining the focus not to lose sight of the physical aspect of the fight. Without the synesthesia effect, using the ears outside a Forgemastering lab was madness. The artifact would overwhelm its master and crush them under the sensory overload. Even in its unlocked state, using the ears required discipline and practice. Focus too much on the enemy's flow, and you'd neglect your surroundings. Focus too much on your surroundings, and the ears would blind you to the enemy's moves. Finding the proper balance was like walking on a razor's edge. Weaving your own spells and using the acquired information to formulate an offensive strategy added juggling with blades to the challenge. Menadian was always there to help Lith and Solus, while Kala and Nika shared their insights with them. However, the learning curve was still steep. "Gods, if I'm tired," Solus clenched her throbbing head. "I need a long bath, a full-course meal, and 8 hours of sleep minimum." She and Lith were covered in sweat from their constant sparring. After they learned something new in the Garden of Magur, they went back to the tower to put it into practice and consolidate their understanding of the ears. The one with the artifact started on the defense, and the one without attacked. Anything but a crushing victory was considered a defeat since the ears were supposed to give an overwhelming advantage in a one-on-one fight. On top of that, Lith's spells couldn't hurt Solus and vice versa, so they could always go all out. If a spell hit, the match was over. "Yeah, right," Lith panted. You tell our students there's no class, dear Void Professor. Solus was short, but her mass was the same as the tower's. She was nowhere as martially skilled as Lith, but with the ears and her mass, she gave him a run for his money like only Phila the behemoth could. Solus hit Lith hard and painfully enough to beat out of him the bad habit of taking hits from beings much smaller and lighter than him. It was hard for a divine beast to feel threatened by humans, but Lith couldn't afford his battle senses to dull. No way, Solus panted back. My students love me and I them. Lith and Solus still held their void magic lessons at the White Griffin Academy on top of fine-tuning Tier 5 void magic. The students always called Lith the Void Magus, and since Solus was credited for creating the new branch of magic, they called her the Void Professor. Solus loved her title and was glad to be recognized for her contributions and talent. Teaching alongside her mother and Lith was a dream come true. Riffa happily joined them to relive the glory of her past and take a look at the kingdom she had contributed to shaping. Every appearance of the Forge Magus was followed by booming applause and lots of pictures. Which leaves us with a quick shower, a regular meal, and 8 hours of sleep, Lith replied. Can you take care of Elijah after the lesson? Valoran and I have our bonding time scheduled. No problem. Solus warped to her room to wash herself up. Camilla reaching the deep green core meant a whole lot of training and lessons about Tier 4 magic. She took care of the children during the morning while Lith and Solus did it in the afternoon. Quilla overreached by working on reversing Ryla's fallen state and her newfound branch of magic at the same time, but the unborn twins gave her a lot of energy. Also, she knew that after she gave birth, what now took her 1 day of work might take weeks if not months. Falul and Adjeter too were so absorbed in their quest to achieve dragonhood that they only left the Hydra's lair to participate in new experiments on Thrud's generals. Some things were exclusive to each individual bloodline, but others were shared. Only Baba Yaga and Silverwing participated in those experiments. Menadian had no time for that, and her limited skills as a healer made her presence welcome but redundant. Once the collected data was shared, Adjeter and Falul returned home, discarding what was useless and keeping what worked for them. For the real work, however, they needed Valoran II's life maelstrom. Lith brought the baby boy to the lesser divine beasts, entrusted them with a spark of silver lightning, and then took a stroll in the Tron woods until they called him for more. Lith didn't want Valoran to feel used, so he made the delivery of the life maelstrom but a small part in their father-son playdate. Lith showed Valoran his secret clearing in the woods, introduced him to the various magical beasts who resided there, and played with the boy most of the time. Flying around and breathing origin flames could be considered training, but Lith used them only to give Valoran a sense of kinship he lacked with everyone else but Elijah. During the playdate, Valoran was free to fly as high and fast as he could, to burst into flames with joy whenever he wanted and with no fear of hurting someone. Lith was always there, giving the boy the space he needed to explore his abilities, but also close enough to intervene if something went wrong. Lith could have brought Elijah along, but again, he didn't want Valoran to feel an accessory to their father-daughter relationship. Lith wanted his adoptive son to have something just for him. A time and care that was only for him, to let Valoran know beyond mere words how much Lith loved him. Dia, Dia! The little boy completed his first barrel roll without feeling the need to puke and flew to Lith to celebrate. Well done, son, Lith embraced him. Next time remember to relax your wings and steer with your tail, and you'll be as graceful as a falcon. Follow new episodes on the Dia, Valoran thanked his father. Asa Emhar, Lith replied in dragon tongue, referring to the baby boy with the word for loved ones. He knew that Valoran called him Dia only away from Elijah, afraid to anger her. Are you hungry? Lith asked, and Valoran licked his Bahamut's snout in reply. Good, because I've prepared your favorite dishes. Lith was familiar with the Tron woods and its background noise. The clearing had not gone quiet, or he would have been instantly alarmed. Insects still buzzed and birds chirped, but they were the wrong ones. Those were sounds that didn't belong to that side of the woods. Lith didn't miss a beat, his face showing no tension, yet he wasn't alone. Either I tell Valoran and he gets scared, or I bolt away and he gets scared. Either way he gets scared, and whoever is after me will know I detected their presence. Lith covered his hand in dragon scales and warned the small Bahamut of the danger. The silver lining was that the baby was still in his divine beast form, and like most dragons, his face wasn't that expressive. Yet Lith couldn't take risks, so he held Valoran tight and unfurled his wings, soaring like a bullet. Chapter 3691, Redeeming Quality Part 2. Chapter 3691, Redeeming Quality Part 2. Blinks could have failed, warp steps could have been turned against him with collapsed space, while there was no counter to dragon speed aside from a greater speed. At the same time, Lith pushed a scroll out of Soluspedia that appeared right beside Solus, alerting her. With Orpal still on the loose, they kept a strict protocol to call the other for help. A protocol that couldn't be stopped by dimensional sealing arrays, and that was supposed to ensure their safety. Space. Farm me sideways. At the mansion, Solus tried to check on Lith with the mind link, but they were too far away. Elena, take care of Elijah. Lith needs my help. Even though she didn't know his exact position, he was supposed to be in the Tron woods. She blinked to the tower and then warped the structure to the woods, releasing a full scan of the watchtower floor. Space. Shit, he noticed us. An awakened part of a 7-man unit alerted the rest of his comrades as those conjuring Silverwing's annihilation broke formation and gave chase to the Tiamat. Weaving one of Silverwing's spells required perfect coordination between 7 bright violet cord awakened. Something complex while the 7 awakened were close to each other, and impossible while flying at high speed and spread out not to offer a big, clumsy target. Copy that. 5 more bright violet cores came out of their hiding spots and fanned out in front of Lith to cut off his escape routes. 12 people. Lith used air and fire fusion to perform a sharp curve in midair and released a Tier 3 light mastery heat ray from his feet to propel himself forward like a rocket. 2 more and they could use 2 anti-guardian spells at the same time. Who are these people, and how did I piss them off without even knowing about it? Lith was faster, but his opponents were many and well prepared. The one closest to him blinked forward, and Lith lunged with Ragnarök right into the exit point. You always go for the heart or the neck, Verhin. You're deadly yet so predictable, what looked like a big wreath of flowers said. A big wreath covered in adamant and wielding a different enchanted weapon in each of her whip-like vines. Ragnarök met only empty air, while the 10 blades came crashing down on Lith from every direction. He blocked one with the angry blade, 2 more with his membranous wings, and another with his tail. The other 6 he had to block with a spirit barrier while wrapping Valoran with his feathered wings to keep him from harm's way. Just like his enemies wanted. Each of the 6 blows carried the strength of a griffin and slammed at the barrier with a boom of thunder. Lith was sent hurtling back and into a long-distance warp steps that the other 4 awakened had kept at the ready. Phase 1 is completed, the Titania said. Verhin is stranded and alone, commencing Phase 2. Space. There was no trace of Lith and Valoran when Solus reached the Tron woods. The 14 awakened had already warped after their quarry, taking care to relax the space and keep Falul from finding them. The Hydra was no dimensional mage, but her future harbinger was. There was no point in taking unnecessary risks and getting in trouble with the Council. Where is he? Where is Valoran? The watchtower and the eyes of Menadian tracked Lith's energy signature until it disappeared abruptly. Falul, get your scaly ass fuck. Like most mages in the crucial steps of an experiment, the Hydra had stored her communication amulet away, making herself unreachable. Freya, I need Freya. At least Freya's communication amulet was on, and she was at the Verhin mansion. While the tower powered up for another warp, Solus alerted her friend to be ready for the pickup. Space. Lith crash-landed in the middle of nowhere, making the warp steps he had just finished preparing useless. He needed to know both the arrival and destination dimensional coordinates to connect them, and he didn't even know how far he was from the Tron woods. The good thing is that I'm alone. No point in overthinking. I need to move fast. He blinked up in the sky and then exploited the momentum from the blows to resume his flight without losing his initial speed. Follow new episodes on the... Alas, his pursuers knew exactly where he was, and needed but a glance at the direction he had taken to know where Lith would be. 12 awakened warped to surround him. Meanwhile, the 2 awakened who had remained hidden in ambush in the woods in case Lith charged at the 7-man unit, stayed behind to seal the dimensional passages leading to the Tron woods. Stop running away. It's not you we are after, Verhin. A deep, baritone voice said as the 12 awakened orbited around Lith to keep him from focusing on one of them. Hard to believe when you ambush me in numbers and prepare an annihilation. Lith had brought with him the ears and the mouth, but activated only the latter. Without a geyser, the ears of Menadian were too dangerous. He could have used it against one powerful enemy, but 12 of them would blind him with pain. We knew you wouldn't cooperate and couldn't risk you killing one of us. We needed to give you an incentive to negotiate with us. You give us what we want, and you get to leave with your life and equipment. A fair deal, the man said. Lith scanned him with life vision and discovered he was some kind of emperor beast in human form. A big one at that. If you don't want me or my equipment, how do you expect Menadian to craft something for you in the middle of nowhere? Lith bought more time, bolting left and right to test the encirclement for weak spots and waiting for the mouth to charge. We don't want Menadian, we know she's bound to you, the male emperor beast replied. Give us the boy and we'll leave you alone. Space. Giera continent, ruined city of Herver at the same time. Orpal accepted recruits from all continents, but he had chosen Giera as his base of operation. The plague that had decimated human life had also emptied entire cities without damaging their facilities. Thrud's former palace was luxurious, fully equipped with powerful arrays, and with everything one might need to train an army of powerful creatures. The opportunity to spit on the Mad Queen's portraits while causing the death of her beloved son was just the icing on the cake. I stand corrected, Jorl the Storm Griffin said, while the dead king browsed the latest news on the interlink. You are not as stupid as I thought, but your obsession with your brother is your best redeeming quality. I would have never thought that all that time you spent reading the gossip about him, and looking at his photos would actually pay off. I'll take that as a compliment. Orpal couldn't stop smiling, yet his left eye twitched every time he read an article praising Lith or celebrating his latest feat. Every word was a stab through his heart, fueling his endless envy. Chapter 3692, Borrowed Knife Part 1. Chapter 3692, Borrowed Knife Part 1. The envy, in turn, fueled Orpal's wrath and allowed him to keep training even when his body screamed in pain, and his mind was on the verge of a breakdown. Between you and me, are you sure that little boy is Thrud's son? Jorl asked. Jorl, I'm one of the few people on Magus still alive who met that little bastard in person, Orpal snarled. I saw the so-called Valoran in his crib, in his mother's and father's arms. I've dreamed countless times of killing that little bastard to repay his parents for what they did to me. So yes, I'm sure. At first I couldn't believe it myself. The color of the hair and the eyes was different, but I knew the little bastard looked familiar. When I read that his name was Valoran and his age matched the Whore Queen's son, I recognized him. I wasn't 100% sure back when I spread the news among those idiots of Garland's council, but I was sure enough. I was sure that those idiots would let their anger and thirst for revenge take over and ignore the doubts even I had. That once they attack Leech, he would never let them close to the little bastard. When the moment comes, nothing those idiots can say will sway Leech's mind. Either Leech will kill them and destroy his relationship with the council, or they will kill Leech and remove him from my path. Either way you win, Jorl nodded, a perfect plan. Thank you, Orpal cackled, straightening the silk bathrobe that still bore Thrud's initials. Compliments sound best when they come from those who despise you. That said, after studying carefully a lot of close-ups, I'm certain beyond doubt that Thrud's Valoran II and Leech's Valoran II are one and the same. My brother is more forgiving than I thought for adopting the son of his enemy, and with a bit of luck he will soon be dead as well. I must say, killing with a borrowed knife brings back memories. I feel like a kid again. Much to the dead king's chagrin, Jorl asked no questions. Orpal's mind raced to the past nonetheless, thinking back to the final ploy of his old life, when he had sent his stupid, useless friend to teach Lith a lesson. The youths had given the little runt the beating of a lifetime just to lower their guard and let themselves be defeated by a 5-year-old child. His so-called friends hadn't hesitated to rat Orpal out once they had been caught red-handed by their respective parents. It was because of them and Lith that Orpal had been disowned. It was their fault that he had become a nameless orphan. It was thanks to them that he had met Night. Wait and see, Leech, Orpal said, ignoring Jorl as he pointed out that talking to oneself was a telltale sign of madness. This time I haven't thrown a bunch of stupid kids at you, but a bunch of stupid yet powerful awakened. This time no parent in shining armor will come to your rescue. This time, even if they rat me out, I'll suffer no consequence. However this ends, this is my victory. Space. Garland Continent, Distar Marquisate in the middle of nowhere. The boy, what do you want from Valoran? Lith's answer was to move the baby to the crook of his left arm, while Ragnarok roared its challenge from his right hand. Stop playing dumb with us, the Titania yelled as she reverted to a humanoid form. We know he's the son of the Mad Queen Thrud and the traitor Dragon Jormung. Lith inwardly cursed and tried to hush Valoran, but one of the awakened countered the spell. Hush was very simple, and Lith was too focused on probing the encirclement for a weak point to react to the interference in time. His 7 eyes darted from one opponent to another, checking what spells they had at the ready and trying to predict the threat they posed, but he spared one to look at the baby boy. Valoran's expression went from scared to dumbfounded. He knew his parents' names, but he had never heard them be accompanied by such titles or spoken with so much hatred. Some words were still too difficult for the baby boy, yet the feelings behind them were crystal clear to him. Valoran clung to Lith harder, trying to apologize for putting his stepfather in danger. "So what if he is?" Lith's voice turned into a deep growl of flames. "He is just a baby. He has done nothing wrong. Most of all, he is my son now." Lith knew that the time for talking would soon be over. He wasn't the only one stalling to weave his best spells. He knew he had to move fast before he was locked in an impossible fight of 14 against 1. What he didn't know was that his words touched Valoran's heart and reassured him that Lith wouldn't abandon him to those bad people. "You have a twisted sense of humor, Verhen," said one of the latecomers, a human woman specialized in powerful arrays. "How can you take care of the Mad Prince after what Thrud did to you, after what she did to all of us? Our friends and families died because of her. It's only right if we return the favor in kind. You should be happy to help us put an end to the bloodline of the Mad King. It's only a matter of time before Arthan's heir becomes a threat to us all." "Help us to kill the Forbidden Son, Verhen," said the other latecomer, a human man holding only support spells. "Finish the job you've started by killing his father." Valoran's eyes widened at those words, and his heart broke when Lith didn't deny them. The guilt filling Lith's eyes only confirmed Valoran's worst fears. Not knowing what to do as Maugr twisted in front of his eyes into a nightmarish place, the baby boy started to cry. "He didn't know," the Titania laughed with cruel amusement. "Does the Mad Prince at least know that if not for you, he would still have his mother, or did you keep that a secret as well?" Valoran cried harder, answering her question. "Good," a savage grin appeared on the face of the 14 awakened. "Arthan's heir doesn't deserve a clean death. Every bit of suffering we can inflict upon him is welcome. For that, you have our thanks, Verhen." With no other choice, Lith did the only thing he could. He shapeshifted his hand and used dragon scales and a mind link to show Valoran the truth that his young mind could follow. Their first meeting during his escape from Huriol, their battles when Lith tried to stop Thrud, and their final confrontation. In all those memories, there was no trace of rage, hatred, or hostility. Valoran saw Jorl's memories from Lith's, how neither of them had wanted to fight the other. Not even once. Even while under the influence of the unwavering loyalty array, Jormund always tried to recruit Lith, and Lith asked Jormund to step aside. Their rivalry was born out of their conflicting interests, not personal grudges. Chapter 3693, Borrowed Knife, Part 2. Chapter 3693, Borrowed Knife, Part 2. "We know Ligon has left you the Arthan set, Verhen," the male Emperor Beast said. "You can keep it. We only want the boy." Mind links were fast and continued even when one was talking. As the awakened attempted their final pitch, the final battle between Lith and Jormund flashed in front of Valoran's eyes, and it tore his little heart to shreds. Even though Lith skipped all the blood and violence, he left the words and intents intact. Valoran saw how Lith had begged Jormund to walk away and let him protect Elijah's future. In reply, Jormund had invited Lith to join him one last time, and help him ensure Valoran wouldn't be persecuted in the future. His father's words sounded like a prophecy now, yet what really pained Valoran was that even though he knew he was looking at the past, he still couldn't wish either man victory. If Lith won, Jormund would die, and Valoran would become an orphan. Yet if Jormund won and Lith died, Elijah would become an orphan, and Camilla and soulless widows. Valoran had come to love the baby girl like a sister and the human women as mothers. Despite the revelation, the idea of losing the man who until a few seconds ago he had considered like a father was too much. The idea of causing so much pain to his little sister and new mothers was unbearable. Yet when he saw Jormund be fatally wounded by Lith's hand, Valoran's mind went blank again. Valoran heard his father asking Lith to take care of the baby boy, but Valoran didn't listen. He looked at Jormund's peaceful expression as his body fell limp onto the floor, but Valoran didn't see it. All the baby boy could think about was that his whole life was a lie, that he was stuck between a bunch of scary people who wanted to hurt him and the man who had murdered his father. "I don't have the Arthan set," Lith felt Valoran's thoughts through the dragon scales, and his heart broke too. Ligon keeps it. He will return it to Valoran when he comes of age. And by then the little shit will love you enough to give the Arthan set to you, a woman said with a sadistic grin. Nicely played, Verhan. I'm almost sorry to ruin your plan. Almost. Now give the boy to us. At this point the little shit hates you. Don't risk your life for someone who doesn't even carry your blood. Think of your real child, of your wife, of your people. Think of all the good things you can do with Menadian's help. Don't ruin everyone's future for the mad prince's sake. Don't let Meln win. Meln, those words snapped Lith out of his worry for Valoran and focused his every sense like a laser. What does Meln have to do with this? He recognized the baby, the male Emperor Beast replied. He sixed us on you. He wants us to destroy you, but our hate for him is only second to what we feel for the Mad Queen. Otherwise, we wouldn't lose so much time talking. What about the spells you are weaving? Lith sneered, setting his mind on a desperate gamble. That too, but my point is still valid. Surrender the boy to us and the dead king loses. We don't have to fight, Varen. Say what you want. Lith's bright violet aura flared and his grip on Ragnarök tightened. My word to Jormund still stands. Valoran is still my son. Then with a powerful flap of his wings, Lith dived down in a near-vertical drop. The Awakened had expected him to blink, warp, or fly away, not to go down. Don't worry, the Titania said via mind link. Verhan has no Earth-related abilities. He's thrown himself into our trap. As she spoke, air and dimensional sealing arrays covered the area, quickly followed by a gravity field. Divine beasts were too heavy to fly without manipulating the air currents, and with dimensional magic blocked, Lith could only run. Or rather, he could have run if the increased gravity didn't break his kneecaps. The higher a humanoid's mass, the greater the burden on his joints. On top of that, Lith also had to protect the baby. Outnumbered, outmatched, and with several handicaps already, he had no way out. Or so the Awakened thought, until Lith rode the gravity field to increase his speed further. The slight diagonal angle allowed him to move forward, getting closer to the edge of the arrays as he approached the ground. Lith assumed a crouching position, as if he wanted to use his legs, the right arm, and the two membranous wings to absorb the impact. Yet the real trick was another. While he was still a few meters away from the impact, Lith reverted only his legs to their full size. His taloned feet dug deep craters, but also propelled the rest of his body forward, out of the gravity field. Free from the burden of the extra weight, Lith expanded his right arm, and membranous wings next. They absorbed the rest of the impact, while the legs shrank back to human size before the gravity array could cause significant damage. Lith's clawed hand and spiked wings dug deep into rock and soil, so that when they shrank back as well, they further increased his speed akin to a slingshot. I have a question, the fuck? Asked the human man. Chase him before it's too late, you morons. The male Emperor Beast was the first to recover from the surprise and snapped the others out. Thank Newton, none of them is a divine beast, and has any idea I don't spend my days idly. Lith flapped his wings with all his strength, using his Tiamat eyes to see as far as he could and conjure warp steps. Unlike normal divine beasts, Lith felt more comfortable fighting in his human form. That and his numerous training sessions with Sinmara and Surtur had led him to develop techniques suitable for someone who could switch between different sizes without losing their coordination. Alas, despite his creativity, his enemies still had the field advantage. They knew the direction Lith was moving in and didn't need to identify the dimensional coordinates. They warped after him in the blink of an eye, keeping enough distance not to be blasted away the moment they opened the steps, but close enough not to lose him either. The encirclement was broken, but the Awakened still had the numerical advantage and were already rebuilding their formation. Soon, one coordinated attack would be all they needed to shoot Lith out of the sky. Plan B it is. Lith warped away and the Awakened followed. This time, however, two of them received a parting gift up close and personal. Lith had taken the golem's raptor and trouble out of his pocket dimension, and thrown them where life vision showed him the exit points of the enemy's steps. What the trouble's massive fist shut the Awakened man up, while Raptor's blade, Snakebite, opened a deep wound from hip to shoulder in the Awakened woman. Lith had aimed the golems at the warp steps that carried the energy signature of the support mages, ensuring they wouldn't tip the scales of the already unfair fight even further. Chapter 3694, Hit and Run Part 1. Chapter 3694, Hit and Run Part 1. The Awakened man and the woman were both bright violet cores and wore excellent equipment, But none of that was enough against the golems. Unlike Lith's demons, they were always at full power, waiting in the pocket dimension to be summoned. On top of that, whenever the spark was active, Trouble and Raptor were upgraded by the tower. Raptor's body belonged to an awakened Vagrash and had long since been refined from the bright blue to the bright violet level. As for Trouble, the tower's spark chamber had granted him in death the body refining that his fallen state had denied him in life. Balors were already powerful creatures in their non-awakened state, and Trouble had reached the equivalent of the deep blue. Also, the two corpses were coated in adamant that had also filled the damage left by Lith's killing blows. The spark had strengthened the adamant as well, turning it into a Davros adamant alloy. The Davros mass had recently surpassed the adamant and now comprised over half of the metal bodies, making short work of the mage's armors. Last, but not least, Lith had turned Raptor's jagged tail into a proper sword and enchanted it with a power core of its own. The two golems took the human awakened by surprise, and managed to wound them deeply before their comrades came to the rescue. "I don't know what you are, but I can discover it after I kill Verhin and imprint you," a dryad yelled at the constructs. 4 awakened abandoned the chase and went to the humans' rescue, unleashing one powerful Tier 5 spirit spell each. They had prepared those spells to deal with Lith, but they couldn't afford to lose the only array specialists in the group. The awakened needed sheer focus to control the spirit spells with surgical precision and avoid killing their allies. Their effort and worry became useless when the golems smirked and disappeared in a burst of emerald flames. Where did they go? The awakened man scoured his surroundings for the exit point of what he believed to be a spirit blink. "Recall your spells to your side and keep them ready to use." The awakened woman needed her breathing technique to heal the deep gash in her chest. This must be a trap. She was right, but the trap was not for them. Lith was still pushing his wings to their limits, but his enemies caught up quickly by forcing him to dodge multiple barrages of spells. The aerial maneuvers saved Lith's life, but slowed him down compared to his pursuers, who flew in a straight line. "Got you," the Titania yelled in triumph as her vines whipped at Lith's legs. "Back at you." Lith opened the pocket dimension again, and Trouble hit the Titania with a dropkick and a final eclipse from point blank. At the same time, Raptor in its Vagrash form pounced on the second closest awakened, the male Emperor Beast, and bit his throat as they both plummeted to the ground like a meteor of flesh and metal. The Titania and the Emperor Beast both roared their challenge, releasing powerful Tier 5 spirit spells that destroyed everything around them for dozens of meters. Too bad only their allies suffered the conflagrations. "Be careful, you idiots," Sagron, a human blade master, said. "Have you forgotten Verhin has an Omni Pocket? He's using it to recall his golems after every attack in the most obnoxious hit-and-run tactic I've ever seen." "I've slowed them down, but for how long?" Lith found no solace in his success. "Those bastards are all still alive." "Are you sure you don't want me to call Solus?" Rifa had emerged from her void sigil and held Lith's communication amulet. "And do what?" Lith replied. "I have no idea where I am and can't stop long enough to let the amulet pinpoint my position. Even if I did, how can she reach us if she has never been here before?" "Then what do you need me for?" Rifa had only one eye so as not to burden Lith's mana. "Because if I recognize where I'm going, you can call Solus, and she can bring reinforcements. Yet I need to find a landmark first." 3 warp steps opened in front of Lith, cutting him short. He accelerated further, charging at the one in the middle and calling for Trouble and Raptor only at the last second. Most of the surprise effect was gone, but not all of it. The Awakened couldn't prepare a defense until the golems appeared, and when they did, the Awakened had to identify the threat before they could neutralize it. Fighting Raptor in its humanoid or Vagrash form required different strategies. One was a heavy feline Emperor Beast, and the other was a swordsman. Fighting Trouble was even more tricky since the Balor had yet to use a single ability. Azar the Drake discovered it the hard way when Trouble kept his distance and unleashed 6 elemental beams, one from each of his crystal eyes. "Oh shit, Verhin is a light master." The air, earth, and fire pillars crashed against Azar's spirit barrier, cracking it. The light pillar was a heat ray that scorched the Drake's skin and superheated his armor, leaving him vulnerable to the darkness pillar in its wake that ravaged Azar's body and mana core. The water pillar was the finishing touch, turning the scorching heat produced by the light and fire elements into a freezing cold. Azar's armor cracked from the thermal shock, and the lesser dragon's natural weakness to cold worsened the effects of the water pillar. The drake turned into a block of ice that Trouble shattered to pieces with a jab, reducing the number of enemies by 1. Azar, Zakra the Titania yelled in grief and outrage, lashing with her 10 weapons at Raptor's snakebite blade. The golem was a swordsman as good as Lith thanks to the essence they shared, but Raptor only had 1 blade while the Titania had many and the strength of a griffin. The golem held Zakra back as long as it could, retreating inside the pocket dimension before the many injuries sustained could compromise its functionality. 1 down, only 13 of them to go. Lith rejoiced at Trouble's victory. It's not much, but now they can't cast more than 1 Silverwing spell at a time. If I keep them scattered, they can cast none at all. Instead of trying to fly around the open steps and risk being shot in the back, Lith charged straight at it. Worst-case scenario. He rammed into the emerging Awakened and threw them off balance, creating an opening for a deadly blow. Best-case scenario, they both crossed through the still-open steps. Lith would gain a lot of distance from his pursuers, and the Awakened would keep rushing in the wrong direction until they realized what had happened. It was a win-win situation. Too bad neither scenario played out. The third Awakened knew he would emerge from the steps blind, so he too had raised a powerful spirit barrier. It deflected Ragnarok's lunge, blocked Lith's final eclipse, and shattered only when his spiked tail struck it. Lith flapped his feathered wings to keep his momentum while pummeling at the enemy with his membranous wings closed into fists. His left arm held and shielded Valoran, lying useless to his side. Chapter 3695, Hit and Run Part 2. Chapter 3695, Hit and Run Part 2. Not bad, Verhin, not bad, Kaelm the Orthrus tutted, but not good enough. The golden armor of the Mana Body bloodline ability shielded the lesser Fenrir from harm. The Emperor Beast was in his humanoid form, using twin short blades to deflect Ragnarok's following attacks and his twin heads for deadly bites. One aimed at Lith's neck and the other at Valoran. Kaelm didn't care about killing Lith, he was out for the blood of Thrudsair, yet he was fine with the Tiamat dying in the process. Lith pulled the left side of his body aside to dodge the first bite and literally rammed into the second. His curved horns intercepted the open maw before it reached his neck, while the crown of bone spikes on his head closed it shut. It would have been a deadly blow, if not for Mana Body. Thanks to his bloodline ability, Kaelm only gagged from the horn, harmlessly pushing up one of his pallets. I bet you wish your Tiamat bloodline had a bloodline ability as useful as mine, instead of silly flames for the barbecue. The Orthrus clung to Lith with all his free limbs, his snaked tail coiling along the Tiamat's. The charge of the lesser Fenrir slowed Lith, and gave the warp steps the time to close. About that, Lith hurled a burst of void flames from point-blank range, using what he had learned from Voltac to ensure they wouldn't hurt him or Valoran. The cursed flames ate at the Mana Body and Kaelm's flesh, the pain forcing him to release his hold. Fuck me sideways, yet it wasn't enough. The Orthrus killing intent was genuine, but he was in no rush to win. His main goal was to delay Lith's escape, and he had succeeded. Excellent work, Kaelm. Jisha the Rock activated her Living Thunder bloodline ability, transforming her enormous feathered body into a crackling mass of electricity. She charged at both the Tiamat and the Orthrus, knowing that Mana Body would protect Kaelm from the damage. Lith moved the baby boy from his left arm to his left feather wing, wrapping it around Valoran like a blanket. Then he activated Darkness Fusion for himself and did the only thing he could, clench his teeth. The void flames were focused on Kaelm and dealt little damage to Jisha. Living Thunder, however, slipped through the cracks in the Mana Body created by the cursed flames and gave the Orthrus quite a shock. Lith took it much worse, but he still managed to trade blows in the brief moment the rock phased through him. The blight flames born together with their darkness counterpart erupted from the feathered wings in 2 different forms. The wing enveloping the baby boy released the cursed flames in a perfect sphere focused around him, burning away every iota of Living Thunder before it could harm Valoran. At the same time, Lith's right wing stabbed at the rock. It focused the blight flames into a blade that cut through her ethereal body. Jisha shrieked in pain as her flesh and blood burned even in their energy form, her organs burning. The blight flames forced the rock back into her physical form, and she plummeted due to the wounds, but she was still alive. One of her comrades caught her on the fly and treated her with invigoration while Lith was still convulsing from the shock. Die, you traitor! Die with Thrud's bastard you love so much! Kaelm had never let go of his prey and now redoubled his efforts to kill Lith. The Orthrus could cast spells twice as fast as a normal awakened thanks to his twin heads, and the ambush had given Calm the time to prepare many of them. Even with Mana body active, he already had several spells at his fingertips. The twin heads bit down, while a barrage of Tier 5 spells erupted from the lesser Fenrir's hide. Lith was paralyzed, but the Voidwalker armor and the mouth of Menadian were not. Each produced a spirit barrier from their enchantments, and together they blocked everything. The resulting shockwaves forced Calm to release his grip, and further aggravated his wounds. Lith exploited the opening to suddenly expand the spirit barriers and shove the lesser Fenris away, clearing his path. "Sorry, Calm, today is not your lucky day." Aragath the Jormungandr closed the distance with the Tiamat and unleashed his Doom-Tide bloodline ability. Lith had no time to react or whirled energy to blink away. His numb body slowed him down, and the Doom-Tide left him no time to weave a more complex spirit spell. The blue sphere expanded faster than a bullet for over 250 meters, 820, around the Jormungandr, trampling on everything and everyone on its path. The Orthrus yelped, rushing to reinforce his Mana body while conjuring his armor's spirit barrier to save his life. The barrier shattered, and Calm's body broke, but once again one of the other awakened was ready to take care of their injured companion before death claimed them. "I knew it from the start of this fight." Lith sighed in resignation as the two already weakened spirit barriers protecting him crumbled in quick succession. "There's almost no way to survive a well-staged ambush, let alone one with such numerical advantage." The Doom-Tide washed over the Tiamat, the Bahamut, and the trees below them, turning the entire area into a flat wasteland. It also blinded all kinds of mystical senses, so no one noticed when Ragnarök pierced through Aragath's heart. No one but Aragath himself, and the one holding the angry blade. Almost, Lith drove Ragnarök deep, unleashing all of its enchantments plus a searing wave of origin flames. The angry blade nullified the adamant armor's protective and healing enchantments, twisted the Jormungandr's mana flow against him, and opened a path for the bright violet flames to incinerate the internal organs without encountering any resistance. Aragath understood what had happened when his life was already slipping away, and the last thing he saw were Lith's cold 7 eyes. Trouble and Raptor had emerged from the pocket dimension before the spirit barriers collapsed. They had shielded Lith and Valoran with their metal bodies and the spirit barriers generated by their power cores. It still wasn't enough, but the golems had bought their master the time he needed to reform the broken barriers from their fragments, saving him precious mana. 4 spirit barriers, Ragnarök's world mirror ability, 2 golems, and Lith's spirit domination were more than enough. Lith kicked the Jormungandr's corpse away and hurled a blast of origin flames at it. Just enough to create a thin layer that kept the remaining awakened from noticing their comrade was already dead. Lith bolted away and smirked in seeing that his ruse had succeeded. The enemy followed the rescue protocol as he had predicted, so only 6 of the 12 remaining awakened still followed Lith. Of the other 6, 2 were tending to the injured Calm and Jisha, while the third was about to discover Aragath was beyond any cure. "With only 6 of them, I don't have to worry about Silverwing's annihilation for a while," Lith thought. Only for a while, though. He was badly wounded, whereas 10 of his enemies were in perfect condition, and 2 more would soon make a full recovery. Chapter 3696, Up Close and Personal, Part 1. Chapter 3696, Up Close and Personal, Part 1. To make matters worse, due to the Doom-Tide, there was no world energy and no way for Lith to use invigoration. The only silver lining was that Valoran II was unscathed. Despite everything the Awakened had thrown at the baby boy, Lith had managed to keep him safe. Yet that didn't make Valoran feel any less scared or tormented by the truth he had just learned. The baby boy had discovered the concept of death after Voltak's passing. The loss of the Father of Fire had stung hard, but it was nothing compared to what ravaged Valoran's heart today. His father was dead, his mother was dead, and the man who Valoran had proudly called Dad until 2 minutes ago was responsible for that. The pain from the grief and the betrayal Valoran felt struggled for supremacy. Yet akin to 2 lions fighting among them while tumbling down the edge of a cliff, victory was pointless. Valoran suffered anyway, and despite the desire to reunite with his parents, the baby boy was terrified of death. He didn't want to lose Elijah. He didn't want to lose Surin, Camilla, Solus, Raz, and all those people he loved, and could only hope were unaware of Lith's murders just like he had been. Valoran had lived for little more than 2 years. He had yet to learn how to speak properly, to run, and to fly. He didn't want to die before he could do all those things, before he could taste all the delicious food the grown-ups ate, before he could play the games of the older children of the house, before he could express with his own words how much he loved his family. Valoran was safe, but he was terrified of death. And so he cried. He cried for his parents, but no matter how hard and loud he called, no one answered. It was then that he finally understood what the emptiness that had plagued his heart for almost a year now meant. It was then that he understood that Jormung and Thrud were dead, and he would never see them again. I'd tell Valoran to be quiet, but what's the point? Lith felt the baby's desperation through the dragon scales, but he couldn't afford the luxury of feeling guilty. He has every right to cry, and it's not like the noise is the issue here. As soon as he escaped the elemental void created by the Doom Tide, Lith took Trouble and Raptor out of the pocket dimension and cast the Forgemastering spell, Restore. It boosted the golems' self-repair abilities and supplied them with world energy, so as not to deplete their power cores further. Raptor bore several deep wounds left by the Titania's blades, and the Doom Tide had made them worse. The moment Restore fixed most of the damage, Lith stored the golems again to keep them as a wild card. My opponents know of my pocket dimension, but that only keeps them on their toes. Dimensional sealing arrays don't work on it. Only space-compressing arrays do. Unfortunately for them, I'm not going to give them the time to set the array or stay still while they set up a suitable energy source for it. 2 of us have already died, and Verhin is still on the run. Urin felt the awakened man said via the mind link. That's not a divine beast, that's a monster. Monster or not, we can't allow him to escape. Lelira Thurn, the awakened woman, replied. If attacking him in the sky doesn't work, then we need to bring Verhin down to the ground. A wave of her hand conjured a warping array that moved 6 of the 12 awakened in front of Lith, trapping him in a pincer maneuver. Lelira was in the backline with other 2 awakened not suited for close-quarters combat, while the 3 fighters in the front line joined their spirit barriers into a sturdy wall. Urin was in the backline of the other 6-man unit, so that each had an array specialist. Lith refused to slow down, planning to dodge the emerald barrier at the last second, but Urin filled the space between the 2 advancing formations with a powerful gravity array. The Tiamat tried his partial expansion trick again, but this time, Urin alternated low with high gravity, messing with the tempo of Lith's fall. The 2 awakened beside him and Lelira cast the Tier 5 Raging Suns to turn the solid ground into burning magma, making the impact as dangerous as possible. When Lith started to plummet, the 6 awakened on the front lines dropped the barriers and unleashed a storm of lightning, hail, and darkness. Each one of them used a War Mage spell that fused and synergized with the others, mixing the 3 elements into a tower tier spell. The air element generated wind blades and lightning bolts. The water element drenched the Tiamat, conducting the electricity and sapping his body heat. Ligaon's blood made Lith weak to cold, and darkness fusion couldn't stop seizures. The darkness element coated everything, increasing the destructive power of the other elements, and leaving the Tiamat no place to take cover from the pouring onslaught. Lith used gravity fusion to reach the ground as fast as he could, and plunged into the magma. The fire restored his strength, and the earth protected him from lightning and darkness both. The Raging Suns didn't mix with the other 6 spells, and weakened one another. Lith exploited the conflicting energies near the surface to dig a safe nest for himself with domination. Son of a bitch, Zakra the Titania cursed. He should boil like an egg, instead his energy signature is growing stronger. Is that because of Origin Flames, his eyes, or what? Kaelm asked. My money is on, or what? Lelira replied. We only know about Verhin what he revealed in front of witnesses that he couldn't or didn't want to kill. Everything else is still a mystery since dead men tell no tales. Yeah, like how he killed Aragath, Urin nodded. Did anyone see how he died? No, the other 11 awakened replied unanimously. Screw you and your fancy magic, Zakra said. Jish's living thunder and Kaelm's blades are the only things that hurt him. We must take this up close and personal, or Verhin will keep twisting everything we throw at him against us with one of his tricks. I agree, Urin silenced the others. Magic would be the best way to kill Verhin if only he didn't move at dragon speed. We focus too much on following and catching up to him for our spells to be effective. Even when we reach him, we end up so scattered because of his golems that our numbers and teamwork don't matter. All those who can survive a blow from a divine beast engage Verhin in combat. We squishy ones will cover your back. Copy that, Fae and Emperor beasts were prideful creatures, but they recognized talent when they saw it. Humans made up for their weak bodies by being among the smartest, most cunning, and devious creatures on Magur. Long before starting the ambush, the Awakened had decided they needed a Lith to catch another, and Urin was the best for the job. Chapter 3697, Up Close and Personal Part 2. Chapter 3697, Up Close and Personal Part 2. The conversation had yet to end, and the spells to be recalled that Lith's core temperature stabilized. He dug his way out of the encirclement and the gravity array, taking the skies again. Don't let him reach dragon speed, or we'll have to start everything over again. Urin passed a series of orders that the rest of the Awakened executed. Jisha the Rock was the fastest in the group, and despite her previous failed attempt, she didn't hesitate to charge forward after activating Living Thunder. Air resistance disappeared as she rode Magur's magnetic field, reaching Lith in the blink of an eye. He had barely the time to take a deep breath before she swept through him. This time he conjured noxious and nether flames, using the latter and keeping the former at the ready. The cursed earth element carried by the orange flames grounded the electricity, and then split it into countless chaotic streams, tearing Jish's ethereal body to shreds. That was within Urin's calculations, and so was the healer ready to pick the rock's pieces and put them together before it was too late. Lith had struck with half the flames and used the other half to protect Valoran, just like Urin had predicted. The attack had failed to kill the Tiamat, but had succeeded in slowing him down and numbing his limbs enough for Kalm to strike. The Orthrus emerged from a warp steps while Lith was still stunned, leaving him no option but to release the noxious flames from his mouth. The air became a toxic acid, but Kalm had come prepared. Both his heads only had defensive spells at the ready, and he was holding his breath. The cursed flames overpowered his defense, but they had so little strength left that Mana Body snuffed them out. Fuck me sideways, the guy was just a diversion to make me waste my flames. I've fallen into a trap, Lith thought, turning his head just in time to see another warp steps opening just a split second after the Orthrus. Zakra the Titania bolted out of it at full speed, her 10 blades ablaze with their respective enchantments, and all of them aimed at Lith's left arm. Or rather, at Valoran. Daughter of a bastard. Lith conjured his golems just for Raptor to be pressed down by a gravity array he barely dodged, and Trouble to be shot down by the Tier 5 spirit spell, Phoenix Smash. The emerald flames would damage the golem's body and power core both, draining its energy reserves twice as fast. Lith parried the first strike, barely deflected the second, and by the third attack, his right arm was so numb from the impacts that he couldn't move it anymore. The Titania was much stronger than the Tiamat and had 8 strikes left. Lith deflected the third and fourth with his membranous wings, and the fifth with his spiked tail. When the 6th blade arrived, his limbs failed him and forced him to resort to his spirit barrier. Got you, you slimy eel. Zakra hit the emerald wall with all 5 blades at once instead of one at a time. The violence of the impact sent Lith crashing to the ground, digging a several-meter-deep crater and bringing his escape to a halt. Phase 3 was a success. Urin clenched his fist in triumph. Move on to Phase 4. Jisha, Kalm, do not join the fight until you have fully recovered. Don't become a liability Verhin can exploit. Almost as if Urin had predicted the future, Trouble and Raptor entered and exited the pocket dimension. They had freed themselves from the trap and joined their master in a single move. Trouble charged at the Titania, taking all her 10 blades and bathing her in a pillar of darkness element generated by his black crystal. Zakra withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, but Lelira blinked the Titania to safety. Fae needed no healer. Merging with the ground was enough to gain all the nutrients they wanted, and their innate regenerative ability would do the rest. Gamera the Sphinx charged at Lith from the left side, but found Raptor ready to intercept him with a swing of his snakebite blade. Lith recalled the golems 1 split second before 2 Tier 5 spells struck them from above, and released them just in time to block 2 of the 5 enemies coming at him. The bastard is quick on his feet. Lelira couldn't hide a tinge of admiration in her thoughts. It's a waste to kill Verhin, but it's his choice. Who cares about that? Urin asked all those not fighting for their lives to help him understand the root of their problem. How does Verhin react so quickly, and how do we stop him? Those are the relevant questions. Lith moved with the speed one could expect from a bright violet-cored divine beast, but his reflexes and hand-to-eye coordination were hard to believe. He moved before the attacks started and countered at every opening he found, while dealing with 3 skilled awakened fighters at the same time. His armor was enchanted with the full guard spell, but everyone used it, and only Lith achieved such results. Lith knew that away from a mana geyser, the ears of Menadian couldn't tap into its true power, but he had learned from Rifa that there was no need to. Just like during the training sessions in the Garden of Magur, Lith ignored all mana flows but one. His own. He had learned during the first lesson how to keep his focus on a single mana flow, and the ripples it generated upon crashing into another. From so close, Lith needed to scan with the ears just a couple of meters around his body to collect all the information he needed. The flow of the enemy's spells, the activation of the enchantments in their blades, when fusion magic spiked, and in what limb before every attack. Everything was within the small corner he had built for his survival. On top of that, Ragnarok fought as mean and dirty as its master. Protect the daughter, protect the son. The angry blade howled as the teeth along its edge bit deeply into the enemy weapons with each clash. The teeth trapped the other blades, pulling and pushing at them however Ragnarok saw fit. The Awakened couldn't advance and retreat as they wanted due to the angry blade forcing them to dance to its tune and ruining their tempo. Attacks that were supposed to flow in a seamless barrage failed because one or more Awakened were always out of position. The angry blade also used this tactic to break the enemy stance and create openings for Lith to attack. Yet none of that was enough. The numerical, tactical, and ambush advantages would have been enough to overwhelm Lith in his peak condition. Now, however, he carried the burden of a small life in his left arm. A small life that cried in fear, and that his enemies attacked relentlessly. A little life that kept his left arm useless by his side and forced Lith to take blows he would have otherwise deflected. This is taking too long. Urin looked at the many wounds on Lith's body that were closing due to light fusion. At this pace, someone else is going to die before Verhin. Move on to Phase 5 on my mark. Chapter 3698. Impossible Feats Part 1. Chapter 3698. Impossible Feats Part 1. All the Awakened but the Titania suddenly disengaged from Lith and pulled away. He recalled the golems, and with their help, blocked all 10 blades, giving his damaged body and armor a brief moment of respite to recover. I wouldn't get too excited if I were you. Lith couldn't see Zakra's face while she was in her wreath form, but he could tell from her voice that she was smiling. Lith looked around with 4 of his eyes, keeping the other 3 fixed on the Titania. Several powerful arrays were taking form above, below, and around him in a death trap. Escape would have been possible, but not with Zakra right in front of him. If he ran, she would stab him in the back. If he stayed there, the arrays would have ripped them both to shreds, yet Lith didn't have the regenerative abilities of a Titania. He would die, and Valoran with him. It was a lose-lose situation. If Lith had been caught unprepared, that was. After noticing how 2 of the 12 Awakened focused on magical formations, Lith had switched one of the spells in the mouth with the array-jamming spell, Disarray. It was a quick and powerful counter against fully formed magical formations. Against arrays whose focal points had yet to connect into a stable network, it was like shooting a fish in a barrel. The mouth of Menadian released a barrage of disarray spells, triggering a chain reaction. The resulting explosion engulfed Zakra and wounded several Awakened who had yet to escape the boundaries of the death trap. As for Lith, he was at the epicenter of the disarrays and guided the explosions outward. Shockwaves and everything that escaped his control due to the mayhem around him were blocked by the triple spirit barrier formed by Trouble, Raptor, and the Voidwalker armor. Fuck, Urin clenched his teeth so hard that his gums bled. How? Someone explains to me how Verhin does that. He was 1 against 3 in melee plus our cover fire, and yet Verhin had the time to prepare multiple disarrays. He and Lalira could have dealt with 1 disarray. Truth be told, they were expecting Lith to use it in a last-ditch attempt. 10 disarrays, however, were beyond what even 2 skilled wardens could counter by joining their forces. I don't know, Lalira replied. Don't let Verhin get under your skin, we must not let him escape, pin him down. Yet Lith didn't try to escape. Between the Awakened in the second line and those he had just injured, it wouldn't take the 12 Awakened long to recover and trap him again. Yet right now they were wounded and scattered. It was an opportunity to counterattack that he couldn't miss. Lith, Trouble, and Raptor extended their right hands forward as one, each unleashing a Tier 5 spirit spell, Mana Storm. 3 hail of emerald bullets, infused with willpower and carrying a fusillade of cannonballs, destructive power, blasted the burned form of the Titania to pieces and struck at the still recovering Awakened. Not so fast, you bastard. Urin unleashed a mana storm he had saved for a deadly attack to defend his helpless comrades. At the same time, the other 5 awakened in the backline released their spells, and aimed them either at Lith or the golems. Lith ordered Trouble and Raptor to move behind him in what seemed a tactical madness. The golems were supposed to protect their master, not the other way around. Fulgard's violet aura swirled around Lith as it mixed with the ears, perception field. Arches of golden lightning crackled along Ragnarok's surface, manifesting the air elemental ability of the Davros to amplify magic. Lith's mana storms blocked what they could of the incoming 6 spells without stopping to harry their original targets. By forcing the Awakened to focus on defending themselves, Lith had restricted their offensive ability. Part of the enemy onslaught was stopped, part deflected and part weakened. Everything else came at Lith in an emerald tide of fire, lightning, ice, and darkness. He countered with impossibly fast swings of the angry blade empowered by its golden lightning. Before the actual impact, the air crystal on Ragnarok's fuller went dull, and the blue one flared up. Lith still carried the momentum from the air element, but now he had activated the Davros, water elemental ability to disrupt spells. The angry blade cut the energy of the spells and the runes comprising them, turning weapons of mass destruction into harmless fireworks. Ragnarok moved in swift, precise circles, severing the Awaken's will from their spells. With only one arm wielding it, the angry blade was slower than usual, and there were too many spells to start with. Trouble and Raptor kept their spirit barriers at the ready, blocking only what Ragnarok missed and without hindering the blade's path. It saved them a lot of energy and dealt with everything that might have affected Lith's focus. It was another impossible feat, made possible by the same mind moving the 3 bodies with a synergy that would have put Renaz's triplets to shame. The blade is made of Davros, Urin cursed. Why did no one tell me Verhin's blade is made of Davros? Because the one he uses in his Tiamat form is not, Kaelm replied. There are no videos of Verhin fighting as a human, only as a divine beast. Did you know those golems were so obnoxious? No, Urin snarled. In all the videos available, they babysit those stupid demons. They never fought by Verhin's side. Meanwhile, terrified by the rumbling noise, Valorin cried once again. This time he called upon his grandmother, Tyrus, and his grandfather, Ligon. No one answered the call, making the baby realize that his only hope lay in the man who had betrayed him. The man who had murdered his father. Lith felt everything through the dragon scales and used Valorin's pain to redouble his focus. The spirit spells had failed to hurt him, but had drained a lot of his and Ragnarok's energy. What Lith had saved in mana, he had consumed in stamina. His right arm hurt, his body hurt, his breath came fast and ragged. To top it all, Zakra had used that time to dig underground and rebuild her body from scratch by parasitizing the plants in the area. The Titania didn't have the time to use invigoration, but her physical prowess was back to her peak. Ready for another round, little Tiamat? This time Lith heard and saw her smile. Zakra lived for the battle and the adrenaline rush of a death struggle. She charged at him without waiting for her allies, eager to see how far the opponent could push her. Titanias had great strength, a long life, and were almost impossible to kill. It was exciting when one was young, but the stronger Zakra got, the more bored she became. She craved a good challenge more than vengeance. She had joined the mission to kill Valorin II, but it was Lith she wanted. Her 10 blades always moved with perfect coordination, striking from 10 directions simultaneously or one after another. Whatever worked best to break her opponent's stance and tempo. Lith exhaled sharply, feeling his right hand still tremble from exhaustion. I want to dedicate this chapter to Ed A.E. Thanks for your kind words and support, man. Much appreciated. Author's Bow. Chapter 3699, Impossible Feats, Part 2. Chapter 3699, Impossible Feats, Part 2. He parried the first strike, deflected the second, and almost dropped his blade on the third. The tail saved him, and the membranous wings blocked the fourth and fifth strikes. The sixth cut him deep from shoulder to sternum, the seventh would have pierced his left thigh if not for Raptor blocking it. The golem was too light for the Titania. One hit was enough to blow him away. Trouble blocked the seventh, giving Lith the time he so desperately needed to regain his balance. Golden lightning crackled along Ragnarok's blade, allowing him to stop the final 3 blows. Yet when the sequence ended, another one was ready to start, and Lith's breathing was ragged. His right arm lay lower than needed, tired of the weight of the blade. His chest heaved, his shoulders hunched in fatigue. Again, Arin ordered, and the rest of the Awakened joined the fight. Trouble and Raptor engaged respectively with Kalm and Jisha, moving through the battlefield in an instant thanks to the pocket dimension. Lith cut spells, emitted more from the mouth, and stopped too many attacks to count, but it wasn't enough. Fresh wounds piled up while the old ones had yet to close, and with each drop of blood he lost, he became weaker. After one disarray too many, Arin gave up on using magical formations. It ended up giving Lith a moment to breathe and hurt Arin's comrades more than his enemy. 5 against 3 was already too chaotic, so Arin switched the backline to focus on Tier 4 spells with surgical precision. Rather than wide area of effect spells that would affect his comrades, the 7 Awakened exploited the gap in Lith's defense created by the fighters. This way, the spells created new openings for the fighters, who in turn created more for the mages in a deadly cycle. "Why don't we just use the annihilation?" Lilira asked. "There are 7 of us." "Exactly," Arin replied. 7 of us would have to group together, stop providing cover fire, and offer one juicy target to Verhin until the anti-guardian spell is completed. What do you think would happen?" "Point taken," Lilira swallowed hard. "Glad you are on our side." With his legs now as wounded as his dominant arm, Lith knew death was just a matter of seconds. "If I have to die, I'll carry as many of you with me." Driven into the corner, Lith did what he had hoped he would never have to do again. He conjured a key out of dread flames and opened the door to the void, freeing the parasitic souls that constantly threatened to devour his life. Lith had no time to breathe or life force to spare, but the blue flames needed neither. They spread out like a disease, burning everything and consuming all life around them. Lith's body forcefully shapeshifted into the void demon dragon, and the Awakened found themselves in a world of pain. The blue flames burned at their equipment, their spells, and their bodies. They were hard to extinguish and easy to spark. "What the fuck is this?" Zakra stepped away in a panic as the blue flames burned her faster than even a Fae could regenerate. "I don't know, shut down the mind links. Now!" Arin shouted after noticing that the small tendrils of mana connecting the group burned as well. Everything burned, and Valoran II was no exception. The baby felt the immense hatred coursing through the void demon dragon via the dragon scales. He felt the hunger in the blue flames licking at him, tasting him, trying to break free from Lith's control and devour the baby. "Fuck me sideways, no?" The blue flames were already hard to control when Lith was at his peak. In his current condition, it was impossible. "I made a dumb mistake. I'm so used to calling Valoran my son that I forgot he's not of my blood. He's not like Elijah. He doesn't share my powers and has no protection from the blue flames. If I use them, I might die along with all these bastards, but Valoran would die with me." In their new form, Lith's life forces were the perfect counter to the blue flames. The moment the key of silver flames touched the door, the parasitic souls were shoved inside, and the death energy fueling the blue flames cut off. The baby boy kept crying, incapable of understanding whether Lith had tried to protect or kill him until the void demon dragon was gone. The Awakened were too busy trying to smother the lingering blue flames plaguing them to attack, and Lith used the short respite to catch his breath. Trouble and Raptor had been spared from the onslaught thanks to the pocket dimension, but they were as weak and ragged as him. "Why are you doing this, Verhin?" Arin yelled in outrage. "Why are you risking your life for someone who is not even of your blood? You possess great talent and have a beautiful family waiting for you at home. Is the Mad Prince worth losing everything you have? Look around you. Even the Guardians have abandoned the Mad Prince. Why can't you do the same?" "Valoran is not the Mad Prince," Lith roared, speaking for the first time since the fight had started. "He is my son." Lith unfurled his wings and drew in a deep breath. In his fury, he amplified the silver flames of the key, fanning them with each short gasp he took. His eyes and wings drew the surrounding world energy and split it into its elemental components. Then they stripped the 6 elements of their counterparts, creating the cursed elements, and then mixed them with a spark of Lith's life force. By the end of his roar, a laser-focused beam of dread flames erupted from Lith's mouth. He moved his head left and right, burning all the Awakened in the hope of evening the field. Winning alone against 12 was an impossible feat, but so was reincarnating after death. Finding Menadian's tower by mere chance was supposed to be impossible as well. And so was meeting Solus, fusing the life forces of a hybrid, and meeting a woman willing to love him despite the many dirty secrets he carried. Yet Lith had done all of those things. This is not some natural disaster I can't avoid, Lith thought. They are just a bunch of enemies. As long as I'm alive, I can still win. The fight resumed immediately after the burst of dread flames ended, with the awakened terrified that Lith might produce more of either the blue or the silvery flames. Everyone was wounded now, but the awakened's advantages were all still there. They had just become less overwhelming. Lith still became weaker many times faster than them, and he took alone all their wounds combined. Mid the chaos of battle, between one of Trouble's parries and a lunge from Raptor, Zakra found her mind drifting away from the battle and back to the training ground with her mentor. Lith was doomed to die, yet he fought to win. There was no desperation in his moves, no desire to meet his end spells ablaze. Each cut he suffered just made him adjust his strategy. Chapter 3700, One Last Time, Part 1. Lith aimed to conserve as much strength as he could while dealing the most damage. He wasn't aiming to achieve mutual destruction, but to kill and live to kill again. Something that reminded Zakra of Riley the Oberon. Humans are a weird species, her mentor had told Zakra one day at the end of a furious spar. They are weak and have short lives, but they fight like no other race can. Do you know what kind of man is the most dangerous? The one who has nothing to lose, Zakra scoffed, quoting the old adage. Wrong, Riley shook his head. That's the second most dangerous kind of man you'll ever meet. They have no hope left and seek death, so they are not afraid to turn their lives into weapons, but that means they are just fireworks. They have one shot, and then they are gone forever. Then what's the first? She had asked, genuinely curious. The man who has everything to lose, Riley replied. They have many reasons to live, and each one of them keeps his will steady and his mind clear. The more things a man has to protect, the stronger he becomes. That's stupid, the Titania had replied in disbelief. You are free not to believe me, the Oberon shrugged. Just be careful when you meet one. Zakra, do you need cover fire to retreat and recover? Urin yelled, snapping the Titania out of her reverie. The blue flames had burned the mind link, and there had been no time or opportunity to establish it again. Lith's spells were a constant threat, and Urin feared that relieving the pressure on the Tiamat even by one bit might allow him to use invigoration. I'm fine, sorry, she yelled back and launched herself on her prey. Gamera the Sphinx and Kidha the Manticore were having a hard time without her. Even in his weakened state and 2 against 1, Lith retained the mass advantage of an adult divine beast. He was in human form like Gamera and Kidha, but their blows were light on his sword, whereas Lith knocked the Sphinx back and sent Kidha flying every time they clashed. A Manticore was huge compared to a man, but a hamster to a divine beast. Worst of all, Lith's armor also had the mass advantage. The Voidwalker armor deflected most hits while taking little damage. When Ragnarok struck, instead, it inflicted deep wounds that were hard to heal. Even the Titania had to be wary of the angry blade. She could recover from spells, punches, and mystical flames in seconds, but Ragnarok's cuts left wild energy behind that hindered her regeneration abilities. Zakra started her blade storm again, her 10 weapons raining on Lith from every side to force him to pick his poison. Now, Urin yelled, and as the golden lightning allowed the angry blade to deflect multiple hits at the same time, the awakened on the backline struck. Swordsmanship was all about footwork, and to put his weight behind the parries, Lith couldn't jump around. Not with 10 blades aimed at his vitals, each carrying the same might as a griffin. Lith cursed, recalling Trouble and Raptor, and unleashing a few spells from the mouth. The golems deflected Gamera's and Kidha's blades away, while Ragnarok and Lith's extra limbs dealt with the Titania. The mouth blocked 3 of the 7 spells, leaving 4 free to strike. The ears predicted the trajectory of the 4 spells and Zakra's blades, leaving Lith with a heavy choice. He could either let the spells hit Valoran and block all the blades, or block 2 spells, 3 blades, and take the rest. Lith conjured the spirit barriers of both the Voidwalker armor and the ears, sacrificing them to absorb the brunt of the damage. The water element allowed Ragnarok's Davros to neutralize 2 spells before switching to the air element again to keep up with the Titania. One spell pierced his right wing, and the other pierced through his thigh, slowing him down further. His left foot slipped on his own blood, and his guard faltered. Lith blocked the blades aimed at his neck and heart, but was 1 beat too slow to block the one impaling his left side. Zakra pulled the tendril back before Ragnarok could sever it and take her blade away, but made sure to twist her weapon on its way out. It created a gaping wound from which blackish-red blood gushed out. Lith fell to one knee, his blood spraying over the still-crying infant. The two looked at each other for one brief moment, before Lith cauterized the wound with his inner fire and stood up again. The blood brought back painful memories to Valoran's mind. He remembered the day when his father had said goodbye to him with a smile on his face. Back then, Valoran had been too small and naive to understand what Jormund meant, but now he did. It had happened the same day when Lith had pierced Jormund's chest and put an end to his life. Lith's memories overlapped with Valoran's, and the baby suddenly noticed something strange. In Lith's memories, Jormund smiled while asking his brood brother to take care of his son. Lith, the one who had mortally wounded the Emerald Dragon, looked in pain instead. There was a sadness in his eyes and resolve when he had accepted. While Lith took his vow, Jormund the Emerald Dragon had smiled at Lith just like he had done a few minutes later to his son. Still baffled by the revelation, Valoran stopped yelling through the dragon scales and started listening. Even amid the pain from his wounds, the man who had murdered his father wasn't afraid of death. Lith was only afraid of what would happen to the little boy were he to fail to save Valoran. So as Lith straightened himself, Valoran cried one last time. "Gods, if that mongrel is annoying," Zakra sneered over the baby's desperate wails. "Why do you humans keep those little shits with you? We fay just drop them." No answer came, but she wasn't expecting any. The Titania started another series of attacks as soon as her weapons reached their respective starting points in the blade formation. Lith parried the first, deflected the second, and much to Zakra's surprise, blocked the third as well. He needed his wings and tail to block up to the sixth strike, and when the seventh blade came, Ragnarok was back in guard position. "What?" The Titania was flabbergasted as the angry blade blocked the last four strikes, and those from Gamra and Kidha without help from the golems, leaving them free to focus on Kaelm and Jisha. This must be a fluke or some swan song effect. The next blade storm started right after the previous failed, connecting the 20 blows into an almost seamless flow. This time Lith parried 2 strikes, deflected 2, and while his tail and wings dealt with 1 blade each, he went for a counterattack. Verhin should be exhausted. Zakra refused to believe what she was seeing as she wasted the 8th strike to defend herself and countered the counterattack with the final 2. His arm should be dead as a doornail. I'm much stronger than him.